am a werewolf hunter, and I've got the skills to take them down. But here's the kicker, I'm also a coffee shop worker, living a double life. And now, I'm being asked to do the impossible, kill the werewolf royals, including a child. It's a mission that could end in disaster, but I can't back down. And to make things worse, I'm starting to doubt my own abilities. Stick around to see how I handle this deadly challenge. Chapter 1. Like the fluid grace born of years of relentless training, I no-ked the arrow and drew back my recover bow. The weapon, a masterpiece of form and function, gleamed softly in the moonlight filtering through the canopy. I held my breath, muscles coiled like a spring, before releasing the string with a satisfying twang. The werewolf, despite its preternatural senses, had no time to react. The arrow found its mark with deadly precision, and the beast collapsed in a tangle of limbs and fur. Every instinct honed through countless hunts screamed at me to maintain my vantage point, to ensure the creature's demise from a safe distance. But a whisper of pride, of overconfidence, urged me forward. I knew the lethality of silver against these abominations. It seared through their flesh like holy fire, negating the miraculous healing abilities that made them so formidable. My aim had been true, the arrow had undoubtedly pierced a vital organ. Soon, the forest floor would be stained with the monster's life essence as it breathed its last. Abandoned and alone in the wilderness, even creatures touched by divine power were not beyond the reach of a hunter's well-placed arrow. I pulled my backpack over my shoulder and swung down from the tree limb, deciding that was just fine with me. It was fitting to me to have a creature that felt all-powerful should die a lonely and sad death in the hands of a 20-something girl with an Adidas backpack who cowled and even bothered to look over her shoulder when she walked away. But even with all of the arrogance rolling off me in waves, I pressed my palm to the small silver pocket knife that I always had close by. I had never been caught unawares before, and today would not be the day. Werewolves were social animals, always traveling in packs. Where there was one, there could be thousands, and when the body was discovered, they would swarm like normal, orning humans. My tight schedule would not allow me to wait and watch the pitiful party. And to be frank, the last thing I wanted right now was to watch those beings weep as if they had done no wrong, as if they couldn't fathom why someone wanted to hurt them. My stomach turned sour at the thought of the self-righteous cowards, but I pressed on, hiking through the dense woods until they finally gave out to a dead highway in the middle of rural British Columbia. Here, it was not uncommon for cars to be left seemingly abandoned on the side of the road. This province was all soaring mountains, thick wilderness that coaxed even the tame street of hearts into exploring. So no one was going to bat an eye that my Subaru Forester had been sitting alone for a few hours now. I unlocked the old car and slid into the worn-out seats before starting the engine. Right on time, just as I had suspected. That meant that I could still go see my parents before my shift began. I think that most people my age thought of leftovers and fights about politics when they considered visiting their family. There could be card games and talks of college, or of boyfriends and girlfriends, or gossip over washing dishes after dinner. My life, however, was not so cohesive with the American dream, or the Canadian one. In fact, so I found myself driving to an assisted living complex where both of my parents were housed. I greeted the staff as always did, commenting on someone's new scrubs or giggling about a patient that I knew caused them problems before finding my way to my parents' quarters. I could sit in a tree with a single arrow and kill a werewolf without even considering a second thought. But opening the door to my parents' place was always hard. This was where my dreams came to die. I sucked in a deep breath to steady my soul and entered the room. There was no chatter. No conversations about work or demanding to have me provide grandbabies. My dad was getting riled up about politics like he usually was, getting so heated that my mother would roll her eyes. My brother was there to make snarky remarks. Sure, at some point in my life, I had wished my mother would stop asking me about my reproductive future. And sure, I wished my father wouldn't have his political views. Sometimes I wanted to stab my brother with a pencil too. But I would have given anything to have those conversations now, because two bodies sitting side by side on a couch staring at an infomercial were not the parents I remembered. "Hey guys," I greeted softly. I ambled through the space that was optimistically called a kitchen, but it only housed a small fridge, a microwave, and a little round dining table for four. There was no reaction from either of them. Just like there was no reaction when I set hands on my father's shoulders and gave them a gentle squeeze. "How are we today?" "Nothing." I forced myself to walk in front of the couch, though this was always the part that stung the most. I sat cross-legged in front of the blaring TV, facing them. Their eyes were neither looking at me, nor the television. Vacant. "The old Subaru is still going," I said to my dad, who didn't even blink. "I'm still taking it to that mechanic you always liked, and I'm still working at the coffee shop. But nothing ever really happens there. You know, get an order, fill an order. That's all." Those words were pointed at my mother. Not even a sigh. Just the same empty stare. It was so easy to remember the way her golden eyes sparkled at a challenge, how they crinkled at the corner when she let out her booming laugh. Now they had lost their luster and seemed to get duller each time I came. It was hard to fathom that she was the kind of person who commanded a room. The hair that I inherited, a subtle strawberry blonde that sang when the sun hit it just right, was now almost completely gray. Something she would never allow. She had gone ages without doing the skincare routine she pounded into me as a dermatologist. And my father looked like he hadn't shaved in months, or that he had tried to shave and done a poor job of it. The man who sat in a frumpy sweater with a hunched back was certainly not the man who always told me to put my best foot forward. He was a shell, a remnant, and, to doctors, an anomaly. Something never seen before. Something that no one could explain. One day, both of them were happy and healthy. The next, one of them left the stove burner on all day. Another forgot how to drive. It was a miracle they both lived through that day, to be honest. For a while, both of them had the good sense to be baffled by what was happening to them. That good sense started to fade very soon after. Jobs were forgotten first in life skills like cleaning and cooking. Then my brother. Then me and me. And finally, each other. Doctors did the best they could. It felt like a million tests had been run. It was dementia. There was no evidence of stroke, no Parkinson's, no epilepsy, no mental disorders. Just healthy people who suddenly couldn't even recall their own children, who didn't know that they were married. And each day, those eyes got foggier and foggier. My brother drew away further and further, and I had to work harder and hard to keep my parents afloat and provide the care they could no longer comprehend. I had been so angry back then. My parents had lost their minds and no one could help. Now I wasn't angry. I was just heartbroken. I hadn't even realized that I was crying softly into the blanket covering my mother's lap until I felt a cool hand touch the back of my head. I sniffled pathetically and lifted my head to peer up at her. And she was staring right at me, her gaze suddenly so focused. "Georgia," she whispered. I jerked upright immediately. It's me, Mom," but it was too late. The moment of realization was lost. Her eyes returned to their vacant stare. My heart returned to frost. The medical professionals might not have known what to call it. And when more cases began to spring up, they remained confused. Because this was a disease that humans could so easily wrap their minds around. Because one would have to first understand that fairy tales, myth, and legends were not all fiction like we had originally thought. To understand wolf, drain syndrome, you had to first understand werewolves and why they needed to be wiped off the face of this earth before they turned us all into mindless zombies. Chapter 2. I fastened the knot of my apron behind my back as Cassie turned on the open sign in the CF window. It should have been a morning like any other. We were starting our day at 5 in the morning, serving the early birds of the community cappuccinos and flat whites. This was the front we all put in on order to slip under the radar. A secret organization couldn't simply pay their secret employees for doing work that was supposed to exist in the first place. Arm and Dawn had started the CF as a ruse to justify giving us proper paychecks so that those dedicated to the cause could still have lives outside of work. For me, All of my money was funneled into taking care of my parents. Even though I was an adamant supporter, if I hadn't been paid the generous salary, plus bonuses for killings, I would have had to turn away from the work. A full care facility that my parents required was not a cheap thing. Thankfully, that was not the case, and I had enough money to support my parents and enough iced coffee to fill my caffeine addiction. Cassie was the one to bring up my concern when 6 o'clock struck. "Don't you think it's odd that Quinn isn't here?" she asked. Of course. I thought it was strange. Quinn was the kind of guy who chewed his nails if he walked 15 minutes early to an event, but admitting that made it all too real. So I gave a half-hearted shrug and handed a customer her caramel macchiato. She had a beaming grin on her face and leaned down to squint at my name tag. "Thank you, Sam." "Odd, I could have sworn last time your name was Amelia." "Odd indeed," I responded with an equally bright smile. And for a brief moment, it was just Cassie and I. All of the absurdly early people were now on their way to work with their favorite beverage, and the people who woke at a normal time had yet to roll in. I let out a sigh and leaned back against the counter beside Cassie. She was a kind enough girl, and fairly new to the organization, which I found problematic. She was like me when I had first started, far too inquisitive, while I just wanted to appreciate a moment of quiet. She studied my calcboard-style name tag. "Why do you put on a different name tag every day? Do you not like your name? It is kind of outdated." For the 100th time this week, I reminded myself that we needed Cassie. Hell. We needed everybody we could get on our side. I had been lucky to not be taken out within the past 3 years of field work. The same could not be said for everyone. Cassie was the future, whether I liked it or not. And she was just like I had been back then. The only difference was that it was her little sister, not her parents. All she wanted to do was understand and to help. "I like my name just fine," I said flatly, and began to prepare myself an iced coffee with enough sugar to kill a horse. "Ah, you just don't like people knowing who you are. I get it. All black ops and stuff." She found confirmation in my silence, though her statement wasn't exactly true. I did like my name, and sure, there was a little bit of anonymity if every customer didn't know my name. But I refused to wear a name tag with Georgia scrawled across it, because hearing my name from anyone other than my family, it was painful. My parents knew Georgia, the girl who sighed over toxic boys in high school and dreamed of visiting the Eiffel Tower. My brother knew Georgia, the girl who screamed and stomped every time he came into her room. Georgia was a girl of whimsy and romance, someone who wanted a Prince Charming for herself, someone who believed in Prince Charming. Slowly, I stopped dreaming of a soft-handed prince who knew his feelings, and I started dreamed of a Hercules who could lift the weight off my shoulders. He never came either, but it was okay, because I no longer needed him. I had become my own Hercules, and all my customers needed to know was that I would be here to serve them their coffee. And all my team needed to know was that I could be sent out on any assignment and only take a single arrow in my little knife. It was why they lovingly referred to me as Huntress. "We should call Dawn or Armin and tell them that Quinn didn't come in," Cassie mused. "We could use the extra hand around here before it gets crazy." "No," I said, my voice bordering on cold. "They won't come in anyway." "Why not? This is their business. They should want to keep it afloat. It seems like a bad business plan if we're too busy and have to turn away customers." I had thought like Cassie once, and I had made the call. Armin shouted at me for 10 minutes, asking me if I was too stupid to handle a small CAF on my own. Armin was notoriously quick to temper, but it had shocked me. I could remember being furious with him, thinking that he always preached that we were in this together. But the reality was that the CF was nothing to them. It was something to me. It was something to Cassie. It was where we got our paychecks and where we spent 8 hours of our day. But Dawn and Armin weren't concerned about irate customers. They were trying to protect humanity. I shoved myself off the counter as the first customer of the second rush came in. "Cassie, not a shitty CAF that sells brownies and breakfast sandwiches." The horde of customers came and went in a flurry, and when it passed, I made sure that I was busy scrubbing down tables and mopping the floor. I ignored the bell each time it signaled the entrance of a new customer. If Cassie was busy taking orders, she couldn't be busy bothering me. But my silence didn't last long. Excuse me, someone murmured from behind me. What? I snapped, whirling around, because that was the kick of working customer service. Your nerves could be shot. You could spend your evenings staring at the water stain on the ceiling, worrying about your teammates, but you were still at the beck and call of strangers who couldn't care less about you. But it wasn't my customer service side that made me stammer out an apology. It's all right, the man said, offering me a smile small that only pulled up one side of his mouth. Gray eyes that sparkled with humor shone down at me, and I felt myself opening and closing my mouth several times like a fish out of water. I just wanted to order a coffee. There's no one at the counter, but if you're busy now, I shouted, then lowered my voice while adding a grin that would have made a party clown cringe. I almost felt lucky that Cassie had made herself scarce. No, of course not. I took off to the counter like a rabbit. I didn't even have a second to be embarrassed about my behavior. Watching him stroll to the counter after me was poetry in motion. How was it even possible for a human being to look so good before 9 in the morning? Was it even legal to be that attractive while only wearing jeans and a Patagonia jacket? Like he could read my mind. His smile grew, pulling up both sides of his mouth to reveal perfect teeth. What do you recommend? Sama? Well, that's hard. I blurted. Christ. What was happening to me? I didn't consider myself smooth by any stretch of the imagination, but there was no need to be smooth when I was perpetually indifferent. Now here I was, not even able to tell a man a drink suggestion from a menu I knew by heart. How about you just make me something? He offered. Whatever you like best. I'm trusting your judgment since you're obviously the expert here. Yeah, okay. It should have been easier. Instead, it was infinitely worse. Would he think I didn't know what I was doing if I just gave him plain black coffee? He seemed like a black coffee kind of guy. But how was I supposed to be sure? What if I made him something more complicated with syrups and whipping cream and then he thought I had the palate of a child? Now I was taking too much time just staring at the menu board, not doing a damn thing. I got to work trying to make the perfection concoction. Not too sweet, not too fancy, not too simple. Here, it's one of my favorites. A dirty chai latte, I announced, pushing the compostable go cup towards him. It was that laughing sparkle in his eyes again that made my knees feel all weak. Thanks, Sams. He turned and left without another word. He would climb into his car and start his day, doing whatever he was going to do. He wouldn't remember the wide-eyed, tongue-tied girl for another second. But I just watched him go like a love-struck teenager. Who was that? And why are you staring like that? Cassie demanded, clearing return from whatever she had been doing. I'm actually not sure. I confessed. Well, are you okay? Was he rude to you? I only ever see you. It's shaken when someone tears into you and you can't strangle them over the counter. She babbled. We need to get the lunch sandwiches prepped, I said, thoroughly diverting the conversation in my mind. Chapter 3. The weekly meeting at the compound was something I looked forward to and resented in equal parts. It was the one time when all of the werewolf hunters in the area would come together. We could talk about our new discoveries, about our hardships, explain oddities. It was an opportunity to not feel so alone, so disconnected from the rest of the world. Because while others worked 9 to 5 with a stand desk and a coffee machine, we faced the realities that werewolves were destroying our world and that was a lonely place to be. But on the other hand, meetings were seldom happy occasions. Where there was a fight for justice and safety, there was often destruction. And I knew the news that would be coming today before I even stepped into the little building that we so laughably called a compound. It was a small house close to downtown, if you could call anything in a town less than 10,000 downtown. Arm and On lived in the basement, and the main floor of their home had been converted into planning space. Maps and photographs hung off the walls, each stabbed with pins or labeled with sticky notes. The kitchen was covered in disposable coffee cups, coffee whiter, store-bought pastries, and packaged snacks that had been with the group longer than I had. The place where there should have been a dining area was filled with 2 long folding tables with 6 chairs each behind them. I did my best to smile at the members coming in through the front door. It was easy to divide the team up. Some rolled through the front door like they had brought the sunshine with them, all bright smiles and eager conversations. Those were the newer recruits, the category that Cassie would fall into. The second group was heavier, eyes lined with black from lack of sleep and mouths pressed into hard lines. That was my category. We were the ones who were still driven to change the world, but I'd realized that being a savior came with a high cost. Good week, someone rumbled from beside me as I surveyed the room from a discreet place in the back. I knew that voice anywhere. Milo had been with the team even longer than I had. He was the person who could see every job through. Those who were impressed by my skills were completely blown away by his. Though it wasn't official, he was the team leader, steady and calm in the face of danger and so talented with knives. At one point, I had been thoroughly in love with him. He was the man who could save the world and my heart with those dreamy blue eyes and his laid-back attitude. Decent. Came back alive, which is always a great success, I replied. He gave out a little huff in response, watching the newest members with an intensity that only he could possess. How are your parents? The same. No better. No worse. And your aunt? Still in the decline phase, unfortunately. She should plateau soon. Though, we're guessing her initial contact was almost a month ago now. So she should be stabilizing soon. I guess the good thing is that we can move her into the care facility with my cousin. It's just bizarre that there are 2 in my family. And right when I was just about to step down, he said the last part as a whisper. My head snapped in his direction regardless. What? He glanced around the room, making sure no one would overhear. We can't do this forever. Georgia, I've made my difference. At least, I like to think I have. I have a degree that I never used because this became a priority. I could be a teacher tomorrow. I mean, it's only a matter of time before I either get killed or end up with Wolf Drain. But how? How could you leave knowing that they are still out there? We aren't ever going to beat them. You're crazy if you think less than 12 people with silver weapons is going to be enough to bring down a whole species. We're just making a dent, but... Come on, we're starting, he said, gesturing for me to sit at one of the tables. Of course. I ended up beside excitable Cassie, who just glanced excitedly from me to Milo with her wide eyes. Despite the fact that I used to blush madly at the mere thought of being with Milo, I was unsettled by his comment and fully aware that the man was married to his work and didn't have time for a single other thing. Unless he left, of course. All right, let's get into it. Armand announced from the front of the room in his gruff voice. He was an unremarkable man, short with a beer belly and a thick mustache that he assumed was more flattering than it actually was. There was never an ounce of emotion in his dark eyes when he spoke, and today was no different. Obviously, we are missing someone today. The pit in my stomach that I had been ignoring suddenly opened up and I feared I was going to become physically ill. I knew. We all did. But hearing it was still awful. Quinn was killed a few days ago. Not even the slightest pinch of sympathy from the man leading us. But I suppose after years of fighting werewolves, there wasn't much emotion left to give. His thick fingers pinned to more photos to the board behind him. I squinted for a second, trying to decipher what he had posted. Red, black, and green. Blood. Clothes. Grass. My hand flew to silence the horrified gasp about to leave my mouth. Quinn's dead body. Quinn was lucky. He was killed by those werewolf bastards. He didn't have to go through werewolf drain syndrome. He didn't have to feel his brain slipping from him. A terrifying experience. Now I know this must be hard on all of you. I imagine some of you are close. But let's use this as a reminder. Werewolves are killers. If they spot you, they will kill you. This isn't a game. You don't respawn. I thought I was going to be sick. The realities of our work were grim. We all knew that. But never before had they done such an awful display. To see someone you care for like that, covered in their own blood, torn apart, it was sickening. I averted my eyes, but I knew that image would be seared into my memory for the rest of my life. When Sassy instinctively reached for my hand under the table, I gave hers a squeeze. My eyes flickered to Milo, who had yet to take a seat. He was expressionless. The only thing that told me of his emotions was the way his jaw worked ever so slightly. But again, he was lucky. Those in your lives that have experienced werewolf drain are blissfully unaware of what is happening to them. You will not be. You will know exactly what is happening. You will feel your mental capacity slip away from you. You will be helpless to stop it. All it takes is extended exposure. That's it. It could be hours for some of you and days for others. You will never know your tolerance until it is too late. Cassie's hand jerked from mine, moving above her head. I almost rolled my eyes at the gesture. We weren't school children anymore. Yes, Armin grunted, not fond of being interrupted. I don't understand how werewolf drain happens. How is it transmitted? Why does it seem to only affect certain humans? Do we know how we can grow our tolerance? Armand's eyes narrowed on her, and I cowl if Cassie was too kind to notice or entirely unbothered. Again, it is a proximity thing. Werewolves are toxic to humans. Unfortunately, we don't have much information on it because it is so dangerous for us. But if you would like to be our test subject, then feel free to volunteer. Then shouldn't we all be opting to use longer range weapons? Everyone is entitled to use whichever weapon they think they are most effective with and the safest with. He ground out. If she dared to ask one more question, I was sure he was going to snap. Thankfully, she was silent. Now, back to the issue at hand. We are doing our part, and that is nothing to be ashamed of. But we need to do something radical. He tugged a thick rolled and a massive map of Canada unrolled. We are going to cut off the head. A pin was stabbed into a nearby town, and beside the pin were 3 pictures. A beautiful Asian woman with hair darker than midnight. A blurry image of a man with auburn hair on the move. A stolen picture of a young girl. I had studied those faces since I had learned what had happened to my parents. They were the only werewolves we had ever cared enough to photograph and know their human forms. I hated that couple as long as I had been hunting werewolves. I had prayed that I would stumble upon them in the middle of the forest one day and have the opportunity to launch an arrow into them. Or die trying. King Ajax and Queen Keiko, rulers of the werewolf species. It was finally happening. But from beside me, Milo softly whispered, "No, they are the only werewolves that we have studied long enough to identify them in human form. And we have reason to believe that they are close by." He jammed his pointer finger into the map, right beside the pin. "We have no idea how long they are going to be here, so we must act quickly." "We can't," Milo blurted. We all turned to him, stunned by his impulsive behavior. Armand's chin rose an inch as if he was squaring up with the best fighter in his squad. "We can. Cut off the head and the body will die. This is not a single organism. This is a whole species. Cut off the head and the body will revolt. How long do you think it would take thousands of werewolves to track down and kill 15 or so werewolf hunters? I give it less than a week. We will go into hiding. You're being a coward. We have an opportunity to finally take the beast down. Now is not the time for second thoughts. Who is with me?" We all loved Milo. We all admired him. Me, perhaps more than anyone else in this place. But if there was a chance to bring justice, if there was a chance that all of my time and work woodland had been for nothing, I was going to take it. Slowly, I watched each individual in the room place their hand over their heart, siding with Armand. I peered at Milo. Those eyes that I had thought were so dreamy were storming now. But he was leaving us, and this was my chance to make a difference. I placed my hand over my heart like the rest of my team. Chapter 4. I had a hard time sleeping for several days after the announcement, though I cowled and quite place why. I wish I could say it had something to do with Quinn, but that moment had passed, and it's not like it was my first time seeing a dead body. During the nights, I would stare at the picture on my nightstand and tell myself that this was for the best. It was something I hadn't done since I started working with Armin and Dawn. Back then, it was because I had been terrified to take a life. What gave me the authority to remove a soul from this world? But I would stare at the photo of my parents, both in wheelchairs because getting them to walk was almost impossible. I was squatted between them and I was the only one looking at the camera, forcing a smile though it felt like I was ripping my heart out. A werewolf had taken a soul from this world. Even though my parents were still alive, their souls were almost completely gone, and that was how I convinced myself that I could kill. But this was different. It shouldn't have been, but it was. We were all the same in some way. Dawn and Armin watched hospital records for strange variations and tracked down members of the family. I still remember sitting outside of the hospital, sucking back a cigarette like it was a lifeline. When Dawn had sat beside me, I thought she was crazy when she told me that I could learn the truth about my parents, but I had also been desperate. Just like Cassie and Milo had been. Just like Quinn. We were doing what we could to bring justice to the world and to save those who weren't even aware of the risk. And we all trusted Dawn and Armin, so much that I couldn't ever remember another member speaking out. But Milo had. I hated that because now I was questioning things. When they first announced that we would be going after the royals, the only thing that had twisted my gut was the fact that a child was involved. I knew eventually I would have to kill a werewolf in human form. That seemed bad enough on its own. But killing a child, beast or not, seemed vile. Surely the kid didn't understand the damage it could do to humans. Then Milo's concerns flooded through. I couldn't help but agree with him. Killing the royals was not a miracle fix-all. They were the leaders. Sure. And yes, werewolves had different societal rules. Positions of power coming from birthright, and not from work or bribery like humans. But they also had intelligent networks behind them. The royals had guards and captains behind them. Kill Ajax and Keiko and one of the top-ranked officers would step in, and they would be coming after us in full force. Spreading out and going into hiding would do nothing to stop them. Some of us might find safe spaces to hide, but others would be found. The wolves could turn and go after normal humans just the same. Most nights my mind would race so intensely that I would end up in the living room of my small apartment, staring blankly at an infomercial. Sometimes my exhaustion won and I slept. Sometimes it didn't. Other times, nightmares ripped me away from snoring slumber. Most of the time, I just wished that I had taken up Cassie on her offer to be my roommate so I could listen to her blabbering on. I spent my days training, scouting, completing kill orders, and checking up on my parents. I didn't give myself a second to think between activities. By the time I resumed my normal shifts at the CF, I was almost relieved to have a break from all of the physical and mental gymnastics that I was putting myself through. Until I realized that I had the closing shift with Milo. I didn't want it to be awkward. We had been through so much together in the time we knew each other. I had gotten over the biggest crush I had ever had without him even noticing. For God's sake, we killed werewolves together. A shift together should have been easy. My shoulders bunched up regardless, and I refused to make myself available for idle chat until I had absolutely nothing else left to do. "You look like hell, Georgia," he announced when I finally made myself an oat milk latte. "That's too kind." He let out a huff, which was the closest sound he could make to a laugh. "Not sleeping well." "Not overly." "Why not?" Did his questions always have such big barbs on them? "I'm not sure." He turned towards me, allowing his eyes to rove over my entire form. Years ago, I might have blushed, then screamed like a love-struck teen into my pillow at night. But I knew him well enough now to know that he was checking me out. I cradled my warm mug and met his stare. "It has nothing to do with what happened at the last meeting." I glanced over at the customers, and when I was sure that the only person near us was a nearly deaf old man, I whispered, "Which part of last meeting?" "Seeing Quinn's dead body. Learning that we will be hunting a child. Or the whole royal thing." Milo took a long drink of his coffee before saying anything. "You know him, right? There is a chance that you are right. You sided with Armin anyway." There are no sides. Milo, we are all in this together. This isn't a sports team. We both paused briefly when the little old man came up to the counter to drop off his used mug and wish us a good night. But the friendly voices and bright smiles were gone once he stepped out of the CF, leaving just the two of us. We are risking everything on this going right. Picking off some of them here and there is not the same as taking out the monarch. They will hunt us down. And it's not going to be a knife thrown from a tree, intended to kill with one shot. They are going to rip us limb from limb. Did you see Quinn? Of course. I saw him. I yelled, slamming my mug down on the counter. Which is exactly why I think this needs to end now. I said the words, but they didn't feel right on my tongue. My outburst had taken the last of the fight out of Milo. Shoulders slumped and lips heaving a sigh. He just nodded his head. It's not my job to change your mind. I guess I just wanted to tell you that anyway. What? But your family, there's always going to be a reason to stay. He said softly. I realized that I was making excuse to stay because it felt safe. But I need to live my life. I can't let what happened to my family destroy my chance to be something more than a kid with a knife in a tree. And with Armand's announcement, I think it's a good time. I can't work for someone that I don't agree with. I felt like I no longer had any words in my vocabulary. I don't know what to say. I managed finally. You don't have to say anything. I just wanted you to know. I'm telling Armand and Dawn tomorrow, but I'm not telling anyone else on the team. I don't want them to try to convince me to stay. It felt like a blow. I knew it shouldn't have because we really weren't that close. We killed together. Yeah, I didn't know his favorite color, but Milo must have felt it too. He wrapped his arms around me, pulling me against him. It was the first hug we had shared in all our years of working together. In a movie, it would have been perfect. I would have gripped him to me, and he would have relaxed into my hold. This wasn't a movie, and it was awkward at best. Take care of yourself, Georgia. And if you ever think it's time to stop, remember that you deserve to live your life too. Chapter 5. I moved about my next day like normal. There were nagging thoughts in the back of my mind, but I found them easy enough to ignore for the most part. There were more important matters at hand. The morning was dedicated to a hunt. Not only did I manage to get the target wolf, I also happened to catch him with a partner. Though killing two at once felt good, it came with risk. There was no real way to point two arrows into different directions and have them hit at the same time, which meant that there was no way to silence the alarm. One would fall. The other would howl and scream before I picked them off right after. Then it was a mad dash back to the car before others came to their cries. Some days, I wondered what I was living for. I felt stuck in the past, trapped in a routine that hadn't changed in years. I was taking care of parents who would never know me again, living in a small apartment, working a job with no real future. But sprinting away from certain death always brought back the will to keep fighting. Even with all of the routine and numbness, at least I wanted to stay alive. I stopped in to visit my parents after the hunt and told them about everything and nothing. I promised my dad I would get new tires soon and told my mom about a new clothing store in town. All of the surface things that had nothing to do with the real life I lived. There was no response, not even the twitch of an eyebrow. I did my best to not let it bother me. I was closing the CAF that evening, and realities came ripping right back to me. The most inconvenient truth was that Milo was actually gone. Part of me hadn't believed it when he said it because who could just walk away from this cause? Who could see the damage being done and just shrug their shoulders? It was so unlike him. It was unlike all of us because, once you knew, you had to fight. And he was the guy that would fight to the death. I had partially convinced myself that this was all a joke and that he would be showing up today anyway. He never came, no matter how hard I stared at the back door, willing him to be there with his usual steadiness. How was the team supposed to take down the Royals without him? I was sure that he was the only one of us that would be skilled enough to get the job done. 3 hits at once. The most heavily guarded werewolves we knew of. It seemed impossible. Even for Milo. Maybe that was what made him run. A challenge like that could be suffocating. The ringing of the bell over the door made my head jerk up from my phone. To be honest, I had been scrolling for hours, but my eyes had been glazed over since the after-work rush ended. Foolishly, my heart filled, thinking I would see Milo striding in. But when I saw the man approaching me, all of my thoughts about Milo, about werewolves, about my parents, they disappeared into nothing. In the empty CF, gray eyes met mine. A slow smile pulled at the corners of his mouth and my stomach turned to a puddle. I wanted to give him the standard work smile. He was no different than any other customer after all. But my body had other plans. My eyes rolled down his tall form, taking in the clean fit of his dark jeans and his sweater branded with a local brewery. When I returned to his face, his smile had grown and I knew that I had been caught. "Hi, welcome to the daily grind." I blurted, feeling heat scorch my face. "Hi, Rosemary," he said, narrowing his eyes at my name tag. He was just a guy. I could handle this. "What can I get for you?" The man settled his elbows on the counter, leaning towards me. There was a brief pause and I couldn't be sure if I was even breathing. What was happening to me? It felt like I had never seen a man in my life. Fighting the odd feelings with all my might didn't seem to be very effective either. "I want to know your name first," he replied, completely relaxed in my CF, grinning as if he knew the exact affect he had on me. Not a single patron in this establishment needed to know my name. Yet, when I breathed in and his sweet scent hit my nose, I almost caved. It was like a summer adventure trapped in a bottle, like fresh crabaples picked from a tree and the spiced slice of sun on skin. Luckily, my mouth was stronger than my mind. "How do you know my name isn't Rosemary or Sam?" "I would know," he stated. "So are you going to tell me your name?" Pressing my lips together, I shook my head. "Right." With a sigh, he withdrew, straightening to his full height. "Can you make me the drink you made last time? It was really good." "What makes you think I would remember what I made?" I know you do," he pressed. It was like he was reading my mind, and he knew that I had tucked our whole previous interaction away under lock and key. I spun away, proving him correct as I started making the dirty chia. I wished I had the capacity to even consider how it would have acted normally. Would I have been talking less or more? Perhaps asking him about his day. Would my responses have been snidder? When had I ever even cared about an interaction with a customer beyond my favorite regulars? Here, my frustration led to me slamming down the to-go cup with a little too much force, with a hand sweeping through his dark hair. The man studied the CF, oblivious to how desperately I wanted him to leave before I did something stupid. "Looks pretty quiet in here. Not many people are brave enough to slam an espresso shot right before bed. Come sit with me for a while." It wasn't really a suggestion, and any other man talking to me like that would have made my hackles raise. But this was different somehow. Maybe it was the way his eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled, or the way he cocked his head to one side, as if he were truly hanging off my words. I had never done anything like that before. This was my job. But Dawn and Armin didn't care about this place. This was all just a cover, and I was taking care of my parents, hunting down a toxic species, and trying to keep my team afloat. I deserved some time to do something for me, even if it was just sitting down with a handsome stranger. With my jaw set, I undid the apron around my waist and shucked it on the counter. Iced coffee in my hand. I picked my favorite booth, far away from the door, close to the artwork, snuggled up to a small fireplace. I sank into the leather before I even had a second to wonder what I was doing this guy so much attention. "I don't know you," I announced before I could consider against it. He didn't seem bothered, sinking into the thick leather couch across from me, his knees starting bouncing instantly. "Do you know everyone?" "Probably not everyone in this town, but everyone who likes to have coffee at least once a week and doesn't care to brew it themselves. I guess it is a small town," he mused. A thumb ran along his sharp jawline, brushing against dark stubble. "You're on work for a few months, and I don't think you'll be brewing my own beverages while I'm here." There was a glimmer in his eyes, making the silver ripple like mercury. He trushed to my cheeks and suddenly, meeting his gaze felt too intense. I stared down at my cup, studying my fingers. I was this kind of girl. I never wanted to be this kind of girl, but I felt like I couldn't help it. Are you doing construction? I asked. It seemed like a silly question, but in a quiet, small town, I couldn't fathom what else it could be. We were mostly self-sufficient and with no major cities around. The most common cause for traveling workers was new construction. Not much else happened around here. When the school got an upgrade, it was the talk of the town. No, not construction. I work in protection services. Oh, that piqued my interest. I wasn't aware that there was a celebrity in town or anyone rich enough to have their own task force. That's the whole point, isn't it? He teased, reclining back into the cushions. To be honest, the people I work for don't really need me. It's more of a public statement than actually a security. Do they travel around like the Pope? Because, if not, security is a risk for everyone. Anyone can get their hands on a gun. He let out something between a snort and a laugh. Guns aren't really a common issue for us. That my work is boring. I doubt being a barista is more exciting. I dismissed, feeling myself soften into the conversation. There was something about this man that was just so magnetic. I felt like I had known him forever, but his words were still so electric. Well, you can always tell me about you. You know, normal things, like your name. I gave him a sly smile but said nothing, confidence blossoming in my chest. He opened his mouth to say something, but a phone vibrating cut him off. Apologizing, he pulled his cell phone out of his front pocket, eyes roving across the screen. A curse tumbled out his mouth. Is everything all right? I prompted, though I wasn't really certain that I had the right to know. No, not really. Listen, I'm actually really happy we had a chance to talk today. He said the words, but the easiness had left him, turning him almost frantic. Yeah, me too. He was on his feet in a second, hunting down a newspaper from another table. I sucked down a mouthful of my iced coffee, trying to wrangle the feelings brewing in my belly. He reappeared before I could even begin to name my own emotions. I really hate to leave, he said. I must have been too far gone, because he sounded quite genuine and I believed him. Unfortunately, when things go wrong in the security business, they go very wrong. But I'd like to meet up with you again, preferably not at your work. A piece of the torn newspaper was deposited in my hand, now covered in blue ink. Call me if you want to meet up sometime. I please, he insisted. Then he was gone, and I was left with nothing but my coffee and the scrap of paper. A phone number stared up at me from my palm. And a name. Writer. Chapter 6. By the time the next weekly meeting came round, I wished I had forgotten all about Milo. I wished I hadn't sat, perched in a tree, thinking about him when I should have been focused. I had fallen a part of that hunt. I had gotten sloppy because I had been distracted, worried about someone who was probably no longer even thinking about me. Because of him, I had gotten impulsive. One wolf had been my target. When I spotted the large brown beast, I had loosed my arrow without a second thought, more than happy to be done with my dreary day. The creature fell with little more than a whine, dead before it hit the ground. When I had dropped down from my perch, another wolf had spotted me. I was thankful to have gotten away with my life, but the limp I brought home revealed that I had made a mistake, one that could have been fatal. And what was worse was the fact that the second wolf had gotten away. Sure, he had been swiped with a silver blade right across his muzzle, but he was still alive and well. Well enough to tell the tale of a girl killing his comrade and coming after him. And sure, I was no longer some faceless assassin lurking in the shadows. I had a face. Cassie spotted my altered gait the moment I walked into the house. I felt my jaw clenching the moment hers became unhinged. Oh God, Georgia, what happened to you? Anyone who had been polite enough to turn away when they saw me now blatantly stared, Sweet Cassie didn't seem to understand that getting hurt was only a sliver above failing a job entirely, and that someone could come after me, after all of us. I'm fine, I ground out, pouring myself a cup of undrinkable coffee. I seated myself shortly after, not wanting another soul to see the proof of my blunder. But Armin was already at the front of the room and his gaze stayed glued to me. I wished I had just remained under the covers this morning, in a cozy bed where no one ogled or judged. Updates, issues, bumps in the road. Armin asked a few pointed questions that were meant for me. Had anyone been hurt? Would anyone like to come forward with a story? Were there any concerns floating around? All of this because of my little limp. But no one had said a single word about Milo's complete absence. So are you going to tell us what happened? Oh mighty huntress. Armin blatantly taunted from the front of the room. Everyone swiveled in their seats to get a better look at me. It's irrelevant. I grumbled back. Is there a threat still out there? Were you unable to complete your task? I'll handle it. The words barely hissed through my teeth. Armin was a man who particularly enjoyed being challenged. He took his work seriously, and as much as he could steamroll overs. He knew his stuff. It was the reason he was still alive after all these years fighting off werewolves. So naturally, I expected a full rebuttal from him, or at the very least, a sharp scolding. And it's not as if he softened at the sharpness of my words, but he didn't respond with hotter fury. He was surprisingly maintained. We need to know, Georgia. I wanted to be steady, because everyone made mistakes and I was not exception. There was nothing to be ashamed of, but my arms curled defensively around my torso before I said, I left one alive. He got a hold of my leg before I could get away. I got him in the face with my knife, but it wasn't enough to finish it. I'll go after him as soon as I'm healed up. Did you get a good look at him? Well, he surprised me. Then I was afraid I was going to die. So no, I did not. The coldness of my words still did nothing to rile Armin up. He studied me, unblinking. How long will it take you to heal? I'm going to need a week, at least. After that week, I'm going to need you full force. For what? It was then that Armin seemed to remember that we were not the only two in the room. His shoulders straightened, making his belly more pronounced as he regarded those watching him with eagerness or steady resolve. As we all know, last week, we announced that we would be moving forward with making an attempt on the royals. Dawn and I have been keeping careful surveillance and have confirmed that Queen Keiko and King Ajax are stationed nearby. We still don't know or how long they will stay, so we have to act soon. Now, as some of you may have noticed, we are missing a team member. With Milo's skill, he would naturally be the one we would send out to make quick work out of the royals. With him gone, our next option is Huntress. All eyes shifted to me once more, and sour coffee in my stomach suddenly felt like lead. You, Armin confirmed. The briefing was wrapped up shortly after. I watched my team file out, straining to hear their whispered conversations. I knew that I shouldn't have cared. I was alive and Armin had now just stated that I was among the best in the group. But what if my teammates didn't think that? What if my teammates thought that my blunder revealed that I was not ready? Maybe I just wanted a reason to back out. You are free to leave, Armin stated when there was only he and I left. You just dropped a big bomb on me. I feel like we should have more of a conversation about what you just said. Armin grunted, but collected a couple maps at objects before sitting down at the folding table that I occupied. It was all basic information at first. He pointed out where they were, showed me low-quality photographs of their wolf bodies and their human forms. There was a moment when I had to remind myself that I was not killing an innocent person, but staring at a photo of a grinning man holding up his small daughter made it hard to believe that they were so close by. We saw them intermittently, presumably when they came to meet with their packs, but we could never pin down a pattern or a permanent location. In all the time I had been with the group, we never discovered a permanent location or frequent haunts. Having them here was an amazing opportunity. We had to seize it. I just wished that I didn't have to be the one to do it. They aren't as heavily guarded as we would assume. You know, if the Queen of England went somewhere, it would be a goddamn circus. With them, it seems more casual. Right. That's good. But recently, we have noticed someone lurking around a little more often. A picture was pushed towards me. I thought I had seen everything at this point. I was a part of a small percentage that even knew these beasts existed. I had seen bare teeth, bloody claws, gored bodies, but I still flinched back. Red eyes stared at me from the glossy photo. A hulking black beast, larger than any wolf I had ever seen. I swallowed hard. Are we sure this isn't the king? Yes, then what is it? We don't know, but you need to be aware of him. I've seen him move. Fast. Stronger than anyone we had ever seen. More likely to tear you to shreds than the king or queen. I took a shaky breath. You're making this sound like a suicide mission. Our job is to get you in and to make sure that you have as much information as possible. Getting out is up to you. Chapter 7. My head was pounding a few days later. This was too much. All of this was complete and utter insanity. How on earth was I supposed to get close enough to the royals to kill them? And that was only the surface of the many issues at hand. Was I really expected to kill a child? A little girl barely more than a toddler. And if I could kill them and get out of there alive, where was I going to hide? How would we protect the humans against a retaliation when it inevitably came? There was no way the werewolf community would simply take this lose. They wouldn't just lay down and die because someone had slaughtered their leaders. It was going to get violent and bloody, fast. But every time I brought it up to Armand, he only narrowed his eyes in response. He thought I was trying to weasel my way out of it, that I didn't have the stomach. The child was an excuse. The aftermath was an excuse. Maybe he was right. Maybe I should have accepted the outing when I had the chance. But I didn't. Instead, I massaged my temples with my freezing fingers and tried to listen to the old man and his wife droning on. Have we lost you, dear? Dawn asked, the sweeter of the two. At least, on the surface she was kinder and her features only added to it. She was short, round, and rosy-cheeked. She looked like the kind of woman that would offer to make you cookies when you were on the brink of tears. But I had heard the stories. I knew she could kill a werewolf with her bare hands if she wanted to. But she was talented enough to make me look weak and feeble. No, not lost. Just overwhelmed. I confessed, staring at all of the blurry photographs laid out around me and the maps with bright red circles drawn on them. Where was the weak spot again? Who was I supposed to bring down first? Jesus, you just have to shoot an arrow or two. Isn't that what you're good at, kid? Armand demanded. His frustration made his normally gruff exterior downright wretched. This I gestured to the disaster before me. Is not the setup of a single arrow hitting a target. And if it was, we wouldn't be having these meetings every night. There are problems to this plan. Problems you are refusing to acknowledge. She's just tired, Dawn added, patting her husband's arm. She can be tired later. We need to deal with these animals. We don't know how long they are staying. They could vanish at any moment. Then we'll be back to plucking off random wolves who are dumb enough to make their presence known. We haven't even been able to pick off an alpha in the past 3 years. Dawn was right. I was tired. That exhaustion was shifting into burning anger now. Rage that might help me take a stand against Armand. But it fizzled as soon as I reached out to harness it. I'm taking tomorrow off, I blurted. Wincing at the headache became a throb behind my eyes. This would wait. This would have to wait. In a situation where one breath, one twig snapping, could be the end, I needed a clear head and a steady heart. Plus, a pair of good legs. Think of your parents. Armand pushed, but his words wouldn't have a snarl to have the effect on me that he had hoped for. If I had the strength, I would have straightened in my chair and told him to keep his mouth shut. But I only crumpled forward more. I am. But dying will do them no good. One day. That's all I need right now. There was obvious hostility from Armand as I left. But Dawn was gentle with me, sensing my tenderness in that moment. She knew it would take one pothole on the drive home, one spilled coffee, or someone bumping into me. She asked me how my injury was healing and gave me a little jar of ointment to use before telling me to enjoy my. But my job haunted me long after I drove away from the meeting place. It clung to me like a sour stench while I went to visit my parents. I thought of the single road leading to the cabin that the royals were staying in as I assisted my mother through her complicated nighttime skin routine. I could almost hear her scolding me as I did so, knowing that I should have been moving my fingers in gentle circles, not scrubbing. But what did it matter? She drilled into my head that consistency was the real key to beautiful skin, and I only had time to do this process for her once in a while. What really mattered was that once I was in the belly of the beast, I had no way of getting out. And that was if I could even get in. That little road must be been monitored heavily. They would hear the old Subaru coming for miles. And if they didn't stop me before I killed their precious royals, they certainly weren't going to let me hop back in my car and continue on my merry way. I was dumb enough to think that I could outrun a pack of wolves either, so going in on foot was not an option. I shook my head and carefully took my mother's arm, guiding her to the bedroom. I swapped out the silk pillowcase for her and settled a silk eye mask over her before kissing her forehead and tucking her in. My dad had managed to pull on his pajamas by himself and rolled under the covers. When I moved to shut off the lamp on his nightstand, a hand gripped my wrist. My heart gave a feeble stutter in my chest. "Dad," I whispered, "when was the last time you changed the oil on the car?" He asked, eyes so clear. Obviously, the mind was still hazy. "Just a couple weeks ago," I assured, lowering myself to sit on the edge of the bed. Good. He gave a weary nod. "And Craig?" "HES good. HES keeping busy. You know, important lawyer stuff." The lie didn't taste sour on my tongue. How could I tell my father the truth? Craig had packed his bags and never looked back. He didn't offer a cent or an hour of time to help them. Or me. Not a single phone call or professional mail was sent my way to make sure that I was okay, that I wasn't falling apart. And if this was my father's moment of clarity for the week or month or year, I was going to ruin it. You two finally getting along. Of course. Good. I could see the recognition leaving his eyes. See the exhaustion taking away whatever grain of reality he held. He released me as his breathing evened out, and I just sat there. I didn't know if I wanted to scream until my lungs ached or sob so hard that I became dehydrated. I wanted to go on a sprint and push myself until my legs gave out and my mind could not produce a single thought. I wanted to curl up on my couch at home with homemade mac and cheese and feel every jab, each cut that my emotions gave me. But I was not any of those people. My parents hadn't raised me like that. There was a problem, and I was the solution. I would get my head right. I just needed some rest and a little distraction. Sitting in the parking lot of the assisted living complex, I pulled out my cell phone and pulled up the contact that I had been too scared to reach out to. I had thought of him every day since he had given me his number. Looked for him every time I worked a shift at the coffee shop. But with the ball in my court, I had chosen not to play. I didn't know white and night was different, but I pressed the icon and eased the phone against my ear. I could hardly hear it ringing over the blood pounding in my ears. He was just a guy. He was just a cuss. He would have no impact on my life longer term. A distraction. Nothing more. "Hello." The flutter in my chest at his voice told me that I was lying. I wished I had thought of something. Anything. To say. "Hi," was all that left my lips. "Ah, Rosemary and or Sam." He greeted as if he could recall my voice from millions. "What took you so long?" My jaw relaxed from its clenched position. There was something so easy about him. So comforting. It was like I had known him in another life. I thought it was customary to wait at least 3 days. You know, to avoiding seeming desperate. Great. Perfect. Now I had implied that I was in fact, desperate. Just what every man wanted. I'm not a very patient man. "Next time. Don't wait. He said. It was simple. It was meant as a joke. but I felt something stir deep in my belly. I let out a nervous laugh to cover my silence. "So are you going to tell me why you called me at 9 in the evening on a weeknight?" He hinted. "Oh shit. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so late." "It's fine." "Really? But I am curious. I have the day off tomorrow." "Wonderful." He must have thought I was a blubbering idiot by now. I wanted to say something substantial. I could only saw my teeth over my lower lip for a few seconds before I finally announced, "I thought, if you were still in town, we could spend some time together." He was toying with me. I could hear it in his voice. "I honestly haven't gotten that far. It's been kind of a rough day-o." All teasing notes evaporated. "Do you want to talk about it?" Of course I did. I wanted to spill my whole heart out to the stranger and tell him about how awful and evil werewolves were. I wanted to tell him about my parents and how I had come so close to dying just a few short days ago. But he would laugh. He would call me crazy. And I would never hear from him again. The thought shouldn't have frightened me, but it did. And right now, I didn't care enough to know why. If this was what I needed to feel better. But I was taking it no. "Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have called. It's late. Tomorrow." He was quiet, but it was an order. "Let's see each other tomorrow. Tell me where I can pick you up. I'll send you an address and a time." "Perfect. I'll see you." I'm a lonely hunter, fighting werewolves every day to keep the town safe. But just a few days ago, I was being chased by one, and it was me who made the first move. I meticulously planned a scouting mission, armed with a silver knife, sneaking into the werewolf territory to map out the area and gather intel. When I encountered that massive werewolf, I didn't hesitate to throw my knife straight at its eye, but it emerged unscathed. In that moment, all my confidence shattered, and I could only run for my life, with the werewolf casually following behind. Chapter 8. The lingering unease from our encounter persisted through the night, seeping into the dawn like an unwelcome shadow. As morning light filtered through my curtains, I attempted to rationalize my tumultuous emotions. Ryder was merely a transient figure, a professional temporarily stationed in our town before inevitably returning to his life elsewhere. I, however, remained rooted here, bound by the invisible threads of my commitments. Yet this logical dissection did little to assuage the storm of indecision as I fretted over a trio of potential ensembles laid out on my unmade bed. I had already communicated the time and location for our meeting to Ryder. His prompt reply confirmed his attendance, punctual as expected. Any nagging doubt persisted: was the onus on me to orchestrate our activities? Or did he have a predetermined plan? Without insight into his intentions, I grappled with the dilemma of appropriate attire. Yoga pants seemed excessively casual, while structured trousers felt overly formal. And, well, worn hoodie might project the image of a carefree, adaptable woman, the persona I desperately wished to embody. Despite my anxious nature, with the clock ticking relentlessly, I finally settled on my favorite pair of black distressed jeans, pairing them with a top that defied easy categorization, neither wholly casual nor entirely formal. The fabric, though luxuriably soft against my skin, was cut in a relaxed style that belied its quality. A wave of frustration washed over me as I attempted to apply mascara, only to discover the wand encrusted with dried clumps. Bare-faced it would have to be. I couldn't recall the last time it adorned myself with shimmering lip gloss or applied the foundations my mother insisted were essential for a polished appearance. Come to think of it, when had I last devoted time to thoroughly decolonizing my living space? Mercifully, I lacked the time for my growing unease to consume me entirely. I hastily grabbed a seldom used purse and slipped my feet into cognac-hued boots. With a deep breath, I set out towards the meeting place I had designated for Ryder, my heart racing with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The normal nerves of a first date or whatever this was crept in. Maybe I would get stood up. Maybe, once it was just me and him, he would say something that would sour the excitement bubbling through me. Even dealing with werewolves on the daily didn't make human men feel terribly safe, which was why I picked the public park as our pickup location. But something in me knew that I wouldn't be left sitting at a table in a chain restaurant, wishing I was anywhere else. I would be returning home tonight sighing dreamily, feeling devastated that he was just here on work, that his home was elsewhere. All thoughts of what would happen, faded as a blue sedan pulled up to the curb and I saw Ida in the driver's seat. Warmth flooded my cheeks instantly, though there was no reason for it. And there was even less reason for the excitement bubbling in my belly when the window lowered and he wrapped an arm around the passenger seat, leaning towards me. Sam or Rosemary. He greeted. Hop in. I felt his confidence wash over me and climbed in without a second thought. I sank into the cloth seats, unable to meet his eyes, but still so aware that his arm was wrapped around the back of my seat, that he was leaning towards me ever so slightly. In the back of my mind, I could hear my dad assessing the car. Honda. Good. Sensible. At the forefront. My brain was telling me how good he smelled and how close his body was to mine. How are you doing? His voice as soothing as a summer's wind. Good. Good. I blurted, tucking a strand of rogue hair behind my ear. You said that yesterday was not that great of a day. I don't want to pry, but if you want to talk about my assignment that seemed almost suicidal at this point. Talk about werewolves destroying the mind of fragile humans. No need. Just work stress. Life stress. The usual. I said, forcing a smile. But I'm really glad that you're here. The silver in Ryder's eyes swirled with something I hadn't read. He pulled away a moment later, shoulder checking as he pulled into traffic. Do you have a plan for our time together? I asked. I always have a plan. There was an easy way about him. An aura that made it okay that he was driving and I didn't know where we were going. How do you feel about kittens? How does anyone feel about kittens? I love them. Why? I signed us up for a session at a local shelter. We have an hour to cuddle as many kittens as you can handle. It helps socialize them and, hopefully, it'll give you a little bit of serotonin. I just nodded along. Did he know that one smile from him would probably fire thousands of happy hormones into my mind? I forced my gaze away from him, away from that sharp jawline and those strong hands wrapped around the steering wheel. He shouldn't have this effect on me. I knew that, but I couldn't find it in me to be concerned about it. We arrived at the little animal shelter on the outskirts of town in a matter of minutes and signed in for our session. I had no right. But when I saw the receptionist, a pretty girl barely more than 18, run her eyes over Ryder, I felt my hackles raise. But he was mine. And this, whatever this was, did not give me the right to become a jealous witch. I was here to cuddle kittens. That was all. So I went to the designated room and picked the first kitten I saw. A chunky orange baby whom he wed at every touch. And I specifically picked a seat that would force some distance between Ryder and I, because there was something about him, something that made me feel like the world was all rainbows and butterflies and not the storm cloud hurricane that it was. Ryder found himself a convenient spot across from me, propping his elbows on his knees and his chin in his palms as he studied me. Do you have any pets at home? No, I would like to, but I don't have time for them, I said, rubbing the kitten's chin. Its little eyes were starting to close already, sleep taking over. Do you just work at the coffee shop or are you in school? Do you have another job? He pressed. My education had seemed useless after what happened to my parents. All that time spent in a chair, listening to instructors and professors drone on. And I didn't know how to handle grief, loss, or even know the real threats to humanity. No, just the coffee shop. I raked my eyes over him, taking in his large body, the serenes that commanded attention, the casual way he smiled when I met his gaze. And you, just working at your protection gig. It does take up the majority of my time, he admitted, shrugging one of his broad shoulders. How did you get into it? Is there like bodyguard school? At that, he quirked an eyebrow, his grin growing. I'm not a bodyguard. I don't go around monitoring pretty princess or celebrities with more money than they know what to do with. I work with smaller communities. Communities that have experienced some kind of violence or trauma and just want to go back to feeling safe and at home. But this town is so quiet. Nothing bad ever happens here. And if it did, we would surely all know about it. Secrets don't last long here. You'd be surprised, he said simply. The question I dreaded slithered past my lips. So where's home for you? He shifted back then, moving slowly so that I could watch the muscles in his biceps move, the expanse of his chest open up, the cocky way he lifted his chin as if he had been waiting for me to ask the question. You worried I'm going to leave? He poked. I could have admitted that he was right. I could have softened into his teasing and watched his reaction. Surely, he would have faltered. There had to be a limit to the casual way he taunted me, like he knew he could string me along. But I lifted my chin to match him, narrowing my eyes. It's a small town, but not so small that you are the only man in it. All right. All right. He nodded along. I'm Ian. I travel a lot for work. I don't really have a home base. Where is your family? It was so slight that I wasn't even sure how I caught it. But one of his hands jerked, as if he were about to curl it into a fist. Then he pressed his palm flat to his knee, and it was like nothing had ever happened. I don't really have much of a family. It was the reason I got into my line of work. Once my parents passed away, I felt like I needed to leave. Since then, I've been moving around. I go where I'm needed, and a hotel room is my home for that week or month. I should have known. I should have known better than to ask about family because of what had happened to my own. And now I had just pressured this poor man, a man I barely knew, into telling me something so revealing. And, Christ, it was so lonely, so damn lonely to hear that. I'm so sorry. It's all right, he assured, that easy grin returning. At least him better company than that. Using his chin, he gestured to the snoozing puffball. I don't know it. I'm pretty impressed with this little guy. You going to take him home with you? I wanted to. Lord knows I could use a little companion who greeted me at the door. If I had a friend who howled when hungry, I might be had the good sense to make sure I was feeding myself too. But I couldn't adopt a pet for selfish reasons. They had a soul that needed love and attention beyond what I could provide right now. How was I supposed to explain that I needed to spend my days chatting with parents who didn't recognize me to something that didn't know words beyond their own name? No, I don't think so. As I spoke, a bow-legged senior cat sauntered out of its slumbering spot and dawdled right up to Ryder, rubbing its chin on his pant leg. His whole body recoiled as the creature gracefully leapt up and deposited itself right into his lap. Not a cat person. Not particularly. A dog person, then. Honestly, not really, he admitted. This seems like an outing for someone who isn't fond of any of the animals they volunteered to handle. Right. He wearily lifted a hand and patted the old cat's head like someone ruffling the hair of a child they didn't like. But this outing was really about me. A giddy feeling rushed through my veins, and I decided right then and there that I would like it very much if Ryder happened to stay in my little mountain town a while longer. Chapter 9. A few days later. A handsome man was the least of my concerns. At the moment, my biggest issue was traversing over the landscape. After careful planning and coordinating, we had spotted a few ways into the Royal Pack lands. Ones that wouldn't involve driving straight up the main road, right into the mouth of the beast. Unfortunately, the discreet ways involved several kilometers of trekking. And in the mountains, it was no pleasure stroll. I had to select the proper clothes. A jacket that would not swish in the wind, nor would it leach my scent too far. Pants that would keep me warm but were short enough to not collect water from the puddles I stepped into and the shallow stream I had to cross. My socks, my backpack filled with snacks and water, and my hiking boots had all been selected just as mindfully. A gust carrying the smell of my detergent. A curse from my mouth. could be enough to damn me. Our man had said that this was just a scouting trip, one of 3 I would be taking. All I had to do was make sure that I understood the lay of the land, addressed any issues, and sketch a vague map. Once we had examined all 3 options, we would sit down and select the best option for the final assignment. The day when I shot an arrow at a king and queen and their young daughter, I wasn't sure if the tightness in my stomach came from what I would have to do on that day or the fact that I was going into the territory of the enemy. My car was already about 3 kilometers behind me, falling further and further away with each step. And if I happened to stumble upon a werewolf, I had nothing but a small knife to defend myself with. Our man had been too busy to coat the new arrows in silver. He had promised that I would have dozens at my disposal when I went in for the assignment, as he conveniently reminded me that today was not about confrontation. Today was just about information. In theory, I would have no need for even a single arrow. I pressed on despite my discomfort. Milo was gone now. I was the last option, and I would not disappoint. I would not let down the people who picked me up and dusted me off while I had thought I was losing everything. So I walked on. I didn't so much as roll my eyes when I had to move through small brooks that soaked my shoes, and I didn't sigh in frustration when I came upon an unaugmented descent that added another kilometer of walking as I zig. Instead, I took out my short pencil and the little clipboard I had packed, making sure to write down each inconvenience that I came upon. Adding on a handful of irritating minutes was worth it. Once those arrows had been loosed from my bow and those 3 mighty wolves fell, every second would count. I would be a hunted woman from that moment on. As I wandered on, I recalled the few times my family had gone hiking together. It had been a nightmare, really. My parents were keen on giving us every experience they could, but the 2 of them were successful professionals who thrived in the city, not amongst boulders and moss. My brother and I had fought relentlessly. He wanted to go home and play his video games. I had complained that I had been snatched away from my friends, unable to spend my afternoon lurking around an air-conditioned mall. It was a laughable hike, a path that was 1 step below pavement leading to a waterfall that was surrounded by tourists. I vowed that I would never waste such time in the outdoors again. How time had changed things. How it had changed everything. I couldn't fathom leaving my mountain town anymore. Couldn't consider commuting to a desk job, staring at a monitor all day instead of the sun. Yes, as long as this could take care of my parents. This is what I would be doing for the rest of my life, however long or short that was. But the world that I explored on my own, the world with silken waterfalls and mighty peaks and local coffee, was not what I felt when I crossed over a fallen log. It was as if the natural world had ended just beyond it. I couldn't explain it. I couldn't see it. But I could feel it deep in my belly, and when I strained my eyes, I saw what I had come for. My attention turned to the foliage around me, finding a tree that would be perfect, low enough that I could jump from it, if need be, dense enough that its leaves would hide me, strong enough to hold me, simple enough to climb. After I scaled the rough bark and found a spot where I could balance, I spotted them. 3 outbuildings, blurry in the far distance, but close enough that I could see the sharp roof lines. I didn't know their schedules, didn't know how far the scent of my fear carried. I didn't waste a second. I began the tedious task of documentation. My dull pencil scratched at the paper, marking everything I saw, what I had crossed, what would be the easiest route to return here, what would cost me precious seconds when I had dozens of wolves on my heels. Each line on the paper was something that could save my life or damn me to death, and the death I received would certainly not be the fast, merciful blow of an arrow splitting my heart. I would be torn apart, shredded, organs ripped from within, screams pouring out of me as steadily as the blood. My hands shook with the thought, but as I forced my mind back to the present, I realized something else. The universe had gone quiet. Not a mating call from a bird, not a chatter from a squirrel, not even a gust of wind blowing in the trees, as if nature itself had gone into hiding. I lifted my gaze from the map I had been drawing, and a pair of red eyes stared back. Chapter 10. I had seen a variety of werewolves over my time with the team. I had seen fat ones with big bellies, ones so white they stood out against the snow. Like any animal, they came with variations, no matter how slight or how massive they might be. At their core, they were all the same though. But this one was a nightmare, and the bloody irises were only the beginning of it. He was not black. He was a starless night in the dead of winter. A normal wolf should have weighed as much as an average man. This creature could not have weighed less than a small pony, and he stood just as tall as one. How had he managed to creep up so silently when he was so massive? I had heard tales of werewolves, creatures that could turn bloodthirsty at the mere sight of a human. I had lived that reality. I knew it was their nature. Hunt, kill, destroy. But this abomination didn't lunge. It didn't flash its teeth or even snarl. It just watched me. I took a shaky breath. Surely, something had to be amiss. This was not their nature. He would snap. He had to. Whatever trance had fallen over him would break. Or maybe he was just toying with me for now. But he just studied me. Armin said I wouldn't need arrows out here. He said it was just a surveillance strip. Nothing more. Nothing less. A small knife. That was all I had. And maybe I should have realized that this was my lucky day. I was face to face with something wretched. Something beyond what I had encountered previously, and it was trying to disembowel me. This thing, some god among the werewolves, was just watching me. But all my training led me to think of the glory, of the success. Success today just meant getting out of here alive. I could take out the royals, and I could kill whatever this thing was too. I could do all the things that no one else could handle. I could complete the tasks that Milo had run away from. The beast cocked its head as I pushed my hand into my pocket. I watched every move, every twitch of the fur, every flicker of the ear. Were more coming? Was he just waiting so others could drag me from this tree? Or was he just curious? My fingers curled around the cool metal. I pulled it out, keeping it concealed in my palm, then behind my back as I flipped the small blade out. He could sense it then. I didn't know if it was the scent of the silver that carried in the air or if he had the same ability as a housepet to sense tension, to know that tight shoulders and tighter breath meant something was coming. It didn't matter. It was too late for him. Practice certainly made perfect. All those years of attacks just like this meant that the blade flew out of my hand at just the right movement. It sliced through the air, heavier than an arrow, but just as deadly, and the trajectory was set right for the beast's eye, coming at him too fast for him to dodge, to even straighten his head. It would pierce the delicate flesh of the eye and plunge far enough to strike the brain. A clean death. I adjusted him a tree, already preparing to strut away. There was a sound as the blade hit, a muted thump, then a soft noise as it hit the fallen leaves on the forest floor. I couldn't process it for an instant. The knife was supposed to be in his eye. He was supposed to be lying on his side, barely cling to life if he was even able to draw breath at all. But he was standing. The knife was discarded, and the eye that should have been pierced was still locked onto me. No blood, no brains. No cries to help as life slipped away. A snarl ripped from his mouth. One howl would bring a team of vicious fangs right to me. I had no other weapons. I did the only thing I could. I flung myself out of that tree. And I ran. The forest that I had been so diligent to map out was a blur now. All those notes, those thoughts of what I would need to do in emergency, they all vanished. All I could focus on was the sound of paws striking the earth behind me, and trying not to calculate how little time I had before those long legs ate the distance between us. I had kilometers to travel to get back to my car. He only needed to close a few meters between us. I barely stood a chance against a normal werewolf when surprise and weaponry were on my side. Against him, I had nothing. I would be nothing. My boots slid over the soft moss of a rotting log. Even a fraction of a sec as spared to mistake was too much. I found the last kernel of my strength, the kind reserved for death avoidance, and I forced my body to operate in a way it never had before. Arms pumped at my sides, legs stretched to their longest strides. Lungs burned. Eyes watered. The forest that should have seemed magical now appeared to me as a death trap. Greasy mud that I could slip in. Dense moss that sapped my momentum. Uneven ground that could twist ankles. Low thorn bushes grabbed at my calves. Shaded areas schemed. Hiding threats. Babbling brooks mocked me out loud as they slowed me. And the staggering descent that I had skirted around on my way in now felt like the gates of hell closing me in. A sheer well of wet, slippery rock stood before me, curling my fingers like talons. I leapt at the steep living wall. I had never been much of a climber, but now seemed like a fantastic time to try it out. I held and stop. Wouldn't let myself give up. If I was going to die, I was going to die fighting. A feral growl ripped from a mouth behind me. I just stayed low and begged my trembling arms to work harder. Each movement broke nails, strained muscles, soaked my clothes. I pushed on, forcing myself to draw upon everything I had when I heard claws scratch against stone. He was coming. I heaved my body up that short cliff face, grateful that I was hunting werewolves. Wolves could not climb. But when I glanced over my shoulder, I saw that he had found the less daunting route that I had taken to get down. Nose to the ground, he followed the path I had laid out so beautifully for him. The chase resumed. My speed, it was slipping. I could feel it in the groan of my joints, in the heave of my chest. I had given it all. I had so little to spare now and what felt like miles to go. My ears tuned into the world behind me. His pace sounded slower as well, not the pounding of paws moving at full speed. It was off, almost sluggish. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and there was the black nightmare, tailing me with almost the exact same distance we had started with. And for just a heartbeat, I thought I was right. His legs were moving as if he were lazily loping behind. But it must have been a figment of my imagination, because an instant later, he was indeed sprinting for me, and I was racing for my life. A hard ride around an ancient tree bought me a few more seconds, but they were sucked away when my leg got caught in the mud. It was all such a give and take. A moment gifted to me because I was able to grab onto a low-hanging branch and swing over a creek. Seconds scraped off as he cleared a mass of roots I got tangled in. The canopy that the trees created broke apart with a suddenness that startled me. I blinked against the blinding sun, cursing. My inability to see didn't stop me from running, but it did slow me down. But the sun, it meant that I had cleared the forest. I whirled around, facing the creature that pursued me. The animal that should have been dead in the forest with a knife jutting from its eye. Bloody irises stared back as he moved, pacing along the edge of the forest line as if the sun would sear his fur. He could have killed me. He should have killed me. But he only snarled and turned his back to me. When he disappeared into the dense foliage, my body gave out. Knees cracked against the gravel road I wound up on, and I emptied my stomach. Chapter 11. Those blood-red eyes followed me in my nightmares for the following 2 evenings. I would wake up in a tangle of blankets, breathing hard as I rubbed my arms. Sometimes, when I woke up, I thought I could feel his jagged teeth piercing my skin, claws tearing at my flesh, but the horror constricting my throat didn't trump the nausea in my stomach. I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to consider it. Even putting a name on it made it seem too real. But were these vivid dreams the beginning? Was I succumbing to wolf drain? Is this how it had for my parents or for Milo's family? Dreams that felt like they were real. Sickness that followed throughout the day. I couldn't differentiate between my rattled mind playing tricks on me and genuine symptoms. We knew so little about it and spoke even less. Anything could have been a sign that the end of my sound mind was coming. The sickness and fear clawing at mine were so intense that when I went to visit my parents, I awkwardly forced my father's arms around. His grip was limp the entire time I sobbed against his shoulder. Part of me was so desperate for relief that I even wished that I was at their stage of wolf drain, too oblivious to know what was happening. Ignorance could be bliss if one let it be so. A kind aide had found me when visiting hours were over. She convinced me that healthcare workers were angels when she carefully pulled me away from my father and held me in her own arms until my embarrassing outbursts ceased. I resigned myself to the fact that I would be seeing Dawn and Armin today. I was certain that I would get ripped apart from my massive failure, but on the other hand, I was struggling. Never before had my work felt so solitary. I couldn't get the words out of my mouth when Cassie would ask me what was wrong. But being alone, being trapped in my own mind, it could only be described as torture. When it was finally time to return to the compound, relief spilled out of me. They would know what to do. They had to, because I could not carry this alone. "Hello, dear," Dawn greeted as soon as she saw me. "Come," said I, "just put on a fresh pot of tea if you're interested. Our men will be up in a moment." I took a moment to make myself comfortable at one of the rickety plastic tables they always had set up. This was my life now. This was it. Avoiding my own home. Scraping comfort out of a set of vacant parents. Hoping that black tea from my boss would fix everything. When Arm appeared Dawn and I had started sipping on our drinks and she had fished out a container of store-bought cookies. I chewed half-throatly on one to be polite and also because I couldn't remember the last time I had eaten a proper meal. "How did it go?" Arm asked, setting down a handful of rolled-up maps and documents. Shit. To his credit, he didn't fly off the handle immediately. That came after his cup of coffee was plunked down on the table and he seated his pudgy body on the chair with a huff. A hand scraped down his face and I knew it was coming. "How did you fuck up something so simple?" My spine straightened and my chin rose. "Everything went well. I did as I was asked to do. Documented everything. Wrote down oddities. I was able to spot the main cabin. I made sure nothing was amiss. No one was nearby. And I climbed a tree so I could have a better vantage point as I wrote down and drew up the important parts. How about you get to the important parts now?" So I did. I told them about the beast that I encountered. How his eyes had locked onto me. How he had watched me but didn't attack or signal for help until after I had made the first move. I left out nothing and made a pointed comment about how I only had one single silver knife in my arsenal. "I've never heard you admit that you missed," Arm said, taking a deep slurp of his coffee. "I didn't miss. Well, HES still alive and well enough to chase you. I would say you missed. I hit him. The knife was going straight for his eye. And it just didn't make contact. I saw it. I watched it. You were probably in a crazy state of mind. I felt every muscle in my body stiffen then. My mind. It felt like it was all I had left in this world. And maybe he was right. Maybe I was slipping. Because it didn't make sense. It was possible that the knife should have been embedded in his brain, but somehow lost. The laws of science wouldn't allow it. "Do you think it's wolf drain?" I asked, my voice trembling. "We don't call you Huntress because you make mistakes. And it was one time. Obviously, he didn't close enough to hurt you. I wouldn't say it's close enough to cause any lasting damage," Dawn stated, placing her hand over top of mine. Arm didn't look so certain, but in fairness, he also didn't look particularly concerned either. "How was the trail in? Does it seem reasonable?" I blinked. A little stunned for a moment. Not even a flinch of emotion out of him. But maybe that was a good thing. My fears weren't worth talking about for more than a few seconds. Always onwards and upwards. "I mean, it seems okay, but not great. Lots of obstacles, and there's a very steep section that you can't walk up. You have to scramble up it. And even then, it's very slow. Plus, very far from the road. If I have to get out of there fast, there's no chance." He unfurled a map and stroked a hand over his jaw. "Probably for the best. If that animal went back and raised the alarm, they might be on higher alert in the area. We need to look at our other options. And this time, you need to stay hidden. And you need to kill them both at the same time. That mate bond. It will drive them mad. We will have enough problems to deal with, without an angry monarch trying to avenge their lost spouse or whatever they are. And the kid. The kid has to go. Can't leave her alive, otherwise the ruling system stays in place. You know how they are. Alphas for smaller groups that report to the king and queen, and all of it being hereditary. He said it as if it were all common knowledge. Can you explain this a little more to me? I pressed. Arm and rolled his eyes, but said, the werewolf's come has a very rigid structure. You are what your parents were. Alphas rule their packs. Often, alphas are described as humans would describe abusive partners. They are controlling, possessive, and brutish, though most packs have a second in command. Betas don't have much power. The alphas then report to the royals. Ajax, who was born into the position, and Keiko, who is mated to him. I don't fully understand the whole mate thing, I admitted. And you won't, Dawn stated, sawing her teeth over her lower lip. To be honest, I don't think werewolves understand it. But all you need to know is that they are tied together. They are drawn to one another, and once the mating process is complete, there is no getting them apart. And when one werewolf kills another's mate, wars are started. Right. So kill them both. I managed. Kill all three. Arm erected. If the girl lives, so does the hierarchy. And what happens after the family is dead? I pushed. Well, they are going to have to find another leader. Arm and stated, folding his hairy arms over his beer belly. They are primal bastards. No reason or logic within them. They will start off being civil, but it's only a matter of time before they start puffing their chests and fighting for the crown. They'll tear themselves apart. What happens to us? I demanded. It was so subtle, I almost didn't catch it. But I watched Dawn's eyes flash to her husband, then quickly back to me. So far, the likelihood of me returning from my quest was slim. We go into hiding. We move into the city for the time being because they will be all over this area, hunting us before they decide to start hunting each other. And once the heat dies down, we move to another town surrounded by packs, and we start again. While they tear each other apart from the inside, we keep picking them off from the outside. Chapter 12. I ended up at Milo's house a couple days later. I wasn't sure why or how, but I did. One moment I was buckling up to go get groceries. The next I was pulling up to a driveway I had only seen a handful of times. Armand and Dawn hadn't offered me the comfort I so desperately needed, and I was crumpling so fast that when I opened the CAF with Casey, she could practically smell it on me. I just needed someone who knew. Someone whose eyes wouldn't glitter with optimism. Someone who wouldn't push me or tell me what an honor it was to be selected. To his credit, Milo didn't look the slightest bit surprised when he found me outside his door. He just invited me and then offered a listening ear. And I didn't hold back. It was impossible. There was no way that I was getting out of there after killing all three of them. It would be a miracle if I even got a shot at all of them. If I made it home again, it would be the stuff of legends. While I was many things, I wasn't sure if I was legendary. Milo listened to each and every one of my concerns. He didn't tell me that everything would be all right. He didn't tell me that it was for the greater good. He just acknowledged what I was saying with simple nods and short questions. After what felt like hours, I finally felt that I had said it all. I raised the full teacup to my lips, surprised that the liquid had gone cold. So you aren't backing out, he said, somewhere in between a question and a statement. No, I'm not. And I didn't come here so you could convince me otherwise. I warned. I could feel my hackles rising instantly. I won't. This is your choice. I know what it's like. Of course. That's why I had come here. Because he knew what it was like to watch your family fall apart. He knew what it was like to feel helpless and weak. And he knew what it was like to risk your life. Then wake up and do it all again the next day. I think you need to spend some time practicing, he announced after a moment of silence. It sounds like Dawn are ready to toss you into the ring without prepping. At least we can make this routine for you. Make it second nature to release those arrows and the sprint like your life depends on it. Dawn and Arm and just want it to be over. Milo didn't show a flicker of emotion aside from a tiny flinch. If they were so desperate to end this, they could have done it themselves by now. Come on. Let's go out back. They'll set up some targets and we can try and figure out some plans together. I don't even know what my pathway into the royal lands looks like right now. How are we supposed to plan anything? We will do the best we can with what we have. I didn't know if it was confidence or determination that rang out in his voice, but whatever it was, I didn't have it. I suppose one of the nice things about living in a piddly mountain town was that privacy was very much a thing. Milo's home backed onto a steep cliff face. His nearest neighbor was almost 1 kilometer away. The nosy neighborhood watch was really just a chittering squirrel high above, so no one batted an eye when he pulled out old target from his garage, positioning to at regular height and one low. Then, we got to weapons choice. He had always been a fan of knives, claimed they were great for throwing decent distances and intuitive when things got a little too close. I was more of an archer, leaning on knives when I had no other options. Unfortunately, the reality was that neither were ideal for mowing down 3 individual targets as quickly as possible. The gun would have been best, but we hadn't been able to get the coatings just right yet. Milo sat on the sidelines, timer in hand as I went through my options. Or tried to. At least, I dispensed arrows with ease, knowing that the feel of the arrows and the bow were different from my own but using them just as easily. They thumped into the targets with no complaint, both hitting an almost perfect bullseye. I swiveled towards the third, my body moving on autopilot, because this is what I knew. This was what I was good at, and I needed to be quick. Milo was watching every move, thumb over the stopwatch, and I saw the lowered height. My bow tipped down. It was meant to represent a child, a little mixed girl who sometimes wore her hair in pigtails. According to the thoughts I had seen, a little girl who could go to school, who could collect stickers and dribble ice cream on her chin. A young life that had barely just begun. I felt the bow leave my hands, tossed to the side as if it had scalded my skin. "Oh, that's the problem," Milo murmured, calmly standing from the camping chair he had set up for himself. "Fuck, I feel like this is just one of 1,000 problems." I confessed. A wave of emotion rose, clogging my throat briefly before I pushed it down. I know what she is. I know what she can become. But it doesn't change anything. I wish it did, but... "I know," Milo murmured. He approached so casually it was like he hadn't just watched me obliterate to targets. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I swallowed down a frustrated cry and withdrew it. It must have been Armand, calling to lecture me, or Cassie messaging me to see if I was okay after this morning. Frankly, I dreaded both of them equally. Ryder's name shone up at me, and it was like heavy clouds had parted around my heart. The vile sickness that festered within me cracked just enough that I felt my mouth curl ever so slightly as the ends. A simple text message stared up at me. Got off work early. "You free?" "Ryder, huh?" Milo said, shamelessly staring at my phone. "Who is he? I've never seen you smile that." I almost told him that I used to smile at him like that, whenever he turned away from me. Milo used to be the one that caused butterflies to erupt within my belly. Instead, I forced my grin away and tucked my phone in my back pocket. "No one. Just a distraction." "Are you sure a distraction is what you need right now? Sounds like you already have a lot on your plate," he pointed out, jutting his chin towards the targets. "Murdering a child. A suicide mission. A shell of a family. A distraction is perfect for me right now," I assured. "Do you mind if he picks me up from here?" Milo just shrugged. "Not at all." Chapter 13. The good, reliable Honda pulled up to the end of the short gravel driveway. My heart gave out a feeble thump in my chest, knowing that I shouldn't be so excited for something I called a distraction but unable to help it. I might have wanted to be the cool girl in a leather jacket, rolling her eyes behind sunglasses, but to be that girl, I probably shouldn't have been giddy just thinking about hearing his voice, watching his eyes glow. Playing it cool and distant went out the window as I all but skipped to the car and pulled the door open. "Nice place you got," Ryder commented, and his voice was certainly as perfect as I remembered it. I glanced out the window at the little house. Behind it towered a mountain, and it was tucked in a little pocket of trees, like the world was bending to welcome it. blue siding the color of an angry sea and a little bird feeder hanging off the porch, somewhere that many people would call paradise. And it could have been mine if I was the only one footing the bill for my parents' extensive care facility. Milo was fortunate that his extended family had banded together and was taking care of their own. All I had left of my paychecks was enough to pay for the little shanty I rented and insurance. It's not mine, I admitted, though some part of me begged my mouth to form a lie. It would have been so easy to paint a perfect portrait for him. I think he would like that girl, the one that could own a house like that. I guess I didn't expect any less. When I raised an eyebrow at him, he added, "You refuse to tell me your name. Why would you show me where you live? It would be tragically out of character for you." It was just a tease. I knew it was from the way his eyes danced and the corners of his mouth tugged upward. "Georgia." "What?" Ryder murmured, all trace of his humor gone. "My name is Georgia, and I wanted someone to remember me when I didn't come back. Someone who didn't know me with a bow and arrow. Someone who wouldn't wonder how the great huntress went down, which wolf had taken her out. Just a guy, remembering the way I all after how quickly I had fallen in love with a kitten that could never be mine." Ryder's fingers fluttered off the steering wheel. For a moment, I thought he was going to touch me. My mind flashed to an image of him caressing my jaw in his palm and slowly drawing my lips towards his. I would lean in. We would share the same air. A hand fell on the shifter between us. I stayed right where I was, cursing myself for thinking that anything would even happen. We left Milo's house behind, but the wanting stayed in the back seat of the car, coming right along with me. "So, do you have a plan?" I asked to break the silence. I so desperately wanted to be the indifferent girl who gave cold shoulders without even knowing it. And I feared that he could somehow hear the desperate thoughts in my head, or he could see it all written so clearly on my face. "Of course. I have a plan. There is a hike around here that I thought you might like. Easy, mostly flat, but ends at a nice little waterfall. Fairy Creek Falls is the name." No, I blurted before I could stop myself. I knew that hike, and I knew there was a werewolf pack circling it every hour of every day. It was a miracle that more people in this town were riddled with wolf, drained considering the popularity of the hike in proximity to the pack. There was no way I was setting foot in that area without a dozen arrows and a couple of knives. God forbid one of them knew my scent. I would be pulled limb from limb. "Oh, do you not like hiking?" he asked. There was still kindness in his voice, but a slight furrow in his brow now. I do. I just have done that hike a million times. Sorry, is there something else you would like to do? To be honest, I'm not super familiar with this area yet, and I do spend most of my time working or crammed in a hotel room. There's a local brewery, I suggested. His fingers tightened on the steering wheel. I don't really drink. I felt like my mind was scrambled. This was a mountain town. People came here to be outside. But the reason I was here was because the surrounding areas were filled with werewolves. I couldn't just stroll around a lake at my leisure or scramble up a mountainside without feeling like something was watching my every breath. So few people came here to stay indoors. There weren't many amenities or attractions. "How do you feel about bagels?" I asked, feeling rather stupid. I am always down for a bagel. I can admit to being a terrible navigator as we drove through the town. I used to abstract directions and often too busy babbling about random facts or scenes passing by to notice an upcoming turn. Thankfully, we made it in one piece, and whatever mood I had thrust upon Ryder had vanished by the time we arrived. If he thought my idea was silly, he didn't show it while he studied the dozens of bagel flavors, all made in-house, and seemed genuinely pleased at the sandwich that was prepared for him. "So this is what you wear to work, or did you go home and change so you could take me hiking?" I asked, gesturing to his outfit. Only he could look that good in crewneck and top, quality hiking pants. It was fair. "This is my work attire." Huh, I pictured security being more about clean suits and high-tech devices. Or, at the very least, a black shirt that says security on it. Not me. Never been a really formal guy. I sipped my matcha as I pondered what to say next. I hadn't been on a real date, or even a fake date for that matter, in years. Small talk eluded me, and all I really wanted was to crack him open, to learn every secret, every tick he had. I wanted to know what drove him to success, what caused him to break down into tears. I didn't want the beginning stages of a relationship, the careful acting that kept the truth behind tightly sealed doors. But we weren't dating. We might never date. And I had no right to the depths of his mind. I tried my best to appreciate my drink and snack instead. Tried to be pleased that I was finally consuming something I hadn't prepped. "So, what do you do for fun?" he said after a moment of silence. Should have been an easy question. Turns out, it wasn't. I couldn't even remember the last time I had fun. What does anyone do for fun? I sputtered back. I should have expected an answer like that from a girl who wouldn't tell me her name. Leaning back in his chair. "Fine. I'll go first. I usually spend the majority of my time in towns like this. It had impacted my interests. You could say. I like hiking, mountain biking, skiing in the winter. You know, all the usual things. Did you grow up in a town like this?" "Not quite. We were in Saskatchewan. A little too flat for mountains for the most part. But your work brought you out here. Mountains are more suited to my clients." I snorted and shook my head. "Are you going to tell me who your clients are?" There was fluidity to the movement as he ran a hand through his dark hair. For a brief second, I thought I felt the silken strands pulling through my own fingers. Thought of the way his eyes would close and his lips would part at the touch. I immediately sat on my hands, blinking myself back into reality. I wouldn't be very good at my job if I just spilled secrets left and right. I gave him a tense smile. My heart wished this get-together would last forever. My mind wanted it to end before I could do anything else to embarrass myself. "Your turn. What do you do for fun?" "Video games. Mostly. Sometimes movies too." The truth was bleak, but at least it was honest. While at home, before everything fell apart, I used to make fun of my brother for being so obsessed with his games. Then, and reception, when it was just me, I became so lonely that I wanted something. Anything. To remind me of the life I had. I bought a console and some games. Whatever time I had to myself was usually spent like that now. "You any good?" "Not particularly. I love games with good stories that I can really get into. Games with fantasy like dragons and vampires are always good too. There's one game that I really like where you're trying to learn secrets of a dragon people and defending villages and going on quests." My tongue was suddenly tied in my mouth. I was rambling. This man who scaled mountains for fun certainly didn't care about my fascination with fictional worlds. But when I peered up at him through my eyelashes, I saw that steady stare and a half smile. What I was hoping for was something like Mario Kart. It would make me feel a little more accomplished. "I have that too, of course," I added a little shyly. Well, I'll witch. Next time I get off work early, we'll play a couple rounds. See who is actually better." I felt twin blotches of warmth on my cheeks. I would like that very much. Chapter 14. I was steady. Steadier than I had ever been while balancing on a thick tree limb. I knew this as well as I knew myself. My core tight, keeping me upright. My legs bent to have a low center of gravity. My arms moving with a smoothness that could only come with years of practice. I was at peace, feeling every breath in my lungs, every whisper in the woods. One arrow, a perfect hit. Another arrow, a little bit, a middle off the middle, but a kill shot by my books. My upper body twisted. A third arrow was readied, but when I looked at the lower target, I only saw glittering eyes and heard the laughter of a little girl in my ears. I was picking off someone who never got to experience their first crush. Someone who never knew what a principal's office looked like. Someone who wasn't even old enough to worry about acne or their driver's test. "Get running," Milo barked from down below. Though my ask was incomplete, I didn't question his order. I swung down from the shaded canopy of the tree into the full spring heat. It was an unseasonably warm day. Not a time when most sane people would be sprinting, but this is what I had to do. The werewolves would not be slower if it was hot or pouring rain. They would push their bodies as hard as they could in their defensive mode, unbothered by the elements. I had to be the same because we were not postponing because of a little drizzle or a heat wave. So I ran as if my life depended on it. I thought of the black beast with red eyes being hot on my trail, and I tore through the forest, mindful of every inhale into my body, every extension of my leg, every placement of my foot. Anything could take off a second, and I would not have seconds to spare. If I burned out too fast, if I didn't let myself get enough air, if I twisted an ankle, it could be all over for me. The blind panic and adrenaline would give me speed, but mistakes would eat it up. I listened to my body and the world around me as I went, trying to find signs, even if I couldn't understand them. Had I always been so out of tune with my own body? Had the wilderness always harbored so many secrets? How had I gone so long without knowing how fast I could run or what the birds in the tree were trying to tell me? When I returned from the 5-kilometer trail in the forested area, Milo was waiting for me in a lawn chair, looking like he was about to crack a few cold ones with his friends. When he heard my rough pants, he clicked a button on his stopwatch. Terrible time, H. Great. Thanks. I managed, grabbing a waiting water bottle and slugging down half of it immediately. The run was okay, but your shooting times were terrible. I'm starting to wonder if 3 arrows are the best option. There might be something faster. And you didn't even let me finish, I complained. Milo said nothing for a moment, just brushed back his hair from his brow and turned his gaze towards the sky. The mysterious, thoughtful boy that I had crushed on so hard for so many years returned. I ignored him and drank the last of the water before placing my fingers on my wrist to check my heart rate. It thundered away under my gentle touch. I'm going to ask you a question and I want an honest answer, he stated. Am I not always honest? He only stared at me while I wiped some of the sweat off my face. I knew what he was saying. Sure. I trusted him with my life and I would like to think that he trusted me with his as well. But I relied on him to save me while I didn't even know his middle name. While I didn't know where he grew up, or what music he listened to. Sure, maybe they weren't blatant lies, but secrets were lurking below the trust we had built. The fact that we damn near lied for a living didn't help that. Do you care more about completing your task than you care about getting out of there alive? My mouth fell open with the obvious answer. Of course. I wanted to survive. Any sane person would. I didn't want my journey to end there, on enemy lands with creatures tearing out my intestines with their teeth. I wanted to come home and hug my family at the end of the day. But if that meant coming home without a victory, if that meant facing Armand and just to tell them that the Royals lived on, I want to make it out alive. But I think about starting over, pushing the whole team back to square one. I said, my voice hardly above a whisper. One strong gust of mountain wind would rip the confession away from me. You can't kill the kid. You can't even pretend to kill the kid. I have to try. I was still breathing hard from my run, but the blood I tasted now came from the sickly feeling of death in my stomach. But you don't, he argued. There are other people, other ways. If Dawn and Armin want them dead so badly, they can do it themselves for all I care. Unable to sit still, he jerked up in the lawn chair, looking fired up. It was the most emotion I had seen from him since our last meeting at the compound. I just lowered myself into the soft grass, my legs no longer able to hold me. Did you have some kind of issue with them? Is that why you left? Milo blinked several times as if my question had surprised him, then slumped back as if the fight had been sucked right out of him. They aren't really all that likable. At least, Arm and Decent. But it's not why I left. It just didn't feel right anymore. When Wolf, Drain first affected my family, this gave me a purpose. Now it doesn't feel like purpose. It feels like a chore and I have millions of unanswered questions. His gaze suddenly narrowed on me. But this isn't about me right now. It's about you. I'm fine. There was no pushing me and he either knew that or simply didn't care, because he let the conversation drop. only to move on to a more uncomfortable one. What about that writer guy? Your distraction. What about him? Milo had been the guy I wanted so desperately for so long. Talking to an old crush about a new man was a strangeness that I couldn't take right now. And looking at Milo, comparing the way his lips were always pressed into a tight line to Ryder's easy smirks made me wonder how I had ever even considered Milo as an option. Are you guys dating? Seems odd to start a relationship when you know that you're walking into a death trap. He said it like he had picked up rotten fruit at the supermarket. We aren't dating. I stated firmly. I already told you. Yes, just a distraction. A distraction that was coming over to my house tomorrow. A distraction that filled my head when I needed to chase away the nightmares. Well, you can keep him as your pretty little distraction, but I'm going to keep training you. I'm going to be keeping you alive. It sounds like we only have a few short weeks before they want to throw you into the den. We'll figure out the fastest combination together and get your stamina up. I'll make sure you come home. Shess a huntress, trained to take down werewolves, but Shess also a woman with feelings, desires, and a life she loves. And then, just when she thinks Shess found a balance, Shess captured by the enemy. Now Shess got to face the queen, who's not just a ruthless leader but also a mother. It's a story of conflicting loyalties, unexpected empathy, and the fight to stay true to yourself. So, are you ready to join me on this thrilling journey? Chapter 15. I couldn't remember the last time I'd given my living space a thorough cleaning. After returning from my second scouting assignment, a crucial step in my meticulously planned for phased strategy to determine the optimal entry point, I was convinced my feet couldn't ivity. Yet, as I sank into a hot bath, the soothing water served as a stark reminder that Ryder was due to arrive, and my apartment resembled the aftermath of a tornado's destructive path. The irony was lost on me had been raised in an immaculate household where deep cleaning was a sacred ritual preceding any guest's arrival. Now I was living out my mother's worst nightmare, surrounded by chaos and clutter. If she could see my current state and truly comprehend it, she'd be utterly appalled, her face contorted in a mixture of shock and disappointment. As I soaked in the tub, an nagging thought persisted. Didn't I deserve a clean home for my own sake, beyond merely presenting it to others? The question hung in the air, challenging my self-perception. With renewed determination, I hauled myself out of the bath and set to work, accompanying my efforts with one of my favorite playlists. The upbeat rhythm pulsed through the apartment, infusing energy into my tired limbs. Who decreed that cleaning must equate to suffering? I whirled around my kitchen wielding a broom like a dance partner, then glided across carpets with a vacuum cleaner that predated my existence. Its familiar hum a comforting backdrop to my impromptu cleaning concert. Humming along to the music, I attacked the toothpaste splatters on my bathroom mirror with vigor, watching as they disappeared under my determined scrubbing. The kitchen sink, once a breeding ground for mysterious organisms, surrendered to my assault of soap and sponge. The mountain of laundry, which had seemed insurmountable just hours ago, became manageable when approached one garment at a time. As I folded and tucked each item into drawers, I marveled at the sheer volume of clothing I possessed, a fact only apparent when everything was neatly organized. I tackled all those long, neglected tasks, from dusting baseboards to sanitizing toilets, each completed chore adding to my sense of accomplishment. As I stood in my now gleaming living room, surveying the fruits of my labor, a peculiar sensation stirred in my chest. It wasn't quite pride, not quite happiness, but a small ember of warmth igniting within, a feeling of contentment I hadn't experienced in far too long. I felt human, not a robotic counter attendant serving customers day in and day out, not a cold-blooded assassin dealing lethal blows. I was simply a young woman, in my own space, doing something for myself, and, of course, preparing for the imminent arrival of an attractive guy. My next challenge was selecting appropriate attire. True, all my clothes were now clean, but my wardrobe consisted primarily of utilitarian pants with countless pockets and moisture-wicking tops. I aimed for a comfortable look, but not excessively so. I didn't want to appear as though I was trying too hard for Ryder's benefit. This left me pondering the makeup dilemma. How much was too much for this ambiguous encounter? While leaning over my dresser, I gave a frustrated sigh and almost slammed the drawer shut. I needed someone for this. I needed a friend I could call and lean on. Someone who would giggle over my options and tell me that yes, I could wear mascara. Or no, I shouldn't, because it looked like I was trying too hard. But like my home, friendships had been neglected and had fallen apart. I eventually decided that if I could deliver a killing blow, I could also dress myself. Buttery black leggings were pulled up my thighs along with an oversized tourist shirt that I had picked up in New York on a family trip. My slightly damp hair was pulled into a messy braid that trailed down my back like an auburn rope. With 5 minutes to spare, I pirouetted around my home, making sure that anything personal, strange, or dangerous was put away. The last thing I needed was to have a conversation about why I owned so many daggers. Then he was at my door. I almost stripped the damn things off the hinges to get to him. Hey, he greeted, already thrusting something into my hands. While I stepped back to let him in, I saw that I was holding a nice wooden board covered with an assortment of cheeses and meats, along with some fruit and crackers. Hi, this looks amazing. But you didn't have to bring anything. I said the words, but my mouth was already watering. Like the terrible hostess I was, I hadn't even considered feeding him. This was a blessing. Come on. You finally tell me your name and you invite me to your place. We have to celebrate. He slung off his light jacket and hung it on the hooks. Wait, this is your house. Right. I cowled and even blame him for being skeptical, yes. Well. I mean, I'm renting, but it's mine for now. The corner of his mouth curled ever so slightly, but he said nothing as I gave him a limp tour. It mostly consisted of the tiny kitchen, the smaller bathroom, and the living room where we would be spending most of our time. To be frank, it never looked quite so sad to me, all mismatched and tattered. Are these your parents? He asked, owning in on a small picture I had on the coffee table. My throat immediately closed, cutting off the thoughts of inadequacy. It was the photo in my bedroom with my parents in wheelchairs. This was taken years ago, before wolf drain had struck them. I had a beautifully practiced smile on my face, the one I perfected for photos with friends, and my parents shone from behind me. Standing on the beach in Spain with my whole family seemed like a lifetime ago. My brother was as stoic as ever beside me, refusing to smile for the camera. I remembered thinking that I would hate him forever, as siblings do. I just didn't know it would become a reality. Yeah. I finally managed. We all went to Barcelona when I was still in high school. That must have been an amazing trip. Is that your brother? Yes, awesome. Does he live nearby too? Whatever lively feeling had filled my chest before evaporated, leaving me wanting to crumple inward. We don't talk anymore. I don't really know where he is right now. I didn't add the part that he had abandoned me and my parents when things got hard. Shit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean you didn't know. I reasoned. I gestured to the couch I had purchased used 3 years ago. We can talk about serious things after I kick your butt. One of the things I knew about myself was that I was ridiculously competitive with absolutely everything I touched. Maybe a smarter girl would have reeled Ryder in by planning the cute and sweet card. Once I had a controller in my hands, I didn't care about any of that. I was a menace. The only times I left Ryder get ahead of me were when I knew I could intentionally sabotage him. I drifted around courses, swearing at every minor inconvenience, and doing a very impolite celebration every time I won. Ben would shovel snacks into my mouth and carry on to the next round. I could have played for hours, like a child who finally found someone to play Barbies with. I forgot who I was even racing against until I felt his leg press against the side of mine. I felt each of my muscles contract with the sensation. How had I forgotten he was right there? How had I gone from a cleaning frenzy to treating him like a best friend in a matter of an hour? But when I turned to face him, there was only softness in his features. So I guess that proves it. You're better at a child's game than I am. Oh please, I'm sure I could wipe the floor with you in anything. I challenged back, but my focus was still locked on where our bodies were touching. Well, I know how to quit when I'm ahead or just holding on to a scrap of pride. Ryder cleared his throat, almost seeming a little uncomfortable for a moment. I had gotten used to the way his knee bounced beside me through all of the races. But it's pet up now. You did say we could talk about serious things after you have proven yourself. And I would say my ego can't take much more of a beating. I surveyed my surroundings. Had I left out anything else that would damn me to another conversation I cowed and get around? Had I said or done something wrong? I knew my personality washed for everyone. But surely, he had already seen bits of me, had returned of his own will. It cowed and ten because he lost. And if it was the end, wouldn't he just fade instead of confronting the issue? Yeah, sure. I blurted, forcing a grin. The casual, careless smirks I had grown used to in the sparkling eyes that I found mesmerizing were now tense. I'm sorry if this is a little forward, he began. I'm just a really big believer in honesty, so I'm just going to be blunt for a little bit. I just want to make sure that you don't currently have a partner, that I'm not stepping on anyone's toes by being here or spending time with you. The last thing I want is to damage a relationship I don't even know about. No, of course not. I've been single for I cut myself off. He didn't need to know that. I'm not seeing anyone. Okay. His fingers absently fiddled the buttons on the controller that was dwarfed by his hands. I didn't know if it was butterflies or knots in my stomach. Are you open to a relationship? Yes. It came out to eager. To fast. If he didn't know that I was entirely captured by his laughter and demeanor, he certainly knew now. Some part of me pleaded to change the answer. I couldn't do this. I couldn't handle this now. I had other responsibilities. I needed to be engaged and clear-headed for the time being, not swayed by fancy cheeses and figs. I didn't care. Are you implying that you would like to be in a relationship with me? Now Ryder had relaxed back against my couch. Humor danced over his features. Or maybe it was something closer to satisfaction. I couldn't tell, but it warmed the cavity in my chest. We don't have to label it right now, but I would love to see where this goes. And just like that, the handsome distraction became my boyfriend. Kind of. Chapter 16. When Cassie asked if I could cover her shift at the CAF almost 2 weeks later, I knew I should have turned her down. I had too much to do and this was not how I needed to be spending my time. But the fluttering warmth hadn't left my belly and I felt like I couldn't deny anyone anything at this point. So I scrubbed the floors and stocked pastries with my head completely in the clouds. A few of the regulars even commented on my positive mood. My dating history was not extensive beyond high school. I had tried and failed to keep a handful of relationships afloat after my parents got sick, but my CAGNS and their inability to understand made things fall apart. Still, even with my limited history, I knew this was good. Very good. A couple days ago, Ryder and I had gone on a date to a newly released blockbuster movie. It felt so normal to sit in the dark with his thigh pressed against mine. 1 drink and 1 bag of popcorn between us. When a jump scare occurred, I flailed like some desperate damsel, finding myself clutching Ryder's arm, barely biting back a shriek. After I apologized in rushed whispers, he had just laughed and eased his mouth against mine. First kisses shouldn't have mattered much anymore. I was a kid with distorted ideas of love, searching for a prince with a glass slipper in his hand. But kissing him had been something different, something I couldn't even put into words. One hadn't been enough. I had almost followed him when he pulled back. Just a taste. That was all I had been given. And I felt like I was addicted. The idea of kissing him filled my mind when I should have been focused on literally anything else. The following days I had barely been bothered by a hurricane. I returned to scout out new route to the Royals. I had trained relentlessly with Milo until we found the perfect combination. Each time my muscles screamed at me or I felt exhaustion creeping into my bones, I thought of Ryder, how he had accidentally sung along to a punk song and blushed crazily when he realized. How we both admitted to loving terrible movies, especially with poorly dreamt up demons, or the kiss that would not leave my mind. At least, not until a massive man walked up to my counter. "Hey, 1 second. I'll be right with you," I called over my shoulder, placing the clean coffee cups on the counter. When I spun to face him, I realized just how huge this guy really was. I had to crane my neck to look up at him. I was average height for a woman, if not then a little on the tall side. He towered over me like I was a dandelion among a spruce tree. The t-shirt would have been baggy on most fit men, but it was tight to his body, hugging his biceps and his pecs. I subconsciously took a step back. "What can I get you?" I forced out. The man grinned, his teeth gleaming at me, but I was studying his eyes. They were so red, as if he had spent the previous hour rubbing them. Was he on drugs? Drunk? I couldn't smell anything on him, and the rest of him appeared normal. Too large, but normal. A flat white. "Please," he answered. He had one of the lowest voices I had ever heard. "To stay or to go?" "To go, please." I had a job to do. I knew that. He was just a customer, and if he wanted to pump his body full of steroids, that was not my problem. Even so, my body felt tight as I turned my back to him. Vulnerable. Hair on my arms raised as I prepped his drink. I should have been in my element. This was my home as much as my house was. But I just strained to hear something. Anything from behind me. But as I spun around to give him his drink, he was texting away on his phone, only offering me a smile when I set the drink down. His fingers closed around mine as he grabbed it. His warm touch startled me, as if I expected his fingers to be ice cold. My gaze snapped up, only to find him already watching me. The bloodshot eyes flickered once over my features before his grin returned and he pulled away. "Sorry, my bad," he murmured, stepping back. I gave him a tense smile and all but ran to begin prepping sandwiches. A couple hours later, I gave another werewolf hunter the reins, but my day was not finished. I parked the old Subaru outside of Dawn and Arm and Des' home, feeling the warmth and tenderness from my date finally drift away. And the feeling only got worse when I entered the little compound, finding both of them waiting for me. "Oh, you smell like cinnamon buns," Dawn sighed as she hugged me tight. Arm and didn't even bother to rise from his chair in greeting or so much as nod his head. I settled myself down on a nearby chair, hearing it groan under my weight. "You've lost weight," Arm commented. And I had. I had never been the kind of girl who looked like women in magazines. But even less so now. There were no soft, subtle curves. I was rigid muscle. I no longer represented what was traditionally accepted as femininity. I was an athlete, a powerhouse. I've been running and lifting, I said flatly, which was a lie, but certainly not the whole truth either. I didn't know how they would react if they found out I was still seeing Milo. Good, he muttered to himself. "Your body is going to have to be strong. Once you get on their land, you'll stay there until the task is done. We have limited intel on them. We don't know their movements, but we can't risk getting you in doubt more than once. Cassie is going to be waiting in a car on the trunk road for you." I didn't realize we were so far into planning, I said, gnawing on a piece of celery. "We move on Wednesday," Arm and stated. "Wednesday," I repeated. The gears in my brain were slow to catch on. "Like in today's Wednesday, yes. The team has been notified to pack up their belongings so that we can move on. A new owner for the CF is going to open it on Friday." Just like that. My entire life was being uprooted. I had known this was coming and I had been doing was obsessing over a man, but "We will make sure your parents are taken care of." He roared there. "We'll tell you all where we are going on Thursday. But it might be best if you pack your stuff now. We don't want one of them figuring out where you live and waiting for you or something similar. You just focus on what you have to do. You aren't going to be more ready than you already are. Huntress, this is what you were born for." Chapter 17. On Tuesday night. My body was thrumming with anxiety and I wished so badly that it was the normal giddiness that filled me whenever a new rider was coming over. No, I was a wreck. because I knew tomorrow morning I would be leaving my home and there was a fairly good chance I would not be returning. And if I did make it back, I would be wrapping my life up in neat little plastic bags anyway, leaving everything and everyone I loved here behind. No more sleepy mountain town. No more regulars at the coffee shop. The good news was that my arsenal had been restocked. I had enough silver-coated arrows to take down a small army. For knives of varying sizes had also been provided, especially designed for throwing. The other two for closer range emergencies that I would hopefully not have to use. I had spent my morning with Milo, inspecting each piece for imperfections, then deciding how I could put them on my body for the smoothest access. I was thankful for every second Milo spared me because I knew he didn't owe me or the rest of the werewolf hunters a single thing. He had an eye for things that I skimmed over, and he knew tricks that allowed him to walk away from situations that should have killed him. It was the only reason that I kept my mouth shut when he asked me what options I thought would save a few seconds. The tightness in my shoulders, the constriction of my chest told me that a few seconds were not going to matter. I was going into the den. Surfacing again was going to take a goddamn miracle, far beyond something that a few weeks of training could offer me. It was what drove me to see my parents again. I knew my mother didn't care when I walked her through a basic skincare routine, just as I knew my father didn't understand me when I babbled along about the car. It didn't stop me from sobbing softly into my hands when I told them that I was going to be moving away for a while. Armand and Dawn had offered to move my parents to a new facility, but I didn't want my parents to go through the stress, especially if they were moving to follow someone who might never come home anyway. Maybe I should have spent my last few hours rehearsing the plan, making sure I knew every step of it. I didn't care. I had called Ryder up as soon as I left my parents' facility. He answered on the second ring and seemed delighted that I had found a terrible movie about mutant sharks attacking a small island community. I was slicing up a cucumber for a veggie tray when he let himself into my home. Part of me thought it was a little early for the comfortability, but I reminded myself that I had lustful thoughts the very first time I laid eyes on him. Social norms aside, all of this felt right. "Hey, Georgia," he greeted, as per usual. His mouth saying my name made my legs weak, and as per usual, he came with his arms loaded with goodies. "Did you know that the local brewery also makes pop?" I had no idea. "They have a black cherry cola and a grapefruit soda." He placed them on the counter, pushing them towards me, not risking root beer. I teased as he pulled me into his arms and planted a kiss on my forehead. It was amazing how something could be exhilarating and second nature all at once. And it was crazy to me that I wanted it, that I was happy to have him hold me so casually, as if it were as natural as breathing. I did nudge him away so I could continue prepping the vegetables though. "I drank that garbage because I'm a gentleman. I will not be doing it again," he stated. "You subjected me to pop-punk covers in the car afterwards." Ryder was someone I envisioned blushing often, but this seemed to be a soft spot for him. His cheeks heated and he shook his head. "That was an accident. I forgot that I was listening to that playlist, but you told me that you didn't mind them. Besides, I listened to all kinds of music. I was just reliving my angsty teen years. You can't tell me you didn't have side bands and blast rock when you were younger." I actually didn't. I did bleach my hair blonde though. Hated the color of it because some lacrosse guy that I had a crush on said he liked blondes. So I spent my weekends going to lacrosse games that I didn't care about or roaming around a mall to find products that would keep my fried hair from falling apart. Ryder snorted at that. "We wouldn't have been friends back then. It's even a little hard to picture you like that." He was right. Of course. I would have hated this little rented house, would have turned my nose up at working at a coffee shop and not some big corporate job. Things change. But they do. A few minutes later we were settled on my old, lumpy couch with the veggie tray and our craft sodas. We took turns guessing what would happen within the first 5 minutes, but it was hard to keep my attention on the screen when his arm was wrapped around my shoulders. Was this what it was supposed to be like? Was I supposed to feel this attracted to him? Was every touch supposed to send sparks down my arm, deep into my belly? I tried to stay focused. I really did. The movie was awful and predictable, just the way I liked them. Sharks attacked. Humans fought back. The threat changed. Humans were eaten. Useless animal jargon was thrown around, as if the writers suspected the audience didn't know anything about nature. We were right on track for the humans to win, but my attention kept drifting to Ryder. When he would celebrate his correct predictions, when he would laugh at an absurd scene which was all of them really, I found myself watching him more than the film. My fingers itched to trace the line of his jaw that was covered in stubble. I wondered what those lips would feel like under my gentle fingers, or the noises he would make if I nibble his ear just right. "You aren't even paying attention," he pointed out. Those mercury eyes never leaving the screen. "Maybe you just lied to me about liking shitty movies so you could pretend that we have a common interest. I think that with another man, I would have blushed furiously and blurted out an excuse, or said something sharp-tongued that would make him recede. With Ryder, I didn't feel the need to lie. Slowly, I reached up and brushed my fingers over the soft skin just behind his ear, drifting into his thick, dark hair, all just because I wanted to. I wouldn't lie to you about that. I just got a little distracted. That's all," I whispered, letting my mouth drop closer to his ear. "Georgia, it was a warning. And tonight, I loved a challenge. I decided that I didn't want my mind to be filled with what ifs anymore. I didn't want to wonder about how he would respond to certain things. I wanted to know." When my hand reached the back of his head, I curled my fingers, tugging on his hair. Then I undid suction. I leaned in, letting my lips brush against his ear as I said, "How am I supposed to focus on anything but you?" "Georgia," he repeated, his tone shifting to one I hadn't heard yet. "Yes, Ryder." One moment I was toying with him, fully aware that I was playing with fire. The next I was straddling him. I didn't know who moved first. I just knew that he was between my legs, that my hands were gripping his shoulders and his face was level with mine. Christ, it made me catch my breath. "I love hearing you say my name," he confessed, his fingers gripping my hips. I didn't care much for words in that moment. I couldn't. He was beneath me. I felt like I could hardly breathe, much less make coherent sentences come out of my mouth. I lowered my lips to his instead. The movie was completely forgotten when he kissed me back, for how gentle he had been previously. His aggression stunned me now, arms wrapped around my waist, pulling me to him while he let out a moan, like he had been waiting for this for far too long. He tasted unlike anything I could describe, a blend of warm spices and sweetness that made me cave into him. His tongue brushed my lower lip, subtle and smooth. I opened for him immediately. Wild, heady thoughts filled my mind. Having him under me, only my shorts and his pants separating us. I thought of wicked, unholy things, like how he would smirk at me from between my thighs, or how he would moan when he slipped inside me. I could feel how rigid he was already. It only pushed my fantasies farther. I could take him to my room, or we could make good use of this couch. There was no point in complicating the process. A large hand came upwards. My chin caught between the thumb and the forefinger. I only had a second to mew in protest before his mouth was on my jaw. Hell. "Georgia, you're going to break me," Ryder groaned, bucking his hips hard. His voice was gritty in my ear. Then he was kissing my neck, gently at first, like he was testing the water. Just soft kisses, barely enough for me to even feel. I squeezed his shoulders hard, pressing my breasts against his chest. With each exhale, I was repressing the urge to tell him what to do. But he knew. When I pushed him, he pushed back. He started leaving wet open-mouthed kisses on the side of my throat, trailing downwards. Teeth nibbled on my collarbone. I just whimpered. The kisses remained rough, surely rough enough to leave a mark, but he began making his way back up. Slow, calculated. I didn't understand. It felt just as urgent as before, but the pace was painfully sluggish. I wanted it. I wanted all of it, and I wanted it now. I fisted his shirt, trying to pull him to me. There was a pinch of pain when his mouth met the base of my throat. right in the slope between my shoulder and my neck. I was melting for him. I was soft clay that he could mold any way he wanted. He pushed me back. My body went rigid. His head slumped forward, his brow resting against my shoulder. For a moment there were no sounds outside of our heavy breathing. "Ryder," I whispered gently. He stayed perfectly still, not moving as I released my hold on his t-shirt and shifted back on him lap. Dread built. "Oh my God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come on to you like. I'm sorry if I read the signs wrong." His head lifted then, and I watched his mouth move as if he were running his tongue over his teeth. Finally, he spoke. "Don't apologize. I wanted it. Fuck. I still do. Well, we can. I just think that maybe we should take things a little bit slower. That's all." His breaths were coming in a little easier now, the smile on his lips tentative, but warm. Somehow, it didn't settle the swarm of bees whirling around my mind. "We don't have to rush. We have time, and I really want to do this right. All of this, but I'm not going anywhere. Georgia. Not for a long time. You don't have to worry about that." He vowed. I have forgotten that I should have been worried about that. He might not have been leaving any time soon, but I might not be coming back. Chapter 18. The next morning, I was off to change the history of the world, whether common humans knew it or not. I pulled on a pair of camouflage pants that had been purchased for me and a neutral shirt. All of it was specially designed to control scent. In theory, if a deer could not pick up my scent, neither could a wolf, which was why I was not taking any food with me, no matter how it was packaged. Surely me slamming a pepperoni stick into my mouth would grab attention I didn't want, and that was fine with me. I wasn't feeling particularly hungry anyway. Once my hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail and I had rechecked my gear, I called Cassie to come pick me up. The ride was awkward. I knew she wanted me to say something. I didn't feel like I owed her anyone else any words at this point. If I wanted my last moments to be in silence, then so be it. When we arrived at the drop-off spot, I dawdled off to the ditch, wrinkling my nose as I smeared mud onto my cheeks. There were other options, sure, but Armin convinced me that this was the best. Using a cosmetic could carry a smell. This would help me mask any odor I was carrying too, making me smell just like the nature around me. It was just unfortunate that I was covering my own smell with something so pungent. Then, and only then, did I force myself to talk to Cassie. "I know Armin gave you strict orders to leave after 3 hours. Follow them. I have my cell phone on me. I don't think you'll have service when I'm on their territory, but I'll text you when I'm out." "Okay." Cassie's throat worked as she swallowed, unable to meet my eyes. "I don't want to leave you. I don't mind waiting all day if that's what you need." I never thought that I would say it, but deep down, I didn't want her to leave either. Now it was too late to say those things anyway. Hey, they don't call me Huntress for nothing, right? You'll get it done and be home before you know it. In the meantime, I don't want you getting in trouble with Armin. Go home after your 3 hours. Okay? We don't want you raising suspicions while I'm in there. If they see a car parked here for that long, they might come investigate. Right. She nodded her head repeatedly as if she were trying to convince her heart as well. Just be careful in there. I will be. Promise. Then the long trek began. It was one of the cleanest routes in and out of the Royals' lands with multiple different lines to exit from. Since the first route was a mess and since I got caught there, it was an automatic no. With this option, there were very few challenges. No steep inclines. No ponds to weave around or creeks to leap over. And because it was so straight and flat, I had many options if I happened to get tailed or cut off, which really just meant that I could die running instead of cornered. For all of the anxiety that I had last night, I was surprisingly calm now. My mind was not racing with what-ifs. I was considering all of the time I would miss out on with my parents. I was worried about who would take care of them. I didn't think about my cell phone blowing up with missed calls and texts from Ryder after weeks of silence. I could do my best to face what was coming, but I could not control it. I trudged through the forest, hardly aware of the surroundings passing me by. The only thing I was searching for was wolves. Anyone other than the royals were explicitly not my target. However, that didn't mean I wouldn't defend myself if I came across one. I kept one hand on a small silver knife I had tucked away in my waistband. My mind kept returning to that black beast. I was sure that I had struck him. I was sure that knife should have made contact. And if my eyes hadn't deceived me, what was I supposed to do if I came upon him now? How was I supposed to kill something like that? Thankfully, it didn't matter. I ventured farther onto the royal lands than I had previously. Back when I first scouted it out, I hadn't wanted to be noticed. Now I still feared being caught, but I needed a clear shot for the majority of the area. It was only a small cabin with a couple outbuildings, but the cleared area must have been over an acre. I was cautious, scouting out every step before I took it, making sure no other soul was in the area before I moved. Then, I spotted a tree, one that would conceal me and bear my weight. Wide branches that I could perch on as long as I needed to. I climbed up that tree, becoming acquainted with each dimple in the bark, each fresh branch. This old being and I were going to be the best of friends for a while. It all seemed so strange once I reached my perch. I could see it all. A cute wood log cabin. A nice little shed in the back. A garden with little sprouts in it. Were they blooming flowers or vegetables? I knew that these creatures caused wolf drain. I knew that my family was torn apart because of these beasts had on humans. I knew all of that in my head. And I also knew that I had to end them. I had to cut off the head. But looking at all of it, something settled in the pit of my heart. It was all so normal. Really, the little vacation cabin was a place anyone in the wealthy community would want to retreat to. I could picture a woman kneeling beside her flower bed, tending to ruthless weeds, cursing them but enjoying her time outside. I could see a husband tinkering on his car or starting up a barbecue, and a child running around, shrieking as they leapt over a sprinkler. It could just be so. Human. But it wasn't. And I knew that. So I stayed in that tree. I kept my bow ready for the first hour, pulled tight and poised to shoot. When nobody moved, my arms slowly relaxed. Eventually, I adjusted my position, letting myself sit on the branch and allowed my legs to dangle. They regained some of their feeling while I toyed with one of my arrows. Then slowly, ever so slow, it became harder and harder to tell time. When had I left Cassie? The sun was moving through the sky, descending, but there was no way that hours had passed without movement. These were the royals. Surely, they were doing something. Anything. I waited and waited. I shifted, maneuvered, scouted, pretended. I did anything to pass the time. I watched for great beasts that roamed low to the earth. I studied birds and trees that were watching me just as curiously. I checked the sun what felt like every 5 minutes, in disbelief that so much time had passed. But the rumbling in my stomach told me that it was true. The water I had lugged in with me was only doing so much to keep me sated, and the sun would be gone soon. I had maybe another hour before it disappeared behind the mighty mountains, but I could do nothing other than watch, even when my legs screamed, even when my eyes blurred. I knew, but the intensity was wearing off. I had whirled around so many times at the sound of a shrub rustling, only to find the mischievous wind playing with my... I felt like I had prepared myself for every possibility known to man with Milo, but I hadn't been ready for this. For the boredom, for the ache in my bladder. The sun was fully gone now. I knew it didn't matter. I would not be returning home until an arrow had been released from my bow. But I was about to piss myself up in a tree just because I thought Armin might turn his nose up at me. Maybe, if I was lucky, I would stumble on a berry bush and have something to fill the bottomless pit that had become my stomach. Like always, I surveyed the area before descending, but it was getting harder. My eyes could hardly make out shapes in this low lighting. It was now or never. I scuttled my way down and made sure to count 300 paces before I relieved myself in the quiet of the woods. Then it was a long trek back to the tree that I had chosen. Part of me resented the peace of nature already as I stared up at it. I hated that I would have to climb back up it. Would have to lose feeling in my legs again. My fingers dug into the bark. That was when I heard it. All right. All right. It was a man's voice. I released the tree, whirling around to see light spilling out of the cabin. And in the doorframe was a silhouette that could only belong to a man. Tall and broad. Ajax, don't stay out too late. We are working on bedtime. A woman called out. Ajax, the king, the leader of the werewolves. Shit. I wased in position. I didn't have my knives ready. But there he was. In the doorway. It wasn't what I planned. It wasn't what I had prepared for so extensively. But it was all second nature to me. I pulled that string back as easily as I breathed. I focused on my target with the eyes of a sniper. One breath in. Steadying my hands. Steadying my head. One breath out. I moved to release. Daddy. It was a child. A little girl's voice. My fingers fumbled. My arrow soared. But it had gone astray. There was nothing for a second. Then a roar that could have shattered the earth. Ajax. The woman screamed. Clementine. Clementine. Come to mommy. My ask was done. It had hardly begun. I grabbed the silver knives that had been prepped for easy access so I could throw them after releasing my arrow. I held them tight in my fist and I ran into the darkened woods, away from the royals that I could not kill. Chapter 19. Knowing that I was going to die did not make me give up like I expected. The queen's scream could have shaken the earth to its very core, whether it was her intention or not. Her cries would sick her entire army after me. And they did. I barely thought of the weapons I still had on my person, including the ones I held in my hands, until I heard paws pounding the soft ground behind me. It sounded like a stampede of mustangs tearing up the rocky desert, but they weren't wild prey animals tearing up Nevada terrain. They were predators with the intelligence of humans and the physicality of one of the top predators in the animal kingdom, and this was their territory. How many were there? I didn't dare look. It would cost me time. It would make my heart stutter. And either of those things could kill me now. I focused ahead, pumping my arms, adjusting my foot placement just like Milo taught me. I thought I was becoming a machine of power and precision. I had a task and I could complete it. I would complete it. I just had to try hard enough. All I needed to do was get to the road. Surely them would stop their chase then, like the one with red eyes had. Surely, they would not cross out of their territory. If they did, the hull ran out behind me, piercing the air, and my heart. Such a loud call, telling all of them exactly where I was. Any of them that hadn't located me already would now, but they were still behind me, and that was all that mattered. My breaths were coming out of my lungs harder. I knew that it meant that I would be losing steam soon. How long could wolves run for? I had never thought of that before, but if their natural stamina outweighed my trained body. No, I could not think that way. If I was going to think that way, I might as well just lay down and bare my throat to them. I told myself that I knew this path. I told myself that I had outrun the red-eyed beast. These wolves had nothing on me. This forest would not keep me trapped. I knew the shrubs and the trees. I dodged and ducked as needed. At one point, I tugged along a thick branch as I raced past, then released it when I was clear. The whimper that sounded out as the tree slapped one of them should have brought me joy. It only made my stomach tighten. They were close, too close. A flash of white on my right startled me. No, it wasn't possible. But there it was. A white werewolf, barreling towards me from the side. I barely had a chance to brace my body for impact before the stocky body slammed into me. The knives that I had brought along for moments like this were completely forgotten. It was a blur. My feet were knocked out from under me. My hands raised up to protect my face as I went down. My knees hit first, then my elbows. A heavy weight pressed down on my spine. I jerked hard, throwing the pounds off. I needed to see what I was fighting if I had any chance of winning. My pair of knives must have flown out of my hands when I went down, because now my hands were curled into tight fists around nothing. I managed to flip over onto my back and immediately wished I hadn't. It was all a swirl of fur, snarling mouth, and dark eyes. I could barely see the canopy above. My entire vision was filled with nothing but those that would end me. Teeth sank into my right ankle first. I screamed out, jerking as I tried to reach for one of my knives, just out of my reach on my right side. Paws on claws were on my chest then, forcing me back into the earth. I swung without thinking, my palm slamming into the side of the werewolf's face while it stood in my chest like a gladiator posing with a fallen lion. It could at least wait until I was dead to gloat. I was rewarded with a snarl and foul breath in my face. My left wrist stung a second later, and I knew from the hot wetness surrounding it that I had been bitten yet again. This was it. I felt my body melt into the grass below for a moment. I had done the best I could, but like Milo always knew, I killed and hurt that child, and because of that, this would be my last memory in this world. I would get my throat torn out. My lungs would be punctured with claws as they ripped through my innards. The brain that stored all of my memories hugging my parents at graduation and a crying fit in kindergarten, it would rot in the woods. Every part of me would be gone. No one moved. Paws stayed planted on my chest. The teeth on my opposing limbs remained rooted, but they did not tear. They did not scratch. A light was coming in the distance. Many people described a light when dying, but I knew that this was not the case. The light moved and bumped as it neared, having no essence of godly glow to it, and I felt no release. A lantern, held by someone, or perhaps more than one person. Slowly, I could make out more distinct features, one smaller than the other, with a more feminine figure, 2 pairs of jeans, a plaid shirt for the larger male, and simple t-shirt on the woman. The woman's dark hair bled into the night, one not ending without the other. And I knew right then who was coming to kill me. It only made sense that she'd be the one to deliver the final blow. "You didn't make it very far," Queen Keiko stated. Her voice was strikingly calm considering I had flung arrow at her partner no less than 5 minutes ago. "And you'll be absolutely heartbroken to know that Ajax is going to make a full recovery. A shot into the shoulder wouldn't bring down any werewolf, much less a king. If your little clan wanted him dead, they should have sent someone more capable to do it." I said nothing, only studying her. Surely, there had to be something sinister about her. She couldn't be guiding this group, hurting all of these people, and appear just like any other human woman would. But the lantern only illuminated almond-shaped eyes, a small nose, and knotted hair. I felt like I could pass her in a mall or while walking in a park. "Not very chatty," she mused, cocking her hip to one side. "That's fine. For now. The only reason these wolves aren't shredding you into little ribbons is because I'm hoping you're going to share some things with me. If you are cocky enough to shoot the king of werewolves on our own land, then hopefully you'll be brave enough to answer some simple questions. And if not," she shrugged her slender shoulders, "bring her to the shed. We're going to have some fun with this little hunter." Chapter 20. The queen asked me if I would walk myself. I said nothing to her, though I was sure if it was because I felt like I couldn't speak or some part of me was too stubborn to verbally answer her. She took my silence as answer enough and nodded to 2 women who appeared out of the darkness somewhere. It was all very methodical. A wolf stepped away, a creature inhuman from bound the limb before I could even consider moving it. The process was repeated until I was tied like a little calf at a rodeo. And like those little calves, all I wanted to do was scream and thrash. I was then tossed over a male's shoulder like a bag of trash. The queen led the group, never once glancing back at me. They all moved forward with frightening uniformity. Humans and wolves padded through the darkened forest side by side. None of them bothered to even cast a glance if I was bound. A couple people approached the queen for brief moments, and I was able to catch snippets of conversation as we walked. "Clementine is all right, but Chef's very upset." Keiko nodded once. "As soon as Ajax is properly bandaged up, she can stay with him. They'll come to her as soon as I'm done, to just please keep her inside for now." We don't know if more of them are lurking around. The person fell away, dipping back into the darkness of the woods. A sound wafted towards me, almost like seams tearing. I did my best not to think about it, but it was all around me. My head was bouncing with each step, my mind a little murky as I tried to wrap my mind around what just happened. But everywhere I looked, they were there. Gray wolves that were light on their paws, white wolves that were now coated in mud, brown ones with eyes so human it was hard to tear my gaze from them. One way or another, I was dead. They didn't even have to skin me alive, though I was certain that Keiko would love to do that at this point. All these wolves this close to me meant that there was no way my brain could survive. Wolf Drain was coming for me. We found a cell phone, someone said, falling into step beside Keiko. My heart leapt into my throat. No, not my phone. It must have fallen out of my pockets during my desperate attempt to flee. It would take one text to Cassie to the whole team out here. One call to Milo could bring it all crumbling down. Without thinking, I squirmed towards the talking pair. The man holding me made a feral noise in the back of his throat that immediately halted all of my movements. Can we get it to turn on? Keiko wondered. No, it was in a puddle when we found it and is in pretty rough shape. I'm not sure if we can salvage anything from it at all. Do what you can, but I'm not too worried about it. The relief came as quickly as the panic had come, as much as I hated to admit it. Even while I was bobbing on someone's shoulder, I could see the clear and concise way that the Queen commanded, and I could see just how much her followers respected her. There was not a glimmer of doubt. If anything, they all shone with adoration. Were they all so happy to follow her every command, even when it meant giving vulnerable humans like my parents a lifelong disability? Were they even aware that they had such an effect on humans? Would they even believe me if I told them? The main buildings came into view, and I was stricken with just how little distance I had covered. It felt like I had been running for miles before I had gone down. But it was all right here. And from the outside lights on the main cabin, I could see the glint of eyes in the opposing forest. So many, too many of them. I had been a fool for ever thinking that I was going to make it out of here alive. The group walked past the cabin and towards a smaller outbuilding that was some distance away. When the door was opened on the small structure, I saw that Keiko hadn't been lying when she called it a shed. I guess that even werewolves needed to prune trees and mow the grass every so often. Tie her to the lawn chair. Then I want no assent in here. Everyone else is going to be searching for anyone else that might be hiding. But her and I are going to have a little chat, Keiko ordered. And, as always, what she demanded was completed. I was dumped on an ancient plastic chair as if I were nothing more than a sack of old potatoes. With methodic efficiency, all 4 of my limbs were strapped down to the arms and legs of the chair. And, for the first time in my life, I prayed that I had wolf drain. And I prayed that it would act quickly, because with the way Keiko was looking at me, I knew she was going to get her answers out of me, even if she had to tear them from my very soul. For a while, there was nothing but the 2 of us and the sound of the old light bulb overhead buzzing. She just sat on an old paint can, watching every twitch and breath. I had to fight my instincts, forcing myself to keep my eyes on her, as much as I wanted to search for weakness in the knots. A sharp blade, or any kind of distraction. I knew in my heart that they were pointless, even if the knots failed, even if I could find a weapon and kill the Queen. I was not going to make it off their territory alive, and I was not going to get the chance to slaughter that little girl either. The mission was over. I have failed. The Queen stared at me with her perfectly human eyes, and I stared right back. When my people started dying suddenly, I didn't think some little girl with strawberry blonde hair was going to be the cause. Keiko said finally, running her eyes over every inch of me. I have to tell you, you aren't meeting my expectations. When I was sent to take down a king and queen, I thought I would find someone with enough power and influence to not have to do the dirty work herself. I spat back. At that, she smiled and leaned back against the wall. If you think that any one of those wolves would deny the opportunity to rip out your throat, you are very wrong. However, you went after my mate. You could have hurt my little girl. I take that very, very personally. So, and be the one that finds out all your little secrets. You're going to tell me who you're working for and exactly where to find them. You're going to sing for me like a fucking bird. I snorted. What makes you think I'm not doing this alone? Maybe I just hate having scum so close to my home. Maybe I'm mad that my people are dying too. She ran her eyes over me again. Please. I know that you aren't capable of doing this all by yourself. So tell me, who is pulling the strings? As if I would tell you anything. It was a knee-jerk reaction. She was goading me and I had slipped up. I was hoping you would say that. She purred. Now we get to see just how attached you are to those fingernails as we rip them out one by one. And don't worry. I definitely have someone to do that for me. Chapter 21. The pain of having a fingernail ripped out of my finger was not something I expected. I thought it was something I could grit my teeth through. In my head, I would look past the man wrenching the fingernail from my nail bed and meet the queen's eyes with steady indifference. That is not what happened. The pain was sharp and fast. It tore up my arm, feeling like I had just plunged my wrist into boiling water. A scream was ripped from my lungs before I could even consider holding it back. It was hot and cold all at once. It made my chest constrict and my mind turn to ash. When the pain subsided enough that I could bring awareness to anything other than my arm, I realized that tears were pouring down my cheeks and breaths were coming in and out of my lungs so raggedly. It was a miracle I hadn't fainted. Tell me who you're working for, Queen Keiko demanded. Did her voice sound a little off, or was that just the ringing in my ears? I couldn't tell. And frankly, I didn't care. Because as the sharp pain was gone, but a throbbing had replaced it. I felt each pulse of my body through that finger, each time my heart pumped, and it stretched through my hand, making me grit my teeth. You have a lot of fingers left to go, and I have all night. She pressed. I think, if I had eaten anything within the past 12 hours, I would have vomited on the shoes of the man pulling my nails. I don't work for anyone. I lied. Maybe she would believe it this time. Hell. With the way my mind was consumed with the pain, I was almost starting to believe it. But I could just tell the truth. I could just confess. This could all be over. I just had to say those little words. Or any words that would make her believe me. Liar. Keiko snarled. Do you think I'm stupid enough to think that all of this could be a coincidence? Do you expect me to believe that you know nothing of all those wolves that we buried? Wolves that had arrows just like yours sticking out from them. Knives like the ones you lost embedded in their skin. You're going to tell me the truth, or Noah is going to pull another. Keiko. The man. Noah. Groaned. He sounded a little sickly. Or maybe that was just me projecting onto him. Last chance. She warned. I could not betray my team. Armand and Dawn had found me at the hospital. They dusted me off. They took care of my parents. They gave me purpose when I felt as if life was no longer worth living. Milo had fought to keep me alive when the others had sent me to die. And sweet Cassie had barely been able to let me get out of the car earlier. I would not repay them by sending werewolves to their front doors. I said nothing, tipping my head back and bracing for the pain. Do it. Like all of her other subjects, Noah always obeyed his queen. The first nail had come out quick, almost like he was well versed with this kind of thing. The second one showed me that he certainly was not familiar with the art of torture. It was slow and fumbling. I could feel every tug and every tear. I wailed and screamed for every second of it, relieved when the nail finally pulled free. I pitched my body forward as far as the restraints would let me, fearing that I was going to throw up anyway. Are you ready to start talking? Keiko asked. I didn't even know if I was capable of words at this point. My mind felt so muddled that I barely even considered that this could be the beginning of Wolf Drain. It only made sense, really. How long had I been around the werewolves now? At least a couple hours between being pinned in the forest, carried over a shoulder, and here with the queen herself and her henchmen. Was it possible that royalty drained humans faster? Still not feeling particularly chatty, the queen taunted, cocking her head to one side. I'm not going to tell you anything. I vowed. but it was getting harder and harder to trust myself. Something shifted then. Her almond-shaped eyes changed, as if she were taking me in for the first time. Slowly, her posture straightened. You tried to kill my mate and you could have killed my daughter. If you give me the information I need, I promise that your death will be quick. It is the only mercy I can offer you. I will never tell you what you want to hear. Very well. I won't lie to you and tell you that I'm particularly well versed in this whole torture thing. But I can tell you that the internet has lots of options for me. I could force feed you until you feel like you're going to explode. Or I can give you no food at all. Starvation seems like an awful way to go. Or dehydration. Apparently, it feels like your organs are cracking inside you. It was all gruesome. It was all vile. My mouth already felt dry. My stomach already so empty. And it all made me wish that I had just taunted those werewolves in the forest into tearing me apart. Keiko was a commander, not a diplomat. She was here to create relations. Could I just give up now? If I lied, would she offer me a smooth death before she found out that or was I just risking more torture and suffering once she found out that I had tricked her? My mouth opened, and I would have released whatever came to mind first, whether it be a taunt, a truth, or a lie. But the shed door creaked open. A silhouette filled the space, masculine and large. I saw auburn hair first. King Ajax, up and walking. He was very much the opposite of what I wished him to be, with his arm in a sling. He sauntered into the oversized garden shed as if it were a palace. The queen immediately straightened from where she sat, an entirely human expression of concern on her face now. Ajax, you're supposed to be resting. I was told, but I have a noise complaint to make. It's a little difficult to go to sleep right after I've been shot, and listening to someone scream makes it even harder. Sweetheart, I was entranced, watching their dynamic. It was so strange. All of it. I saw the panic in her features. I saw the mirrored worry in his face when she rose to touch his good shoulder. And right there, I saw the fear. I saw the tragedy that flashed in her gaze and knew that she must have been thinking his life. How close I had come to taking him away from her forever. As if she could read my mind, she whirled around to face me. I'm dealing with it, she stated. Ajax took a moment then to study me. I couldn't even tell the color of his eyes from this distance, but the way he looked at me made my chest want to curl into itself. Dealing with it, Ajax repeated, now blatantly staring at the bloody dents of my fingers where my 2 nails used to be. I can handle myself, Keiko pressed. You need to go lay down. You'll go rest once this is over and I can have you safe and by my side again. I don't want to leave you alone with this mongrel. Noah can continue on for a while, but I've already reached out to the team. Someone will be here in the next couple of days and we can count sheep while they try to crack her instead. They'll be much better at it than either of us anyway. Right? Keiko said, smooth her hands down her plaid shirt as if it were a fine gown. Noah, we're going to change tactics. There's a werewolf hunter who's been through hell. She's been tortured. She's exhausted. And she's on the brink of breaking. But then, her so-called mate, Ryder, shows up. HES supposed to be on her side, but HES acting cold and distant. She doesn't know who to trust anymore. And now, they're both trapped, waiting for a decision from a mysterious figure. It's a story of broken trust, conflicting loyalties, and the struggle to survive. You won't want to miss a single second of it. Chapter 22. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension as I watched Keiko, her eyes burning with an intensity that made my blood run cold. There would be no mercy, no reprieve from her wrath. Ajax's presence, which I had foolishly hoped might soften her resolve, seemed to have the opposite effect. His silent support only fueled her determination, a reminder of how close she had come to losing him in the failed assassination attempt. Arm and S warning reverberated through my mind, a haunting echo of my monumental failure. Eliminate both through. he had said, his voice now a ghostly whisper in my memories. I had not only failed to heed his advice, but had managed to incur their full vengeance by threatening their daughter. The weight of my actions pressed down on me, suffocating in its intensity. I watched as Keiko rose from her makeshift seat in the corner, her movements deliberate and controlled. She had been hunched over a cell phone, her fingers flying across the screen with purpose. Now, as she straightened, her face was a mask of cold fury, a stark contrast to the warm glow of the device in her hand. "What do you think?" she asked Noah, thrusting the phone towards him. I held my breath, dreading whatever plan she had concocted. Noah's usually stoic expression faltered as he looked at the screen. "Jesus Christ," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "My thoughts exactly," Keiko replied, a hint of satisfaction coloring her tone. The anticipation in her voice sent a chill down my spine. I felt my heart constrict as I observed Noah's reaction. His brow furrowed, head shaking almost imperceptibly. It was a subtle response, but far more than he had shown when Keiko had suggested pulling off my fingernails. "Are you sure about this?" he ventured cautiously, his voice with hesitation. "It seems a little extreme." Keiko's eyes flashed dangerously. "What would you do if someone shot your mate? What would you do if she had been successful and she managed to kill Ajax?" she challenged, her words dripping with venom. That was all it took to steel Noah's resolve. "You'll get some rope," he said, his hesitation evaporating. I should have been frantically searching for an escape route or at least something sharp to defend myself if I ever managed to break free from my bindings. Instead, I found myself staring down at my left hand, where two little stumps no longer had nails. It was a surreal sight, the blood and empty nail beds a stark reminder of the torture it endured. My body, however, wouldn't let me forget the agony inflicted upon it. The pulsing pain still coursed deep through those fingers, sharp and brutal, a constant reminder of my failed mission and the consequences that awaited me. Muddy pink runners approached me, prompting me to lift my head slowly. The queen stood before me. I could have sworn I watched pity flit across her features, but it came and went so quickly that I couldn't truly believe it had ever been there. "This is your last chance," she said, soft it was almost a murmur. "You can just tell me the truth right now and we can end all of this. That's all it would take." Just some simple words leaving my mouth. Arm and Dawn ordered me too. "There is a whole team of us. They are going to be untraceable once they realize I'm gone. I joined them because of what you fuckers did to my parents and to thousands of other innocent humans." I could have said any of those things and she would have killed me quickly and painlessly. It could all just end right now. Instead, I spat at her. A glob of my spit struck her cheek and I watched her eyes go wide. Then, very quickly, she became calm again. "String her up, Noah." And so, I was strung. A thick rope was looped over a low-hanging rafter of the shed and I was secured to that rope. At first, I didn't really understand what their angle was. Sure, my legs were a little tired from running and squat in that tree. Sure, the way they pulled my arms behind my back and tied them with the rope was a little uncomfortable. But it was nothing compared to getting my fingernails ripped off. I almost felt like laughing in their faces, even as they hobbled my legs together. This was it. This is what they thought was going to break me. Did they not realize what I had been through just to get here? I thought this was child's play. Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night," Keiko said, meeting my eyes with a knowing smile. "And while you're out here, you can comfort yourself with knowing that I'm going to be in my own home, relaxing, with my mate who is still very much alive thanks to you having the worst tame I have ever seen." The queen left without much fanfare. Her henchman cast me one glance before he shut off the single light in the shed and shut the door. Darkness enveloped me as a howl rang out. It took some time for me to fully grasp what was done to me. For a while, I only felt relief. I was alone, and no more pain was being inflicted upon me at this point. It felt like a mercy. Then time started to get a little sticky. Had I been alone for minutes or hours now, I listened to the sound of my breathing in the dark, trying to control the rise and fall of my chest just like Milo had taught me. And as I strained my ears to listen to my breathing, I heard a small scratch. Or maybe it was a squeak. My shoulders jerked tight again. Was it a mouse? I couldn't see a single thing. If it was a small critter and it just decided to crawl up my pant leg, I stomped both of my feet as hard as the hobble would allow as a deterrent. But without my eyes, it felt like my ears were working overtime. What was that noise? It sounded small. Was something getting closer to me? Maybe it was a mouse. Maybe it was a spider. Or maybe it was one of the werewolves. Just beyond the door. A werewolf could be circling the shed right now, waiting for me to do something rash. And God, right now, I did want to do something crazy. I felt like screaming and thrashing because my mind was now certain that bugs were crawling all over my skin and mice had ventured up my legs beneath my clothes. Breathing. I knew because the mind was a powerful thing and it could convince anyone of anything. I sucked in a hard, long breath, making sure that every centimeter of my lungs was full. Then I held my breath and counted to 10. Then a slow, steady exhale until I felt entirely deflated. I was okay. I was alive. Nothing was happening to me right this moment. But they had been so close. And so many of them. For so long. Was it possible that Drain had already taken my mind? It happened so slowly with my parents. But I had literally been surrounded by werewolves hours. I mean, they could be around me right now. Just outside the shed. Could I get Drain through walls? Was that even possible? And if I was already dealing with Drain, was any of this even real? Maybe I was already like my parents. I could be getting pushed around in a wheelchair right now with spittle on my chin. I could be alive and well in my body, but my mind could be trapped within itself, replaying this day. Who knew how many times I already lived through this? I was spiraling. I could feel it in my belly, hear it in my thoughts. I was falling apart at the very seams. What a clever queen Keiko was, leaving me trapped and in the dark, knowing that I could tear myself into little shreds and she wouldn't even have to lift a single finger. I was just tired. I was exhausted in my bones, and the darkness and the threat of tomorrow were messing with my mind. But I would be okay. I had been awake for over 24 hours at this point, and I just needed my rest. I focused on my breathing again. I didn't allow mine to stray for a single second. In and out, feeling my lungs expanding and compressing. The swirling in my mind was easing. Each breath came a little smoother. My eyes fluttered shut. My knees softened as my body tried to lower me to the ground. I just needed a little bit of sleep and I could form a proper plan in the morning. The rope binding my arms together jerked tight as my body slumped. My shoulders and tendons screamed at the awkward angle. My body jerked upright, my eyes flying open. I could not sleep standing up and I couldn't function without resting. It would seem that I had underestimated the Queen of Werewolves greatly. This was going to be the longest night of my life, and it started with me letting out a manic laugh that would have chased even the toughest werewolf away. Chapter 23. Step, swing, step, swing. It was repetition that got me through the night. Or was it day now? There were no windows in the shed. It could have been midnight or daylight. Or the sun could have fallen from the sky and I wouldn't have known any better. And a part of me was comforted with the fact that, for now, the world only consisted of me and this tiny shed. So I just shuffled right until my arms ached from the pressure. Then I turned my feet to the left and moved back to where I was. I found out that if I focused on the subtle movements of my feet, I didn't think about other things, like the violence of my stomach and how long ago I had eaten, like Drain, which had either already taken effect or was going to be doing so shortly, like the fact that I had two very angry werewolf royals that were going to do anything to get even a lick out of information from me, like wondering if dehydration would take me first or something else. Between my stomach, my throbbing fingers, my quivering eyelids, and the anxiety gripping me, I doubted it would take very long at all now. Or maybe they had already cracked the phone. Maybe they didn't even need me at all anymore and I would be left here to rot. Forgotten. I realized I had stopped my shuffling, and because of that, paranoia had come ripping for me. Step, step, swing. My legs faltered a little bit. The exhaustion was back. I adjusted my routine, adding an additional step. The strain on my arms and shoulders was instant. I gritted my teeth, letting my body lean into it a little more because, at this point, pain was the only thing keeping me awake. I barely slept a wink the night before I left, and I spent the entire day up in that tree. I must have been hitting the 36-hour mark now, if not farther. How long could the human body last without sleep anyway? And this was how bad I felt already. What was coming for me? I shuffled to the other side and leaned hard there until my mind was filled with nothing but the sensation of pain rippling through me. For a moment, I couldn't distinguish if the groan came from my mouth or somewhere else, until I was blinded by light spilling into the shed. I instantly recoiled, jamming my eyes shut until I heard the door just again and the buzz of the single light bulb. When my eyes parted again, I was grateful for the soft yellow lighting, but not so grateful for the woman before me or the manter. Keiko sat perched on her beloved paint can, her painted fingernails gently tearing apart some flaky pastry. "Good afternoon. Sleep well?" she asked, popping some of that buttery goodness in her mouth. When I said nothing, she twisted her shoulders to the man who followed her like a shadow. "She's still not feeling talkative today. Noah, do you think we should give her a snack? Maybe perk her up a little bit. Is she even worthy of your chef's cooking?" Noah asked. Keiko pretended to ponder this, tapping a perfectly manicured nail against her chin. "No, I suppose not." "Oh well, just leave it here for the mice," she said. Then, she tossed the beautiful strudel behind her. I couldn't control my reaction. I felt like a dog chasing a tennis ball. She threw the delicacy into a dark corner and my whole body lurched after it, heaving forward. My stomach was no longer growling. It was snarling knowing that food was so close. I didn't even care about the ache in my arms and shoulders as I strained hard against the ropes, wishing beyond hope that they would just break and release me. Noah lunged in front of Keiko the instant I moved, and with my body all twisted and weak, I still found it in myself to grin at the way he stood in front of her. He was like a goddamn pit bull. "Down, boy," I taunted, but my tongue darted out to lick my dry lips. What could a little human like me do anyway? Too much. Noah snapped back. I let out a laugh that was supposed to be sarcastic, but it came out of my mouth a little manic. I was losing it. I didn't know if it was the hunger, the exhaustion, or wolf drain, but something was sucking the sanity out of me. Finally, I slumped back, taking the strain off my shoulders. "Are you sure you don't just want to kill her? We could take her out back. There would be no mess to clean up afterwards. Come on, Noah. If anyone wants her dead, it's me. Unfortunately, I still think she's keeping secrets and I want them more than I want her dead. I don't know how valuable any information she could give us now would be. I think she's slipping. She could lie to us just to get out of it at this point. Maybe we didn't make the right judgment call with this. Well, affection. I am fairly new to this whole torture thing," Keiko admitted. Her dainty shoulders shrugged like she was talking about an art class she attended. "Maybe we could try something else. What do you think complete isolation would do to a human? I know what it can do to werewolves, so I'm almost afraid to wonder. Christ, I could almost feel those invisible mice crawling over me again. I could not be left alone with just my mind again. Not again, and not for longer." I felt my mouth drop open. I wondered if I was going to beg them to spare me. It was then that the door opened again. This time, I didn't have to flinch away from the blinding light. But what I saw made me believe that I had entirely succumbed to wolf drain. It couldn't be true. My eyes must be deceiving me. Dark hair, broad shoulders, silver eyes. Chapter 24. I was on the verge of screaming at him. "Get out, run. Don't try to save me. I'm already too far gone. Just save yourself." because the only reason he could be here was to rescue me. My mind convinced me that he had somehow followed me here, thinking I was acting strangely and had witnessed me getting kidnapped. "Oh, Alan," Keiko said, waving at him, waving him into the shed like she knew him. Like he was just some human with a hero complex. But she didn't know his name. For a second, I wondered if I had confused myself, if my mind was too muddled to know who was standing right in front of me. My eyes darted back to Ryder, back to the man I had kissed so roughly in my own home, the man who had taken me to Snugglekin's. I knew him. I knew the sound of his laugh and the feel of his hands. It was him. It had to be. And I watched him take in my state. He ran his eyes over me, a brief second of recognition filling his features before it vanished into nothing. It was just gone. Then there was vacancy. No lip curled in disgust. No narrowed eyes. No concern. No panic. Just completely blank. Not the face of a hero who had come to serve justice. "Ajax called me in. He said that you caught one of them," Ryder said. And hearing his voice was just another confirmation. Another punch to the gut that it was in fact him. I didn't know him for long, but I felt like I could pick his voice out of a million. "Like a rabbit in a snare," Keiko said, grinning. Her dainty hand with a fat dime and ring gestured to me. "I would like to introduce you one of the werewolf hunters that has been terrorizing us. She just happened to shoot Ajax with one of her arrows. So now chef's enemy number 1. Keiko then turned to me, the grin remaining glued to her features. "What a special treat for you. You see, Ryder Allen is the man we have to go after scum like you. He has been studying your little werewolf hunter gang for as long as you have been around. He'll know just how to make you crack. Look at her. Look at her." Noah piped up. "She looks like she's going to piss herself already." Noah might have been right. I believed what was before me. But it was also impossible. Ryder was human. He had to be. I would know. I was sure how. But I had been training for years. There's no way one could be hiding right under my nose. In my own home. And he would know nothing about werewolves because so few humans did. This was just a game. My mind was cracking. It could have been the wolf drain. The dehydration. The hunger. The lack of sleep. Of a combination of all of them. It didn't matter. This was true. Ryder was not here. It was just some man I was letting my mind get the better of me. I lowered my gaze to the floor and took 3 breaths in an effort to steady myself. "Are you sure she's a werewolf hunter?" His voice swirled in my head and I jammed my eyes shut. This was happening. Well, a witch, well. She was the one running away through our lands in the dead of night with a silver knife in her hand right after my mate had been shot with a silver arrow. I would say all signs point to her, Keiko stated. And if she was the one who shot him, she's going to know who did. Obviously she was ready to kill. One way or another. I just kept my gaze on the floor and focused on what I could control, my breathing. In and out. In and out. This nightmare would end eventually. I just had to get over this hurdle. That's all this was. A blip. A twist of the mind that would pass. My suffering would end soon enough. Was there anyone else in the woods? It seems odd that this would be a solo attack. I don't want to put all of the blame on a single person. Or maybe even the wrong person. If there are others. There it was. There was the proof that my mind was slipping. Ryder's voice was never that flat. It always buzzed with enthusiasm, wonder, dissection, humor. It was never so monotone. No one else was found. After we dragged her back, I sent out 3 teams to search the area. Not even another scent trail was found. I don't doubt that she's working with others, but she was definitely the only one on our lands at the time. Keiko confirmed. There was a moment of silence, and in the dead quiet of that shed, I felt like the ringing in my ears was becoming violent. I had to do something. Anything. Step. Step. Swing. I fell right back into my night habit without giving it a second thought. "How long have you had her like this?" Ryder asked. I kept moving. Didn't even flinch at the sounds invading my mind. Lies. All of it was lies. A while. Close to 20 for hours at this point. Keiko admitted. When was the last time she had anything to drink? Something to eat? He pressed. It was still so flat. I raised my head, no longer wanting to stare at the old hiking books that were making me feet ache. The mercury eyes that had watched me coo over a tiny orange kitten were studying me now. There was not an ounce of emotion in them, though. And the second our gazes met, he glanced away, only having focus for Keiko. Whenever she gave herself water or food last, she hasn't had anything while she's been an hour. Care? The queen was picking at her manicure, but there was a firm grimace on her mouth. How long has she been like this? Pacing. She shrugged. Hard to say, and thinking that it started sometime during the night. She had a lot more fight in her yesterday than she does now. Maybe we pushed her too far. We might not be able to get sound answers from her anymore. That's my fault. She shot my mate with a silver arrow. And Clementine was outside. She could have. I understand, Ryder said. Maybe we should have waited for you. But my emotions got the best of me. I just wanted to make her suffer. But now, you do what you think is best. Ryder approached me. I sized up this image that my mind had created and almost marveled at how inconsistent my imagination was to reality. Ryder was not stoic. He wouldn't be able to look at me in this state without flinching. His mouth wouldn't be in a firm line as he untied my wrists from behind my back. But there were some things that my brain did get right. His scent or the way my skin tingled every time we touched. Are you sure that's a good idea? Keiko asked. I don't even know if her legs would carry her out of this shed. To be honest. His touches on my flesh were brief, and doing the knots with efficiency. If we want anything out of her, we need to get her head on straight. Once the brain starts to slip, it's hard to tell fact from fiction. Was it ever? My arms fell limply by my sides as soon as the rope was released. The feeling of having them in a normal position was heavenly, blood rushing through my veins in excitement. But as if to prove his point, my legs gave out. The exhaustion caught up to me, no longer being held at bay by searing pain or consequences. I fell right against Ryder, feeling an arm curl around my waist to support me. My hands flopped forward without a pinch of grace onto his chest. Warmth flooded my body, as if it had already forgotten what had happened to it. Who did this? Ryder rumbled, his voice low. When I was able to hoist my head upward, I saw his gaze locked onto my fingers and the bloody stumps where my nails had been. I did, Noah stated. I was released from Ryder's grip, my body swaying weakly, and Ryder was lunging at Noah. Chapter 25. For how prepared Noah was to take me on. He was not prepared for Ryder. He came at him like lightning striking. Ryder grabbed Noah just under the ribs and threw him down to the musty floor of the shed with a fleshy thump, making Keiko shriek and jump out of the way. The two of them were brawling while I was sinking to the floor ever so gently, my head pounding and my body aching. It was hard to process what I was seeing. My eyes were blurry. My brain was murky. Someone threw a punch. Someone else blocked. Ryder was on top for a couple seconds. Then Noah wrestled him to the ground. There was shouting coming from both Keiko and Noah, but it was Ryder that was silent. Teeth gritted and hands clenched in fist. His entire focus was Noah, even when King Ajax burst into the small shed, taking the last of the space as he entered. What the hell is going on? The king snapped. Neither of the two seemed to even notice he had entered, but Keiko just sighed. I don't know what it is with your species, but there is always a need for fighting. I figured the two of them would get whatever it is out of their system. Ryder just snapped when Noah admitted to pulling her fingernails out. Which is stupid. If HE is going to be mad at anyone for that, it should be me. I was the one who ordered it. Ryder's head snapped up at this. A brief pause gave Noah a chance to land a solid punch just along Ryder's jaw, sending him sprawling. Noah took the second to dart out of reach, but Ryder now only had eyes for the queen. You ordered it, he demanded, blood gleaming on his teeth. Of course, I did. Who else would have? Keiko barked. Now if you two are done, we can carry on. But Ryder was done. At the confession, he staggered to his feet, the blow to his head obviously disorienting him. It was enough though. It was slower and more sluggish than I anticipated. But he was going for the queen next. I knew the real Ryder wouldn't put his hands on her, but I was terrified of what this Ryder might do. An arm was extended out, connecting with Ryder's collarbone and jerking him backwards before he could get within reach of the queen. And the looming presence that was Ajax was now between him and Keiko. Taller than Ryder by at least 2 inches and more muscular, the king leaned over him, keeping a hand on his shoulder and gripping hard as he steered Ryder away from his mate. What the fuck are you thinking? She ripped out her fucking nails and tied her up like some kind of animal, craning to get around Ajax. The king held firm. What does it matter? That girl shot at me, could have killed my daughter, and has probably slaughtered dozens of us. At this point, I feel like we've treated her too kindly. I understand that this might not be your style, but the hunters have gone too far. What are a few fingernails after everything they've done to us? It's just fucking barbaric. Ryder muttered, scraping a hand through his hair. Was he shaking or was it just my mind? A better question, was any of this real at all? If you have an issue with it, you can take it up with me, Ajax stated, releasing Ryder and folding his thick arms over his chest. If you think for a second, I'm going to let you put a hand on my wife, your queen. You're out of your mind. Ryder let out a hissing breath, turning away from the trio as Noah collected himself, brushing dust off his shirt and pants. I watched the whole interaction from the floor, feeling like I might vomit or pass out or scream at any given moment. I tried my best to think of my parents then, to think of my real life. If this was Wolf Drain, maybe I could pull myself back into the present by focusing on it. Maybe I could escape this nightmare if I was just able to identify it for what it was. I jammed my eyes shut for extra measure, but when I opened them again, I was still in that god-forsaken shed with all 4 of them. I'm sorry that I took things into my own hands, Keiko said, bringing my focus back to her. Even surrounded by all these hulking men that had just been fighting, she was not overshadowed. I understand that this might not be the way that you do things, and because of my impulsive choices, I might have damaged our chances with this one. She glanced at me out of the corner of her eye. She must have seen a fragile creature, teetering on the edge, because she quickly glanced away. I also know that this is personal for you, so do what you have to do. Are you sure that she was the one? You are absolutely certain. She was the only one in the woods, and she was running with silver in her hand and has pretty much confessed to it. I don't know what other proof you need, Keiko explained. What is going on with you? Ajax demanded. I've never seen you like this. You attack Noah and now this. You are not the same man that dealt with all those other hunters. Ryder said nothing, and the mask, that was unlike his normal self, fell back on. Not a glimmer of emotion. Ajax took the silence as all the answer he needed. When he turned to face me, I was sitting right where they had left me, barely even able to engage my core enough to stay seated. Fuck it. Let's just get rid of her and be grateful that nothing really came out of it. Well, raise security, and the next time one comes onto our land, well, wait for you. Then Ajax drew a knife and stepped towards me. No, Ajax. I swear to God, I will kill you. The king froze. I stared at the shining blade of the knife. It was small, but it didn't have to be particularly long to kill me. Just a few inches, really. Anything that could reach that tender heart of mine. Don't tell me you've turned into a sympathizer. Then I'll have to kill you and her. Ajax? She's my mate. If you lay a hand on her, you're going to have to kill me too, because I won't be able to control myself. Chapter 26. There was a moment of stunned silence. Keiko West's mouth flopped open. Ajax became very still. Noah looked like he wanted to melt into the background. The only sound I could hear was my own breathing. Then Keiko finally said, "Tell me that you're lying to me. Please." Her voice didn't sound the same it had before. Ryder shook his head slowly. I felt my body drifting closer to the floor, my core no longer able to support my chest. I sprawled out on my side. In the back of my mind, I wished that I was well. I wished that I was strong enough to leap to my feet and grab the knife from Ajax while he was distracted. I would turn the tides then, make them all fear me and finish what I had started. But I couldn't. Ryder glanced over at the heap that was my body. Still nothing. Not even a glimmer of the man I knew. I was giving up on the idea that this was fake, real or a figment of my imagination. I had to work through it one way or another. I think the realization came far too late though. How was I supposed to fight through anything at all in this state? Fucking Christ. Ajax snarled. I know, Ryder said. I'm not particularly thrilled about it either. You know that we can't just let her go. She's done far too much damage in chess at Ketamore. To be honest, I don't think I want her to be released. Keiko let out a groan, rubbing her face with her hands. How does this happen? Why does the moon goddess hate us so much? She demanded. What are we even supposed to do to get through this at this point? We can't do anything to her because you'll kill us. If we let her go, she'll keep on murdering and we'll have far too much information. Silence fell once more, and with no words to provide distraction, I was suddenly very aware of the sharp pains raining down on my body. The pounding in my head was not nearly as dull as I thought. My stomach felt like it was twisting over itself, knotted and pulled tight. All of my muscles, depleted of water, seemed to be cramping to their smallest size. A protest. I groaned, curling my weak legs towards my chest. Honestly, a slit throat at this point would be the most humane way to deal with it. Ajax reasoned. No, Ryder stated. Well, then what do you suggest, because I don't feel like we have a bounty of options at this point. I could hear my heartbeat in my head for the 4 pulses of silence that passed. Hades, Ryder said. The response was instant. No, absolutely not, Keiko gasped. It's the only sound option. Ryder continued, like he hadn't heard either of them. Listen, we all know that we can't just let her go. The damage that has been done is unforgivable, and the community would be in a fit of rage if they knew that we just let her go. Hell, I won't let you release her at this point. But I know what will happen if someone puts their hands on her. If Hades is able to see anything at all, then maybe he can decide if she can be released. And if not, Keiko prompted softly, then at least when I try to defend her. We all know that Hades will walk out of there alive. It's barbaric, Keiko whispered. But it will work, and neither you nor I will be held accountable for what Hades decides. Ajax reasoned. This is ultimately a situation where both sides cannot win. You two can't seriously be considering this, Keiko protested. We are offering her a quick and just death, and we are keeping ourselves safe from the frightening side of the mate bond. The king continued. Do you have any other ideas? She deflated no. Then we are going to put them together in a holding cell off the property. Get some food and water into them, and call Hades to do what he does best. If we come up with a better solution in that time, then we can implement it. But we can't keep her teetering on the edge of death. But what about Ryder? This is a tricky situation. Keiko, we can only do the best we can. For a moment, when my dizzy little head looked at Ajax, I didn't see this intimidating man or brawn and confidence. I saw a face that didn't have a single wrinkle yet, flaming hair that had yet to even have a strand of gray. And I saw a young man who looked very much like he never wanted to be king at all. Chapter 27. My fate was being delayed. I didn't entirely understand why, but I also didn't think I had the capacity to ask. To be fair, I could barely understand the words being spoke around me. I saw Ryder move, like he was coming towards me, but when he froze, it was Ajax that stepped forward. My body felt like a bag of bones and blood in his arms as I was scooped up. The shed that I had come to hate was left behind, and I was brought outside. The sun was still high in the sky, but my sense of direction was skewed. Was it sunrise or sunset? How was I even able to tell? A furious, Rumbling snarl made me jerk my head around in his arms. A gray wolf was barreling towards us, teeth bared, ears back against its head. So this was where I was going to die, for all Keiko's talk and the mention of someone called Hades. This seemed quite reasonable, really. I waited to Ajax to dump me on the grass so the beast would have better access to finish me off. Keiko just raised a dainty hand and the wolf skidded to a hard stop. With a flick of the wrist, she sent it along in another direction. Thought it made its displeasure known by growling the entire time. No one else disturbed us on our way to the house. Molly, a child, shrieked as soon as the door was opened. Her voice was so shrill, it felt like it was going to split my skull. And there was the little girl that I could not kill. Her dark hair pulled back in smooth braids. Her eyes so wide on her little face. She faltered when she saw me in her father's arms. Mommy, Mommy's coming. My little orange, Ajax assured. Who is that? Clementine asked. We're just attending to some things. Why don't you go upstairs? The little girl refused to move until Keiko stumbled into the home and saw her daughter. It was swift work to get the most vulnerable family member away from me. The two walked upstairs hand in hand as I was plunked down on a bar stool that thankfully had a strong back I could slump against. Small amounts of water, Ryder commanded. We don't know where her body is at right now. If we get some fluids in her and we can make sure she keeps them down, then we can work on getting her clean. Then maybe some food in her. It came out of him so methodically. A list that he had recited before. Who had he been trying to save then? I doubted another werewolf hunter would be offered these luxuries. Ajax kept his eyes trained on me while Ryder got to work in the kitchen, a homey and rustic space. A glass was placed in front of me with a laughable amount of water. I guzzled it down immediately. It didn't feel like it helped much. Instead, it was a reminder to my body about what it had been missing. I felt like I could slam water until my belly ached and I felt physically ill. But Ryder did not refill it right away. His gaze was on me, steady and hard. How are you doing? Ajax carefully. I wish I never fucking came here, Ryder ground out. I wish I could tell you it was going to be okay. I know there's a good chance we are both going to be dead within the next couple of days. It doesn't have to be that way. Yeah, Shess your mate. But we would never hold what she has done against you, obviously. Just say the word and we can end it all right now. Would you ever even consider letting Keiko go? Even back then when you first met her. No, the mate bond is a strong thing. Too fucking strong. Ryder sighed. I seemed to have passed whatever test he laid out for me because I was given the glass back. With a little more water this time. I drank it just as greedy. And it wasn't enough. It wasn't even close to enough. But it felt like my body was restarting. The gears that had seized began to grind again. I was in the Royals' home. I should have been trying to hold on to everything, anything. Were there car keys around me? Could I make it out of here? Could I report something back to Armand and Dawn? It didn't matter. I still felt every bit of weakness that I had felt before. Even swiveling my head was too much work. Do you have any electrolytes? Yeah, but I've never used them for anything beyond nursing a hangover. Ajax rummaged around in an overhead cabinet before tossing a small container at Ryder. I vaguely wondered if I would have chugged the murky pink liquid so eagerly if I hadn't watched them mix it. But with the way my organs were groaning, I knew I would have. I cowled and even identify what it tasted like. I just cared that it hit my stomach. By the time I finished, Ryder had his back to me and was digging around in the pantry. I scrambled to try to take in any information that might be valuable. There was a knife block. Knives could be good, or they could be bad. Very bad. I couldn't see any car keys. No maps with definitive markings on them. No charts or family trees, because it was just a home. Leather couches were broken up by a bright pink princess tent. The television was left on, the sound too quiet to be heard fully. An empty glass sat on a side table. Speaking of a nightly beverage or maybe a glass of water first thing in the morning. Here, eat these. Placing a cup of applesauce and some cucumber slices in front of me, I gobbled them down without a second thought. Well, let Keiko handle the next couple parts. Ajax said softly, putting a comforting hand on Ryder's arm after he put a full cup of water before me. I can handle it. You don't have to. When the Queen of Werewolves made it back downstairs, I could tell I was the last person she wanted to deal with. She better be able to walk, because I'm not carrying her. She spat. Something about her tone made me slide off the chair onto my wobbly legs. I'm fine. I was very much not. She eyed me for a moment. Let's get you cleaned up and changed then. We left the men behind and ascended the stairs that she and Clementine had disappeared up before. There were a hulking mess of wood, some stairs with live edges, others smooth and refined. I used the little knobs in the wood to hoist my upper body along the railing to give my leg. It was a mess, but I did it. When we made it to the top, there was a short hallway with 3 doors. A pink foam crown was hanging off one. It seemed odd, like a suburban family with a spoiled daughter. Not something a real princess would have. Keiko noticed me looking, her entire body tight. I didn't need to know her personally to know that a mother's protective streak made her want to choke me right then and there. I could never do it, I finally admitted. My voice was hoarse and my throat dry. I practiced so hard. I felt like a failure. They told me I needed to kill all of you. But every time I looked at that target and thought about little girl, I felt sick. When I heard her voice, my arrow got loose. That's why Ajax is still alive. Keiko studied me hard then. Her lips were pressed into a firm line for a long time. Well, at least you're not a complete monster. Now let's get you showered up. If you survive Hades, we don't want you dying from an infection. Chapter 28. The woman who threatened to kill me repeatedly, the one who ordered my fingernails be ripped out, was the one who bandaged my hands after I came out of the shower. She was also the one who stood guard by the door, making sure I didn't try to escape, and the one who offered me fresh, clean clothes. She eyed me when I came out of the bathroom wearing what I could only assume were her clothes. They're really baggy on me, but they fit you well, she remarked. Compared to me, you're absolutely shredded. That was an understatement. While she sat pretty on a throne and ordered Noah about, I lurked in the darkest corners of the forest with my bow drawn. In my world, being out of shape could be a death sentence, but I still said nothing, just stared at the fingers that she had wrapped for me. The silence carried on when we returned back to the main floor where Ajax was still with Ryder. I tried to meet Ryder's gaze, but he kept his eyes trained out the window above the kitchen sink, staring at the quiet forest that surrounded the cabin, probably wishing he was anywhere but here. I couldn't help but feel the same. Ajax noticed this his tense shoulders too. I know that this is hard for you. I can't even imagine what you're going through, but the offer still stands. You say the word and I will be happy to make this all just. Go away. No one would have to know. It could just stay between the 4 of us. Ryder's jaw flexed. Where is Hades? I just saw him in town a few days ago. He got called away. We don't decide when issues come up that he has to deal with. Ajax explained. He'll be back soon. 3 days maximum, but probably sooner. He doesn't know exactly what is going on, but I told him it's urgent. Hades decides. I stay with her until then. Ryder, honey, you don't mean to do that to yourself. Keiko piped up. We can put her in a cell and have a guard with her at all times. There's 0 reason for you to be involved more than you need to. The reason I need to be there with her is the fact that Shess my mate. I know that it had been said before, and I know there had been grand reactions to the whole thing, but then my head hadn't been on just right. With an empty stomach and no water in my system, I had other priorities. Now I was able to process what was happening before me. Now I could think about things other than the ache of my shoulders or the throbbing in my fingers or the exhaustion in my legs, and I burst out in laughter. All 3 heads turned towards me. I don't know a lot about werewolves, but I know that there is no way that you are anything to me. I spat. Ryder's eyes narrowed and I realized that this was the first time we had actually spoken words directed at each other. We're mates. Georgia, you can throw a fit if you like. But that's the reality. Why else would I keep going to that coffee shop? Why would I try and take you on dates? Werewolves don't date. It's a waste of time when you have someone that you're destined to be with waiting for you. Wait, this is the girl you were asking for dating advice about. Keiko sputtered yes. Fuck. Ryder. I thought I was just helping you get laid. I didn't think I was setting you up with a werewolf killer. The queen gasped. Yeah. I didn't know what I was getting myself into either. I held up my hands, a twisted grin on my features. You're so full of shit. Am a human being. I don't care what you are, but we are not the same. Therefore, I cannot be anything to you and you are nothing to me. Human to werewolf matings are considered uncommon, but aren't exactly rare or anything. They're complicated, but not unheard of. Ajax explained. Why do you think it felt so natural to be together? Ryder asked just as I opened my mouth to protest. Why do you think you felt so drawn to me all the time? Why did you invite me to your house when you clearly never have anyone over? Why did you tell me your name when you try so hard to keep it a secret? Because I thought we were dating. I sputtered. Right. He rolled his eyes. Trust me, Georgia, if we weren't mates, you would have been dead a long time ago. If I had known you were a werewolf, I would have gutted you the first second I saw you. Mate or not. I shot back. Really? An eyebrow quirked, but there was no fear swirling in his eyes. There's a knife block right here. He gestured to set I had seen previously, the one I had dismissed. If you think you can do it, why don't you try right now? Oh, Jesus Christ. Ajax hissed, but no one physically interjected. I willed myself to go over to the knife block and grab one of the black handles. I was dead anyway. Right. This Hades was going to reveal himself and slaughter me. I was already done for. It was just a waiting game at this point, one that I could speed along if I so decided. And didn't I want to? The rage brewing in my belly told me that I could do it, but every time I glanced from the knives to Ryder, I felt ill. I couldn't even bring myself to move closer to him. The thought of plunging my knife into his chest. Right? Now that we got that out of the way, I think we should get you guys set up in the cell. Then, whatever you two need to do to each other, you can. Ajax blurted. Keiko, who had been rummaging in the kitchen drawers, now came beside me. Her movements were quick as she wrapped on wrist in a thin nylon rope. The second I registered what she was doing, I rolled my eyes and offered her my other hand. Maybe I could have caused more of a fuss, but I knew there was no way I was winning a battle of 3 against 1. It was decided that Keiko would be remaining here with Clementine while Ajax escorted us to the cells. Whatever and wherever, though, Ryder no longer seemed so chatty. No one spoke a single syllable as we made outside the cabin again. Ajax approached a massive SUV, swinging a back door open. I stalled on the porch. Get in, Ajax said, losing a pinch of sweetness that I was noticed he had around his mate. In not looking to do a leisurely stroll right now. The sooner I get rid of you, the sooner I can come home to my daughter. Ryder didn't even glance at me. He climbed into the behemoth without a second thought. When Ajax narrowed his eyes at me, I took in his hulking form. It wouldn't take much effort for him to toss me over his shoulder. I could scream and thrash, but a man of that size and of that strength probably wouldn't even notice. I ticked my chin up, stomped up to the vehicle, trying to not flinch when Ajax gripped my arm to help me onto the back seat. Once I realized how far the destination was from the main cabin, I was stunned by how much land the Royals had under their territory, though it wasn't clear if they actually owned it or just guarded it. About 15 kilometers down a windy and dusty gravel road, we pulled into a short driveway and there was a small, locked-in building. There was no delay getting us inside. From the outside it was nothing more than a dumpy out buttling you would find in a farmer's field. From the inside, it was a simple space with just separate rooms. One was something of an office. I assumed it was where a guard would be stationed now that there were actual prisoners in here. The other room, the cell as everyone seemed to call it. I don't know where I thought the werewolves would shove me. Maybe somewhere dark and wet with mice and crows and an awful aroma in the air. It was certainly no 5-star hotel. But there was a single bed, uncomfortable looking and small, but a bed nonetheless. A simple sink in the corner and a door that I assumed led to toilet. Ryder plowed into the tiny space and didn't look back. I hesitated outside the doorway. I knew it was better than being strung up in a shed. Ajax's massive hand shoved against my back, forcing me in. The door was slammed shut behind me. A heavy lock slid into place. "I'll be back in a while with food for you two. Try not to kill each other," Ajax shouted. I turned around, hands still bound, to see Ryder, my supposed mate, sitting on the only bed. "Get comfortable, George. It's going to be a long night." Chapter 29. My very first reaction was to fight. "I'm exhausted. I need the bed," I said. Ryder didn't even blink. His shoulders were slumped forward, his head craned down, looking at his hands clasped in his lap. "I'm not moving," he stated. "I was just strung up in a fucking shed for hours. My entire body is on the verge of breaking down. Get off the bed so I can lay down," I ordered. "You wouldn't be in that position if you didn't go around killing innocent people, which I feel is setting the bar pretty low." "Werewolves," I corrected instantly. "I don't kill people. I kill werewolves." As if it's any different. "You're breaking apart mates, tearing families and packs down. Each death is a mark on the entire community. It's still a life. Barely." Ryder met my eyes for a brief moment. Then he slumped once more. It was like he didn't have the energy to even acknowledge me anymore, which was fine by me. It was like there were 1,000 things I wanted to talk about either. I certainly had a million questions roving in my mind, but they all seemed so small now. Was any of it really important if my days were numbered anyway? I tossed one last glare at Ryder, which he either blatantly ignored, didn't see, then climbed around him to get on the bed. It was lumpy and a little too stiff beneath my knees, but after what I had endured, it would do. Hell, it seemed like a luxury, even with the rough sheets under my palms. "What are you doing?" Ryder asked, like I was a skunk trying to snuggle him. I rolled my eyes. "I'm tired. I'm going to try and get some sleep whether you decide to give me space or not." If he argued with me after that, I didn't hear it. My body registered the feel of a pillow beneath my head, and for a while. Not a dream. Not a nightmare. Not a glimpse of reality. It all fell away as I sucked in deep breaths, my chest rumbling with rough snores. I don't know how long I was out. It felt like only minutes, but it could have been hours. When my eyes parted, my mouth was dry and the ache in my muscles that I could ignore before was at the forefront, and the damn throbbing in my fingertips. It felt like a permanent fixture in my life. And then, I felt something brush against my forehead. I jerked upright immediately. The man who had been ignoring me very pointedly before I had fallen into my slumber was now watching me intently. He was no longer perched on the edge of the bed, but sitting on it with his legs splayed before him, looking almost childish in the moment. There was something sincere then, something soft in his features. I let the furious beast within me coming out with bared teeth anyway. "Don't touch me," I barked. "You're just a ray of sunshine, aren't you? I don't know if you're aware of this, but your queen pulled my fucking fingernails out. I'm not feeling inclined to pull out the customer service smile for you anymore," I snapped, thrusting my rat fingers beneath his nose. "She might have done it because you shot at her mate," he pointed out. "Listen, I didn't ask you to come and be involved in any of this. You are the one who insisted on being in here with me. You're the one who called for Hades. Whoever that is, if you're going to act like I'm repulsive, then you are absolutely welcome to ask Ajax to release you the next time he comes around," I said. That made a bitter laugh pour out of Ryder. It was so strange to look at him now and think of how he howled in frustration on the couch beside me when I repeatedly beat him at the racing game. Where had that man gone? George, if I could leave you behind, I would. Don't give me some stupid pet name," I snapped. "Why? Because it reminds you of our time together. It makes you think about how you kissed me and were grinding on my lap," he shot back. "Because it makes you feel like we're a couple." "Jesus, just get away from me," I ordered. It was supposed to be a show for force and rage, but when I heaved my body to my feet, I quickly became aware that a little rest, some water, and a light snack was not going to undo what had been done to me. I wobbled sickly. He caught my elbow in the palm of his large hand. I felt my lips curl back at the touch. You say awful things. You aren't even the same person I thought I knew. But you can't leave me alone. Because we're mates. George. I jerked myself out of his hold, but knew better than to trust my body at this point. As soon as I was out of his grasp, I kept my chin high but sank against an opposing wall. If I looked as weak or as unbalanced as I felt, Ryder decided not to say anything about it. We can't be anything. You are what I kill, I said flatly. Unfortunately, I don't think the moon goddess cares. He sighed. The moon goddess, I repeated. The deity that ties mates together. There's been thousands of moon goddesses since the beginning of time. The Egyptians had Isis. The Romans with Luna. Along with controlling the moon, she is also entrusted to other things, like giving us mates, people we are destined to be with. We have evolved beyond needing the moon to shift into our werewolf forms, but she is still the one who gives us balance through mating when things take too long. It's suspected that she's responsible for causing eats as well. I blinked once, studying him. It was absurd. Every word that came out of his mouth. You don't really believe that, do you? What else am I supposed to believe? I guess. The workings behind it don't really matter. But there is no denying that mates exist. Where's your proof? I demanded. The fact that we are both alive. You might not believe it, but I'm the one who deals with hunters like you. After what was done to my family, I was more than happy to give up my life in favor of hunting the hunters. And as much as I hate to admit it, if you got onto the royals' lands and you got close enough to even get a shot at Ajax, you might be pretty successful too. Very successful. I corrected. It was all just a very unfortunate string of events. Clearly, talking about murdering his king was not a conversation of choice for Ryder. I watched the way his jaw worked and how his eyes seemed to storm at the thought of the king dropping dead, with an arrow protruding from his chest. Why did you start hunting us? His voice barely above a whisper. A genuine question. I need to know. For the same reason you come after me. My family was taken from me. I won't get them back, but I will make you all pay. Chapter 30. Ryder was kind enough to untie me at some point. I fell in and out of sleep often. I didn't discriminate between spots. I snored while leaning against a wall or dreamed on top of the bed. Exhaustion was a beast that didn't always care about comfort, and I was grateful for that while it lasted. But sleeping could only pass the time for so long. Eventually, I felt too rested to ignore my reality much longer. I was sitting with my back to the wall, my usual spot for the time being, as Ryder refused to give up his claim on the bed, and fiddling with a now empty paper cup, glaring at the man who hadn't seemed to move since we got here. Are you just going to stare at me until Hades gets here or what? Ryder confronted. I mean, all either of us can really do here is drink water and sleep. I shot back, throwing my damp paper cup at him. He didn't even blink as it bounced off his knee. It was interesting how I could recall him constantly needing to move before. But now, here, it looked like just existing took effort. It caused something sour to boil within me. I can't believe you're the same person from the coffee shop. I hissed through clenched teeth. It was a lie. All of it was a fucking lie. And I had fallen for it. Blinded by my need to be wanted. Like I was some goddamn damsel. Right? Or a dream too. You don't even like kittens. For fuck's sake. I'm a werewolf. Georgia. Why would I need a pet when I'm pretty much an oversized dog half the time? Christ. It was a blow. Though I hadn't thought about it. Not really. I knew that we were fighting for opposite sides. I knew that the only reason I was dead was because some ancient deity had declared that we were bonded somehow. But I hadn't really thought of him as anything other than a man. Now I considered what he would look like with the same midnight color of his hair as a fur coating his whole body and a snout instead of a mouth. I didn't know if it was something gruesome that made my stomach churn or if it was downright comical at this point. So I burst out laughing. It was madness. All of it. I was trapped in a cell with a man I now hated. But days ago, he had been my solace. I was a werewolf hunter and had been on the verge of falling in love with the very animal I was supposed to slaughter. And now, given the chance to kill him, I couldn't force myself to raise a blade, to even grab a knife. Hell, I could pretty much picture him as a massive black wolf chasing as a little orange kitten. What's so funny? I didn't even care that he must have thought I was losing it. Just all of this. It's such a goddamn mess. If 16-year-old me could see me now, she would probably just lay down and die. Not exactly the life plan you had for yourself. He taunted. My life back then was very different from what it is now. I confessed, losing a pinch of the hysteria. But it was only replaced by blotches of sadness. I can understand that. I never thought I would be here, like trapped in a room with a werewolf hunter. I guess that too, he mumbled. But more than that, I had a normal job before this. One where I was running around cleaning up messes that you and your group left. Back then, I was trying to look widows in the eye when they sobbed or trying to explain to little kids why their mom was coming home. I let the jab slide, because he was offering something more useful than insults and barbs. He was offering a distraction, and maybe a part of me, a small part, found it comforting to hear his voice, no matter what he was or the topic he was explaining. What did you used to do? I just got signed on with the bike company Ravine. It felt like my dream job. I got to be in nature on a bike all the time, and I got to use my design engineering education. I traveled a lot, which is a little unusual for us. But it was amazing. I was barely 3 months in when it happened, when my family was killed. I don't think I really had a clue with what I was going to do. I admitted. I knew what was expected of me. Both of my parents were pretty successful. I was considering doing dermatology like my mom, or maybe following my dad. College was just kind of an expectation in my family, but I don't really think I had a clue of what I was getting myself into. All of the things that I thought mattered back then now seems really insignificant. Like what? I snorted. Everything. All those classes that didn't tell me how to place my parents in a home. Those friends that I thought were going to be beside me forever gave up on me as soon as things got hard. It felt like I just had to cancel twice for them to decide I was worth a phone call. I sold the car that I worked so hard to get, taking my dad's Subaru instead. There was a weight silence and I started to realize what I had said and to who. Your parents are still alive. Then, for once, it was a snide question or a thorny response. His voice sounded closer to what I knew from before. There was a pinch of softness to it. It depends on what you consider alive. I reasoned, though I tried to stop it. The vile things I kept hidden even from myself came out in Edie after. Sometimes I think that if they were family pets, we would have put them out of their misery by now. I think of what my mom would say if she could see herself, really see what she had become. I think she would want to be taken out of the world peacefully. My dad too. Always so sharp and so smart. Now he gets wheeled in front of a television where his day is spent in front of infomercials. I think that they would both feel like a burden and they clearly aren't enjoying their lives. Some days, I'm not sure they even know they are alive. And werewolves did that. You're sure of it. To my parents and countless other people. Nothing was said for a while after that. Ryder gave up on his seated position and opted for lying down on the bed. I thought he would try and coax himself into sleep, but every time I walked by him, his eyes were open, burning into the ceiling. I just kept my mouth shut and refilled my water cup a little too often. The movement kept me away from my thoughts. Now that Ryder was no longer offering himself up as a distraction, my mind was racing. This was how I was going to spend my last hours on Earth. And this was who I was going to spend them with. All I could think about was the things I hadn't done. The words I hadn't said. How many trips had I bailed on because something else seemed important? Or just because I was tired? How different would my life had been if I made this choice instead of that one? Was anyone going to even notice if I was gone? Those few days ago, which seem like forever now, I thought Ryder would be the one to panic over unopened text messages. But now, the kind nurses would continue to take care of my parents. My brother would probably be thankful I had given up on him. And life would go on. For everyone except me and Ryder. The heavy lock slid. I was on my feet just as Ryder was sitting up. The door swung open and there was Keiko with a tray balanced on one hand. "I brought spaghetti," she announced awkwardly. I knew how she felt. All of the social norms now felt so wrong here, with nowhere else to put her offerings. She set them on the bed beside Ryder. "Any news?" he asked. "Hades is on his way," she replied. "Just please don't kill each other with the forks before he gets here." "Okay." Neither of us said anything to that, and the queen left that cell as soon as she could. I could tell her short sentence was weighing heavily on Ryder. He picked at his food. I devoured mine, wishing that this would not be my last meal. I thought of the fine pastries in Paris, the seafood in Spain, but all I really wanted was the meat sauce on plain noodles that my dad always made too much of. Soon, none of it would matter. I would be left to the mercy of Hades. But suddenly, all I could focus on was the warmth pooling in my belly. Imagine a woman who spent her life hunting werewolves, only to find herself in a cell with one. She's just been through a traumatic experience, and now she's forced to confront her own feelings. The werewolf, who should be her enemy, is actually the one who's been protecting her. But here's the twist, she's starting to feel something for him, even though she knows it's wrong. It's a story of forbidden love, clashing loyalties, and a bond that neither of them wanted. This is the kind of tale that will have you questioning everything and rooting for both of them, even though you know it's wrong. So let's dive in and see where this wild ride takes us. Chapter 31. My mind, already prone to overthinking, began to spiral with possibilities. Had Keiko's treatment been administered too late? Was this the onset of an infection? With trembling hands, I carefully unwrapped my fingers to examine them, but they appeared normal, no unusual warmth, swelling, or pain. However, my limited medical knowledge left me feeling uncertain and exposed. I rewrapped them gingerly and tried to focus on the coolness of the floor against the back of my leg through the borrowed pants, desperately seeking any respite from the growing discomfort. Ryder sat up and began eating some of the extra food that had been brought in. His casual movements only served to emphasize my own internal turmoil. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it might alleviate the sensation, but it only served to heighten my awareness of my body. The warmth, I realized with a start, was emanating from deep within my belly. Unbidden, my mind conjured an image of Ryder sitting on my couch, his breath coming in short pants from our passionate kisses. The memory of how he had looked at me then, his eyes dark with desire, sent a shiver through my body despite the heat. My legs instinctively pressed together at the thought, a reflexive action that did little to quell the growing warmth spreading through me. I found myself acutely aware of Ryder's presence in the room, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to my internal chaos. "Are you doing okay over there?" Ryder's voice cut through my reverie, his tone laced with concern. Caught off guard, I forced my eyes open and plastered a smile on my face. "Perfectly fine," I replied, wondering if my voice sounded as strained to him as it did to me. "Are you sure?" he pressed, his observant nature picking up on my discomfort. I was nodding when I saw him take a deep breath. Suddenly, Ryder became very, very still. I whispered, my anxiety spiking. He took another breath, as if trying to compose himself, and carefully set aside his spaghetti, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. He muttered, "You really must hate me." "Ryder, what's wrong?" I asked, my heart racing. There was a brief moment of hesitation, barely noticeable but unmistakable. His teeth grazed his lower lip before quickly releasing it. "You're egoing into heat, Georgia," he said, his calm demeanor barely masking the tension in his voice. "Excuse me. What? Like a dog. Minus the blood. It won't change your psyche, obviously. Like that was the important part. But I'm human." I protested. "You're being absurd. You need to call Keiko because I have an infection." But I didn't. Did I? I was a doctor. But something in me told me that he was right. I can't call her because I gave them my cell phone before they shoved us in here. And even if I could call Keiko, there's nothing she could do for you because this isn't a fever. You might be a human, but the moon goddess mated you to a werewolf, and the moon goddess decides when into heat. What the fuck is heat? I demanded. It's the moon goddess's way of bringing us together. With werewolves, markings and matings increase the bond between us. So basically, the heat strongly encourages sex in an effort to get us to become more bonded to each other. Some couples go through it dozens of times. Some never go through it at all. His words were all calculated and formal, but his knee was bouncing and his fingers were twitching. "So what do we do?" I asked. "Since we are literally trapped in one room together, I don't think we have a lot of options. The best deterrent is usually distance, and that's not helpful for us. The hormones are going to get worse. I'm going to start feeling a little feral. The heat you're experiencing now is going to get more uncomfortable to the point that you will start begging and will not go away until we find a way to subdue it. I will never beg. And by subduing it, you mean having sex. It's the most traditional method, yes. And when we were at my house, playing video games and things got a little heated. That was heat. I almost marked you. It's a bite on the neck to signify that we are mates. If you rejected me or weren't my mate, the mark wouldn't scar over and heal properly. But if you accepted it, it would have been a sign." He inhaled sharply, and I marveled at the way his chest rose and fell. "Christ, you smell fucking good." The tone of his voice, the way his throat worked as he swallowed hard, it made me squirm on the floor a little. He was kidding. Would it be so bad if we let this heat run its course? I asked, my voice so quiet. "You don't know what you're saying, George. It's the heat talking." He sighed, but his tongue darted out to lick his lips. "It's not. At least, not yet." But I could feel it getting stronger with every passing second. My skin was on fire. My mouth watered at the sight of him. I thought of his eyes taking in every inch of my body. What difference does it make? Ryder, we might not be alive in 24 hours. It doesn't have to mean anything. If you want me, that is. A hand scraped through his hair. Of course, I want you. You're my mate. Do you know how hard it was to stop myself at your house? Do you know how badly I wanted to mark you, then drag you to your bedroom? You won't have to stop this time, I whispered, rising to my feet. I took slow, smooth steps towards him. I didn't know if I was swaying my hips more or if he just cowed and keep his eyes off my form now. I didn't care. I love having his gaze on me, suddenly so hungry. When I reached him, I placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned down until my lips were hovering just beside his ear. "I want it just as badly as you do." His hands grabbed my hips and pulled me down until I was sitting across his lap. I could feel how hard he was before my lips even met his. There was no room for gentleness and giddy nervousness here. We agreed. We were taking what we needed. From his mouth to his hands. It was all fast and rough. I scraped my remaining nails against the back of his neck. His mouth slanted across mine. I bit his lip. He gripped my body against his. Hard. My top came off at some point. So did his. I was sure when. The only part I could distinctly remember at that point was feeling his hand wrap around my throat. So domineering and strong despite the fact that he never used any force. He would whisper orders. I would tell him my demands. Neither of us felt inclined to deny. Sometimes he would even pause to smirk up at me. He told me to take off my bra. I did. I only had to glance at his pants before he was stripping them off for me. In the darkness of my bedroom, I had promised that I would learn what every inch of him tasted like. I didn't care about that now. The need was growing stronger with every passing second. My body was thrumming with it. Every second that passed that I didn't have him inside me was too long. If he felt my franticness or didn't like my pace. He didn't say anything. Once we were both there, he wasted no time. I was flat on my back with my legs around his waist when he plunged inside me. Words got caught in my mouth, stalling in my brain. All that poured out of my mouth were moans. The feeling, it was unimaginable. To have him fill me up, to be inside me, it made my head whirl. He was fast and rough, just like everything else had been. I could focus on nothing and everything all at once. The way his skin felt beneath my palms, the way he growled when I gripped his hair, how perfectly he fit inside me. It was all bliss. Each thrust brought me closer, the pleasure building at the base of my spine. My legs tightened around his waist, trying to pull him in tighter, trying to touch every inch of him all at once. I was on the brink, ready to crest with him. For him. And he slowed. His body lowered closer to mine, just hovering so I could feel him without bearing any of his weight. I felt the tip of his nose carefully trace the line from my chin to my jaw, heard his breath tremble, and I knew exactly what he was thinking. His eyes must have been closed. He must have been thinking about this. With me, but not here. Pretending that we were lovers. That he confessed what he was while we had been free and I had led him to my bedroom anyway. If I closed my own eyes, I could see it too. It was beautiful. Perfection. He pulled away. Then he rolled me over so I was face down on the bed. He took me from behind. Hard. I gripped the sheets like I was holding on for dear life. He was relentless. And the sounds he made. Christ. They almost drove me to madness. I showed him that I loved everything he was doing by pushing my hips back onto him, letting myself make sounds that crossed between moans and screams and demanded everything from him. He gave me everything he could until I was shuddering and withering beneath him. He pulled away from me then. I rolled to face him. We don't have any condoms. I didn't want to. I pushed him onto his back before he could finish and took him in my mouth. The curses that poured from him would have made me quirk an eyebrow at him had I not been so focused on his taste. I suppose our taste now. I didn't stop until he was a panting mess and the heat boiling within me settled. Chapter 30. Coming down from the heat felt like waking up from a fever dream. One moment. Nothing was more pressing than pleasing the man before me. Watching him shake and buckle for me was exquisite. The next, I was pulling my clothes on, realizing that I had let a man who was pretty much a stranger see me completely bare. I mean, at one point, I felt like he wasn't a stranger at all. I felt like I knew him damn well and he knew me better than anyone else on the earth. Which was saying much at this point. But still, are you doing okay? He asked, tugging his pants up his muscular thighs. Yeah, I think so. Realistically. It was odd and I knew I should have felt a dozen things. Shame. Embarrassment. Confusion. Maybe even a little bit of anger towards the moon goddess. But I didn't. It was done. You don't regret it. Naughty answer was immediate. But honest. Do you? Of course not. Ryder murmured.
I would never admit it out loud.
But it was a relief to hear. So once was enough to get it out of your system. I teased. Ryder didn't even pretend to crack a smile. Mercury eyes swept up and down my form. The clothing that I had put back on didn't seem to matter anymore. It was like he could see every curve, every line of my body. Like he had committed all of me to memory already. 1,000 times could never be enough. He rumbled. My cheeks flushed. He was right. Having him once. Knowing the sounds he made. How he could move so forcefully and so tentatively all at once. Only made me want him more. Already. I wanted to explore him. Figure out where I could kiss him to make him weaken the knees. How I could move to ensure that he would pull my hair just hard enough. I'm going to assume that was your first time. He said. This time. He rose and took my usual spot against the wall, allowing me to sit on the bed. A gift to my tailbone. I snorted. What are we? 12. Virginity is irrelevant. But if you must know, you are definitely not my first sexual partner. I will say, you are my first werewolf, though. He let out a laugh at that. It hit me straight in the stomach. The butterflies that I thought would never come back to life fluttered so beautifully for his voice. I guess he was kidding about the sex strengthening the bond. And was I your first? I prompted, though the answer was entirely clear. No virgin would be so confident. It took practice to be that confident with a new partner and to communicate wants and needs. Well, mating is sacred to werewolves, he began, and when I quirked a knowing eyebrow at him, he sighed. But no, you aren't my first either. To be fair, all I can think about now is that anything before was completely inadequate. I don't even have the words. It shouldn't have bothered me. It was unfair that it bothered me. Really. But knowing that his hands had been on another woman, knowing that someone else might have whispered his name during sex, it twisted something deep inside me. And, like the hypocrite I was, I asked, if it's sacred, why didn't you choose to wait? You know, if it was the norm. I watched Strider deflate right then. His broad chest seemed to curl in on itself. Chin ticked down, no longer able to meet my eyes. The silence carried on for far too long and was far too heavy before he said, "It's just what I became after my parents were killed. We talked about my job with the bike company. I was on track for a good life. Maybe not a world-changing life, but a good one. Then, I came home for family supper one day and there they were." His breath seemed to get stuck in his chest, his hands curling into fists. My mom was face down with a knife in her back. My dad, they had bashed in his skull so badly. I didn't want to picture it, but I could, because I had done things like that. I had been fortunate or unfortunate enough to only ever target werewolves in their wolf form, but I had heard the cries of other wolves. I had taken a life by any means necessary, even if that wolf had a family, even if it didn't know that it could cause wolf, drain in humans. Anyway, after I found my parents, I kind of fell apart. I left the pack I was on and moved to the city. It was awful. I had nightmares about what happened to them. Thought I saw them and strangers every time I went to the store. Blamed myself for not being there. Worried if I was next. It felt like there was no escaping it. So, when I started drinking myself to oblivion and taking girls home and those feelings went away, I kept doing it. "That's why you don't drink," I whispered, thinking about how he declined going to a brewery with me. Right. It was awful. I woke up in the morning feeling my organs ache. The friends I had before the murders cowled and stand to see me kill myself. The new friends I accumulated only wanted to spend time with me if I was wasted and paying for their drinks. I was getting tested every week to make sure I hadn't picked up anything. When he saw me tense, he added, "Am clean. How did you stop?" I wondered. I think it's amazing that you did. But if it was the only thing making you feel better, it must have been really hard to let it go. It was. He agreed. Keiko came to check up on me. She wanted to make sure that I hadn't left my pack because of mismanagement or something. She showed up at my door 8 months pregnant and was just so kind. Honestly, I couldn't see the woman who ripped out my nails being kind. But said nothing. She listened to everything I said. She didn't get angry or frustrated when I told her that I couldn't stop. She just listened to me for hours on end. And then, at the end, she gave me purpose. She gave me a job. A one-time deal where I had to prove myself, and I did. Because I knew if I failed there was no going back. Nothing was going to bring my parents back. But I could help others. I gave it all up. I did everything I could to be the best that I could be. Which must sound crazy. No, I understand. I assured. I knew that I would have broken every one of my bones if it made me stronger. And now I'm mated to a woman who had buried her own knife in someone's mother or father. He sighed. My mouth fell open to defend myself. My parents were alive. Yes, but had zero quality of life because of his kind. Just because we had sex didn't mean he could continue tossing barbs at me. Hell. If anything, the sex had made me more tender. But there was a shuffle outside. A few sets of footsteps were coming for us. Ryder was on his feet instantly. His nostrils flared as if he was trying to scent who was on the other side of the door. I hadn't been afraid, but watching his entire body become rigid and lethal, I got to my own feet and became entirely aware that I had nothing to defend myself with other than a pillow. Against a werewolf, I doubted it would do much. The lock slid, and Ajax appeared. "Hello, friends. I see we haven't killed each other yet. Definitely a surprise for me," he greeted, grinning. Ryder slumped with relief and turned back to me, leaving his back to his king while the monarch surveyed the cell, casually ambling closer to Ryder. "You were going to say something, George. Maybe argue with me." Whatever understanding we had had before, whatever sympathy had been in the air, evaporated then. My teeth clenched. It was Ryder that continued to speak. No longer directed at me, though. The sneer was gone and, in its place, panic. "What the hell? Ajax," he snapped, when he tried to jerk away from Ajax. I saw that his wrist was bound by a gleaming cuff and Ajax was making quick work of the other one. Even as Ryder began thrashing. Ryder was lean man, firm muscles on a tall frame, but as per the animal kingdom, the bigger, brawny-er ones rose to the top, and I doubted there were many creatures on this earth that could put up a fair fight to the king. With at least 40 pounds and a few inches on Ryder, Ajax held my mate in place, which meant that Judgment Day was here for me. Chapter 33. I was trapped prey. Nothing more. I had no weapons. No escape. No plans. I could only watch as the massive man even larger than Ajax came into the cell. The hair on my arms rose, my body prickling with discomfort. Like even my organs knew I was somewhere I was supposed to be. Too close to something that was too strong. But I had seen this man before, and I remembered feeling similarly then. He had come into the CF and I had been stunned by how large he was. No amount of smiling could cover whatever it was about him that made me uncomfortable then. But I knew now. It was power. Power that gleamed in his eyes. The irises the color of blood. When he had come into the CAF, he must have been wearing contacts. And if his eyes were red, unlike anything I had ever seen, he must have been the creature that chased me out of the royal lands. Hades. Hades was calm, seeming almost apologetic as he approached me. I don't know what I expected, but this man wearing a t-shirt and basketball shorts with hair wet from a recent shower was not it. He certainly felt the part of an old god, ready to slice life away. It just seemed like he didn't want to look at beyond the features that nature already gave him. And, while he was the picture of calm, Ryder was losing it more and more. "Get the fuck away from her," he snarled. I could have imagined his teeth bared and eyes wild. I could hear his shoes squeaking on the floor as he failed to pull away from Ajax's silver cuffs and tight grip. But I didn't pull my eyes away from Hades for a second. "I saw you," I whispered. The words barely leaving my lips as I stepped backwards. "I saw you in the woods that day. You could have killed me." I had thought about the encounter hundreds of times, confused about how the animals seemed to always stay the perfect distance away. Now, seeing how fast wolves could really run when threatened or hunting, I knew that he had been toying with me. The corner of Hades' mouth quirked up in the feeble street smile. "I chased you away. I wanted you to leave and be frightened enough that you didn't come back. Trespassers are often bad news and usually not treated kindly. It was a warning. I didn't want to hurt you." The words were kind, but the steps he was taking towards me were purely predatory. There was a grunt from behind him. "Hades," Ryder barked. "I swear to fucking God, I will kill you if you touch her." "Ryder, please," Ajax begged. "For the love of all that is holy." "Hades, hurry up." It was then I realized that Hades had so perfectly guided me into a corner. I was pinned without him even having to put his hands on me. Trapped ever so perfectly for him. We don't even know if this is going to work. I've only tried it a couple of times before. "Just do it," Ajax ordered. "Right?" Hades turned back to me, offering that apologetic smile. Sorry, let's just get this over with. For how gentle and smooth his words were. His movements were sudden and sharp. I only managed to suck in a small breath before he grabbed both of my wrists in one of his hands, pulling my arms to one side of my chest and pinning them against my collarbone, which a knee was pressed between my thighs, forcing my legs apart and unbalancing me. As sympathetic as he was, he knew how to fight and he certainly knew how to restrict. I could not kick or knee him. I cowed and claw at his face or swing out a solid punch. I cowed and even thrash about. Short of biting him, I had nothing to use against him. I'm going to kill you, Hades, Ryder bellowed, so loud I wondered if the floor shook. You won't be the first to try. Hades sighed, not nearly loud enough for anyone else to hear. His hand came up. I flinched away as best as I could, but wasn't able to make it. I felt all the air rush out of me when his palm pressed softly against my neck. Then his eyes began to change, though certainly red. They had begun as the shade of old bricks on a building, brown beneath olive redness, still unnatural and bizarre, but earthy, like rare clays found beneath the soil. And slowly, a bloodier shade took over, flickering across his irises, lighting and fading at varying rates. I felt my heartbeat thunder away under his palm but was almost hypnotized by his gaze. Fascinated. Hades. The color slid back to brick as he let out a hiss of breath between his clenched teeth. The concentration resumed despite all of the threats coming from Ajax. Blood filled those eyes again, fuller and stronger than last time. Hades parted his lips, his gaze unseeing, but I saw the teeth in his mouth. I saw the sharpened edges, the eye teeth that had been much shorter when he smiled at me. I repressed a shriek, tears filling my own eyes. This was it. This was how I was going to die. Trapped in a cell with one man desperately trying to protect me, another struggling to keep his community safe. And Hades, the ruler of the underworld who had deemed me unworthy. This was what I had been waiting for all this time. It didn't seem to matter who ripped my throat out and who sucked my life force from me. As long as I was removed from this world, I didn't feel panic like I thought I would. And I didn't think about my parents or the other werewolf hunters. I didn't think about the humans that I fought so hard to protect. I didn't think about how my life had fallen apart after the werewolves had ripped the life out of my mom and dad. I thought about Ryder, sitting on the floor, talking about his mother. He found her, in a pool of her own blood. His father was killed in unspeakable ways. I hadn't put the knife in her back. I hadn't crushed his father's skull. But I had wielded enough knives and loosed enough arrows to fill a cemetery. I had taken mothers and fathers away from their children. I had broken siblings' hearts. I had ripped apart strong families, lifelong friendships, budding romances. I had taken souls off this earth. I had killed. The arm that had been keeping me pressed against the wall slackened. My eyes flashed up to Hades. He blinked several times, his eyes returning to their almost brown color as he stepped away from me. With his lips parted, I could see that his teeth had returned to normal. Ryder let out a feral snarl, and I saw him jerk so hard against the handcuffs that Ajax gritted his teeth and dug his heels in. "Were you able to see anything?" Ajax asked, still straining as Ryder thrashed and fought. Hades blinked again, still seemed dazed. Yes. I was able to get some images." "Well," Ajax prompted, frustration clear in his voice. "I can't. There's no reason to kill her. She doesn't feel bad. Hades straightened, chin raising. "Her intentions aren't bad. There's no ill will, no satisfaction from it. She's killing us." Ajax protested, letting out a grunt when Ryder landed a well-aimed kick just above the knee. "I can't kill someone because they are misguided." Hades shot back. "Given what I saw, killing her won't solve anything. Are you actually serious right now?" Hades ignored him, attention solely on me for a moment, which was impressive considering it would take one wrong move from Ajax and Ryder would be lunging right for him. "What happened to your parents?" "So that's it then?" Ajax demanded before I could answer. "We just let her walk out of here. You asked me for my judgment and I have given it, Hades stated, sounding a little more like an old god than someone who looked to be in their 20s. The sentence was given. Ajax crumpled with defeat while Ryder stilled with relief. I'm going to let you go now, Ajax said. But if you still feel brave enough to go after Hades, I'm not going to bandage you up afterwards. It was only when I heard the click of the cuffs that I inhaled deep enough to smell full. My stomach twisted, ready to spew the spaghetti that Keiko had brought us all that time ago. As Ryder's wrist fell to his sides, I saw what I had been smelled. He used all the force he could to try and get to me. In doing so, he had torn the skin on his wrist, blood trickling down his hands into his palms. But what I smelled was the pink flesh, the skin that had been burned by the silver cuffs that Ajax was carefully wrapping in a cloth. And I was left in a room with a king I had shot, a beast who decided death, and a man who had ripped his own flesh apart for me. Chapter 3. No one had the energy to squabble. There was no arguing with Hades, it seemed. Whatever he was, whatever he represented to them, was not something they wanted to tamper with. Ryder didn't go after Hades. Ajax didn't go after me. I stared at Ryder, stared at the wrists that had suffered the brunt of his fighting. He had done that, for me, and I had no doubt in my mind that, had Ajax not been holding him, he would have lunged for Hades. I did doubt that the lean and lanky man could have done anything to the hulking creature who continued to study me, though. But he would have tried. I didn't know if that delighted me or horrified me. On one hand, someone had fought so hard. Someone had wanted to keep me alive. On the other hand, he would have been slaughtered, and he was a damn fool for even thinking he could do any damage to someone so much larger and so skilled. And now that I was out of immediate danger, he cowled and even forced him gaze to me. So, what do we do with her now? Ryder demanded it into the silent holding cell. I don't know, Ajax confessed. I feel there is not much that can be done right now. We are all running a little hot. It might be best to take a step back. No one argued with the king. Taking a step back then meant all of us climbing into the vehicle that brought us here in the first place. Ajax was naturally behind the wheel, but it was Ryder who climbed into the passenger seat. I didn't want to admit it or even acknowledge it, but something struck a chord with that. Less than 24 hours ago, we were a tangled mess together. He had touched me in places that no one else had explored. Sure, it had only been because neither of us assumed we would make it out alive. But this felt wrong. Cold even. And what was worse was the fact that I then ended up sitting next to the man who had been sent to kill me. I pretended none of it bothered me in the slightest and climbed into the vehicle. I sat beside the man who only had to make one move moments ago to end my life. The one man that the werewolves seemed content to let play God. He could have killed me. Ajax had wanted him to kill me. I kept my gaze trained forward. I was alive. That was what mattered. I was going to see another day. The drive was quiet for the most part. Ryder was wrapping his wrists with bandages that Ajax had provided because, clearly, Ryder was never a target, and clearly, they knew what wolves did when mates were threatened. Ajax was focused on the road, but every so often, I caught his eyes in the rearview mirror. I tried not to think about what he was looking for. I knew some of these roads. I knew the mountains that loomed over us and the forests that were filled with cottonwoods and old growth. This place had become my home. The little town and all the wildness that refused to be tamed under a human thumb. Now, seeing it from the back seat of someone else's vehicle, knowing that it had never belonged to me, it all seemed so different. The branches didn't bow to anyone. And if I hadn't come out of that holding cell alive, the ponds nor the sky would have noticed. We returned to the log cabin. Ryder didn't come to me when I slipped out of the SUV, almost crumpling on legs that felt like jelly. I didn't know if I was still suffering from what had transpired in that dreaded shed, or if I was now reacting to my near-death experience. Either way, I repressed a sharply worded comment and straightened. Ajax was the first to enter the home. Keiko was in the open area, singing along to a classic Disney song from the couch with Clementine, a laptop on her knees. The pricey computer was slammed shut as we entered, and she was on her feet in an instant. "Oh, Ryder, you're back," she gasped, darting towards him already. Her arms were open as if she were ready to embrace him. Something sickly and ugly uncoiled in my belly, and I felt like baring my teeth at her. Thankfully, I didn't have to do that because her eyes landed on me. It was a quick change. The arms dropped. Her shoulders rolled back. Her chin ticked up. "Amaya, it seems that you're all back. And in one piece." Hades cowled and do it. Like he hadn't been snarling and roaring the entire time that Hades had his hands on me. Calden and Woodland are two very different things, Hades said evenly. His voice was as firm as it had been when he announced that I was not to die. I just wondered if the others saw the confusion in his face when he glanced at me. "You asked me for my judgment and I gave it. She has done bad things. Yes, but she is not evil. That makes zero sense." "Ajax, Clementine was waiting for you to come home. She wanted to go look at the wild raspberry bushes," Keiko announced. There was not a single flicker of frustration or indecision in Ajax's features. His queen would handle things. "Is that so, my little orange?" he asked, extending a hand to her. "Surely they aren't good enough to eat yet, but we can have a look." There was a tense, heavy quiet as the king helped the little girl pull on a pair of pink sneakers with lights and then led her out the front door. Once they were gone, Keiko's sunshine fell behind heavy clouds. "Hades, maybe or gift doesn't work on humans. Or maybe you can't channel it like you thought you could. Your visions come at night and have been exclusively for werewolves. Maybe it would be best not to base our decision on your findings." Hades didn't waver. "That's not entirely true now, is it? I see Nero, the Alpha, committing horrible crimes against sirens. Those crimes don't hurt our community specifically, but I still see them. And even if that was true and my powers only work with Nero because he himself is a werewolf, I was still able to force my powers. It took longer and wasn't nearly as smooth, but it worked. I saw her in the forest hunting us. I saw her parents and even Ryder in her mind." My face flamed instantly, thinking of all of the things he could have seen. The moment on the couch, the giddiness of my first real date, the decision that sex wouldn't matter since we thought we would be dying anyway. Everyone was too focused on Hades to notice me, though. I felt her for what she really is, and she doesn't feel evil like the others that I've hunted have. I don't understand how this can happen. Falling onto one of the leather couches, I stayed rigidly in place. "Those are my findings. Do what you wish with them, but I have made my decision and I will not be the one to kill her," Hades stated. "You're the queen. You decide," Ryder said to Keiko, "because having her alive is torturous. But I was on the brink of killing Hades when he came in." Keiko sucked in a deep breath through her nose as if she were trying to soothe herself. It only made her shoulders tense more, bunching towards her ears. "And did you think that mating with her would make these choices and their consequences easier?" Chapter 35. We both thought we were going to die, Ryder said, nonchalantly. The man he had been when he found me in the shed returned. There was no trace of a smile, not a glimmer of fear. Nothing. I, on the other hand, wanted to curl up and die. Clearly, she had smelled something. Did I still smell like the sex we shared, or had my scent altered because of our mating? Oh Jesus. Did Ajax and Hades both know too? So that made it better? Keiko asked. Would you want to die not knowing what it was like to ever have your mate? Ryder challenged back. You are welcome to be annoyed if you do like. But she was in heat and we decided that it was all right together. I'm not pleased that it landed us in this situation, but am not feeling particularly inclined to defend it either. Of all the things happening, I'm not sure this is the worst. Keiko didn't argue, though she did let out a noise of clear frustration. Her hands slicked back her dark hair while her eyes narrowed on me. She was entirely serious and undeniably fierce despite how young she looked with her hair tied back. You're right, but we still need to decide what we are going to do. We surely can't let her go with all of the information she now has on us. Whoever she is working for does not need to know that we have an unkillable werewolf or Ryder cleaning up our messes. Clearly, if they may, they already know too much. I kept my mouth shut, still standing in the entryway. I would never say it, but part of me questioned who I would even tell at this point. The group would know for certain that the attack had gone belly up and presumably me with it. I hadn't been too involved with the meetings around the move, but by now they would have hopped to another town, all gotten new phones and addresses, and any reasonable trace of them would be gone. Without having some kind of database that was beyond a civilian, I didn't have much hope of finding them. If she was strong enough to get through what you did to her the first time, just not going to break this time either. Hades piped up. The beast gently placed his hand on my shoulder. I did my best not to recoil. Come on. I know this is hard, but have a seat and let's all talk about this. I numbly did as he asked. We all settled on the couches and armchairs in the living room. I very pointedly took an armchair on the far end. I didn't want anyone to think that they should feel comfortable enough to get close to me, especially not after they had all conspired about how I should or shouldn't be killed. Adi sat on the love seat with Keiko and Ryder kept his couch to himself, though he got up immediately, moving into the kitchen. So you saw my torture techniques then? Keiko asked. Some of them, but it was Noah that told me more. Poor kid looked so sickly when I talked to him. Hades explained. Either way, we all know that we aren't going to be able to get any information out of her, no matter how hard we try. And now with them being mated, anyone laying an ill-intentioned hand on her could have deadly consequences. We all turned to look at Ryder then, who was too busy digging around the fridge to respond. Well, this is just an absolutely lovely situation, isn't it? Keiko sighed, melting into the soft leather beneath her. My mate gets shot. My child put in harm's way. Several of my subjects murdered. And when we catch the person, I can't do anything about it without fear of getting my own throat torn out. Ryder returned to the sitting area with a glass of water and a small plate of cheese and bread. He thrust both towards me. Oh, thank you, I stammered. He nodded with just a pinch of coldness and returned to his couch. We can't torture her and we can't just let her loose. Ryder began and something in me rose to attention. I hated that he was talking about me like I was there. But what I hated more was how focused he was on the rug in front of him. A storm was rumbling within him. That much was clear. But we can use her to our advantage. How do you suggest we do that? Keiko pressed. They won't come after me, I blurted, as if trying to save myself from the misery of knowing he would subject me to. They'll think him dead, and even if they don't, they might just cut their losses. No one seemed to hear me. All attention remained on Ryder. You all would give me information if I asked. Right. Realistically, if she got here, just high enough in the ranks to know some things and ask a few questions without raising alarm, we can use her to get us more information and access to more of the members of whatever group this is. My heart twisted. Panicked words poured out of me. They have all moved away. That was the plan after this assignment, if it went well or not. All phone numbers had been changed. Maybe even names for all I know. I confessed. Because I cowed and sell out the people who kept me alive. I wouldn't. Keiko turned back to Ryder, raising a single eyebrow. Not all of them, Ryder corrected. I had no return to the house where I picked you up from a while back. The one you said was yours. Turns out Milo is still there. Alive and well. I'm sure he would be so happy to hear your yokai and would be willing to tell you anything you wanted to know. No, I whispered. We can't just release her and hope she comes back with more information. Keiko warned. Don't worry. I'll be there to make sure she stays on a short leash, Ryder stated. Chapter 36. It was all discussed without me. In theory, I could have chimed in and said my piece. Hell it. I probably should have. I knew in my heart they wouldn't listen though. Who in their right mind would? If the roles had been reversed, Armand and Dawn would have burned all of them at the stake by now. Ryder could have spewed 1,000 reasons why he was good and pure, and none of the hunters would have listened. Would be having a barbecue to celebrate by this point. So I stayed silent as they argued about the logistics of the options at hand. Ryder would be the one to watch me, as my mate, He wouldn't let anyone else take the honor, and as the werewolf who had been studying my group the most closely, he would be the best person to see it firsthand. Keiko insisted we stay at the cabin with them. Under heavy lock and key, of course. But there was only one bedroom, and Hades feared that news was traveling too fast. A furious werewolf might try to take matters into their own hands. Or I could wake up and decide that my task was not completed and slit their throat while they were sound asleep. Hades pointed out that I lived in town, but that was shot down on the grounds that the hunters might still be watching the home and no one other than me knew what weapons lay inside. Ryder was to go to my home and pick up some of my belongings. I needed to look as normal as possible as to not throw off Milo. We would spend the night together in a hotel, so we were both in unfamiliar territory. Then we would pay Milo a visit. I didn't say a single word while we were in the car together. Just the two of us driving away from the cabin. The tree where I perched for hours. The shed where I had my fingernails ripped from me. I stared at the nubs, wondering how we would hide them from Milo, but sure that Ryder would come up with some clever plan. He seemed to be full of them now. He asked me what I wanted from my house. I just stared at my reflection in the passenger side mirror and shrugged. He disappeared into the darkness. He returned to the car with a t-shirt, nude underwear, and a clean pair of black leggings. I snagged the clothes and the toothbrush from his hands a little too quickly, knowing that he would read my discomfort so easily. The rental car was left behind in the hotel parking lot. The woman behind the front desk gave me an odd look when she saw I was only carrying a plastic grocery bag, but quickly turned her attention to Ryder. I absently wondered how many times he had checked into random hotels like this. Duffel bag slung over his shoulder, credit card in hand. The room was small, but nice and had a mountain view. Perfect for tourists who wanted a glorious Instagram post without trekking up a mountainside. However, my eyes narrowed on the singular beds, the wall. "You cowled and get to beds," I spat. "I didn't think you'd care either way," he reasoned. "Well, I do care. A lot, actually. About a million things. But at this point, this was the hill I felt I needed to die on. Did I not deserve my own space after everything I had been through? Georgia, we've already had sex, for God's sake. We've slept in the same bed before. A much smaller one than this. It's going to be fine." "How is any of this going to be fine?" I demanded. "It's a bed. Just calm down," he said. The restraint within me snapped, and all of the things that I had kept silent came ripping out of my throat. "It's not about the fucking bed. How is any of this going to be okay? I can't go back to my people. I don't even know where they are. And the one that is left is probably going to have to endure this too." I thrust my damaged hand towards his face. "They even took my parents with them. Promised that they would take care of them if anything happened to me. Georgia, come on. Let's not yell about this here. I don't think the walls are particularly thick," he warned softly, and just for a brief second, I saw the man who begrudgingly cuddled a senior kitten. Then again, that had all been a lie too. Still, he was right, so I lowered my voice. "Don't go after Milo. Please," I whispered. I didn't realize that I was welling up until I felt something wet drip down my cheek. I didn't care. Didn't waver. I stared right at him and hoped he saw the crazy complete IDE girl who laughed too loud at video games. Not a woman who would prefer to use a knife in combat instead of a kitchen. "Jesus, George, what do you want me to do?" he asked, turning away. Even with Hades' decision, they wanted to kill you. Keiko more than anyone. This is the best compromise that I can think of. I am burning all of my bridges down just to keep you alive. Then just let me go. I said, "I can let you go 100 times. It's not going to matter. That's how the mate bond works. We'll keep coming back to each other. You'll go through your heats 1,000 more times if the moon goddess thinks that's what we need. And even if I could cut you loose, do you honestly think I would? What would you do? You'd go back to killing people that have families, that have jobs and purpose in this world just because you're afraid of things that you don't understand." My mouth opened and I prepared to thunder back at him for all I was worth. But then his words stuck me. What would I do? Could I draw another bow? Throw another knife? Knowing that it was going to be buried in someone like Ajax who couldn't coddled his daughter. Like Keiko who screamed the second she knew Ajax was in danger. No, I couldn't. Even when I tried to think of my parents, mouth flopped open and eyes vacant, I couldn't conjure up the rage that I used to. It had gotten lost somewhere between my fingernail removal and being pinned between a wall and Hades. I guess you wouldn't let me go, even if I swore on my life not to kill again. I managed. My throat felt like it was closing around each word. No, I wouldn't, and I wouldn't. I couldn't fathom handing over my load to Keiko and Ajax. I couldn't stand thinking about the fear he would feel when he saw Hades. And it would be my familiar smile. The face that he knew and trusted that would send him to his fate. But if Ryder dumped me right now, left me here on my own, what would I do? What purpose did I have? If I wasn't grinding for my parents, if I wasn't hunting down something that hurt hundreds, maybe even thousands every year, what was the goal? What was my reason to get up every morning and keep fighting? Chapter 37. The explosion diffusing didn't keep us from being at each other's throats for the rest of the evening. I blatantly refused to sleep anywhere other than the bed. He said the same. It didn't matter which one of us snarled or swore more. The other wouldn't budge. You didn't bring me anything to sleep in. I accused, searching for a new barb to jab at him. Milo is going to know if I show up wearing clothes I slept in an Ivy, already been in Keiko's clothes for far too long. You can't throw a filthy girl at him and expect him to not be suspicious. Then borrow mine. He ground out. He was already digging through his duffel bag before I could even open my mouth. A University of Alberta sweatshirt was tossed at me along with a pair of boxers and some gray sweatpants. You just have extras on hand? I asked. The hostility that had been in my voice wavered, leaving something softer behind. I could smell his scent along with the botanical detergent. Even before you. I was on the road a lot. I don't really have a home base. The majority of what I have is in here, he stated. I turned and walked to the bathroom before I could allow myself to say anything or even just to think about what he had said. Living out of a duffel bag. Driving from one town to the next. Because your home base was gone. Destroyed. I knew the feeling. Pressing on. Living life like everyone else around you was not an option. I remembered all those nights staring at the ceiling, wondering how I would ever heal from what had been done to my family. I was scared to check the date, like I had been scared of the dark as a child. Life had marched on and I was being left behind. I couldn't escape it, no matter how hard I worked, no matter how fast of a car I drove. And now, I felt like I was right back where I had started from. I shook the thoughts out of my head and climbed into the shower. The water was a little more refreshing since I'd an impatient queen waiting for me this time. I scrubbed my skin with the provided bar of soap and could almost hear my mother demanding to know its ingredients. Then I lathered my copper color hair and rinsed until I felt every bit of the cell and the shed leave my skin. For a moment after my shower, I just stood in front of the foggy mirror. I could see nothing more than my silhouette. I didn't see the lines of my muscles, the shade of my eyes, or the gnarled tangles in my hair. Just a vague outline of a person. And for a moment, just for a second, I wished that I had been like my brother. I wished that I had picked up the tatters of my life that were salvageable and moved on. I could have been anyone by now. Could have lived in a sprawling country home, or tiny apartment in the city. Could have driven an Audi coupe or a Dodge minivan. Could have been a lawyer, a teacher, a nurse, a dermatologist like Mom. And that is where the train of thought faltered. Moving on meant leaving them behind. That was not an option. Would never be an option. I hacked the small hotel, provided comb through my hair before considering Ryder's clothes that I had left beyond the counter. It felt so intimate as I slid the cotton sweatshirt over my head. I kept my features neutral as if invisible beings would see and judge my reaction. But having his clothes brush my skin, having his scent swirl around me, it did something to my head. It only worsened as I stepped into the boxers and tugged on his pants. I just gritted my teeth and left the steamy room. Ryder didn't spare me a second glance. As soon as I sat on the bed, he was off his side, going to shower himself. He left the television on. A sports channel played back at me, showing me slow motion rear ends of mountain bikers getting throttled down a hill. It was a bizarre thing to watch. They looked like they were holding on for dear life and letting gravity do what it pleased. But there was control in some moments, like it was more about choosing when to struggle and when to simply be. The screen changed to a podium shot. First the women's category, the three of them filthy and dusty, but grinning like mad. Then the men's category, all of them just as dirty as the next. A single bottle of champagne was open and sprayed. I blinked, and I saw Ryder there, at the top of the podium, laughing with goggles around his neck and sweat keeping his dark hair flat against his forehead. Then I blinked again, and it was just some average man with an average smile up there. I pretended to be entirely disinterested in the TV when he returned, rolling onto my side so my back was to him but still thoroughly staking my claim on the bed. He ignored me and just switched off the TV and the lamp before crawling under the covers. I kept my mouth shut despite the venom growing in my throat. There was a pinch of quiet. I could practically hear him begging me to say something. I refused. I refused to say anything at all. If he wanted to fight over the bed again, he was going to have to start it. I stared straight ahead, focusing only on my breathing and his. Was mine too fast? Did he know how I was feeling right now just from how quickly my chest rose and fell? Was he falling asleep? Or was he going to give up and climb out of the bed to sleep in the chair? I felt like each time I went to clear my thoughts and refocus, they only came back stronger. Through the open curtains I could spy the full moon. Ryder said that the werewolves no longer depended on the full moon for their powers. To a degree, I had already known that. Hunting at night was dangerous. I had only shot down wolves during broad daylight, so clearly the old lore was no longer accurate. But how much did I really know about them? How much did Armand and Dawn know about them? I knew that there were mates. I knew that separating them could be deadly. But I never knew that something as simple and as common as sex could change the bond between two people. Though it hadn't been simple and common sex. It had stolen everything from me. It had taken away what I thought was right and correct, and the connection between us was stronger. I knew at the moment I wanted to get in Keiko's face as she tried to comfort Ryder. His breathing had gotten evener from beside, peppered with a light snore occasionally. This man was the reason I was going to turn Milo in. He was also the very reason I was alive. Keiko would have gutted me like a fish otherwise. Or maybe just let one of her many guards do it instead. There was no denying what he said earlier, that he was burning down bridges to keep me alive. But I could not knowingly trade myself for Milo. He had given up. He had gotten out. I cowed and sucked him down into a disaster that I created. He didn't deserve it for a second, and Keiko would not have to be gentle with him. There would be no one to protect him. I could do nothing. Ryder had left his car keys on his nightstand. My body jerked upright into a sitting position before I could think better of it. Then I froze, mentally cursing my foolishness. Ryder's body jerked then, and I realized that I was screwed. Then he went still again. A twitch of the hand, a crease between the eyebrows, then stillness. Lips parted. His head tossed to one side. Stillness again. His eyes. A strangled noise left his mouth. A leg kicked outwards. I held my breath, watching it all. Then he started screaming. My first reaction was to leap back, darting out of the bed as if it had caught fire. Something primal in my gut changed then. Hearing his cries like that, seeing his distress, it did something to me that I didn't understand. My body moved under its own influence, going to his side of the bed. He jerked again, his entire body rolling to the other side. His erratic movements didn't stop me from reaching out and placing both palms on either side of his face. "Ryder," I whispered. His eyes burst open, chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath. My hold dropped as he sat up and I took a step back. He frantically surveyed the space around him, hands clutching at the sheets, so aware that he was at home. But nowhere was really home for him. Slowly, ever so slowly, his body loosened. It was a nightmare, he said, reassuring himself. The strength sucked out of him. He fell back against the bed. I sat on the edge. Whatever you saw, it didn't happen. It wasn't real. I soothed. I wanted to run my hands through his hair or cradle his head in my arms, but stayed perfectly still instead. It was just the mate bond, nothing more. I could fight it. But it was. He whispered. It was the moment when I found my parents. It was the first second of seeing them. I begged them to open their eyes. Even with all of the blood, even though it was so clear that they were dead. I begged them to talk to me. Fuck. I held both of them and told them it was going to be okay, and they were already. A shaky hand reached up, pushing his hair back from his face. His throat worked as he swallowed hard. Can you hold me, George? He blurted. I physically recoiled, so stunned by the ask. You're my mate. It'll help calm me down, he explained, a little frantically. I just move over, I said into the darkness. And when his body shifted away from the edge of the bed to roll onto his side, I laid down beside him and draped an arm over his waist. The little sigh of relief that he gave me was enough to encourage me to curl my legs behind his and rest my forehead against the back of his t-shirt. The keys on his nightstand were long forgotten. Chapter 38. When morning came, I was groggy and my eyes were blurry. The sun was too bright and I wished that I could just slip back into sleep because this was also perfect. My head cradled against a shoulder blade. My arm over a waist just tight enough that I could feel the soothing motion of breathing. The skin beneath my thumb was smooth as I traced gentle sweeps up and down the bare abdomen beneath the soft shirt. My eyes burst up and I ripped my hand away. Ryder gave a disgruntled groan and rolled over to face me, blinking in a sleepy daze, even with horror ripping through me. Seeing him like this, all ruffled and cozy, twisted something within my chest. Fuck. Sorry. I didn't realize it's the mate bond. He yawned. How was he entirely unbothered by this? Right? This magical connection between us. I ground out, scrubbing a hand over my face. Christ. Literally in bed with the enemy. You can call it whatever you want, but you were the one that was snuggling me, so it's hard to deny the proof. My molars ground against each other, but I said nothing as I climbed out of the scratch bed sheets. I used the restroom and changed into my clothes for the day, trying to tame my hair with the shitty comb provided. I ended up looking like a gnarled mess until I settled on styling my hair into tight Dutch braids that wouldn't budge if I spent the day angling by my fingers from a cliff's edge. To be fair, a day with Ryder was perhaps a little too comparable. When I returned from the safety of the washroom, Ryder was ready to go. You're going to be cold, he commented, barely glancing at me. Yeah, well, you picked out my clothes. Remember, I wasn't even allowed to go into my own home. I would have opted for something with more coverage. Maybe something that I was so comfortable in. It would have felt like armor. He rummaged through that duffel bag that held everything near and dear to him, retrieving a navy and burnt 4-inch flail. I expected him to toss it at me, but he approached me slowly, reaching around me to hold it out. I kept my gaze down, knowing full well that if I glanced up, I might crumple. My arm slid over the soft material, appreciating the warmth immediately. Once it was on, he moved to fix the collar, breath catching when his fingers brushed the side of my neck. A spot of weakness. Please don't make me do this, I whispered. You don't know Milo, but he's a good guy. A great guy even. It was the wrong thing to say. Ryder pulled away, leaving me with nothing but the scent detergent. We already went over this. George, I have to do this. To save me and you. Keiko and Ajax want someone to face a punishment. I won't let it be you. They can't come after me. And even if he is a good guy by your standards, he's still a killer. So am I. I pressed. I know. He managed. I know it. If playing on this soft side wouldn't work. I was not beyond attacking the jugular. I will hate you forever if you let anything happen to him. I hope you know that. There was not a crack in his FAD to be found. You can either come with me and try to make this as smooth as possible for your dearest friend, or I can take you right back to Ajax and Keiko and you can determine how hard Milo fought me with how many bruises he shows up with. How's that? You'll tell him you're a werewolf. I shot back. He was the best on the team. Everyone thought so. The only reason that I got sent to kill the royals is because he refused to do it. I don't know if you're trying to tell me that HES going to kill me or if you're trying to tell me that HES got a better heart than you. It doesn't matter. I'm going and I will be bringing him back with me. You can either come along or you can go right back to Ajax and Keiko. Those are your only two options. I hate you. I snarled through clenched teeth. Then we rounded up our meager belongings and headed out. My mind raced on the drive. What could I say to Milo? What could I say to Ryder to get him to stop this ridiculous crusade? If I couldn't protect Milo, how was I supposed to protect the others if things came unraveled? What would they all think of me when I sold them the only family I had out? They would hate me for sure. There is no way around it. I could never blame them for it. We can lie to Keiko and Ajax. We can say that he was home or that he moved. I suggested softly. Ryder didn't even flinch. He proceeded to drive up the winding mountain road as if he hadn't heard me at all. Can't we make a deal? Can you bring back all the werewolves you killed? He challenged. So I closed my mouth and decided that Ryder was not the person I needed to waste my time on. If there was any way of getting Milo and I out of this, it was up to Milo's keen eye for detail and my careful words and clues. Milo's home was before us too quickly and my mind was still spinning out, trying to come up with a plan. I only had one. The little squat home was in front of me too soon. I wanted to sit in the car to rethink my words, to try and consider how best to control my fate. Ryder was out of the car as soon as it was in park. He was knocking on the front door as I was unbuckling my seatbelt, trying to ignore the shaking of my fingers as I went. Milo opened the door. He looked the same that he always had. A little lich, a little icy, a little too serious for his age, but he had put on a pinch of weight, making him look healthy instead of severe and harsh. "Can I help you?" he asked. I shut the car door, drawing his attention to me instead. His mouth fell open. "He's that you?" There's one plot point that really fascinates me. The protagonist finds her parents turned into shells, devoid of their former vitality and consciousness, and it might all be related to werewolves. What's more heart-wrenching is that she has to cooperate with a werewolf to find the answers. On one side, there's the guilt and heartache for her parents on the other. There's the distrust and fear of the werewolf. This conflicting emotional struggle is simply nerve-wracking. Moreover, she has to face her inner struggle should she continue to carry out the mission of hunting werewolves, or accept this werewolf as her mate. This conflicting emotion and identity clash is simply captivating. Chapter 39. Milo's eyes never left me as he gently closed the door behind him, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern. The silence stretched between us, heavy with unspoken words and hidden dangers. I could feel Ryder's protective presence behind me, adding another layer of complexity to an already fraught situation. "I'm surprised to see you," Milo finally managed, his voice thick with emotion. My chest tightened as I fought the urge to blurt out everything about Ryder, about the werewolves, about the imminent threat standing right beside us. The words clawed at my throat, desperate to escape, but I swallowed them back. I maintained my facade, smiling and breathing normally, even as I felt like I was drowning in a sea of secrets. My fingers, still tender from recent events, twitched nervously at my side. "You look good," I commented, gesturing awkwardly with my uninjured hand, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. "You are looking good," Milo replied, a little too quickly. The subtext was clear. I looked alive, which was more than anyone had expected. His cautious demeanor only heightened my own conflicted emotions. In Ryder, My mate suddenly interjected, extending his hand towards Milo, who merely stared at it in confusion. The assertiveness in Ryder's voice was unmistakable, a clear statement of his presence and importance. I tensed immediately, half expecting Ryder to attack. "HES with me," I added hastily, though I was sure why I was trying to ease the situation instead of raising every possible alarm. The words felt hollow in my mouth, a poor attempt at bridging the vast chasm of secrets between us. Milo hesitated before finally shaking Ryder's hand. "I'm assuming that you're the distraction," he said, his tone cautious. "The distraction?" Ryder echoed, puzzled. "Yes, this is him," I confirmed, inexplicably wrapping my hand around Ryder's muscular arm, as if staking a claim. Milo's gaze flickered to my damaged fingernails, but he quickly redirected his attention to my face, forcing a smile. "Georgia, you should have texted. I was just on my way into town and don't have time to catch up with you or your partner, but we should definitely catch up soon." It was all beautiful code that I knew so well. "How are you alive? You need to come back and tell me everything. But come back alone." He was offered me a beautiful way out. I didn't know what Ryder's plans were, but so far he was being more cordial and patient than I anticipated. Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe Milo wouldn't be the target. I had to steer him away from here before he decided to change his mind again. "Well, as a witch, well, if you're busy, she told me everything," Ryder stated. To his credit, Milo didn't even blink in surprise. "I know about werewolves and the whole operation. Georgia confessed it all to me after she was attacked and held hostage by the royals. She asked me to bring her here so she could talk about it with you. She said the others have left town already." Ryder reached out and wrapped an arm around my shoulders. For a brief second, I allowed myself to believe that he cared. Milo was as stone-faced as ever. He didn't stare a second, just studied me. I wished I could scream the words that were trapped within me. I wanted him to run, to flee, but I just gave him a nervous smile. "Come inside. It seems we have a lot to talk about." I shuffled into the home behind Ryder. I watched his silver eyes flicker over the home, taking in the surroundings that I had once been so comfortable in. I focused on keeping my breathing even, but every time Ryder stared at something too long, every time his mouth turned down into a frown, I was ready to lunge. I didn't doubt that if he spotted anything that resembled a weapon, the feral part of him would make an appearance. Even if I was not able to get through wretched words into the air, I would never allow Ryder to physically attack Milo. I hoped. Thankfully, we made it to the living room with no issues, and we were seated while Milo used his own personal coffee machine that put all the CAF machines to shame. He returned with a caramel latte for me and a plain tea for Ryder. "How much does he know?" Milo wondered warily from across the living room. He sipped his mocha while giving Ryder the blatant side eye. "Everything," Ryder said. "Now I sincerely doubt that, my friend," Milo purred back. "This line of work forces all of us to have our secrets. He knows enough." I sighed. I hated that I was helping. I hated that I still called him say anything that would save Milo. It felt like there was some little creature within me begging me to lay on the floor and wail, pulling my hair out until he finally understood that something wasn't right. "I know about the king and queen, and I know about what happened to her hand." Ryder pushed when Milo remained quiet. The hunter perked up at that, a single eyebrow raising. "Right. I'm mostly just shocked that you're alive, H. I know they called you Huntress for a reason, but when I heard that you didn't come back for a few days, I assumed that you were dead. We all did. Are the king and queen finally dead? How the hell did you get out of there alive? They sent you into their land with practically nothing. Ajax and Keiko are very much alive." I admitted. You were right. I couldn't kill the kid. I shot Ajax. But when I heard the little girl, it threw my shot off. I ended up wounding him, but nothing life-threatening. Keiko wanted to peel my skin off, though. Just the reason that I'm missing certain parts of me. I held up my hand and wiggled my injured fingers. "I need you to back up and start from the beginning." Ryder then jumped in. It was like he was trying to save me from subjecting myself to the horrors all over again as he tucked me against his side. He told a perfect story, following the truth fabulously. He talked about how I shot, how I had gotten caught, how my fingernails had been ripped out by some weasel named Noah. Then, he spun it, claiming that I had escaped while Keiko had started playing good cop, allowing me into their home to eat and shower. I had apparently climbed out of a window in the bathroom and raced into the forest, running and running until I ended up on the edge of town and a CF patron had picked me up after spotting me beside the road. It was an awkward ride, but all that mattered was that I was alive. Why didn't you come to me right away? Milo demanded at the end. What if they were still coming after me? I shot back, melting right into the lie. Do you think I could bring them to your doorstep like that? But I could. I had. And I was barely alive at that point, much less coherent. I had barely eaten or drank anything in days. I fell apart at home and called Ryder to come take care of me. Seeing her like that, Ryder trailed off, pulling me tighter against him. So everyone is still alive? Milo asked. All of them. I know it's unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Fuck. He hissed, falling back against the armchair. I'm happy that you're okay. Really, I am. Knowing that I turned down the job and that they send you in. Then knowing that you didn't come out. It almost killed me, H. But knowing that they saw your face. Knowing that all of them are alive and well. That's shit. I tried him not mad at you. Milo added immediately. I'm mad at Dawn and for dumping you in there. Then leaving you to rot. If they were still in this fucking town, I would have beat their asses when I got a call from the home, telling me that they stopped paying for your parents' care. It's all been such a nightmare since we thought you went down. What? I blurted, jerking out of Ryder's hold. They cowed and have. They would never do that. They promised to take my parents with them when they moved cities. How could they just leave them behind? The same way they left Cassie behind when she got wolf drain. Cassie, I repeated. Like Cassie from the CAF, annoyingly sweet Cassie. There is only one Cassie, Milo said. She has wolf drain. That's what I've heard. Apparently, she got sloppy and got too close for too long. Cassie, the kind little hummingbird who fluttered around with too much enthusiasm and too much naivety. I felt like I cowed and suck in a proper lung FUL went out of her pretty face with vacant eyes and drooping lips. Was it even possible to sap that much sparkle and zest out of someone? George. Tracing my arm with tentative fingers. Are you all right? I want to go home. I managed. So much needed to be said. So many things needed to be sorted. I didn't care. But we need to talk about everything. Those wolves are still out there. The king and queen have seen you. They are coming after you. Milo protested. Ryder. I croaked, tears flooding my eyes. Please take me home. Chapter 40. Milo protested. He claimed that I needed to tell him more. That we needed a plan. He was probably right. The entire plan had gone belly up. The rest of the team had fled to safety, but he and I were still here. And he thought Keiko and Ajax were currently tearing apart every speck of dust in search for me. Now I was leaving him behind all over again. Ryder didn't hesitate when I pleaded with him. He rose to his feet and offered me a hand, which I ignored, rising to my own shaky legs. Milo only got up in an effort to convince me to stay and tell him more. His words drifted past my ringing ears without being heard. I shuffled to the front door and pulled on my shoes. It wasn't until we got into the car that I realized how badly I was. In the silence of the vehicle, every breath seemed so loud. Georgia. I said nothing, just continued to stare at my quaking fingers. Oh George, come here. His arms were extended towards me, moving to embrace me despite the awkwardness of being crammed in a vehicle. My skin crawled at the thought. Don't touch me, I hissed. George, don't. How could I let him put his hands on me at a moment like this? It was falling apart. All of it. The things I had told myself while balancing in that stupid tree had been nothing but lies. My parents were not being taken care of. My team was not safe. All the years of sacrifice had not been worth a single thing. It was all crumbling beneath my feet. And Cassie, sweet Cassie, she was nothing but a shell now. The light and love that had filled every syllable she spoke was gone, sucked out of her. Because of them, because of creatures just like him. Take me home. I ordered, my voice cold and robotic. Ryder's mouth fell open once, twice. Then he clamped it shut and started the car. Like a grumpy child, I kept my arms folded over my chest and my knees facing the window. But this wasn't about pouting. This was so that I could give myself little squeezes to soothe some of the chattering in my lungs and to keep my gleaming eyes hidden from him. I tried to tell myself that I would figure it out. I always did. Everything would be all right in the end. But right now, this felt like the end. We drove through a town that didn't feel like mine. Turned up roads I felt like I hadn't seen before. Even when we ended up outside of my little rental. Why did you bring me here? I managed. You wanted to go home, he stated. You were afraid that I would have dozens of weapons to kill you within there. I pointed out, but I was already undoing my seatbelt. Ryder didn't answer, but he did follow me up the cracked concrete path to the front door and inside of the place I called home. I could have slammed the door in his face, and maybe I should have, but I didn't have the fight in me. Do you want to talk? He asked gently. To you. I spat. I don't think you have a lot of options. Georgia. I stubbornly kept my back to him and strode into the kitchen. I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what I needed. Everything felt so wrong. Being here, at the home I never thought I would come back to, with a man I thought I knew, knowing that my friends were all gone. It was horrible feeling brewing in my gut, and it was impossible to wrap my mind around. But not quite as horrible as the smell that slapped me in the face when I opened my refrigerator. My stomach heaved immediately. Apparently cleaning out my fridge before my final assignment had not been a priority. You go relax for a minute. I'll order some takeout, and if you feel like talking in a while, it'll be here. I assessed him then, running my eyes over his form. This was the same man who said he didn't know if he wanted me dead or alive only a couple short days ago. This is the man who hadn't been pleased when Hades announced that I was not to be slaughtered. Now he was here, letting me wear his flannel, offering to order food. I didn't know if I should slap him, snarl obscenities at him, or fall into his arms like a sobbing mess. Unable to decide which route to take, I created a new one. You let Milo go, why? Letting go implies that he was my captive to begin with, which isn't exactly true. You could have thrown him to the ground the second he opened that door. Surprise was on your side. I doubt it would have turned out well if I had tried to put my hands on him. You told me that he was trained. Besides, I'm not sure if this is the way I want to go about this issue anymore. The whole flies and honey thing might have some validity in this situation. It was a limp excuse. He knew it. I knew it. Milo was fast and he was agile. He was the kind of person that you could lose in a mall if you blinked. Good for weaving in the trees and being unseen. Not great for hand-to-hand. The second Ryder saw his thin form, Ryder could have thrown him down, tied him up, and carted him off to the beloved king and queen without leaving a second for pleading. But if he was going to tell me his real reasoning, I was going to pry, without a second glance or another word. I left the kitchen and went to my bathroom. I tried to take comfort in being surrounded by my own belongings. My hairdress was designed for wet, unruly hair. My conditioner smelt just the way I liked. I had a chai and pumpkin-scented lotion on my counter year-round because I loved it. These were all things that I knew, things I could control. They didn't matter. I was spiraling. I ripped the flannel off me like it was scalding my raw skin. I debated throwing it in the toilet or turning my curling iron all the way up and seeing how the material would react with such extreme heat. The flannel just ended up on the floor, along with the rest of my clothes. I climbed into my shower, thinking that I would allow myself 5 to 10 minutes of whatever I was feeling. It must have been much longer than 10 minutes, because, eventually, Ryder knocked on the door. Pizza is here. Gee, he announced. I said nothing, kept my head bowed and my legs pulled to my chest. I don't know at what point I sat down, but there had been a moment when I felt Kike Aldent even bear to stand. Georgia. I blinked against the water spraying down on me. It was boiling. I would surely be pink all over when I did finally climb out. Georgia, are you okay? If I ever got out. The world was out there. Reality was out there. Here, there was only warmth and stillness. My bare skin and hot water. Georgia. There was a rattle of a handle now, then a slap of a palm against the wood when he realized I had locked it. Incoming. I croaked out, fearing he would break the door down, as if I had anywhere to escape to right now. There were no open arms I could just run into anymore, no safe places to lay low, so I shut off the water and dried myself off, with a towel wrapped around me. I skittered across the hallway to my room and comforted myself by pulling on clothes that were mine. Just mine. Things I had bought by myself, for myself, that didn't smell like a man. And when I finally felt strong enough, I went to the living room where Ryder was sitting on the couch, a plate of pizza already in his lap and a controller balancing on his knee. I knew that he had ordered the pizza from the fridge magnet I had. It was my favorite, but I doubted he was a man hits on his fridge like I did. All those little mementos from moments long past. Now, looking at the pizza made me physically ill. I don't want to play video games with you, I said hotly. Do you want to be left alone with your thoughts? He challenged right back. I said nothing, narrowing my eyes at him. That's what I thought. Now come sit down and get some food into you. Chapter 41. I thought things would be better in the morning. My mom always had this idea that a good night's sleep always put things into perspective, made everything seem less frightening, dull the hard edges of the day before. Unfortunately, for me, it sharpened everything. The instant my eyes parted and I was staring at my ceiling, I was restless. My sheets felt all wrong, worse than the hotel sheets had on my skin. Everything that Milo had said played in my head over and over again. I had been dead to him. I was still dead to everyone else that I considered family. But Cassie, sweet Cassie, now had the same vacant stare that drove me into this mess in the first place. She, like my parents, was probably sitting in front of infomercials, her brain entirely gone. Did she know it was happening? Did she feel her mind slipping more and more each day? What were the doctors telling her parents? And my parents? What the hell happened to my parents when I was perched in that tree? Knowing damn well that there was a good chance I was going to die, I thought of them. I told myself that they would be okay and that Dawn and would take care of them. I had envisioned Cassie taking them baking after her shift, bubbling on about nothing. I thought of Milo going into the home on my behalf, just like I would do for his relatives if he were gone, and checking to make sure everything was the way I would like. And he had taken care of them, hadn't he? Because he had gotten the call as my emergency contact. He had been the one who picked up the slack, even though I had been promised that they would be taken care of. Even though it was the least they could do for my sacrifice. I threw the blankets off my legs. I barely registered the weather outside my window as I pulled on my clothing. My black jeans and knitted cream sweater would be enough to fend off the chilly spring rain the last war that winter tried to wage against. My teeth were scrubbed so fast and so hard that my gums bled. Then I yanked my hair up into a messy bun and was out the door, Subaru keys dangling from my hand. Ryder hadn't even stirred on the couch where I had left him after a few lackluster rounds of a fighting game and one piece of cold pizza. The sub-Arrow was on the street. Wait, the old bucket was just like I remembered, and was sluggish to respond to the pedal that I kept stomping on, trying to demand that the perms kept up with my roaring ears. My dad would be appalled if he saw me driving like this. I arrived at the home in no time. It was nothing less than a miracle that I hadn't caught and pulled over a speeding ticket. And all of my thunder, all of my rage, ended up being directed at the last person who deserved it. We couldn't reach you and the money stopped coming in. The receptionist tried to explain gently, looking horrified. Obviously, we care about all of our residents and your parents are no different, and the government does cover a portion of the expenses. But we can't take care of them for free. I understand that. I snapped. But I never missed a payment before. I have always been on time, mostly early. I can see that on your receipts. But it was a week overdue when we didn't get a hold of you. Our protocol is to call your emergency contact. Caring for ill parents can be very draining. We often see family members wanting to do the right thing, then not being able to handle it emotionally or financially. It was a slap in the face. I could feel the walls within me rising against the tide. I would never. I know which I know, she assured, resting her hand on the clenched fist that I had slammed down onto the desk at some point. But I hadn't I? I had gone out expecting to die. Returning had been a surprise to everyone, myself included, but I had trusted that they would be taken care of. I trusted that. I'm sorry, I said, feeling dangerously close to tears when I met her kind eyes. Seeing all the understanding there when I didn't deserve any of it made me want to crawl into a small hole and die. I knew better. I knew that this was something was done to spite me, to make me feel like a bad daughter. You didn't deserve that. None of this was your fault. You were just doing your job and I should have never disrespected you like that. When I heard that someone else had to take care of my parents, I panicked. Because I knew that if Milo hadn't picked up the phone, we could have been in a much different situation. Family is a delicate thing. The receptionist soothed. I understand. I'm glad that everything worked out the way it did. You're an amazing daughter. Not many people could carry this burden at your age. I gave her a smile, hoping she didn't notice the way that my lips quivered or how my eyes welled yet again. I said nothing about what happened to my parents. Not that they would understand. Even though I had bandaged my hand to protect my nail beds, my mother and father didn't notice. Even though I broke into horrible, hacking sobs more than once, neither of them said anything. Frankly, I was sure if I cared, it was enough for me that I could smooth my dad's hair off his forehead, that I could help my mom wash her face. I told my dad about my car, about how much I was paying for rent and how my utilities went up again. I told my mom about a nuisance screen I was using and how much I had missed both of them. Blank faces always stared back at me. Helpless, confused, vulnerable. I began sobbing all over again, thinking about how I could have left them. Eventually, I got the tears under control and trusted my shaky hands enough to drive myself home. I was barely out of my car when Ryder came barreling out of the house. I had been in such a daze this morning that I had hardly acknowledged him sleeping on my couch. Now he was red-faced and yelling, "Where the fuck did you go? I trusted you to be reasonable. Fuck, Georgia. If you think that you can just run away and lower your voice. Do you want someone calling the police?" I barked, glancing towards the small houses around us. You can't just fucking leave like that. I was about to call Ajax and issue a manhunt. Do you know what would happen if Ajax thought you couldn't be trusted? Do you even care? I stared at him then, studied the man before me. Even now, with raw eyes and an aching heart, I still saw how handsome he was. I still saw the way he smiled and his chest bounced with laughter. I hated it, just as much as I hated the idea of getting into my car and driving until I was sure I would never see him again. Take comfort in knowing that I'm just as lost with you as I am without you. I grumbled, then stalked back into my home. Chapter 42. I didn't argue too much when Ryder insisted we go back to the Royals. The tears that had fallen down my cheeks just a few short hours ago left them right out of me. Even Ryder seemed a little surprised when I just sighed and put on my boots. It didn't mean that I was particularly pleasant, though. I kept my knees turned away from him and allowed my head to rest against the cool window for the drive there. The rain hadn't let up just yet, and I didn't know if seeing the sky cry made me feel better or worse. I still couldn't stomach the sight of the cabin, though. And Ajax knew it too. As I climbed out of the car and caught the dreaded building out of the corner of my eye, I saw him smirk a little bit. My fear was blood in the water to him. I suppose it was only fair. After everything I had done, all of the lives I had stolen, what'd I do for a little bit of suffering? "Hello, you too," a king greeted, moving towards Ryder as if they were the best of friends. "Ajax, Ryder said carefully, cocking his head in a slight bow. For a brief moment, it felt like Ajax transformed into the people before my very eyes. The one he wanted people to see, and the one he truly was. On the outside, I see his persona, imagining a man with a gluttonous belly that jiggled with laughter, milky eyes that didn't notice much, a king that was so friendly and so casual, that he was negligent, someone how favored fine wines over thriving economies. But that was the other side of Ajax. The other man was one of high attention and even higher expectations. His gaze missed nothing, his ears letting no sound pass unheard. A serpent beneath a sugary surface. I was beginning to wonder if you two would ever come back, the delightful king said, slapping Ryder on the back. A little too hard to be friendly. I think most males would be too concerned with their mate to think about their king's wishes. Ryder was unaffected by the jovial act. Either he had quite the talent for reading people or he had worked with Ajax for long enough to understand his tricks. Our relationship is a little too complicated to result in a spontaneous getaway or even a few hours of distraction. He grumbled. Ajax didn't press. Didn't have to. He only raised his chin. Things got a little emotional. Every onus emotions are running high, and the feelings of the woman who mercilessly slaughtered werewolves were not of particular concern to the king. I don't feel like this is a conversation we should have outside. So we moved back inside the home where Clementine played and Keiko had bandaged me up in an effort to keep infections at bay. Ajax prepared coffee for all of us. Ryder melted into the couch in the living room, looking like he just wished the world would swallow him up. I sat rigidly, my back perfectly straight and my lips pressed together tightly, like my mouth would get me in more trouble than my hands already had. Should we wait for Keiko? Ryder asked when Ajax finally sat down with us. Just out with Clem for the day. So I think now is the perfect time to tell me why you are a day late, and why there are only two of you, when I was expecting three. Brewing on his features was the ice and chill of a king who ruled too young. It was then that I realized that Ryder had taken a risk. A very real one. For me. Through not capturing and detaining Milo, he not only allowed a known werewolf hunter to roam free, he had also blatantly disobeyed clear orders given to him by his king. Though I had been selfish and dizzy with concern for my parents and heartache for Cassie, I hadn't considered what it would be like for Ryder to have to announce his doings to Ajax. I met with Milo. We both did. Like we discussed. And yet, I only see to. Georgia was able to gain his trust very easily. He obviously holds her in high regard because he decided that I could be trusted as well, just through association. But I think he was afraid, and shocked too, after seeing her alive when they all clearly thought she was long dead by now. I think he would have been a decent source of information, but he is no longer working as a werewolf hunter. While the rest of the group has chosen to leave, he has stayed. Any information is better than none. Ryder, I made an exception for your mate under your request and Hades' advisement. I cannot keep doing that. I asked you to bring in this man, and you have not. What am I supposed to make of that? Exactly. Milo said something that I thought you should know. He mentioned something. An illness, I think, called wolf drain. Wolf drain, Ajax repeated, setting his mug aside. What on earth is that? My mind honed in here. Was it possible the wolves didn't know what happened to humans? It seemed so backwards. But backwards didn't mean impossible. I'm not entirely sure. Not too much was said about it. Milo only said that someone had gotten it because they had stayed too close to a werewolf for too long, as if it were a proximity thing. And this wolf drain is affecting humans, yes. For the first time since we arrived, Ajax turned his attention towards me. I certainly knew that he had been aware of me the whole time, but having his eyes on me, watching his size me up, it made my stomach heave a little. Is this why you hunted werewolves? Because you believed that we were giving the humans this sickness? I nodded mutely. How could he have summed up so much suffering into so few words? Have you seen this disease yourself? Another nod. What does it entail exactly? I swallowed hard. An image of my parents flashing through my mind. It is hard to explain. You can't see it. It's in the mind. It causes people to become vacant, because there really was no other word for how my parents stared ahead, unblinking and unthinking. Ajax rattled off a few questions. How long did it take for symptoms to show? How long did symptoms last? Could medication cause any improvements? What ages were affected the most? How did we know that werewolves cause this particular disease? I answered everything as best as I could, though often I couldn't find an answer. When Ajax asked the last question and I was unable to answer, I saw his eyes flare with something between disappointment and disgust. I knew what he was saying. How could I blindly kill members of a species just going off a hunch? Right now, I had no answer that would satisfy him. So we left this Milo character out in the world because he told us a tidbit about this wolf, drain which we have no concrete ideas on. Sounds marvelous. Ajax rumbled. I didn't want to pursue him because I didn't think he would have the answers we wanted. Ryder said carefully, and if something went wrong, we would scare the others into deeper hiding. Milo trusts Georgia. We can use him to solve this wolf drain thing. And how do you intend to do that? Georgia already said that doctors can't figure it out and either you or I have a medical degree. Human doctors can't explain it. Just like modern sciences can't explain how we even come to exist. So, I think we need to find ourselves a wolf, drain victim, and have a long, hard look at them. My gut clenched. Because he knew. He knew where I had gone. He knew who I went to see. My heart began to race instantly. And who do you have in mind? It's not like we can just start asking people if they suffer from this now. Ryder, Cal didn't do this to me. After everything I had done for my parents, this couldn't be how it all ended. I wouldn't let it. Milo mentioned a girl. Cassie. Apparently, she's just begun to show signs. I deflated, but my relief was short-lived. Ajax Steep led his fingers together, looking about as serious as I had ever seen. I'm giving you 2 a week to find this girl, and if anything goes wrong, it's going to be on your head. He warned, narrowing his eyes on Ryder. Once we have her, we will do what we can to figure out what the fuck is actually going on. But you won't hurt her. Right. I blurted. Ajax didn't even flicker his eyes over to me. We will get to the bottom of this, one way or another. Chapter 43. I felt ill when we left the vacation cabin. I didn't know what to even think anymore. All I wanted was a clear path. A line of actions that would bring me to the goal that seemed so far out of reach. But what was my goal anymore? I had been molded into the perfect werewolf hunter. I had dedicated my adult years to serving those who could help me slay the demons that sucked the life out of my parents and countless other innocent souls. And when I had tossed away my life to the cause, they had tossed away the only people I cared about. Even though it was most likely a simple miscommunication, its tongue to no end and the bitterness that seeped into me would not leave so easily. The werewolves had been generous enough not to kill me, though that was not enough for me to turn my back on everything I knew. But there was a reason to stay, and that reason was back behind the wheel of his car once more. I cast him a glance out of the corner of my eye. His attention didn't flicker from the road and his mouth was pressed into a firm line. Just looking at him shouldn't have had the effect on me that it did. The damn mate bond. As bizarre as it was, I was helpless against the pull, even if I wanted to, even if I had every reason to flee. I knew I wouldn't be able to. It had sounded so crazy back then when he told me that we would always find each other, but I knew that if I packed a bag and started a new life in Slovakia, he would find me. The world would bring us right back together. So this wolf drain thing, are you feeling any of the symptoms? I couldn't read his tone or his features. He had slipped right back into that unfeeling mask that he wore so well. Christ, this was the last thing I wanted to talk about. The last thing I even wanted to think about. It's hard to say. I mean, if your brain was no longer functioning the way it was supposed to. How do you know? With some diseases and illnesses, you can sense it. But I don't know if wolf drain is one of them. Are you conscious that your brain is slipping away or not? Which raised a terrifying thought about my parents. Did they want to talk to me? Did they hear all my ramblings? Was there a part of my dad that was screaming silently, begging his useless mouth to get the words out? I shook the idea out of my mind. So part of me thinks that I am fine. Another part of me wonders often if I'm sitting in a wheelchair in an assisted living facility reliving something that already happened. Ryder nodded his head once. His fingers flexed around the steering wheel. Right? Well, I don't think that I'm losing my mind, and this is very much real. If that makes you feel any better, he assured, but his smile was a little squeamish now. You aren't showing signs of wolf drain, but it's based on proximity and time. I think we spent a fair amount of time together, more than a werewolf hunter should be spending with a werewolf. Then we assume that the mate bond is keeping me safe. I sighed. With all the other mythical, magical shit, is it really so hard to believe that I might be immune because of that? Ryder nodded again. I thought I would be gifted a few moments of silence, but he said, if you can, you should get a hold of Milo. I think HE's going to be our best lead on this. It wasn't his fault, but it was the last thing I wanted to hear. Wolf Drain had already raised my hackles, and now this. Because we need to show your beloved king and queen a living example of the disease that they cause. I said, Georgia, I don't want to fight, he said, though his voice was calm. I noticed his grip tighten on the steering wheel ever so slightly. At what point did it simply break? You don't have to like what is going on. Neither do I. But Hades already spared you, and I have gone against my king and queen's orders too many times. We need to find this girl and bring her in. At the very least, she's going to be subjected to more werewolves, which will cause her state to deteriorate even further. She's going to be a vegetable by the time they are done with all their poking and prodding. I shot back. If what you believe is correct, then there is that risk. Are you implying that this isn't real? You know, there could be a chance that Ajax and Keiko have known all along and are just playing stupid to keep the werewolves on their side. It took everything in me to keep from exploding in that moment. Did he think my parents were faking it? Did he think that we would find Cassie and she would be perfectly fine, or that we had come up with some botched treason to risk harvesting werewolves? Ryder's hand fell gently to my knee. The fire raging within was extinguished. Georgia, I would never say that. I believe that something is happening. You can say and think whatever you want about Keiko and Ajax, but I know them. They wouldn't put a community at risk for no reason. In a place like Canada, there is so much remote land that we could live a life entirely separate from humans if we needed to. And even if that was the case, there's still so many questions that need to be answered. How does this actually happen? How does it affect different people? Is it treatable? Ajax and Keiko have the resources to research this. Doctors that are well versed with werewolves might have a better chance with this any human doctors. I know that these people are important to you, but making sure this doesn't happen to more people is our priority, even if it means a couple people might have to suffer a little more. It was all so rational, and I hated it. Just like I hated that his touch could soothe me so easily. I folded my arms over my chest and stared out of my window until we returned to my home. It was an awkward night, with no fresh options in the fridge yet again. We bounced back food preferences. It was half-hearted, neither of us feeling particularly hungry, but knowing we needed to eat. And more importantly, pass the time. When the dawn airs were delivered, we ate them in silence. Then, we watched a movie in silence, curled up on opposing ends of the couch. "I'm going to bed," I said with an overly dramatic yawn, standing and stretching my arms above my head. "Well, have a good sleep," Ryder replied, already sliding his body down the couch. His legs dangled off the end pitifully, his head propped on a decorative pillow Cassie had bought me when I moved in. Despite the fact that the dinosaur-shaped pillow had made me laugh all that time ago, I was sure it was terribly comfortable to sleep on, and the little plush throw was not going to keep all 6 feet of him warm. "Do you want to sleep in the bed with me?" I asked before I could think better of it. Ryder just rolled his head towards me. "Is that what you want?" "I mean, if you prefer." We could do the whole thing we did in the hotel where we argue about who sleeps where. Or we can just acknowledge that we are adults and sleep together again. It'll be much more comfortable than this, I explained, gesturing to his contorted body. All right. Is it okay if I use your shower beforehand? Of course. You don't have to ask. The words came out of my mouth genuinely and softly, almost like he really just was a guest in my home, one I wanted to make as comfortable as possible. It was moments like this, brief snippets of our time together, where I considered how lovely it would be if this was all just that simple. Aim and I had fallen for, staying in my home, in my bed. We could wake up and make breakfast together in my cramped kitchen. He would have to hold my hips to get around me. I would love the sound of anything he hummed. Instead, we would go see Milo again and attempt to track down a wolf, drain victim. Even so, as he showered and presumably laughed all of my scented products and my extensive skincare collection, I prepped like any woman would. I'd picked the cutest oversized shirt I had in my closet and velvet shorts that were cozy as they were soft to the touch. My hair was pulled up into a bun that was just messy enough to look careless. It was the balance of looking effortless, but being meticulous. I waffled between leaving my bra on and taking it off and settled for being free of the constriction. We already had sex. What did it really matter? The way that my heart gave a little leap when I heard the water shut off told me that it mattered. It all really mattered. I was slipping a fresh silk pillowcase onto a new pillow when Ryder walked in. Even something as simple as the way he dried his hair with a towel was enough to send me spiraling. The way that he ran his eyes over me told me that my bare legs and messy hair had the same results for him. I hope the pillowcase is okay. Some people don't like them, but they're really good for your skin and for your hair, I explained. Since my bedroom was set up to accommodate a single person with my bed against the wall, I lifted the covers and slipped in, moving until I was at the far end of the bed. I'm sure I can handle it, he murmured back. I held my breath as he climbed in beside me. Immediately, I noticed the scent of my shampoo clinging to his damp hair. I switched the light off before he could see the blush on my cheeks. For a moment, the only sound was both of us breathing softly. A mix of goodness and contentment swirled through me. This is where he was always supposed to be, and it was delicious and exhilarating. Tell me something about you, he whispered into the dark. Like what? Like where you grew up. Are you going to tell me about you afterwards? I'll tell you anything you want to know, he promised. So I told him about my childhood home and the plush toy collection that I had because my dad could just never say no to me. I told him about my mom always having a vase of fresh flowers on the table in a vase she inherited from her mother. I told him about my childhood best friend that I resented after she told the whole school who my crush was. At some point, he rolled towards me. A story later, his hand was on my hip. After that, my eyes began to shut. I dreamed we were a normal couple, dancing in the small kitchen while our food burned to a crisp. Chapter 40 for morning came quickly and easily. I woke up with my head nestled on Ryder's chest, his arm wrapped around my waist. Even with his snoring, there was magic in the simple moment, and I wasn't strong enough to end his magic just yet. I slipped out of his hold slowly, taking extra care not to wake him. Despite our previous encounters, I was still a little too shy to undress and redress with him in the room sleeping or not, so I opted to change in the washroom. A quick trip to the grocery store was propelled by my dream, who said that we cuddled and share breakfast. Would the world not wait for us? When I entered my home, my arms loaded with reusable tote bags. Ryder must have still been sleeping because the house was still, and I killed all the silence by playing Abby on my cheap sound system and pulling out my favorite pan. Soon, the kitchen was filled with sounds, the crackle of hot butter, the pop of a toaster, the steady drip of my coffee maker that would make anyone at the CF gag. By the time Ryder rolled out of the bedroom, I was placing the English muffin on top of his breakfast sandwich with microgreen, Swiss cheese and pastrami. His T-shirt still had creases from where it had been folded in the duffel bag. His dark hair was sticking up at wild dangles while he used the heel of his hand to rub one of his eyes. My only thought was that I needed to tuck this sweet creature right back into my bed. pull the blanket up to his chin, and kiss his forehead. "You're making breakfast?" he asked sleepily. I called in stomach-eating takeout again, I said, trying to shake the sap that was making me feel all sticky and sweet. All of the drowsiness left Ryder. He looked at my little sandwiches and the 2 cups of coffee. His silver eyes narrowed into focus. "Thank you, Georgia." I hated the reverence at his tone. I hated the way he seemed to be stunned by something so simple. Something that would have been so common it was almost expected amongst other couples. It was a reminder that my little fantasy was not true. "Do you have a contact for Milo that we can use?" he continued. A final knock to shatter the world I had created this morning. "I don't think he would appreciate us dropping in repeatedly." "I think so." I moved across the kitchen and pulled open one of the cabinets. It seemed retro at the time, but I had written down the cell phone numbers of a few hunters and taped the inside of the cabinet door. I had felt silly doing it because I couldn't fathom a time when I wouldn't have my cell phone contacts. But there was Milo's number, waiting. We should call him as soon as possible. We don't have a lot of time as is. Milo declined the call from Ryder's cell phone almost immediately. I left a brief voicemail and got a call back instantly. He apologized for not answering and I laughed it off. Even though part of me wished this number hadn't worked at all. It wouldn't have mattered really. Ryder was the type to let hiccups stop him. I asked to meet up as soon as possible, and when Milo told me he was busy for the next couple of days, I knew better than to press. I didn't want to come off as pushy or overly eager. Even if Milo was not the target, it didn't change that he was a hunter and that Ryder was very much a werewolf. The last thing I wanted was to have Milo asking too many questions. Ryder and I had 2 days to kill. We ate breakfast in front of the television. Our conversation limited. Whatever I had felt this morning left so after he finished eating. I put our dishes in the sink and bowed out to go see my parents. It was all the vacant stares and the occasional gurgle. I was there early enough to have morning coffee with them, prepping their beverages just the way they liked, and I found some surprising words dribbling out of my mouth. I thought that I was doing the right thing. I whispered to both of them, and neither of them. When Dawn and Armin found me, all I wanted was to make someone pay for what had happened to you guys. I went through all of the training, hated every second of it. Then, when I was finally sent of my first kill and I shot that arrow and I brought that wolf down, I felt nothing. I wanted to know that I had done something. I wanted to feel like I had healed myself, but I felt absolutely nothing. I just kept doing it because I had been waiting for that feeling to come. Because going out and hunting, going to team meetings, it had given me a purpose. It had pulled me out of the dark, unending hole I had crawled into. It had given me a family when I had lost my own, and those things were stronger than the illness that swept over me when I watched the spark of life float out of a wolf's eyes. When I think about another hunter finding Ryder, I couldn't even bear to visualize it. The words felt like they were constricting my throat. "Ryder," my mom repeated, her eyes focusing onto me. I stalled for a second, my mind unable to process that my mother was actually speaking to me, had actually repeated something I had said to her. "Yes, Ryder, you finally found a boy. Then, a nice one. I hope. Not like those kids you dated in college," she continued. I watched her attention fade. I watched whatever recognition she had leave her mind. She went back to mindlessly slurping her orange pekoe tea, spilling a little bit on her blouse. Ryder was certainly not like the irresponsible, one-track-minded boys I had found between high school and college. He didn't drive a car that his daddy paid for, didn't wear a fake watch to impress. Ryder's confidence didn't come from his things, from his social status. His smile was earned with careless flirtations or simple compliments. I think my mom would have liked him. Well, she wouldn't have liked that he didn't wear SPF every day, but she would have seen past it. I said goodbye to both of my parents and apologized again to the sweet receptionist. Then I returned home. Ryder looked like he was about to explode off the couch when I entered the house. He was still on the couch where I had left him, but his knee was bouncing 1,000 and he was trying so hard to win whatever game he was playing I was concerned for the safety of the control. "Are you winning?" I asked. No, I'm getting worse. My focus is gone, he admitted, pausing the game. This is the longest I've ever sat still. I'm used to driving from pack to pack, doing rounds, meeting new people, going through training sessions. Being stagnant is hard. Well, if you want, we can go out for a hike, I suggested. I thought you didn't hike, or that I lied, I interjected, wincing a little. A lot of the hikes are in werewolf territory, and I didn't want to risk anything. But since it's all out in the open now, since I know that you're a werewolf, we can go. That was all it took to get him up and out. I drove us to a small, easy hike in the area that ended at a cute little waterfall. It was smooth going and relatively flat until we neared the falls. There, it took a little bit of clear rock hopping. Ryder, being as tall as he was, could extend those long legs and move about easily. I occasionally had to take run to give my jump enough momentum to clear the winding creek, and sometimes Ryder extended a hand towards me and helped me cross gaps. By the end of the hike, my hand stayed permanently clasped with his. We cooked supper together. I didn't mind how he always seemed to be in my way, or that he accidentally overcooked my steaks. We ate at my tiny dining room set, and he told me about how his mom and dad used to travel around the country sometimes to follow their favorite rock bands. Apparently, they were big fans of Kiss and the Foo Fighters. I liked the thought of his parents being such free, fun-loving people. There was no conversation around sleeping in the same bed again. I didn't have a second pair of sexy velvet shorts, but he stroked his hands over the terry cloth as if it were the finest silk. He told me he liked my special pillowcases. I told him I liked the way he held me in the middle of the night. I almost fell apart when he pressed a gentle kiss to the back of my neck. Too bad my night was filled with imagines of me perched in a tree, firing arrow after arrow into a massive black wolf. And when I climbed down the tree to inspect the wolf, Ryder's silver eyes shone up at me. I shook the thoughts out of my head as soon as my eyes parted. His arm was around me, and he was very much alive. The day played out much like the previous, breakfast and coffee together with a side of idle chatter. He cleaned the kitchen while I pretended to read on the couch. When he finished, I was grabbing my car keys, leaving again. I'm going to see my parents, I said. Then I thought of my mother and how she had said his name, how there was a little relief in her body. Would you like to come? It's nothing exciting, obviously. I also understand if it makes you uncomfortable, but you are welcome to come along. We can get coffees after and go for a walk in a park after. I would love to come. He held my hand with a warm, sure grip while we walked into the home. I had walked these hallways 1,000 times. I knew these staff members, the kind souls who took care of my parents when I could not. But having someone beside me made me realize just how lonely all those walks had been. Just how much I wish someone would give my hand a squeeze before I opened the door to my parents' apartment. My mom was in an armchair, my dad on the love seat. I vaguely introduced Ryder because it was the right thing to do, but neither of my parents reacted. I wanted to help my mom with her hair, wanted to get my dad to sit up straighter because I knew how they thought first impressions were everything. And this was the last way they would want someone to see them. But this is who they were now. And maybe part of it was me. Maybe I was afraid to show Ryder this side, the side that broke me, the reason I started hunting. I forced myself to allow them to be just as they were, but Ryder was unfazed. He settled himself on the floor, allowing me to sit on the love seat with my dad. The man spoke gently, talking to my mom for a little while, then talking to my father. He told them about our first date at the adoption center. He said that we went to movies and that we cooked together, that I liked my steaks rarer than he did, that I could cuddle better than he could. I fidgeted, folding blankets and adjusting pillows within reach until Ryder said, "She has the best laugh. It's just too bad that it only comes out when she wins." I stilled, looking at Ryder, who was already watching me. A smile was tucked into the corner of his mouth. She's always been so competitive. My mom sighed, and I froze all over again. She needed to have longer hair than her friends. get better grades, be better at whatever sports they were good at. I didn't even care what she was saying or how true it was. I was just stunned that she was even speaking this much. You're taking good care of her? Then, my dad asked, his voice rough from not having spoken for an extended period of time. I'm doing the best I can, Ryder answered honestly. His gaze was heavy as my parents slipped back into their mindless void. Chapter 45. I kissed him when we walked through my front door. I knew I shouldn't have. Things were still complicated, to say the least. Kissing him was not going to uncomplicate anything. But the gentle way he spoke with my parents, the truthful words he had spoken, the way he so willingly held my hand when I was on the brink of shattering, it all made me toss my good sense out the window. And when my lips pressed against his, I knew it was a mistake. He tasted like the first day of summer and the coldest day in the winter all at once. His body beneath my roaming palms was just as sturdy and as stable as his words had been. The little groan that left his mouth was the sweetest symphony I would ever hear. George, he murmured when I pulled away. He didn't let me get far, though, gently tugging me back to him so he could place a kiss on my forehead. I stayed nestled in the safety of his arms, breathing in his scent and embrace the strength of him for far longer than I should have. He just smoothed my hair and rested his chin on top of my head for the most part. He became a safety net I could fall into. I couldn't have hurled myself at him in fury, in tears, in happiness, and he had taken it all in, hardly batting an eye. I could press, I could pull, I could tear. He would be there to mend. I let myself do something I had wanted to do for ages now. I took his hand in my own and led him to my bedroom. George, he repeated, stuck somewhere between enthusiasm and wariness. I want you. Vampire Deception. By Dwight Mason and E.Y. Dwight, the undocumented changeling, and forced to cause at a low-level rich. I'm tired of fighting it. You're my mate. He melted against me, his entire body slackening in my arms as if I had just said some magical words. A moment later we were tangled together on the bed. He laid beneath me and I straddled his hips. Our kisses started out tentative, feeling each other out. Little taste. He brushed my hair behind my ears with gentle fingers. I cradled his face between my palms, sweeping my thumb over those devastating cheekbones. It was like the first time. There were no moments where it felt brash and rough. Never once did I wonder if I was going to regret it. His touches were attentive and explorative. Mine were eager. I would learn every inch of him and every sound he made. He was keen to do the same. I gasped against his open mouth when he squeezed my ass with both hands. He just grinned up at me. So sensitive. He rumbled, "You have no idea." His eyes seemed to darkness then, and the sincere smile edged into a smirk. "Tell me what you want me to do to you right now," he commanded. Words failed me. I knew what I wanted, but getting it out onto my tongue seemed so impossible all of a sudden. I just buried a hand in his raven hair and pushed his head downwards. "Can't even say it," he teased, but moved willingly between my thighs. I shook my head mutely. "Georgia." He said my name like it was the only thing he knew. I collapsed onto his chest, desperately trying to catch my breath. He held me tight and peppered me with tender kisses. When we both recovered enough, he helped me move to the bathroom where we showered together, his strong fingers massaging shampoo into my hair. And there, under the spray of the hot water, surrounded by steam and endorphins, I wished so badly that I could freeze time. Imagine a girl named Georgia, who grew up determined to be a hunter, avenging her parents' death at the hands of werewolves. She honed her archery skills, ready to take down every werewolf she could find. But then, in a twist of fate, she falls in love with a half-werewolf named Ryder. It's the ultimate contradiction. Her mission was to kill werewolves, yet now she's in love with one. What's she going to do? Stick to her hunter's vow or follow her heart? and there's so much more hidden beneath the surface. Chapter 46. Georgia perched high in the ancient oak, her keen eyes tracking the werewolf as it glided through the dense forest below.
The creature moved with an otherworldly grace,
its paws barely disturbing the damp leaves and twigs that carpeted the forest floor. Its silent, fluid motion only served to emphasize its lethal nature, a force of destruction that had already claimed countless lives, including those of Georgia's parents. A tempest of emotions raged within her: hatred, grief, and a cold determination that had become as much a part of her own heartbeat. With practiced precision, Georgia raised her recover bow, a weapon that had become an extension of herself over years of relentless training. The bow was more than just a tool, it was her companion in this endless hunt, her instrument of vengeance. Without hesitation, Georgia released the arrow. It flew true, a silver-tipped harbinger of death, finding its mark in the werewolf's flank. The beast didn't make a sound as the arrow pierced its thick, dark fur and burrowed deep into its flesh. Georgia knew the silver would do its work, even if her aim hadn't been fatal. With the fluid grace of a predator herself, Georgia descended from her perch, her pack already secured to her back. She didn't spare a glance for the fallen creature as she turned away, the weight of the silver knife in her pocket a comforting reassurance. Part of her hoped the werewolf still clung to life, if only so it could witness her departure, a final, crushing defeat for the monster that had taken everything from her. As she began to move away from the scene, a familiar voice broke the eerie silence of the forest. "Georgia," it croaked, sending a jolt of surprise through her battle-hardened frame. I whirled around, and there was Ryder, sprawled on the forest floor. My arrow protruded from his side, blood staining his lips. I let out an anguished scream and rushed towards him. "Georgia," he gasped again. I ran with all my might, pushing my body to its limits. The surrounding trees blurred into a green haze. Yet no matter how fast I moved, Ryder remained just out of reach. I cried out his name repeatedly, tears streaming down my face. His skin grew paler with each passing second, more blood bubbling from his lips and seeping from the wound in his side. Despite his agony, his eyes remained fixed on me, watching as I desperately tried to reach him. He continued to call my name, his voice growing weaker with each utterance. Then, he stilled, with my arrow in his body. I jerked upright in my bed. A dream. A nightmare. That's all it was. That's all it would ever be. But I cowed and stopped myself from putting out a hand and placing it ever so softly on Ryder's bare chest. His snoring should have been enough of an indication that he was very much alive. But I only released a tense breath when I felt the steady thumping of his heart beneath my palm. Then, I was clawing my way out of my bed, out of the hundreds of layers of blankets and pillows as if they were trying to suffocate me. My breaths did not come any easier when I was free, though. Nor did they when I stumbling into the hallway, blindly fumbling for a light switch, or when I fell onto my ragged couch in the living room, staring at a distant street light through the window. It was a dream, a wretched horror that my own mind had concocted, but the tears rolling down my cheeks were very real. I pressed teeth down on my clenched fist to keep the chest-shaking sobs quiet, because it could have been real. Maybe the mate bond would have been strong enough to stop me from releasing the arrow. Maybe it wouldn't have been. It could have been Milo assigned to the pack Ryder was stationed at. He wouldn't even have known that he killed the man I was supposed to be with. I thought of how my mother would fall to her knees and shriek if anything happened to my father. I thought of what it would have been like to open the door and see a somber neighbor, a trusted friend, telling me that my mother was not coming home because someone had killed her. I felt till when I considered having to move on without a brother in my life. Distant was one thing, dead was another. That was the reality that I had created for these wolves. That was the reality that I had been proud of. The one that the other hunters had celebrated with me. Huntress, the killer of werewolves. If they hurt me, was I wrong to hurt them back? It certainly felt wrong now with the sickness churning in my... How had it come to this? Just a few years ago, I felt this way about my parents, lost and confused and wanting someone to hurt, wanting to fix all that had ever been wronged. "Georgia," Ryder murmured into the dark. I sniffed hard then, dragging my fist from my mouth to wipe my tears furiously. Yes. Obviously. It wasn't fast enough. Ryder gave out a little sigh before coming to sit beside me on the couch. I fell into his open arms immediately, still needing the comfort of his warm skin under my palm and his steady heartbeat beneath my ear. Alive. He was alive. What's going on? He whispered into my hair. Nothing. Sometimes I just need a good cry at 5 in the morning. I lied. George. He pressed. Tell me what's going on. As he placed his hand on my cheek, I caught a glimpse of a fine, pink scar that wound his wrist. It was the scar he had gotten from fighting Ajax when Hades had come to deliver his verdict. All of the tears resurfaced immediately. In a very small voice, I said, I don't know if I have done the right thing. A kind person might have told me that everything would be all right in the end, because everything was always all right. Ryder just squeezed my waist. If this wolf drain is real, I don't know if there will be any right or wrong. He held me in silence until the sun began to shine over the horizon. Sometimes, he would smooth a hand down my back when a shuddering breath ripped through me. Sometimes I would stroke his hair or press into his warmth just to remind myself that he was indeed still here with me. Despite the fear and uncertainty rattling me, this was a quiet bubble of calm. I was safe here, until Ryder said, We need to go meet Milo soon. And just like that, the lines had been drawn between us once more. Chapter 47. Ryder listened to his rock music during the drive. I played with my hair that was still wet from my shower. Milo greeted us at the door, swinging it open before we even had a chance to knock. Though there was still tension between the three of us, showcased by Milo's mistrustful gaze running over Ryder, we still embraced with a hug for me and a brief handshake for the men. Milo prepped us all drinks. Despite the summer weather that was on its way, I was delighted with my white, hot chocolate chia. Milo always had a great taste for good drinks. Ryder settled for an iced coffee, something so simple that I thought Milo rolled his eyes at the request. We migrated into the living room as we had before. Any signs of the royals trailing you guys? Milo asked almost immediately. No, nothing. Georgia, Milo prompted. A simple handshake clearly didn't mean that Milo and Ryder were the best of pals. I haven't noticed anything in you. I agreed. But in fairness, I don't know what their cars look like or what many of their people look like, aside from the king and queen and the guy who ripped out my nails. I didn't see many people. Still, I haven't seen anything out of the norm recently. No new cars on my street. No one tailing me. Ryder's hand tightened on my knee. He didn't understand why I was putting even a pinch of doubt in Milo's mind. But Milo knew me damn well. He knew the hunter side of me that survived by being wary and by noticing overturned rocks. If I had just shrugged and brushed it off, he would have known that something was off. You stayed out of the woods. Right. Milo pressed. I'm not an idiot. But I was. Because I had gone hiking in the woods I knew were infested with wolves. It's just that I now had a wolf at my side most of the time. Since you left last time, it's all I could think about. He confessed. For the tiniest second, I saw the weight on him, his body unable to carry the load so silently all the time. I know that the whole Cassie situation was a shock to you, but seeing you alive, then finding out that all of the royals were alive, that was insane for me to even consider. I have no real way to contact you, so all I could think about was that they had gotten to you. I don't know how you managed to get away the first time, but I am almost certain they will not let you escape if they ever find you again. In a town this size, it's only a matter of time before they find you. Hearing the genuine concern in voice, watching the way he stared at the floor instead of me, my heart ached. The mysterious and distant Milo that I had once crushed on must have spent sleepless nights staring at the ceiling, worried about me, while I would have swooned 2 years ago. Now I was only burdened with guilt. While he had been worried about me dying again, I had been gallivanting around with Ryder, stealing away tiny moments of bliss. I'm all right. I would have come right to you if I saw something out of the ordinary. I assured. Another lie. So when do you plan on making your next move then? I blinked. What do you mean? Well, the royals are alive. Georgia, you are the best person for the job. You are the huntress after all. I mean, they've already seen your face. It would be dangerous to put someone else in the line of fire now. You know more about them than any of the rest of us. She's not going back to hunting. Ryder was tense beside me, his voice stern and cool. I understand that you might want to keep her safe as her boyfriend or whatever, but this is our life. This is what we do. A single relationship won't change that. This is what I do. I corrected it a little too sharply. As I recall, you dropped out right before the royals were to be hunted. Milo didn't falter until my anger. I knew what was going to be asked of me, and I knew that I cowed and get through it. You wanted to do it. I know that you were afraid, but I also know that you considered being asked like some kind of honor. You thought you were doing the right thing so strongly that you were willing to shoot a child. Things changed. What changed? Milo pushed back. Because she knew you when she was ready to die. Get off your high horse. Ryder's mouth parted, ready to tear Milo's head from his shoulders or ready to defend me once more. But I just dropped my head into my hands, pressing the heels of my hands into my eyes. Finally, there was a second of stillness between the men, between the two worlds that I was trying to exist in. I could never kill the kid. Killing a wolf is easy. My nightmares said otherwise now, but I pressed on. Looking at a man and killing him is hard. Impossible. Maybe not for everyone, but for me. And saying that you're not scared to die is easy when you don't have a knife to your throat. Every time I thought of being killed, I thought of all the reasons I wanted to stay. And when I managed to make it out alive, the one thing I expected to be taken care of, lost. Forgive me for not wanting to throw my life on the line again. When I was able to lift my head again, I found Milo studying me. I couldn't read him now, but to be fair, I seldom could. Then, he gave me a slow, curt nod. All right. I understand. Like he was trying to extend an olive branch. He added, Refill Ryder. Sure. We talked amicably for a while. Light conversation that wouldn't rile anyone up. But if Milo was trying to keep us calm, I figured he would have had better luck if he stopped offering Ryder refills of iced coffee. I think we were on drink for by the time we got round to the information we needed. I was hoping you would have some contact information on Cassie. I prompted. The words felt wrong in my mouth. I was deceiving a man that had carried me when I felt that no one else could. The man who did his best to make sure I came out the royal grounds. But if we didn't go to Ajax and Keiko with Cassie, would they come after Milo anyway? Cassie has Wolf, Drain, Milo said flatly. Just not going to be one for inspiring conversation. I winced. I know. But I still want to see her. It's what we do. I went to see her family sometimes she came to mind. Dawn and Armin visited all of our family members regularly. We're a family ourselves. Before the family decided to just stop paying for my parents' care. Chess in the Yukon. Milo sighed. The Yukon. I repeated. Her family doctor thought that this might be a stress-related thing. Some kind of episode. They wanted to get her out. Like far away from busy cities. He explained. The twinge in my chest was not for dear Cassie for once. It was for the family. Because I knew that feeling. Knew the panic and the crippling need to do what was right. If a doctor told me that my parents might get better if I had run through a busy mall naked, I would have done it. I wouldn't have even blinked. They would sit out there in the middle of nowhere, hoping for a change. But none would come because Wolf, Drain didn't work like that. Milo gave me the address of her new home. Ryder put it into his phone and groaned. 22 hours of driving. Yuck, and there's not flights that will cut off enough time to make them worthwhile. Her family took the advisement seriously. You don't get farther from city life than Watson Lake. Well, are you up for a road trip? I asked Ryder gently. For the sake of show. Of course. Ajax made it clear that I was not to leave his sight. If you really want to see this girl. I do. Ryder just shrugged. Then I guess I'm going with you. We were about to leave when Ryder finally declined a final coffee and bowed out to use the washroom. It was then that Milo cornered me, and I began to see that all of the olive branches were just a shitty trick to get Ryder away from me, even just for a bathroom break. "You're angry," Milo whispered as I placed our mugs in the sink. "What? You're angry at Armand and Dawn. Because of your parents. That's why you don't want to go back." He could not have been further from the truth. Milo, I was left to die. I know that I accepted that. But when I was on those lands, when I was getting my nails pulled out, all I could think about was how we should have planned it better. You can't tell me that the task needed to be completed as soon as it was. You can't tell me that another 6 weeks of training and research would have hurt my chances of getting out of there. "So you were angry," he repeated. I let out a little huff. "Fine. Maybe a little. Here." He pressed a small piece of paper into my hand. "When you get yourself a new phone, called on." She was thrilled to hear that you're okay. I'm not saying that you need to go back to hunting werewolves. I'm just saying that a little conversation might make you feel better about the whole situation. I shoved the paper in my pocket just as Ryder reappeared. I doubted anything that anyone said would make me feel better about the disaster that I had landed myself in. "You guys drive safe now," Milo said, and he pulled me in for a hug that lasted just a little bit too long. Chapter 48. I didn't know how we got here. I didn't know how we kept coming back to each other, no matter the day ahead of us or behind us. Milo's words had still been ringing in my ears when we returned to the house. The paper was burning in my pocket when Ryder propped to encounter and kissed me hard. I teased him, pulling away just before our lips met over and over. His tolerance of my game surprised me until I realized that he was prepared to return the favor. I had never been with a man like him, and, as much as I didn't want to admit it, I doubted there would ever be another that compared. He melted into me, face burrowed against the crook of my neck, chest heaving against my back. A hand stroked down my side. I arched into him and let out a low, approving hum. Teeth brushed against the side of my throat. Marking. He had told me about it. He had said that it would bind us together more strongly, that it would be a sign to others that we were connected, like a wedding ring on my finger. I would be his and every wolf would know it. His lips traced the skin there. I braced for the sensation of his teeth biting into me then. I didn't know what it would feel like, and frankly, I didn't care. I wanted it. I needed it. I closed my eyes. I was his, completely and utterly. "Fuck," Ryder ground out, his body moving off mine. "What am I doing?" he whispered to himself. My mind was still spinning a little dizzily when I heard him do up his belt. Luckily, even in my daze, I knew I should be putting my clothes back on if he was. Standing in my lacy bra, I watched him pull his shirt over his head. His hair was sticking up at odd angles from where I had gripped it. Cheeks were flushed pink and his movements were a little sluggish, like I had taken all of the energy right out of him. A moment ago, I could have screamed his name and he would have snarled in approval. Now he couldn't even meet my eyes. "What are we doing?" I asked in a timid whisper. Ryder considered this for a moment, his mercury eyes stormy. "Pretending. It doesn't feel like we're pretending." I managed. I knew he caught the way my hand was rubbing the center of my chest like it could soothe the ache in my heart. "No, it doesn't." After a little arguing, we agreed to leave the following morning. We argued a little more when I insisted on going to see my parents before we left. I couldn't deny that I was touched when he offered to come with me. After his first and only encounter, I wouldn't have been surprised if he never wanted to mention my parents again. It must have been difficult to be a third party in that moment, just watching a girl talk to her parents, then getting questioned in a brief moment of clarity. Still, I turned him down, because I had purchased myself a cell phone in the tiny amount of spare time I hadn't had texted Dawn. She was going to meet me at my parents' home for a brief conversation before I left. It was a risk I knew it was. I had a werewolf waiting for me at home, but I still went to meet with her, because I didn't have to pretend with her. Not really. I could snap at her, demand to know why they hadn't paid for my parents. I could cry. I could scream. I could let it all out. And I could be done with it. I decided that I would tell her I wanted out. I updated my phone number with the receptionist at the front and steeled myself for the conversation ahead. Dawn was waiting for me with my parents seated at their little table. The smell of cinnamon buns was so inviting. I almost forgot why I was angry in the first place. "Oh, Georgia," she gasped, running to embrace me. When had she ever called me by my real name? It felt odd to be anything other than Huntress to her. Though, in fairness, thinking that I had been dead for all of this time must have jarred her. At the very least, it felt nice to be in her embrace, and I melted against her a little bit. "You're looking well," she said when she finally pulled away. Fingers pinched my cheek affectionately. "You're finally putting on some real weight. Not just muscle all the time. Almost dying makes you decide to take care of yourself," I replied, then gestured to the 2 open chairs. "Should we sit?" I gave her the short version of Ryder's story while I helped my mother apply lotion to her hands and combed my dad's hair. I was captured. It was awful. I lost my fingernails. And when Keiko wanted to play good cop, I had taken the opportunity to sneak out of the bathroom window. I had run and run and run. Dawn nodded along to my words, her hand resting on top of mine for the majority of the tale. She only released me to offer me one of her legendary cinnamon buns, which I devoured. "I'm so sorry that happened to you," Dawn said. "We thought we had set you up properly in the time we had." I didn't reply, just rose to stand by my mother. I braided her beautiful hair. I could hear her complaining about how tight I made the braids, saying it wasn't good for the hair or the skin, but knowing it wouldn't come out for the day. "Why did no one pay for my parents?" I asked finally. Dawn didn't look a little bit surprised. "We got busy with the move." Well, busy is the wrong word. We were broke. It was all such a whirlwind that we didn't take proper care of our finances. We bought some new houses to help the hunters with moving expenses, needed a new home base for us, had to get new phones for everyone, and bought a new business to be a front. The money hadn't come from the sale of the CAF yet. It was just bad timing. We would have taken care of it eventually. Bad timing that could have left my parents without proper care. There wasn't an ounce of sympathy in my voice. "Georgia, we wouldn't have let that happen." I trusted this woman with my life. She was the soothing force to the duo. She was the one who made us believe that we were all right when Armin stared down at us. When my parents were first affected by Wolf, she was the person that I sought out. She was a mother figure when I had needed one. "I won't let it happen," I responded. "Right? Well, they can come with us when you're ready to move. Vale Mount is small, but I'm sure we could find adequate care for them in not going." "Excuse me, in not leaving. This is my home. This is where I'm staying." Dawn was positively horrified. "Georgia, the king and queen are not dead. They live here, even if it is just part-time. They will come after you. God only knows what they will do to you when they get their hands on you. We will all be too far away to save you." As if they would send anyone in to save me anyway. "Then let them come for me," I spat. "My parents are here. They have a great facility and great staff members to take care of them. I did all of this for them. I will not fail them now. And when the king and queen find you, I don't care. I'm tired of running. I'm tired of not having a life, of not doing the things I want to because a wolf might be around the corner, because I have to be on a diet to stay fast enough to run through the woods, because I have to be ready to move at any time." I didn't realize at first, but I was getting louder and louder with each word. Tears were welling in my eyes. "Georgia, nothing you can say will convince me that I should go back to hunting. Putting my life on hold has not made my parents better. Dawn left me to have a few moments with my parents. I used the time to get myself together, sniffling as I scrubbed the plates from the treats that Dawn provided. How many times would I teeter on the edge of falling apart in one day? Chapter 49. Ryder wanted to forge ahead and take turns driving to see Cassie so we could get there in a day. I won out, telling him that it would be easier on both of us if we took our time. 3 days of driving so we could get to Watson Lake midday. unless we were planning on jerking Cassie out of her family's hands. We also had to come up with a plan to get her to the king and queen. My stomach nodded at the thought, but it was nothing at the sensation that came when Ryder told me that if we were making stops, we were stopping in Valemount, the town where the werewolf hunters had relocated to. I think we can make it further than that, I protested. It's already going to be over 7 hours of driving. George, I thought you wanted to break it up a little. I do. I just didn't want to stop in a town full of werewolf hunters. I know you probably don't care, but there's amazing mountain biking in the area and I really want to go. Obviously, this isn't a vacation, but I haven't had a second where you haven't been threatened or we haven't been chasing someone, or we were considering killing each other. I just want a couple hours. That's all. I opened my mouth to protest, but I wasn't entirely sure what I was going to say. I hadn't told him about my meeting with Dawn. What was I supposed to say? That I had met with the head of the whole operation. That it was all right. There was nothing to be worried about. Was I supposed to risk Dawn's safety or his? I told myself that he would be in human form and in a touristy area. He would be fine. And if this was going to bring him a pinch of joy, I was in no position to deny it. We packed our belongings, Ryder just repacking his trusty duffel bag, and set off. The world fell away for a time. He bought me coffee when I pointed out a small CAF. I asked him about his mountain biking, and at one point, a song came on his playlist that I actually knew. I had never sung in the car with anyone before, but I let my soul pour out of my lungs then. It wasn't a song I would have listened to on my own accord, but I heard my brother blaring it through the walls of my childhood home. It was gritty and rough, and it felt good to get it out. When the song ended, there was no room for embarrassment. Ryder was looking at me with a slack jaw and wide eyes. Valemount came quickly despite the fact that Ryder always made sure I had a hot drink in my hand and therefore had to take frequent bathroom breaks. The conversation was steady and made the time pass quickly. So did the warmth of his strong hand on my thigh. I said something that made him give my leg a squeeze, and I felt like I couldn't speak for several moments after that. It was late in the evening when we checked into the hotel. It was nothing special, but when Ryder took off his t-shirt and laid on the bed, I felt like I was in the lap of luxury. A better woman might have turned away. I was not a better woman. I took my time, studying the sharp line of his jaw, the curve of his collarbones, the quiet definition of his ABS and the arrows that seemed to be drawn by his hips. Christ, was it even legal to be this attractive? Are you done? He asked, but a taunting hand swept down his stomach. No, you're mine. I will stare you as long as I please. He lifted his head from the mattress slightly, a single eyebrow raised. What did you say? You're mine. Ryder. His head tipped back at that, and I was able to catch a glimpse of his teeth capturing his lower lip. I knew the feeling. To be his. It was an incredible thing. To feel his arms around me, the press of his body, the safety and the sensuality. It was too much and not enough all at once. I want you to take your pants off and put on a condom. I demanded. Is that an order? Do you want it to be? The role reversal was delicious for me. I loved having him push me down into the mattress. Loved a hard grip on my hair and how he whispered dirty things in my ear when I was right on the edge. But watching him shudder as I slowly slid myself down his length, that was ecstasy. I didn't have the confidence to be rough and powerful like he did, but he was incredibly responsive to everything I did. When I pressed my palms to his chest to stabilize myself, then dug my nails in a little, he hissed. When I nipped at his ear, he outrightly groaned. It seemed anything I did would get a buck of the hips. A curse, or a shiver. Neither of us lasted long. We showered together. He tried to be gentle as he lathered the shampoo in my hair, but kept getting his fingers tangled in various strawberry blonde knots. I still treated him to a nice scalp massage, though, rubbing my conditioner deep in his hair. We were keeping the world at bay like we always did in quiet moments like this. But when he washed his face with the hotel-provided soap bar, it all came rushing back. He curled under the covers. I sat on the edge of the bed in my t-shirt and shorts, my back to him, My mom was a dermatologist. I said to the wall. Ryder didn't say anything, but that didn't stop me from continuing. My dad was always this chronic overachiever. He always looked his best. Always talked about making good impressions. They were this powerhouse couple. Then, my mom started forgetting to buy groceries for us. My dad missed meetings with clients. My mom couldn't drive herself to work. They forgot our names. Doctors could do nothing. Tears rimmed my eyes but refused to fall. I'm sorry, George. I was so angry and so lost when I was brought in to kill werewolves. I had spent so many hours with doctors and nurses and specialists. Every test came up with no results. Then, suddenly, it was right there. I had something to betake my anger, and I had a solution. I could do something so this wouldn't happen to other people. I thought another daughter wouldn't have to hold her father's hand, begging him to remember her. It sounds stupid now, but I just wanted to fix everything. I understand. But do you? My lower lip trembled and the tears finally began to spill, because I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was saving lives. I wanted these fucking creatures off the earth. I wanted to kill Ajax and Keiko. And I wanted to have the stomach to kill Clementine too. And because I cowled and kill a kid, am here, am turning in a girl who could make the sun shine during the nighttime if she wanted to because she is an angel. And I don't even know how I should feel. I don't know if I should feel soul-crushing guilt for turning her into Ajax and Keiko, or if I should wake up in the middle of the night because I'm haunted by all the wolves I've killed. Because I dream that I killed you. And it makes me fucking sick every morning. Georgia. He sighed into the dark. Arms slid around my shaking form and he carefully tugged me so I was lying down beside him. We do the best we can with the information we have. I don't know what is right and what is wrong anymore. Ryder. That's life. George. I don't know if I was in the right for killing werewolf hunters that I came across. And even if I find out that I was in the wrong, there's nothing I can do about it now. I just have to trust that I am strong enough to deal with the consequences of my choices. He was so calm, so sure of himself. I spent the night wondering if I could handle the outcome. Chapter 50. I teetering and out of nightmares again that night. Sometimes they involved Ryder. Sometimes I saw little Clementine's face screaming as she watched her father fall. Sometimes I saw Hades' red eyes following me through the forest, warning me of what was to come. If only I had been smart enough to listen back then. When morning came, Ryder was still adamant about going mountain biking. The grogginess in my head wanted to argue with him, but I recalled how he spoke about it. He had been so happy to get his dream job, working with bikes. Ravine, I think is what the bike company was called. I could already imagine him out there, grinning as he took a bad crash in stride, looking so damn handsome with a helmet on, leaning against his bike in the middle of the woods. When he asked me if I wanted to join him, I just thought it would be a good distraction. I had been on a bike before and had maintained a decent level of skill over the years through the occasional ride around town. So we rented me a helmet and bike as well. 5 minutes into our ride, I was wondering how on earth Ryder could ever enjoy something like this. I thought you said this was for beginners. I complained. I was already breathing hard and had a light sheen on sweat under my shirt. Georgia, this is the skills area. This isn't even a trail yet. He chuckled, looking like the picture of ease on his rental bike. My imagination hadn't done him justice. I didn't know if it was because he was in or if he just radiated joy now. But he was incredibly handsome. The stormy eyes no longer looked so tortured. The broad shoulders didn't look so tight anymore. He was at home here, confident and comfortable in a way I could never be. I rolled through a strange, slanted turn, a berm, apparently, and when I looked back at Ryder for approval, he was grinning so broadly that I just wanted to bike until my legs gave out. So that's what I did. Obviously, mountain biking was not what I thought it would be. Long gone were my memories of serene sidewalk pedals. I thought the climb up the access road to the actual trails would be the hard part. Cardio was something of a strong suit for me, but I definitely preferred the sprints to the long grinds. And this was a long, long grind. It felt like the trailhead was getting further and further, not closer. With every pedal stroke, Ryder kept calling back to me, checking in on me as we ascended. I would wheeze an answer, only impressed that he could hold a conversation while my lungs felt like they were constricting. But I would keep going. I would go as long as my body allowed me, because he was talking and he was happy. And if my legs burned and my eyes watered when the wind blew, so be it. I was foolish enough to be thankful when we reached the trail of choice. It was a little green trail, which was apparently a good thing. I didn't really care all that much. I was just happy to let gravity do the work for me on the way down. I knew the woods, I knew roots and creeks and loam. If I could run over this stuff, I was sure that I could bike over it. I was wrong. Gravity helped get the bike going, and it kept the bike going, and it was getting faster. When I pulled on the brakes that Ryder had shown me earlier, I pulled so hard that I almost went over the bars. In a panic, I stomped my feet into the earth and stood for a moment, baffled by how complex this simple thing was. You all right? Coming to a perfectly controlled stop behind me. If this is not something you want to do or you Adi, we can go back and just ride down the road. No, I was not going to let this go. Because he was happy. He was finally fucking happy in a way that I hadn't seen since he found out that I was a hunter. I was not going to take that away from him, even if it killed me. So I gripped my handlebars and I stood on the pedals like he told me to. And I allowed the bike to do the work. There were parts that came naturally. I could read the trails easily because I knew Mother Nature, how she liked to lay down her roots and draw her creeks. I could trust my core to balance me. I could squat my legs and hold my body at the precarious place that gave me control and stability. If I could balance on a tree limb in a blizzard, I could make it down this trail. I still squeezed the brakes when the speed got scary and I refused to even roll over anything that looked like it could remotely be a jump. I felt like I was going 1,000 kilometers per hour, even though I was sure I was hardly moving. There were brief moments when I enjoyed myself. Like really enjoyed myself and marveled at what my body could do when I gave it the chance. My arms were growing tired and my legs were exhausted from holding me in the same position. But I could hear the noise from the parking lot. Just one more burn. I watched it intently. A pinch of anxiety struck me, letting me think about how it would feel to fall. But I knew this. Not well, but I could do it. I willed my body to move. My hips should have dropped. I should have turned my bars. I didn't do either of those things. And when I willed my legs to pedal, they didn't do that either. Completely locked up, I flopped onto my side, hitting the soft dirt with a dull thump, and the time it took me to release my death grip on the handlebars and kick the bike off me. Ryder was there. "Oh, Georgia," he said, a half panic sigh. "Are you hurt?" "No, I don't think so," I grunted, hoisting myself up onto my elbows. I had much worse run-ins during my time as a werewolf hunter. He grabbed my bike and righted it for me before extending a hand. "All right, let's get you up and off the trail then. I don't want us getting run over." I reached out, almost surprised when my fingers curled around his wrist. It must have been the fear that stalled out my brain, something like target fixation. He pulled me to my feet, grinning as I recovered and wiped the dirt off the butt of my leggings. "I haven't seen you this happy in a long time," I whispered, almost afraid to release the words into the air. "I haven't been this happy in a long time, George." The grin didn't stretch his lips so much anymore. Something heavy and thick settled onto his features, a seriousness that I wanted to brush away. Then, he said, "I love you." It was a shock to say the absolute least, and I definitely acted the part by standing there with my mouth open, gawking at him. Why here? Why when I was covered in dirt? "I know that this has been confusing and messy," he continued. I think a lesser man would have looked away, wounded by my silence. But he plowed on. "But I know what I'm feeling. I know what you make me feel. And maybe I shouldn't. But I do. When I think about coming home, I think about seeing you. Fuck. You're all I think about." My heart swelled. The body that had felt frozen just a moment ago was now completely responsive. My lips pulled back until I was utterly beaming. Loved. Isn't that all I ever wanted to be? Isn't that all I had been chasing? I love you. To the words were true. The feeling blooming in my ribs was proof of that. My smile was proof of that. The breathlessness in my chest was proof. But one truth was not greater than the other. I loved him. Because of him, I would be handing the sweetest girl I had ever met to the werewolf royals. Chapter 51. Ryder did ask me if I wanted to keep riding my bike, but we both knew the answer to that. I was sweaty and a little battered from my fall, and despite the fact that he was being so accommodating of me, I saw the way he looked at other trailheads. Riding with him would only make me suffer more and prevent him from doing what he really wanted. I promised him I would be contented in the car by myself. I had downloaded a reading app at the hotel and had enough content to keep myself occupied for some time. Every now and then I would lift my head and see Ryder pedaling back up the road, see him exit the trees at light speed, grinning like mad the entire time. A couple times I spotted him stopped, leaned against the handlebars and chatting with a few people who were also riding bikes. I envied that easiness that he could just swing when he wanted to. I had never been that way. Would never be that way. I flicked through various stories from high fantasies with swirling dragons and dashing heroes to a country-themed romance. It felt like it was the first time I had been able to take a full breath in weeks and just fall apart. Maybe I shouldn't have been so satisfied with the whole situation. We were on our way to pick up Cassie after all, whether I liked it or not. I was now working in alliance with the werewolf royals, but he had said he loved me. The words had left his mouth and they had been true. I knew in my bones that they were, no matter what had been tearing us apart. No matter how differently we looked at the world. He loved me and I him. I let the bliss of the shared moment on the bike trails take me away for far longer than I realized. Soon, the sun was beginning to set along the hike peaks of the surrounding mountains. The weather that had been just above pleasantly warm was now becoming nippy. Just when I was beginning to get worried thinking that he might have suffered a fall or some kind of mechanical malfunction, I saw Ryder rocket down the side of the steep hill, moving just like those pro riders I had seen on television. That felt like years ago now, keeping my back to him, wishing so badly that things were different. Maybe the guilt should have been more prominent than the joy. But right then, it didn't seem to matter. I could wish that things were different. It was going to change what was right in front of me. I got out of the car, stretching my achy muscles. Sorry, Ryder said immediately. I lost track of time. I just kept thinking that I could squeeze one more in and now we're behind schedule. It's fine, I assured. We gave ourselves lots of time anyway. We can stay here another night and move on in the morning. That was all it took for him to launch into a wild tale, summarizing his day. He used lots of words I didn't know and gestured vividly with his hands, judging by the mud on his one hip and elbow. He had also taken quite the spill today. When I asked him about it, he rambled with great detail, stringing me along as if it was some kind of war story. It involved drops, rock slabs, and other things I didn't understand, but I listened and watched nonetheless. He took off his helmet and shook out his sweaty hair, not even missing a beat in his tale. Eventually, he realized that we were some of the last people in the parking lot and the kind folks at the rental shop wanted to go home, so he returned our bikes. I got back in the car, thinking that we would be on our way shortly. After a moment, I raised my head, catching movement in the rearview mirror. All of the other vehicles had left. The rental shop was closed up, and Ryder was walking away from the car, into the woods. He cast one glance over his shoulder, presumably to make sure I was in the car. Then he tugged his t-shirt over his head into the thick forest. I sat and waited for a little while, just to see if he would come back. I told myself that he was an adult and that he could go for strolls, shirtless ones even, if he wanted to. It was not my job to monitor this grown man. If anything, it was his job to keep an eye on me. Then I remembered where we were and who was around us. I darted out of the car as if it was made of molten lava then. I wouldn't run. I wouldn't scream his name. None of that. If he was out there and someone else was out there, I didn't want to bring attention to him. But I certainly was walking like a normal human, my back to straighten my pace far too fast. I told myself that they wouldn't hunt out here. Of course, they wouldn't hunt out here, as well as the bike park being on this mountain. There was an abundance of hiking trails and it wasn't that far out of town. They wouldn't hunt here. They couldn't hunt here. But I wasn't in the game anymore. I didn't know what had changed since I had gone into the royals' territory and come out the other side. They could be braver now, bolder. They might not care who knew and who didn't. I spotted a small pile of clothing at the base of a tree. Ryder's clothes from this morning. Fuck. I knew as soon as that shirt had come off that he had gone into the forest to shift. But I had been hoping. God, I was a fool. Why hadn't I told him that we were in hunter territory? Surely, I should have been smart enough to come up with a lie. I had already woven so many lies in our relationship. To him, to Cucko and Ajax, to Milo. What was one more? A shadow shifted on my right. A black blur among the trees. Had I not been trained for this, I would have thought it was a trick of the mind of maybe a crow flying above. But I used all of my senses, taking a deep breath to quiet my breathing, straining my ears until I heard the soft crack of a branch. And there was a wolf, staring right at me. Something that had been almost perfectly camouflaged now seemed to be outlined in bold. I had been hunting werewolves too long to have a pleasant response to seeing the claws in the fur. My fingers twitched, but I had no weapons I could draw. Silver eyes gazed at me. "What are you?" I asked aloud. He cocked his head to one side. It was wolfish, for sure, but the gesture was also Ryder. A softness swept over me. "Come here," I encouraged. "I want to look at you." He was before me in a matter of seconds. He must have been racing through the woods before because he was panting hard as he drew nearer. He circled me once, twice. He was something majestic that you only saw on the Nature Channel. So black it was almost uncomfortable to look at, like the mind couldn't process it. Then, silver eyes that gleamed like pure moonlight. His mouth would open and I would see teeth that could shred skin. I saw claws that dug into the earth beneath his paws. But I still saw Ryder, right there, as a wolf. "You could have just told me you needed to. Do this," I said. He let out a noise that sounded a lot like a snort. Maybe under other circumstances, I would have been resistant to it. Seeing him like this, it broke the fantasy. But here, in a place where the danger was very real, I would have been able to hold him off, at least for another day. Even still, I was grateful. Grateful that I could see this side of him and not recoil. Grateful that I could see pure and genuine love glowing in his eyes. Chapter 52. The evening should have been bliss. It had all the right elements. We went to a local restaurant. It was the kind of place that was just romantic enough with soft lighting, flickering candles on each table, and quiet music. The menu consisted of only ethically sorts and local option and drinks priced so high they would make a budgeter cringe. Ryder ordered himself a pop and I was foolish enough to order myself a cocktail initially. His fingers twitching on the table was all I needed to see before I changed out my drink for a mocktail. "You didn't have to do that," he whispered to me. "I have some self-control. Controlling my addiction needs to come from me, not outside sources. No. I did it because I wanted to." I assured and laid my hand over top of his on the live edge table. "You're my partner. What kind of person would I be if I didn't support you?" Our drinks were slurped down over bubbling conversation. I confess that I had always wanted a pet but would feel terribly neglectful if I let it alone for long periods of time. The words felt awkward coming out of my mouth because they were no longer true. I wasn't a werewolf hunter anymore. In fact, I didn't really know what I was. And soon enough the perks would stop too. I had no money of my own and keeping my parents in that care facility was costly. So was rent, and gas, and food, and clothes for job interviews. The realization brought on a headache that I couldn't shake for the rest of the night. no matter how delicious the food was or how wonderful the company was being. We made it back to the hotel in one piece, though I was in a fit of giggles over something Ryder had said. To be fair, it hadn't even been that funny, but it had caught me so off guard that once I started laughing, I cowed and stopped. He had this way about him, like he was too stoic to crack a joke. When one finally came out, it was so awkward and bumbling it only made it funnier. Thankfully, this pleased Ryder more than it annoyed him. As soon as the door to our hotel room was shut behind us, he pulled me into his chest and gave me a kiss, gentle and slow, like he was trying to rediscover me. If I could have given him all that I was through that kiss, I would have. The tides between us shifted, pushing us together instead of pulling us apart. He let me pull his shirt off and I vowed that I would spend the evening making the man feel treasured. I kissed Cars, tasted his warm skin, memorized the sound of his sighs. He was entirely magnificent and he was all mine. He seemed determined to do the same, undressing me slowly and savoring every bit that was offered to him. I whispered his name into the darkened room over and over, encouraging him on. My hands and lips did their own racing. I held on to him tightly when he entered me. His pace was slow and deep, causing me to bow my back so beautifully. It was just enough to get me to the edge and keep me there, teetering without pushing me over. I could have been greedy, could have moved my hips. I slipped my fingers between my thighs. Instead, I hooked my legs over his hips and pulled him into me, slowing his pace further and pushing him just a little deeper. It was the right thing to do because Ryder let out a shuddering breath and lowered himself onto his elbows so he could kiss me endlessly. It could have been minutes, it could have been hours. As much as I wanted this moment to last forever, I couldn't fight the pull of our bond. In moments like this, it felt like it had more control over my body than I did. I hit my peak and melted beneath him, whispering breathy moans in his ear until his own climax came. My legs felt weak and boneless when I tried to release him. Ryder grinned down at me and pressed a tender kiss to my forehead before rolling off of me. The headache that had come around at supper still hadn't left and refused to even soften when Ryder pulled the sheets over us and tucked me up against his body. Still, I allowed myself to enjoy the warmth and the strength of his body. That comfort would be there in the morning as well. This should have been the start of something beautiful. This could have been the moment when we both gave in to the mate bond. Things would be hard, we would have to climb mountains to just have a normal relationship that was so easily handed to others. But they would be worth it, because Ryder would be there beside me and we'd offer each other an extended hand whenever the climb got too steep. That's how it should have been. But when I woke up, I knew something was wrong. My eyes were open, but I could not move. I curled and propped myself up on my elbows, cowled and reached above my head to stretch. Panic laced my blood. My heartbeat thundered in my ears, but it was the only physical response I could conjure up. I tried to turn my head. I could not. I attempted to open my mouth to scream. I suddenly cowled and feel my lips. Morning beautiful, Ryder whispered sleepily in my ear. I frantically tried to spew 1,000 words to him. Nothing came out of my mouth. If my fingers were moving or my toes were wiggling, I cowled and feel them. Ryder shifted beside me, propping himself up on his forearm. Mercury eyes gleamed down at me, still sleepy, but a contented smile pulled at his mouth. How did you sleep? I could only stare up at him. George, he said, the smile fading. I was wailing in my mind. I was screaming and thrashing. I was begging for help, but I was perfectly still on that mattress. Georgia, Ryder said. Then more frantically, Georgia, come on, talk to me. Silence filled the hotel room, heavy and thick. Georgia, please. Panic was in every word. I watched him move like he was about to grab my shoulders and shake me. Then he thought better of it. Georgia, please talk to me. Please do something. But I couldn't. Ryder leapt off the bed as if I had scalded him. And though I couldn't turn my head to watch him, I could hear the breaths rattling his chest and the scream that left his mouth immediately after. Chapter 53. There was pacing and muttering for some time, back and forth along the length of the room. When he did come into view, I would see him raking his fingers through his dark hair, chewing on his nails, or just staring at me like if he looked hard enough, all of this might just go away. This can't be happening, he whispered at one point. You were fine. Everything was fine. Nothing could happen because we're mated. You're my mate. I couldn't do this to you. I couldn't. I wanted to comfort him. My heart that had been racing now ached for him. I wished I could have wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed his forehead until he gave out one of those big sighs and settled against me. But if I had been able to move at all, we wouldn't be in the position in the first place. I thought you said this happened slowly. Ryder continued, his pacing resuming at a faster rate. Fuck. I thought there would be warning signs. So had I. There had been with my parents. It all started so slowly. Day by day it had gotten worse. There was a visible regression. It was not like this. It was never supposed to be like this. I wished I had asked more questions when I had the chance. I wished that I had spent hours grilling everyone in the group, figuring out each individual story. I should have demanded to know just what this could look like, what it could do and how quickly. But it was too late. My mouth wouldn't from the words to say what I needed to. We need to get you out of here. We need to get you away from me. Ryder blurted, his voice cracking. No, I didn't want to go. I didn't want to be away from him. In such a short time, he had become the smile I looked for, the eyes that knew me, being separated. Even the idea felt like an iron poker in between my ribs, but I couldn't tell him that either. People are going to see if I carry you out the front. What would I even say to them? He continued, we need to use a back exit. There was a brief moment of internal deliberation before Ryder decided that getting me dressed for the day was worth the risk of proximity. He mumbled something about us being stuck in the car together and dug through my bag. I was wrapped up in a cozy hoodie and a pair of sweatpants. Ryder was trying to be gentle, but it was clear he had no experience with these things. I flopped around a lot. My body limp he didn't support me. The most control I had sometimes was contracting my muscles just a little bit to slow down the fall. I was a cooked noodle at worst and a slinky at best. All right, George. Let's get you home, he murmured, and I was hoisted into his arms. His voice cracked a little. When I had been a teenager, I had dreamed of a strong, handsome man carrying me, but it was not like this. Never like this. My head lolled backwards until he used his arm to prop me up. Don't worry, Georgia. You're going to be fine. I might have believed him if I hadn't seen the tears in his eyes. All of our belongings were left in the hotel room aside from cell phones and wallets. Ryder propped me up in the passenger seat and buckled me in. When he pressed a kiss to my cheek, I felt the wetness of his tears. Or maybe they were mine. I couldn't really tell. I didn't remember much of the drive. Ryder was quiet through most of it. I think. There was never any music playing. Sometimes, it felt like I was dreaming. Then I would blink and be back in the car. I didn't know where I went in those moments. Couldn't recall what I had seen. I only knew that my mind was where it should have been. Occasionally, my hands were raised or I would have moved my legs, but it seemed that my body could only handle one or the other. I was either in control of my limbs or my mind. Movement seemed to put me in a dream state. Ryder said something to me. At the time, I hadn't been able to hear him above a dull warble in my ears. I briefly tried to fight it. I imagined myself moving, thought of my arms and hands listening to direction. I thought about speaking, getting the words out of my mouth, even when they felt stuck in my throat. I gritted my teeth, at least mentally, and tried to move. Nothing. Then I tried to speak. Nothing. I slipped back into my sleep almost immediately after. The car stopped. I saw a little house that I thought I knew. My house. No, not my house. Had I been to Ryder's house? No, then it dawned on me, Milo. Ryder was pounding on the door before Milo appeared. You have to help me. A blink later, they were by the car. How did this happen? Milo demanded as my unresponsive body was pulled out of the car. Even with a sluggish mind, I knew that I was in Ryder's arm. Knew my head was resting against his shoulder. I don't know. She woke up like this. Ryder lied. You don't know. Milo repeated. Please, just take her. I was thrust into Milo's arms. He thankfully accepted me with ease and gentleness, the kind of hands that had seen and dealt with Wolf Drain before. But his soft hold me was the opposite of what was carried in his tone. I'm going to ask you again, how did this happen? Ryder, she is off the team. She should be nowhere near werewolves. And now, she had severe wolf drain and you're looking at her like she's a leper. Milo, please, just take care of her, Ryder said, taking a single step back. I wanted to plead with him not to go. Wolf drain or not, Milo's arms didn't feel like his. Milo's voice didn't make my heart flutter. Milo was not the person I wanted to wake up next to. I was only half aware that I was carefully being set on the ground. My mate was leaving. Ryder was leaving me here. Then Milo whispered, I'm going to fucking kill you. My brain couldn't process who moved first. I was slumped forward and had to stare up through my eyelashes if I wanted to see anything. It was mostly a scuffle of feet. Gravel crunching. A groan from Milo. A curse from Ryder. The two of them ended up in the dirt. At first Ryder was the winning opponent, though his lip was already bleeding. He was larger than Milo by a few dozen pounds. Milo's training mostly involved being sneaky and not getting caught. Once any attack ensued, we usually didn't have much chance of winning. Ryder used his long, muscular arms to pin Milo's wrists down. Milo resorted to verbal attacks then. Poison in his spit. You knew what it would do to her. We talked about Wolf, Drain in front of you. Milo accused. You did this to her. Milo bucked him off hard, then slammed a brutal fist into him over and over again. Ryder only half-heartedly lifted his arms to defend his face. I was screaming. I was wailing. I was begging. But nothing could make it past my lips. At least, I thought nothing made it past. Mate. The voice sounded like it was not my own. I couldn't feel my lips parting or my tongue forming the words. But there it was. Out in the open. Not just a figment of my imagination. Both men froze. Mate. Milo repeated. Ryder had the good sense to shove him off then, using my distraction against him. My mate propped himself up on his elbows. If I had any control of my body, anything beyond the single word that seemed to take everything out of me, I would have run to him. I would have fallen to my knees at his side and gasped over his swollen eye and reddening jaw. I would chase it all away, like it was nothing more than a terrible nightmare. We are mates. Ryder groaned, spitting out a wad of blood. I knew we were mated long before I knew she was a werewolf hunter. Long before I knew about Wolf Drain. But you knew and you stayed. You fucking stayed. Milo bellowed, looking like he was about to lunge at Ryder all over again. I didn't really have a choice. I could have left. She could have to. It wouldn't matter. Fate would bring us together. Over and over again. And if that didn't work, she would have gone into heat 1,000 times until we were reunited. It was enough to catch his attention. Milo looked a little less bloodthirsty now. I would tell you about it, but I think you're just going to want to punch me again. I don't want to punch you. I want to put you in a coffin. I was sure that he was lying, but it was a little comforting to see him straighten his shirt instead of going for Ryder's throat. Georgia and I wouldn't be able to stay away from each other no matter what. We thought that because we are mates that she wouldn't be able to get. Obviously, that's not very correct. Now is it? Milo seethed. No, it's not. Though we didn't know. We had already spent so much time together. She was captured by Keiko and Ajax. She was around werewolves for hours upon hours. Of course. We thought she was immune. Ryder explained. Frantic. Wolf Drain is one of the only reasons Georgia is still alive. Ajax and Keiko thought it would be easier to use Georgia to find someone with Wolf Drain. That's why you went after Cassie. You wanted to what? Do experiments on her. See what werewolves really do to humans. Guess what? You don't need Cassie anymore. Just bring them your wolf wife. Please. His voice shattered. Please. I need you to take care of her. I can't. I can't be around her. I'm scared that Sheth's going to get worse. That it's going to be my fault. It is your fault. I can send you money. I can do everything else. Just please. Ryder wasn't able to get any more words out of his mouth. He scrambled to his feet like he had seen something horrific. A moment later, his car door slammed. The engine shifted. Then he was gone. Nothing more than a set of footprints and tire tracks in the dirt. And I was here. Without him. Milo was at my side. Oh, Georgia, let's get you inside. Internally, I was screaming for Ryder to come back for me. The story kicks off with plenty of suspense and contradictions. The protagonist Georgia feels lost due to her hunting activities. With blood on her hands, she faces a mysterious wolf and struggles internally. Yet, upon returning home, reality deals her a heavy blow. She discovers that she can't even manage basic eating and drinking and can barely speak. This stark contrast from a hunting king to someone who can't take care of herself is truly eye-opening. What's more bizarre is that she can't recall her past and feels unfamiliar with those around her who should be familiar. What exactly happened to Georgia? Chapter 54. Tell me what to do, she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. I know that this is wrong, but I don't know what is right. The mysterious wolf, its form barely visible in the shadows of the dense woods, regarded her with an inscrutable gaze. H felt a desperate need for guidance, for some sign that her actions were justified, but the enigmatic creature offered no solace, turning away and disappearing into the darkness. Left alone with her conflicting emotions, H felt the weight of her actions pressing down upon her. The thrill of the hunt that had once driven her now felt hollow, replaced by a sickening weakness that threatened to consume her. Please, she implored, her voice cracking. The forest remained silent, indifferent to her internal struggle. H's hands, slick with blood, trembled as she tried to reconcile her training as a huntress with the growing doubt in her heart. The viscous liquid dripped steadily onto the forest floor, each drop a reminder of the life she had taken. Suddenly, a warm, wet sensation on her mouth jolted H back to reality. She recoiled, feeling as though she had been abruptly awakened from a vivid nightmare. Come on. H. Milo's voice cut through her disorientation. His features were etched with frustration as he grabbed a napkin from the small, round kitchen table and gently wiped her lower lip and chin. I don't even know if I can call you that anymore. Huntress, it seems wrong. His hands trembled slightly as he dipped a spoon into a bowl of red liquid. The color was off, too vibrant to be blood, more reminiscent of beets. Yet H's mind couldn't shake the image of blood on her hands, trickling down her wrist. The phantom warmth and coppery scent lingered in her senses, a stark contrast to the caring gesture of her caretaker. As Milo brought the spoon to her lips once more, H found herself unable to part them. She couldn't even discern if she was hungry when she tried to focus on her stomach. She felt nothing, much like the numbness in her toes. Fucking Christ, Milo hissed, tossing the spoon onto the table. The beet soup splattered across the wooden surface, but he paid it no mind as he buried his face in his hands. After a moment, he looked up, taking a deep, steadying breath. All right, let's get you into bed and I'm going to go to work. Normal work, he added, as if either of us could ever return to a semblance of normalcy. I longed to reach out and place my hand over his, to wrap my arms around him as I should have done after Ajax and Keiko had sent me to retrieve him. I wanted to rest my head on his shoulder and allow the flood of emotions I had long suppressed to finally break free. But as I watched him clean up the spilled soup, I remained silent, unable to utter a word or shed a single tear. When he came back for me, he was wearing a lovely little tie on top of a button, up and didn't look quite so fragile. Though it was hard to consider this man ever being fragile when he hoisted me into his arms and carried me into the bedroom that I must have occupied. The blankets were pulled over me and he brushed my strawberry hair out of my eyes. Rest up, Georgia. I'll see you after work. Okay. I called in reply and he left without expecting one. A woman with raven hair stared down at me. A knife was in her dainty little hand, her fingernails perfectly manicured. She whirled the blade carefully, allowing it to swoop towards my neck. I could tense, but I cowed and pull away, my arms tied down at my sides, my legs bound. I could not get away from her and she knew it. Why did you go after him? She wondered. Go after who? Ajax, my mate. You could have killed him. You know, he could be dead right now and it would be all your fault. But I didn't kill him. I wailed. You could have killed him and you could have killed my daughter, my little girl, my whole world. You could have taken it all away from me. You wanted to take it all away from me. No, I cried. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I just wanted to feel better. I just wanted my family to get back together. I just wanted my parents to be okay. Pleading with her didn't seem to change much. Her features didn't soften. Her eyes with their subtle downward dangle didn't become less angry. If anything, it was like I had stoked the fire within her. We will never be okay again, she whispered. Then she slashed the small knife downwards. Georgia. I knew the voice. It was him. It had to be him. But I saw blonde hair and serious eyes wide with concern. I didn't know what I had been expecting. But this was it. I didn't even know that you could scream when you're ill like this. The man said, Milo. That was his name. Milo. I knew him. Of course. I did. So like Alden, I remember him. And who else had I been thinking about? I strained hard. There was someone else. There was another man. His voice would wrap around me like silk. One glance at him and I would melt into a puddle. But who? And if he was so spectacular, why Alden I recall him? I must have faded out again. When I came back to myself, I wasn't in the bedroom anymore and I couldn't recall how long I had been splayed across the couch. I could hear the voice again, soft and low. Yes, I have her in my care. I need her to be receiving the same care her parents are. It happened suddenly, but she has the same illness that her parents have. I just need someone to keep her comfortable and happy. I don't have the ability to do it all myself. Between the bathing and the changing and meals, it's too much. I'm not able to give her the care she needs. He was talking about me. He had to be. Had he bathed me? No, I couldn't seem to recall him doing that. But then again, I couldn't seem to recall much of anything. Like how I had gotten here, how long I had been like this, and how I even came to be like this in the first place. What do you mean? The man asked suddenly. A delay? An inhale? That's not possible. Her parents are young and healthy. A pause. A denial of something. I suppose you would have tried contacting her and now that's Shess. Yes, I understand. Okay. I will be the one to contact for now. I'll be making payments and we can just move her into her parents' room or whatever is best for your staff. Nothing seemed to happen for a while. Something in my mind was calling to me. A wolf clawing at my mental walls, demanding to be let in. But I needed to be here. I didn't know why, but I knew I needed to stay, even if I couldn't move or talk. I blinked. The blonde man was in front of me, holding both of my hands in his. His mouth was moving. It was happening. I was slipping, but I fought it for all I was worth. God, Georgia. I hope you can hear me, Milo said. He hadn't looked at me. He was staring at my knees. I don't even know how to say this, and I really wish it was true. His hand squeezed mine just hard enough to trigger a pain response in my fingers. I didn't pull away. Even if I could have, I would have stayed put. Feeling something, even something unpleasant, was better than feeling nothing at all. Georgia, your parents are dead. Chapter 55. I knew this place. I knew it, but not well. Somehow, somehow. I knew it was not my own. The man was here, the blonde man, and a woman in scrubs. One of them had helped him put me in the wheelchair. The other was walking him through paperwork. The first woman in scrubs was humming and putting my feet into the fluffiest socks that I had ever seen. Were they mine? Did they come with the room? Was this some kind of spa or hotel? You're going to be all right, Georgia, the man murmured, coming to stand in front of me. Milo. His name was Milo. I didn't understand why I couldn't remember that. But I couldn't remember why I was here either. Well, take good care of her. I promise, the nurse said, cocking her head to offer me a little smile. It was a little too sad to be genuine, though.
I just can't believe that her parents went so fast and so close together.
And there were no signs either. My parents were dead. My father, who had the sweetest crow's feet around his eyes from smiling and laughing through all of his years. My mother, who hated that she hadn't gotten him a proper regiment early enough. They were gone. Dead. Were they already buried in plywood? 6 feet under. That's where I was. I was in their room. This was the home I had put them in. And now it was my turn. Because I was sick. Just like they had been. Would I die like they did? I was dancing. The forest was spinning around me at a dizzying rate. But I was concerned that I was moving too fast or that my partner couldn't keep up. He would always keep up with me. The strong arms wrapped around my waist were a testament to that. He was there, ready to catch me when I stumbled and tumbled. I want to dance forever, I said to the spinning side above me. I will dance with you as long as you wish, he murmured back. Silver eyes that sang like pure mercury. A perfect mouth that could have told me 1,000 promises. Cheekbones that were cut from the finest stone. Stay with me, please. I don't understand what is happening to me. I need you with me, I begged. He was slipping. I could feel him getting thinner under my fingers. I could cling to the fabric of his jacket. But it wouldn't stop him from going. I didn't know how I knew this would be over. That something was calling to me. Something was drawing me away. I didn't want it. Nothing could be more important than being here. I'm staying, the man whispered back. But you need to leave. I blinked at the world around me. It was a church with all of the wooden pews and the statues of a man, a cross, and the priest in the robes. Maybe I had known this place at one point, but I didn't know it now. And I didn't know all of the people I was seeing either. But I knew what all of the black meant. And I knew the 2 faces staring out at the crowd from photographs. My parents. The funeral. It had come and I wasn't even sure how. A blonde mop moved on my left. Milo. It was Milo. A priest was droning on. The loving father who would have moved mountains for his children. For anyone in need. I didn't want to be here. No child ever wanted to go through their parents' funeral. No matter if it was the natural course or not. But no child should have to blindly watch the funeral pass by either. I should have been up there. I should have picked the flowers that Mom loved. Should have brought her special vase. I should have driven the old Subaru here listening to the music my dad had loved. And I should have been telling all these people, nursing staff, ex-coworkers, family friends, relatives, just what they missed out on when they left. I should have reminded them what my parents would have done for them. I should have felt tears pooling, felt my lips trembling, felt the words get stuck in my throat. My dad was a great father and he would have moved mountains. But he was so much more than that priest would ever realize. I should have been telling everyone that. But I just sat in the stupid wheelchair that I now needed because I couldn't command any part of myself. And my body refused to feel anything while my mind begged for release. I willed myself to go back into my dreams. I wanted to feel those arms around my waist, even if they weren't real. I wanted that handsome man to tell me that everything was okay. I would believe him. I would let myself to believe every lie that he spewed. I would spend the rest of my life in that forest if he would let me. Because being here felt worse than being dead. My dad was gone. My mom was gone. I never got to tell them goodbye. I never thought I would have to. I made it through the whole funeral. Milo stayed by my side the entire time, his hand fluttering over top mine or reaching back to rub my shoulders sometimes. There were brief moments when tears would fill his eyes, and I had never been so envious in my entirety. These were my parents. I needed to sob until my throat hurt. I wanted to scream. I wanted to beg any god that would listen that I needed my parents back. But I could not. The funeral ended. Some people tried to approach me. I didn't recognize any of them, though clearly they knew me. I wasn't sure if it was my dead expression, the same one that I had seen on my parents for years, that scared them away, or if it was Milo at my back that did. But one man was brave enough. Georgia. There was no fog to get through to place the man in front of me, despite the fact that we had spent years apart. I knew him right away. I had screamed my lungs out at him for having his music too loud. He had cursed me for taking forever in the bathroom in the mornings, and he had run when things had gotten hard. But the boy who ran was not the man in front of me now. This man came with carefully combed hair, a pair of thick glasses, and a pretty wife holding his hand. She won't respond to you, Milo said flatly, but his hand came down to stroke my hair. Fuck. Just like them. Isn't she? Milo sighed. Yes, it would seem so. If there was supposed to be some kind of heartwarming reunion between me and my brother, it died when he recoiled backwards. It was the same expression he wore when Mom had stared at him, unable to recall his name. Not quite disgust, not quite horror, but something in between and just as ugly as both. Christ. Have they found anything out about it? Is it genetic? Milo had far more patience than I did. By now, I would have been foaming at the mouth with rage. He was here, at my parents' funeral, like had any right to mourn now. He had mourned years ago when he decided to leave us all behind. He had all those years to come to terms with what he had lost while I had chatted to people who cowled and hear me. Wiped drool from chins, brushed hair, found care. He hadn't even sent a postcard or a letter to Mom and Dad. He could have at least called me to tell me that he had gotten married. It's not genetic. They don't know where it comes from. But you're safe, Milo assured, though there was a little spike to his voice. Right, well, we need to be leaving then. Lenore is scheduled to perform surgery first thing tomorrow morning, so we don't want to be missing our flight. The pretty little wife smiled at me. It was lovely to meet you, Georgia. She must have thought that I was deaf because there wasn't an ounce of truth to her words. As soon as they left, someone else took their spot. Just a single man this time, eyes red from irritation and an utterly massive specimen. Georgia, I'm so sorry for your loss, he rumbled. His voice was deeper than any I had ever heard, almost a rasp in the ears. His voice tugged at something within me, but I still cowed and placed it. He adjusted his body so he was eye level with me and took both of my hands in his own. His palms were so large that I suddenly felt small and feeble in comparison. He sucked in a small breath, his eyes shutting for the briefest second. Anyone else might have thought he was trying to hold back emotion. Somehow, I knew it was different, and when he released me and straightened, he looked completely stricken. Let me know if you need any help. My name is Sebastian. I've been a family friend for some time, the man explained, handing over a small piece of paper to Milo. Milo took it graciously, but the second Sebastian turned his back, Milo balled it up and tossed it aside. Chapter 56. Milo was my only visitor. At least, he was the only visitor I was aware of. Sometimes I would be able to recall the nurses and staff that attended to me, and sometimes I would not. Or I would think I would know a person by their smile or their voice, but I was never really sure. Frankly, I doubted I would ever be able to confidently place anyone again. They all seemed like ghosts floating in and out of my awareness. But Milo was a consistent in my life. Sometimes I remembered him right away. Other times it came later or not at all. He would talk to me about his work, or he would chatter on about whatever show he was watching. Occasionally, he just stared at me for a little while and started pacing. He would mutter about the absurdity of it all. One day, I was the best. Then next, I was sleeping with the enemy. He told me he should have killed Ryder. Vampire deception. By Drake Mason and E.Y. Drat, an undocumented changeling, and forced to code at a low-level rich. It was a croak out of my mouth, but it tasted like heaven on my tongue. Milo blinked and rushed to my side. Yes. Ryder. Do you remember him? Georgia. Of course I did. The man with the silver eyes whose laughter could crack even the coldest hearts. But I cowed and tell Milo that. The one word that left my mouth had taken all the strength out of me. Milo sighed, deflating a little after a moment of silence. I knew just how that felt. The high of the hope and the crash of reality right after. I don't understand. Georgia. I don't. You knew this could happen to you and you still took the risk. And it's not even just about you. God only knows what they could have done to Cassie if they had gotten their hands on her. I was so happy to see you alive, to know that you came out of the Royals' lands. But I should have known you couldn't have done it alone. I should have seen that car pull up and grabbed a knife. Then you could have gone back to hunting and you wouldn't be like this. He changed the channel on the TV to a kids' show, then flipped it back. Entirely agitated. I knew that too. Wishing so badly that you could turn back time. I just don't understand. Why would you let this happen? Didn't you care about what would happen to the rest of us? Weren't you worried about yourself? They're werewolves, for God's sake. What were you thinking? I know that Dawn and Armin weren't running things properly. But you could have just left like me. You didn't have to bring one of them into it. I couldn't recall what had been on my mind at the time, and even if I could have, I still wouldn't be able to tell him. I just stared ahead at the talking Seath Punj until Milo told me he had to leave to get ready for work. I faded away from the earth then. A woman was staring into a mirror, sighing, pulling at her hair. It was no color to describe her hair. It wasn't blonde with its yellow tones, and it wasn't white either. It shimmered and shone like pure moonlight laced with delicate shadows. The sharp points of 2 ears poked out from the strands, and her long, slender fingers were a shade of purple, the kind that was revealed when just the tip of the sun was starting to rise in the morning. Oh, she gasped, whirling around so suddenly she bumped into a small side table. The small marbles that had been resting on top scattered to the floor. Freckle-like spots were on her purple cheeks, but they weren't brown or reddish like a human's. They glowed like constellations in the sky. Above her prefect cheeks sat 2 entirely black eyes. "You're here," she said, almost like she didn't believe the words. I suppose so. This was the first time anyone had been surprised to see me in a dream. "Oh, Georgia, what has happened?" she asked, turning her dark eyes towards the ceiling. It was then that I realized that I had never seen this place before. Not in my dreams or otherwise. I would have known it. I was sure of it. Because who could forget the feeling of shadows curling around their feet and the sight of a night sky so perfectly painted on the ceiling of what looked like an otherwise normal log cabin. And the shelf of black books, all leather-bound and gorgeous, except for one blue cover that was slashed with silver streaks. I'm sorry. Do you know me?" I pressed. "And to be honest, I can't answer your question. I don't know much of anything these days." The admission was painful, but I was always thankful that my voice worked, if only in my dreams. "Of course. I know you, Georgia," the woman said. "You are the werewolf hunter. You're the one I chose for Ryder." She reached out for me, her hands as cold as ice on my shoulders. Then, she pulled me in front of her, so I could look into the mirror. But instead of seeing my current self reflected in the mirror, I saw me with bleached blonde hair, screaming at my brother, a strong girl who made hard choices. "A damn shame that you weren't born as one of my children. You would have been a powerful wolf," the woman murmured. One hand left my shoulder and gently touched the surface of the mirror. It shimmered and rippled for a moment. And there was Ryder, younger than I had ever seen him. He stood beside Keiko, jaw hard and eyes focused. A coldness I didn't know could be felt from the mirror. Like even the glass could feel the hurt in his heart. The hatred brewing there. The perfect match for a man who let the world harden him. I gave him the most wonderful laugh. "You know, it's too bad I never get to hear it anymore." And his eyes, they used to light up. I was inspired by my own attributes. "What do you think?" she asked, running her fingers through her hair. "You chose me for Ryder," I repeated, just like I chose Keiko thunderous and stubborn for arrogant and protective Ajax. "You know, Ryder is one of my favorites." I took careful steps choosing you, she explained. She released me to go and gather the marbles that had fallen earlier, so careful with each one. A wolf's mate is a delicate thing, a balance to what they need. But with you, it was a balance the kingdom needed. She straightened, to marbles pinched between her fingers, and gently, she merged them into one. I don't understand. How am I supposed to balance the kingdom when I can't even go to the bathroom by myself? She sighed and set down her cherished beads. It was supposed to be like this. Georgia, you were supposed to see Ryder. See that he was gentle and kind. When I decided to take power from my own people and share it with others, I gave the traits of shifting. Yes, but I also gave them the traits of the wolf too. Caring and playful and devoted to community. He's all those things. That didn't stop me from getting wolf drain. That's why I started hunting in the first place. Because of my parents. Because of this. I gestured to myself, but in my dream state. I always saw myself as able-bodied. Like the warrior I had been. Not the soft creature I was becoming from all of the stagnant time. But he didn't do this to you. Child. None of them did. Werewolves cannot harm humans the way you think they can. I made sure of that. I had seen power move and shift too many times. Destroy too many lives to be so careless with it. She came back to stand beside me, touching the mirror again. A pretty blonde woman filled the surface. A tall man with dark hair and darker eyes behind her. His arm was wrapped protectively over her collarbones. King Archer and Queen Willow. Made it for dozens of years. Both died of old age with no signs of this wolf drain. She touched the mirror again. King Archer remained, but beside him with another man and woman. Archer befriended a human king. Leo no elements there. And sweet Queen Ember, wife to Leo and a siren, also had no issues. Werewolves have no history harming humans like this. And it hasn't started now. I wanted the two of you together so your hunters would finally stop hurting my people. The hurt in my people is great from the violence the hunters have brought. This has to come from somewhere. And right now, werewolves are the common denominator. I remarked. Maybe werewolves have evolved to become toxic. She could tell me 1,000 times that this was meant to happen. But that wouldn't stop me from waking up from this dream in a body that didn't respond. The woman sucked a hard breath through her nose. Her black eyes narrowed beneath plum eyelids. I can smell it on you. Magic. Certainly. Otherwise you couldn't be here. But it's not werewolf magic. Their powers are only for shifting. You have something. Different in you. The same. But so different all at once. Of course. I can be here. This is a dream. I snapped. Feeling my frustration rise. Knowing that the man that I was supposed to be with for eternity had done this to me was a big enough blow. Having this figment of my imagination deny it was painful all over again. I held in hope. I woodland hope. Because waking up on a worn ouch with a nurse spoon feeding me would be unbearable. Oh, sweet human. This isn't a dream. Then she was gone and I was sitting on an ugly couch in front of television all over again. Are you sure this is a good idea? Someone asked. It was the low voice. The one from the funeral. The raven-haired woman was crouched in front of me. I don't know if anything is a good idea right now. Hades. She looked up at me. Her lips pressed together in a determined line. We're going to get you out of here. Georgia. Chapter 57. I was drifting in and out. So rapidly that it became hard to tell what was a dream and what was real. But that purple woman. She was real. I knew it. Maybe it was because I thought my mind wouldn't have the strength to create someone like her. Maybe it was because I could still recall the feeling of her hands on my shoulders. The satin words she had whispered to me. I was forgetting everything else. Though, and maybe one day, I would forget her too. I would see a man with red eyes sometimes. Each time he came into a space where I was, I would tense. It was impossible not to, though I would see the hurt flicker across his features. I would feel shame then, because he seemed to be the only one who could catch those tiny movements. The small powers I had over limited muscles. like my body was trying to stay connected with my brain. He would hold my hand sometimes. When he did, he would shut those red eyes and stay still until a crease formed between his brows, like he was concentrating so hard. He would pull away defeated, and though I cowled and tell him, I felt his pain. I now completely understood what it was like to place all your energy into one thing, even just the lift of a finger, and to fail. Even in his frustration, he was kind. He would sigh and pat my hand, tell me that we would try again tomorrow. He often left me a little snack, but I never knew if I ate it or if I just dreamed that I did. A pretty woman would come to me sometimes. I would often think that she should have been wearing a lab coat, but the stethoscope around her neck would be the only indication that she had any medical training whatsoever. She always spoke kindly, though often I didn't have the capacity to understand what she was saying. One particular morning, I was feeling clear-headed. It was a curse and a blessing to finally know what was going on around me, to remember that I was damned to this body that I could no longer control with a brain that was unreliable. Arms were around me, as they often were, seeing as my legs no longer obeyed when I asked them to move. A hulk of a man settled me on a couch, crouching down to move my legs through some very basic stretches and exercises. I was vaguely aware that I had been here before. I should have known these walls, those stairs, this man in front of me. It was a cabin and quite lavish by normal standards. It should have been unique enough to recall, but it was all slipping away from me, day by day. How is she doing? A woman asked from out of view. I think I've actually increased her ankle mobility since she came here. She must have had multiple injuries to the same. Ajax, that's not what I meant. The woman interrupted. Ajax. I knew Ajax. At least, I thought I did. He gave out a little sigh. Nothing to report yet. Sandra said her vitals are good and physically. There is nothing wrong with her. Whatever this is, it's in the mind. And she believes that it is something to do with werewolves. Magic at the very minimum. There was a pause. The only sound in the room was the soft swish of my sweatpants as Ajax continued to push me through exercises. Ajax, are we doing the right thing? The woman whispered. If we're hurting her even more. Look at her. Ajax said firmly. She is barely living. Keiko, if we find out that we are hurting her more and making it worse, well, stop. We'll take her back to the home and cover all of the costs of being there. Cover all the costs of anyone that we've hurt who needs extensive medical treatment. Ryder isn't talking to us and also any information he might have is also gone. She's our only hope of understanding this. And I know that it hurts. I know that it's upsetting. But one soul to save 1,000 is a price that I'm willing to pay. It's a price that Georgia was willing to pay when she took that job. He moved to stand up so we could begin my arm. I'm scared. Keiko admittedly softly, stepping into my line of vision. The raven-haired woman now had tears in her eyes, her lower lip captured between her teeth. I'm so scared that we are the cause of this. If we can confirm that we are, we will have to be strong enough to face those repercussions. For now, we've already started isolating. We just need time, faith in our doctors, and patience. Keiko rubbed her slender arms. What if Ryder finds out? Since HES not answering any of my calls or texts, I'm guessing he wants nothing to do with us right now. HES probably off in the woods, letting his wolf out to distract his mind. And if he does decide to come back to us, we have a guard stationed outside during the days watching for him. Would you let a guard stop you from getting to me? Keiko wondered. Ajax's eyes darkened. It'll round up a few more men. There was a soft sigh. Another passive Keiko trying to console her soul via little self. Hug. Do you ever wish that you hadn't been born for this role? That you were just a beta in some random pack? I think about it more often now than ever before. My love. From there, I slipped back into my dreams. The black of a funeral that made me want to wail and sob. The red of blood coating my hands, and I begged for it to go away. The firm hands on my back of a man I loved, but could never keep. Chapter 58. Sometimes I knew who Keiko was. Sometimes I didn't. but I was thankful that I had accepted this state. Otherwise, coming to in the bathtub with a strange woman shampooing my hair could have been a frightening moment. It was frustrating and often confusing, but at least she was a comforting presence. She would hum or sing songs softly. She never pulled en masse when brushing my hair and could braid my locks without making them to tighten, knew the perfect temperature for a bath. Ajax would help with the caring as the room where I stayed was upstairs and the main living space was on the ground floor. For the most part, I became a vegetable in front of the television. When the little girl watched her shows, it was even worse. Like holding on to the tether of life was even more difficult when I didn't have focus on. But today was different because the woman with the stethoscope was back and we were all gathered in the living room. "Well, Meadow Witch, well, have you found anything?" Keiko prompted while stirring a mug of tea in front of me. "It's complicated," the woman said, almost wincing as the words left her mouth. "If any part of this has been straightforward, I have yet to hear about it." Ajax groaned from his armchair, though he wasn't necessarily as involved as Keiko with the smaller things. He did do all of the lifting and had taken on the role of my movement and mobility. "As you know, we have been using EEH tests to monitor her brain in the least invasive way possible. So far, it has been hit or miss. Some days we can see more activity than others. Over the past 2 weeks, there hasn't been any signs of decreasing in the activity. So for now, we think it has stabilized and isn't getting immediately worse. But we don't know for sure," Keiko added. "No," the doctor replied honestly. "And if there is a delay, we have no way of knowing." She turned her focus to Ajax then. "Have you heard anything from her mate? I would like to ask him some questions about the initial signs," and when he started noticing symptoms, Ajax snorted then. "I can give you his number. But at this point, I'm pretty sure he has thrown his cell phone into a river. No other packs have reported him to be nearby." "No," she sucked in a low breath. "You don't think HES trying to go feral, do you? Isolate himself as a wolf until the wolf completely takes over. I have heard of a few people taking that route." A black wolf with red eyes stared at me. "God, I hope not. But I can't say for sure. This is something awful. No wolf should have to go through losing their mate. Not like this. Not when they are the cause." The man replied. "Ajax. It was Ajax. But I was slipping. Another black wolf with eyes that shone like moonlight. Eyes that had been given to him as a blessing. I called out to him. He didn't turn to me. She is not exhibiting signs of stroke or epilepsy or other brain disorders. All of the human methods of medical treatments have come up flat so far. Our next line of action is through magic." "Yes, magic. The purple woman had told me that it was magic. I knew that. But even if I could tell them that they were on the right track, would they believe me? How would I even begin to tell them about her? The beautiful woman with her small marbles and big plans. Do you know what kind of magic?" Ajax asked. "Sirens have powers from magic beyond ours. Then there's fairies, vampires, witches. Is it possible that someone has put a curse on her?" The doctor looked hesitant, but admitted, "A dear friend of mine, a high wizard, has confirmed that he has not seen an element like this. It doesn't mean that it's impossible, but it does rule out common witch curses and spells for the most part." "Was she subjected to sirens or fairies before she arrived here?" Keiko was the one who shook her head. I watched Ajax deflate ever so slightly as his wife spoke. Ryder and her were working together. "They were tasked with bringing us the girl that we originally wanted you to run tests on. Ryder said they didn't have contact with anyone else. Didn't seem to have time to chat. And even if they did, there are no fairy or witch territories over there. Magic is complicated and fickle. It is impossible to know for sure where this came from, but most signs are pointing to wolves. Therefore, we will try our best to treat it through methods that oppose our nature. Can you think of anything to help reverse it? Is it even possible to reverse it?" Keiko asked. "We are working on an elixir right now. I can't make any promises. We've never seen anything like this, but can at least try to help her through this." Ajax opened his mouth to speak, but I couldn't fight it anymore. "You left me," I accused. My brother looked positively horrified. But when he opened his mouth to protest, nothing came out. What could he say anyway? It was true. He had run. I had stayed. I needed you. Mom and Dad needed you. I shrieked. The plaster ceiling in the intensive care facility seemed to quake with my shouts. Dust fell around me in a plume. You did just fine. You're a fighter. Georgia. You always have been. He reasoned, adjusting the cuff of his flying suit. But he was rattled. He always was when facing my thunder. I am tired, I admitted, but it still came out of my mouth like a whip. I wanted someone to lean on. I needed someone to tell me that it was going to be all right. Where were you? I needed you. I was shaking him. I knew I was, because it was all true. He left, and seeing the result of it bothered him. But it was nothing but a fading blotch on his perfect world, because he said, I got on with my life. Georgia, maybe if you had decided to do the same, you wouldn't be like this. I could see myself then, hunched over, growing a hump out of my back, drool on my chin, dead eyes. I screamed but no sounds left my mouth. Where did you get that? The raven-haired woman demanded. Keiko. I was in her living room still. Or maybe it was again. I couldn't tell. I have my ways, Ajax replied, coming into view with a plate in his hands. I haven't made cinnamon buns in years. I miss them, he replied. Well, you should have thought of that before you decided to make me a queen and a mother. I don't remember the last time I had time to bake something. She shot back. Such a little spitfire. Ajax spurred, but his eyes were alight with something, like he adored the way she could snarl at him. Where did you get them? He stubbornly refused to answer, sitting himself down on the chair across from his mate. With a satisfied smirk, he shoved a fork of warm, gooey cinnamon bun into his mouth. I could almost taste it myself. I had loved those. I would sneak one from the CAF as often as I could. Keiko let out a frustrated huff and eased my hair out of the braids she had put it in yesterday. Her cool fingers felt nice on my scalp, and I liked the way my hair fell into nice little waves. I wanted to close my eyes and lean into her, but my body refused to move. My, you're a little warm today. Maybe we should have a doctor come take a look at you. Maybe Clementine brought home the flu with her. Keiko rambled on. They'll have her look at Clem too. Just to be sure. We don't want to get everyone sick. Her fingers stopped working. Ajax. He made an awful choking noise, fingers clawing at his throat. They left red lines on his skin but didn't seem to bring any relief. She screamed and was on her feet, by his side in a second. She reached out, needing to help, but too terrified to touch, not knowing how to help. I watched in horror at first, but as each second passed, it was growing weaker, and I was getting warmer. Ajax vomited all over the imported rug on the floor. Keiko screamed for someone's help, and I slipped away into a heat that felt hot enough to burn flesh. Chapter 59. Something is happening. I confessed to the man holding me so closely. If there was a heaven, I was convinced that it was located in his arms. We are together here. Leave it alone, he soothed, running a hand over my cheek. All that matters is you and me. But it wasn't real. I knew that. It didn't feel the way it should have. I didn't feel the calluses on his palms, and he didn't move quite right. When I focused on a feature, it seemed to shudder and change, then blur. It was like he was flickering in and out of frame. Because this wasn't reality. I can't leave it alone. Georgia, this is the only way we can be together. He pressed. Out there, we can't be near each other. You know that. And I did. He was just past Heaven's Gate, and it turned out that I had never been baptized. It felt like we were destined to be apart for the rest of our lives. I can't stay here, I said. Then I dragged myself back to the reality that I hated so much. Ajax, a small woman, pleaded. She was kneeling in front of him, his body splayed out over a couch. One hand was holding his, the other a phone to her ear. "Ajax, please talk to me," to give him credit. He looked like he was trying to communicate with him, but every time he opened his mouth, his stomach ached and he would spew onto his shirt. Eventually, nothing was left to come back up, but he just heaved and writhed on the couch. "Please, hurry. I don't know what happened." 1 second. He was eating. The next he was vomiting. A pause as she smoothed his hair off his forehead to convulse again. It was just a pastry or something. And H.E.S. still trying to throw up. H.E.S. not allergic to anything. "Please, just get here as soon as you can." The pull was strong. A hum in the back of my mind that grew to a shriek. Even the warmth scorching my skin seemed mild in comparison. I knew that I could do nothing to aid Ajax. I knew that I couldn't say anything to comfort either party. But I still fought to stay. I still fought because I knew that this was monumental, even if I didn't know why. But my weakened mind was not strong enough. Hands were holding my chin, cold as a winter's midnight. Black eyes staring at me. Constellations glowing on purple skin. I blinked. "Oh, thank God. I worried that you might not come back to me." She sighed, relief softening her ever so slightly. She released me, spinning away to stare in that magic mirror of hers, her black dress twirling so beautifully around her like it had been crafted by the gods just to fit her body. "We need to act fast. I think I'm fading." I blurted. "I can't stay focused for long anymore. Everything is falling apart. But I need to go back. Ajax is sick. I think it's important. Of course. It's important. It's the answer to everything." She explained hurriedly. "It was not my wolves that did this, but it was my brothers and sisters. Of course it was them. H.E.S. going to die." I pressed. "And even if you have the answer to everything, I cannot move." A single finger touched her mirror, and there was Ajax, shaking and sweating on the couch with Keiko bent over him. Vomit was still on him, his skin looking so gray it was almost like he was made of stone. The doctor has arrived and was firing a list of questions at the crying queen. She's a talented healer. He might be unwell, but he will not die. I would feel it if he were going to die. I am tethered to him more than any other werewolf in the world. Her words were rapid. Her black eyes to intent it was almost frightening. "I need you here for now." "No, please. Let me go back." "You will. But I need to ask you something first," she said. I nodded once, short and firm. "Do you believe that Ryder is the man for you? Do you think that I made the right choice mating you to him?" My mouth opened and closed several times. Such a complex pair of questions. How was I supposed to separate my own feelings from the ones she had given me? How was I supposed to judge our relationship together without looking at it through rose-tinted glass that had been placed upon me? Right now, with the king vomiting, my mind debilited, and my world careening to destruction. She wanted me to consider my relationship with the man who had made like this. But even now, I wished he was holding my hand. I wished I could hear his laugh. The kind where his eyes crinkled at the corners and the sound filled the room. I wanted him standing behind me, a steady presence when my legs felt weak and I didn't know if I could trust myself. I wanted to adopt a little cat with that man. I wanted to come home to him in the kitchen. I wanted to run baths for him when he complained that he was tired, because he was a good man. Even when we had been struggling with our worlds clashing, he had taken care of me. Even when I wanted to hate him, I sought his comfort, regardless of the mate bond. He was all I had ever wanted, all I had ever needed, even when I didn't know it. I feel blessed to have been chosen for Ryder, I answered truthfully. "As you should," she agreed. "But is he the man you are choosing to be with for the rest of your life?" Yes. There was no hesitation now. Whatever time I had left, I wanted to spend it with Ryder. Good. Now am to call him to you the only way that I can. Am going to put everything I have into you to turn him absolutely feral. You may hate me for some time, but it is the only power that I have to bring you back together now. What do you mean? I asked, my gut clenching. am going to put you through a heat so intense, so strong, that it will drive Ryder to tear apart the world for you," she murmured, turning back to me so she could touch my chin again. Using her thumb, she cocked my head to one side. "Such a pretty neck. Too bad HES going to tear it up." Before I could even part my lips to ask her what she meant, I was back. The doctor was there, bent over Ajax. She was murmuring to him softly. The bright sky that had been outside had forfeited to nighttime. Keka was on my right, talking to me gently. Her face was pale and she looked like she was on the verge of tears. But apparently it was almost time for my bath now. She thought that the bath would help my fever and serve as a distraction as the others helped her fight off the rest of it. I knew that nothing would relieve me of this heat. Chapter 60. Is he going to be all right? The woman asked for the 100th time. Queen Keiko. He is stable. I will be right here with him if you would like to give her a bath. Noah was standing beside. It had taken me longer than it should have to recall the name of the man who ripped out my fingernails. Though the nubs on my hands had healed well enough, I doubted I would ever mistreat that hand again. He had come at the Queen's calling, prepared to hoist me into his arms so that I could be taken upstairs. It had just been an optimistic idea. Keiko refused to go anywhere. The large man, Ajax, I stopped trying to throw up constantly, but he did look rather pale and I could see the sheen of sweat on his skin from here. Maybe we should get her hydrated first. Keiko mused, clearly stalling. Let's get some water in her for now. Noah agreed, already moving into the kitchen. Keiko didn't even blink, completely focused on the man and the lovely doctor who was speaking so soothingly and was trying to clean him up. "Can you tell me what happened?" she asked, blotting his forehead with a cold, damp cloth. "I was just having a snack. Then this happened," Ajax explained, gesturing to himself. A weak smile seemed to take too much effort and his entire body shuddered violently. The doctor looked like she was bracing for another round of vomit, but thankfully none came. And just like that, the warmth in my skin was too much. I didn't know if I faded into sleep or if I just sat there vacantly, but I left that room right when Noah set a glass of water on the side table. It was him. It was always him. And he grinned at me like I had just brought the world to his feet. I would have done anything for that smile. I would have killed 1,000 men if he asked me to. My hands smoothed down his bare chest. I would never get used to the strength that was buried there. That was mine for the taking. "You left me," he whispered, catching my chin with his thumb and forefinger. "No, never," I breathed back. "But you did. Georgia. I was here waiting for you and you were gone. It's all right. It's all right. I'm back now." I soothed. I said the words, but they felt so wrong in my mouth. His hands felt nice on my skin. They were cooling on my scorching skin and he seemed to know just how to touch me, like he had learned and studied every one of my preferences. He was right here. He was with me. I could just stay. I could let him soothe away the burning of my flesh. I could learn his body the way he had learned mine. I'm sure he would shiver under my gentle hands. But when I placed my hand right in the center of his chest, right over where his heart was, I felt nothing beneath my palm. His eyes were the silver that I recalled, but I knew that my memory didn't do them justice. They didn't shimmer like pure moonlight dancing on a quiet lake. He said something at my touch, but somehow, his voice sounded hollow. Hollow because this was all my brain could remember of him. Because this wasn't real. I would do anything for him. I would move heaven and earth for Ryder, but I would not settle for this impostor, not even in my dreams. I was sweating. My heart was thundering in my chest. I had experienced this before. I just cowed and seemed to grasp when there were people around me, people that I knew, but Calden seemed to recall, as it always was. The woman with the dark hair, she suddenly looked more serious than I had ever seen her. And her partner, the mountain of a man with auburn hair, he looked positively dreadful. In fact, I think this was the first time I had seen him not cracking a joke or flirting with his woman. Or maybe that was just what my mind was spinning off. Someone was touching me. I expected it to soothe my skin. It didn't it may feel like I had burst into flames. I couldn't time my blinks. I couldn't control when I swallowed. But right then, I could scream. The sound rattled with living space, startling everyone to their core. The sickly man was forgotten briefly, though it looked like he was fighting a battle with his body after just turning his head. "We should get her to bed," the woman said, gesturing to the stoic and silent man hovering near me. It had been his touch that made me feel like I was being ripped apart. It was wrong, so wrong, but I could not scream again. Poor girl is probably overstimulated and uncomfortable. Best to let her sleep it off. I was taken upstairs, the feel of my clothes like sandpaper on my skin. The pajamas that should have been so silky and so soft were wretched, and I would have torn them off and burned them if I could have. But I could do nothing. I called and asked for a glass of water to help my sore throat. I called and demand that an ice bath be prepared for me to keep this awful heat at bay. And I certainly called in sleep, because the imposter would be waiting for me, and I was sure that I would be strong enough to leave him again. I stared at the ceiling until the woman came back. Keiko. Her name was Keiko. Christ. I think she's worse than last night. She sighed to someone I couldn't see. Her hand pressed against my forehead. "We need to call the doctor again." She sat beside the bed, holding my hand in her own. And just for a moment, I felt safe enough to sleep. She was my tether to this world. When I woke up, the kind doctor was there, and her mouth was set in a hard line. Good news never came from a mouth like that. "Keiko, this isn't a fever. She's going through her heat," the doctor announced. Keiko blinked once, then shook her head. "It's not possible. She already went through her heat. She's already mated with Ryder. Besides, a moon goddess wouldn't do this. Georgia can't even lift her head, much less make a decision about this. She wouldn't do that. She would never do that. I hate to tell you this, but she has. Whether we like it or not. She's going through heat. Multiple heats are not uncommon among mates who fight the bond, or mates who become separated for various reasons. And if it has lasted through the night, if she's sweating this much and her temperature is this high, I'm worried that it's not a normal heat." "What do you mean?" "To be very frank, I don't think that this heat has anything to do with the mating process. I think this heat's acting like some kind of beacon, to draw Ryder back to her." The doctor nodded gravely. "Oh God, HES going to kill us." Keiko was already out of my sightline, frantically digging through the closet. "We have to get her up and dressed. Noah will drive her somewhere else. Fuck. She's been like this for so long. We don't even know where he went when he left. He could be seconds away right now." I was shucked off to the bathroom, given the world's quickest punch bath, and dragged into clothes that now felt like razor blades on my sensitive body. But I couldn't protest in when I saw the fear in Keiko's eyes. I was sure I wanted to. Noah carried me downstairs to the main floor, depositing me in the armchair so he and Keiko could grab a few things from the kitchen. Ajax was still on the couch, now with a small blanket tucked around him and a glass of water on the coffee table. An arm was draped over his eyes and his skin still looked a little green, but he could move his head around without fighting the urge to vomit. It was a small improvement, but it was enough. There was one single thump on the door. Then it was damn near blown off the hinges. And there was the man that my mind could not do justice. He stood with a heaving chest, his shirt damp with sweat, his hair stuck to his forehead. His eyes were unlike anything that I had ever seen. Beyond the color, he was positively feral. "Ah, Ryder, my good friend," Ajax greeted. He sat up slowly, but it was still too much. His hands went to his belly and he shuddered hard. "I'm going to fucking kill you." Ryder's voice was quiet, so quiet and so gentle. It only made his statement more genuine. "Ryder, please." Keiko's words were shrill, but they drifted into nothing when Ryder's gaze settled on me. "My little warrior," he breathed. No, my memories hadn't gotten his voice right either. I would have whimpered at the sound if I could have. He was on me a second later, one hand on my collarbone, the other gripping my jaw. He cocked my head to one side just as Keiko shrieked for him to stop. He didn't. He plunged his sharp teeth into the side of my throat. My pretty neck was torn up, just as she promised. A female-led, Georgia, is left speechless after being bitten by the male-led, Ryder, who is now struggling with guilt and self-reproach. What's more, the people around Georgia have varying reactions to her condition. Some want to help, while others seem to have ulterior motives. In an attempt to make up for his mistake, Ryder tries to uncover the truth, only to find himself entangled in a bigger mystery. So, what's really going on? Chapter 61. Intense sensation flooded my mind in blissful flashes. It was everything Ryder and I had been together. A stole and kiss in the shadows of a movie theater before our world crumbled. The perfect fit of his strong, protective hand in mine as we strolled through a park. Those same hands gripping my thighs with fierce determination. My head pressed back into a pillow, eyes tightly shut, and the wicked, almost predatory grin on his face when he lifted his head from between my legs. I clung to every single moment, embracing the passionate memories. There was a promise of more, so tantalizingly close I could almost taste it. I reached out, desperate to grasp it, but it was violently torn away. Ryder, what have you done? Keiko's voice pierced the air, her small hands looking even tinier against Ryder's broad, muscular shoulders. It seemed impossible that she had managed to pull him off me, given his imposing physique. Ryder's intense gaze remained fixed on me, unwavering. His eyes, dark and passionate, bore into mine with an intensity that made my heart race. I vaguely registered the blood trickling from one corner of his mouth. My blood. It must have been, though I couldn't fathom or understand what had transpired. All I knew was that it had been the most intense experience I'd felt in ages, and I never wanted it to end. The room around us seemed to fade away, leaving only Ryder and me in this moment of raw, primal connection. Keiko, I need you to get your hands off of me. His voice eerily calm despite the aggression simmering beneath the surface. His words were measured, but I could sense the barely contained power in his stance, like a predator ready to strike. Keiko's face, initially a mask of revulsion and shock, quickly morphed into something closer to fear. After a moment's hesitation, her hands dropped from his shoulders, and she straightened her spine, steel in her posture. She backed away but didn't back down, her bravery evident despite her obvious concern. The tension in the room was palpable, a thick, suffocating presence that threatened to overwhelm us all. Ryder turned on her then, his eyes briefly flicking to the set of knives in the kitchen. I remembered those knives, recalling a time when I had looked at them, wishing I could drive them into someone's chest. But I hadn't possessed the courage back then. It was a lack of courage, however, that made Ryder roll up his sleeves instead, his muscles flexing with barely contained rage. Get up, Ajax, he growled, his voice low and threatening. The self-proclaimed king reclined further, keeping his hands on his stomach in a display of arrogant nonchalance. While Keiko grasped the gravity of the situation, Ajax remained blissfully unaware and dismissive. You don't give me orders, Ryder, he sneered. Ryder's eyes narrowed dangerously. You brought my mate here. You took my wolf, drained mate, and brought her to a werewolf haven after I did what I could to keep her away from our kind. So you are going to get up and you are going to walk out your front door. You and I are going to shift. Then I'm going to fucking kill you. Ajax let out a derisive laugh, his arrogance on full display. You cannot kill me. I am the king. By nature, am stronger than you. You have no chance. If I can't kill you, then I will die trying. Besides, you look like you're on death's door anyway. Get up and we can do this outside like men. I don't want your mate to watch you get your throat tripped out. It was all delivered in such a formal, matter-of-fact tone. Ryder, please, you don't understand, Keiko said, reaching out so she could run a soothing hand down Ryder's arm. He leapt back as if she was about to strike him. I don't understand. He snarled. I fucking understand. Keiko. My mate gets wolf drained because of me and when I leave to protect her. The people that I thought were my friends decide that she is the perfect candidate to run fucking tests on. It had to be someone. Ryder. Keiko whispered. It didn't have to be her. His hand swept through his dark hair, pulling hard for the briefest second. I have been losing my mind over what I have done to her. I have spent weeks in isolation, hating what I am, hating that I destroyed her, hoping and fucking praying that she somehow gets better. And you had her here the whole time. You've been making her worse. You've been killing her slowly. And I wouldn't have even fucking known if she hadn't gone into heat. We have a responsibility to the werewolf community before we have responsibility to our friends. Ajax stated from his spot on the couch. This is nothing new. And if you're so upset about all of this, I want you to take a step back and think that you, a werewolf, just marked your mate, without her consent, while she still very much has wolf drain. 1 second Ryder looked like he was about Seth's head clean off his shoulders. The next, he was whirling around to stare at me, mouth open, eyes wide, and they focused right on my neck, right where he had bitten. The center of all those emotions, of all the feelings that had finally cracked through. But he didn't know that. He couldn't know what that bite had made me feel. And what was worse, when his face crumpled and he looked like he wanted the world to swallow him up whole. I couldn't tell him. I didn't. You did, Ajax stated flatly. But it doesn't make sense. Doesn't it? Your mate is in heat. You blow down my front door. You mark her without asking her permission first. Jesus. Ajax. Keiko shouted. It's true. Sweetheart. That's exactly what he did. Ryder scraped a hand over his face. Skin pale, mouth opening, but unable to find the words. George. He whispered after a moment. I wished so desperately that I could have smiled at him or even just nodded my head because that's all it would take from him to know it was all right. I had given my permission, even if he hadn't known it. I had allowed the moon goddess to bind us together in this way, but I could do nothing beyond staring at him blankly. Fuck. Oh God. Georgia. Ryder whispered, coming to me again, this time settling on his knees. Warm hands clasped mine and it was like I could taste his panic. Georgia, I'm so sorry. I never thought. I never would have. I'm sorry. Georgia, I'm so sorry. And there, standing behind the couch Ajax was sitting on, a small sparkle caught my eye, opening, broadening until it formed a rippling frame. The frame of the mirror that I had seen in the cabin with the clouds on the floor and stars etched into the ceiling. The mirror flickered and shimmered, but there she was. Her black eyes settled on me, her mouth pressed into a hard line, the constellations on her cheeks. A hand reached up as she pressed against the pane of glass on her side. She shook her head slowly, then disappeared. Ajax was stiff on the couch. Did you guys feel that? He asked no one in particular. Feel what? Keiko wondered, but King slumped back down. Nothing. It was nothing. Must be the last of this shit getting out my system. Connected indeed. Ryder was oblivious to all of this though. His body was weak as he shifted around, sitting down with his back against arm of the chair, facing away from me. His head tipped downwards, landing softly on one of my thighs as if he didn't have the strength to hold himself upright. A hand circled around my ankle as he left out Eddie's sigh. I didn't mean to, Ryder whispered. I would never. You did, Keiko pressed, but unlike her mate, she was able to convey some sympathy. But I don't understand. I know what I did. I know that I marked her, but it doesn't seem possible. She's gone into heat around me before and we had no issues. Sure, it was hard. It didn't compare to this time. And on top of that, heats are to push mating, which doesn't make sense because we've already mated. A heat can happen any time to mates fight their bond. Keiko corrected. She carefully arranged herself on the couch beside her partner, moving slowly as to not jostle him. And that makes sense because you two have been separated for some time now. Where did you go anyway? North, Ryder said absently. I've never heard of a heat stopping right after marking though. Unless the mark is rejected. He immediately went stiff again, whirling around. Silver eyes narrowed on the side of my throat. The mark is there ended as healing, which is normally a sign of acceptance. Right. Keiko nodded once. I think so. I've also never heard about a werewolf going into heat when they were. Like this. Ryder continued. I mean, we've never really heard of this before, but I don't think I've ever heard of a werewolf going into heat when their partner was hospital-bound or non. It's like the moon goddess disregarded her usual procedures. Do all-powerful beings have procedures? Ajax wondered. Or do they just operate on their own accord? I just want to know why she brought me back here. If I'm hurting her, I don't want to be around her, even if she is my mate. Keiko sighed, folding her slender legs beneath her. Maybe she just wants you to be together, even at the risk of making her worse. No one knows why the moon goddess does what she does. We can only make our own decisions off of it. And she has brought you here, back to the mate that you were running from. So what are you going to do? Ryder. There was a shaky breath against my knee, the hand around my ankle tight and ever so slightly. And it felt good. It felt right. Having those other men hoist me around the house, zip up jackets, move me through exercises. It had all made me want to rip off my own skin when I was in a state of numbness. And when I drifted away from reality, I chased him. I chased the mercury rush, the laughter that could lift the heaviest of clouds. Being away from her was beyond anything I could imagine. I knew it was for the best and still. It was painful. I just wanted to be with her. Chapter 60 to the dream state was relentless and impossible to ignore. I understood what the purple woman had tried to accomplish, but she was unsuccessful. The rest of them still held out a little bit of hope though, in hushed whispers saying that I still might get better. If it took time to set in, it might take time to undo. But I knew that she had not felt a change. Whatever magic was in me was apparently here to stay. The one upside to the whole ordeal is that coming out of the dream state was a little easier now. I would laugh and dance with the man with silver eyes. My chest would feel lighter for a few moments. All would seem well. Then he would say my name. It was always desperately hollow. Or he would tell me he loved me, and I would hate the sound of it. One word would be all it would take for me to realize that his eyes weren't twinkling like they should have, or his mouth wasn't curling at the corners like I wished it would. But when I would come back, he would be there. Not a cheap figment. Rough fingers would brush my hair back away from my face. Lean muscles would flex when he lifted my bare body into or out of the bathtub. His voice would rumble through songs that I could vaguely recall. And with this bite, the mark, it was all more intense. When Ryder had first explained the mating process to me, I had been skeptical. How could a physical wound bond people? It was strange and unfounded to my human mind. But even if I couldn't fathom the reason behind it, I couldn't deny it now. If I was buried too deep in my foggy mind, I could feel it when he entered a room. It was like every word he spoke shimmered over my bones. Every smile melted glaciers within. I just wished it was enough to bring me back to myself. I hadn't realized how far gone I truly was until Ryder greeted me in the living room with a gentle kiss on my head. A paper to-go cup was put in front of me. I'm not sure if you're a pumpkin spice girl, or if you hate it with a passion, but 'tis the season, he explained, offering me a smile sweet it could rot teeth. I wanted to tell him that I would love anything he ever gifted me. From a phone charge cord to a gas station coffee. I couldn't even drag my mouth into a grin. But then I took in his words. Pumpkin spice. Fall. It was fall already. When I had fallen off my mountain bike and followed him in his wolf form. It had been early summer. I might very well be closer to Christmas than I was to Canada Day. And I hadn't even known. Hey, how was your day? The dark-haired girl, Keiko asked. She remained constant in my days, even now, but I saw much less of her counterpart. Now she was sitting on the floor of the living room where I resided most days with a foam princess crown upon her head. Her daughter was racing around the house with a hobby horse in hand. Good. Thanks. But it was hollow to my ears, almost as bad as it was in my dreams. And I was the only one who caught the way his eyes drifted to a very expensive bottle of scotch that was perched on the counter. You haven't been drinking again, have you? She asked quietly. I watched his throat move as he swallowed hard. The last time I drank, I was face down and passed out on your lawn. But Christ, do I want it now? Ryder, honey, I know this is hard. Keiko murmured. Think about how far you've come. That was all it took to break a man today. He was pacing in an instant, in and out of my view over and over again. This isn't hard. Keiko, this is impossible. Please, Ryder. There are so many reasons to stay sober. You can't undo everything that you've done. What has been done? He thundered, when he caught little Clementine falter with her fake horse. He lowered his voice. When you found me, I had nothing. I was a werewolf without a pack, without a family, without friends. I had no roots to speak of. And because of that, I was perfect for what you needed. I could travel from pack to pack and clean up messes that I didn't make, holding crying mothers and sons and tell them I understood how it felt, telling them it would get better while knowing that it never does. And even if I wanted to settle down here with you guys like Noah, I cowed and stomached it. Because I was out there, facing the world alone, getting more and more lost every day. Then I would see Ajax come home to you. I would watch you come back from meetings, frustrated and get to spew everything onto him. I saw the suppers together, the game nights as a family, the phone calls to your parents on weekends, and it ripped my fucking heart out every time. Keiko West's eyes filled with tears. Some leaders might have chosen to blink them away and grip their strength instead. She allowed them to roll down her cheeks, a strength of its own kind. Ryder, I'm so sorry. I never wanted to hurt you more. I just wanted to give you a safe place to come to. Somewhere you knew you were always welcome. I really was trying to shove my family life down your throat like that. I know. A frustrated hiss. A repressed sigh from out of you as he continued to move. You did everything you could and I know that. I love you and Ajax for it. And as hard as it was, I still had hope. I had this idea that my mate would come along and she and I could bring what I needed into the world. She would be my rock. She would become my roots. And she did. Of course. Georgia did. I took one look at her and started thinking about what kind of house we would live in, if we would buy on the coast or in the countryside. He was out of my view, but I could feel the weight of his eyes on me. I wanted to tell him that I had been so flustered when I had first seen him. It felt like someone had crafted the perfect human for me and plunked them on a platter. I wouldn't have cared if he wanted to live on the highest peak of a windy mountain. I would have followed him anywhere. Even when I found out that she was a hunter, I still had hope. I thought that if the moon goddess had put us together, that we could figure it out. And look at where the hope has brought me. I marked my debilitated mate without her consent, and I only spend time around her because the idea of Ajax or Noah giving her baths makes me want to slaughter them. Keiko nodded her head slowly. I can't say I understand, and I pray that I never have to know what you are going through. I just want you to know that she will always be taken care of, whether you chose to be here or not. If you can't, bear it. If it is too painful, I would be honored to take care of her on your behalf. Just please, don't give up. Not yet. We're trying our best. Ryder smoothed a hand down the side of my head, fingers gently catching the loose strands of hair. I know you and the doctors are doing everything possible. Sometimes, our best just isn't good enough. Chapter 63. Look at this bath bomb I found you, Ryder said from outside the tub. It had become our nightly ritual. He would carry me from my vegetation point on the couch to the bathroom and run a bath that was the perfect temperature for him. I preferred baths and showers that would melt my skin off, but I had no way of communicating that with him. He would hoist me in the tub once I was bare and settle me gently into the water. We would watch one of his bath bombs fizzle in the water together, this one a beautiful plum that had a wonderful lavender scent and enough glitter for a parade. He would let me soak for a while as he chatted about his day. Right now, it was mostly just small things for Keiko and Ajax. I didn't know if it was because he no longer felt able to complete his previous job or if he simply refused to leave the property because I was here. Once he would finish telling me about his day, he would gently dunk my head so my hair and scalp would get wet, then massage some shampoo in. Well, it was more of a scrub. Really. He didn't have the gentlest touch like the Queen did. With him it felt like it was more about efficiency than it was pampering. The conditioner and rinse were no different. But I was blind to the way that he was trying. Sometimes he had the Queen show him new ways to braid my hair or would grill her about products to use. He even took my skincare out of my rental and brought it over. He didn't do the process in the order I would have, but I always started my day with SPF on my skin and ended with a moisturizer. He tucked me into bed, plumping my pillow and silk pillowcase every night, then he would give me a chaste kiss goodnight. Tonight was different. I could see it in the hard lines of his face in the lamplight. Soothing fingers brushed over the scar on the side of my neck, which sent a pulse of electricity down my spine. But my body refused to respond to it. I didn't mean to. He whispered,
like the quiet words could make the reality disappear.
I swear to God, I barely remember any of it. I was in the woods. I was far away from here. I remember feeling the heat. I tried to get further away from you in the beginning. Then I owned a zen. It just got worse. I held and stopped. And then you were bleeding and... He swallowed hard, turning away. Georgia, I'm so sorry. If I had known, I wish that I never walked into that CAF. Fuck. Sometimes his voice got really quiet then and he cowled and stand looking at me. Eyes locked completely on the wall above the headboard. Sometimes, I wish that Keiko never found me after my parents were killed. I wish that I had just kept drinking and drinking. At the rate I was going, there's no way that I would make it long enough to be here. To have done this to you. The touch on his cheek was featherlight. He flinched as if he had been slapped. Frankly, I was so startled that it was my hand touching him, that I almost flinched too. Georgia. Tears trickled down his cheeks, cutting down his jawline before dripping onto his soft t-shirt. Mine. I rasped. And he was. He was mine with all of the scars on his fingers and arms. He was mine with his ugly tan lines for always wearing gloves on the mountain bike. He was mine with the scratchy stubble on his jawline and the terrible jokes. And I wanted every stumble. Every failure that he brought. It hurt me to think of him wasting away. Drinking the ache away in bars. But that was the man I loved. The idea of losing him. Even if it came with the freedom to move my body again. To speak my own words. It was brutal. Unbearable. I'm all yours, Georgia. I promise. And I promise that I'm going to stay sober and I'm going to take care of you. I wanted to stay with him. I wanted to tell him that he was doing everything perfect. And that I could respect his decision and understand if he needed to take a break. But the dreams were calling. She was there. The woman with glowing freckles and her marbles. I knew it wasn't really her. Just a ghost of what I knew. But I went to her anyway. Time passed without me knowing. A woman with a stethoscope was there. The dreams were there too. Nipping at me. Trying to grab hold of me so they could drag me back in. And now, I knew I needed to stay. Ajax, you're looking much better. The woman greeted. The king had a plastic tool set sprawled around him. The little girl with dark hair was using a replica of a drill on his knee, claiming he had loose bolts that needed to be tightened there. I'm feeling a lot, but you were right. It did take some time for the potion to work. The woman stiffened. It's not a potion. I didn't pick some flowers and mushrooms and cast a spell on them. I took samples and made educated decisions led by the results. It's a scientific potion. Then, because magic is most definitely involved in if you took it to a human doctor, they would think you are insane. Ajax countered, but I appreciate it. Very much so. I couldn't take another day of feeling like that. And you didn't notice any side effect? Nothing beyond what was already ripping through me. Good. I know that there is still a risk, but I think that we should try giving Georgia a small dose. Ajax sat up at that, using one hand to prop himself up on the rug. Clementine was entirely displeased with this, puffing loudly and crossing her arms. Ajax smoothed his free hand down her dark hair. So you think she was poisoned then? I think there is a chance. It's impossible to know for sure. The only reason we were able to trace anything was because we had the source there. It was undetectable in your bloodstream and showed no other physical signs. As it stands, Georgia is a perfectly healthy girl. So this is the only thing we really have to go on. The sound of the front door opening and closing made everyone still. I felt his presence like stepping into a heated building on a cold winter's day. The conversation dying as soon as I come into the room is never a good sign, Ryder said. It was like watching a movie. All of the action happening out of frame, and I could do nothing to camera. I wanted to crane my neck and shoot him a grin that would melt him into a puddle. Alas, I would have to settle for Ajax, who suddenly got a little pale and tenser. We need to talk. Ryder, the king sighed. Ajax explained his ordeal with the bake seeming to almost kill him. Ryder commented that he had been entirely unaware of this, but a simple glance was enough to remind him that, at the time, he hadn't given a single damn about his king. Ajax continued on, explaining that the doctor had found something odd in the baking, something that was similar to slow-acting poison. Magical, certainly, but not entirely werewolf. She had been able to ferment antidote, a liquid that could counteract the effect on werewolves. Someone tried to poison you. It seems a little quiet and sneaky for the werewolf hunters, considering they sent her in to shoot you. And how would someone even gain access to your personal fridge? You guys prepare all of your own food when you're here. Ajax sucked in a breath, scraping his hand through his hair. When we moved Georgia out of the assisted living complex, we cleaned out her fridge. We wanted to make it easier on the staff, even if it was going to be an entire mess for them one way or another. And some of that food ended up here. For a moment, there was nothing but heavy silence. I'm not understanding. Ajax, are you saying that she planned this somehow? Or are you implying that she was poisoning herself? We don't know where she got it from or if she made it herself. We have no idea. Ajax said carefully. I'm not here to imply anything. All I'm trying to tell you is that we might have a remedy for it. I consumed the elixir and have had no issues. She could be our first. Ryder took a few long strides, entering my frame of fingers flexed at his sides, and I wondered how many times in the past that he wanted to punch Ajax. Ryder, I said no. He snapped. I took it and I am completely fine. If I hadn't taken it, I might still be lying in bed and vomiting every time I tried to eat something. The redness started at his cheeks, spreading rapidly, and with each word, his volume rose. You have taken a medicine designed for werewolves. You are a werewolf. She is a human. A fucking human. Ajax. And whatever is in her now has led her to be like this. We can't just mix up some cocktail of spells, science, and magic and shove it down her throat. Human mates have died from far less experimental things. Ryder, this may be our only chance right now. No, he seethed. You've done enough. Boy, King. It was the first time that I had realized that Ajax was indeed visibly younger than Ryder. Most of the time, with a child nearby and a kingdom to run, it was easy to think of him as a man, but there was no denying that he was terribly young to be a monarch. Somehow, he didn't even flinch at Ryder's lash. What would she want? He asked. Because this isn't about me or you, is it? It's about saving her, and maybe some others, until she can say or indicate what she wants. I'm not agreeing to it. I'm her partner, not her ruler. I do not understand the medical field in the slightest, regardless if it's the human side or the werewolf side. I cannot ask her to take risks like this. Slowly, the redness began to recede. He stood deathly still in that room, looking rumpled and torn. But thousands of miles away, the CF sold cinnamon buns. he whispered to himself, as cafes often do. Ajax agreed. Ryder's chin ticked up. I'm going to busy for the next couple of days. I think someone knows me some answers. Chapter 64. I didn't recall seeing Ryder again for a while, though it was hard to trust my mind with these things still. I remembered the queen kneeling outside the bathtub humming under her breath while she washed me. I remembered the king moving my legs through gentle stretches, talking to me idly about things I didn't care enough about to focus on. Every night I was tucked into bed. Every morning, I was fed breakfast with a coffee, and I dreamed of my brother. I could see myself screaming at him, wailing and begging. I was drowning. The responsibilities were swirling around me, sucking me down further with every second. I didn't have much longer. I needed him, but his pretty little wife would adjust the lapels of his suit, smiling like he had given her the sun. Then, they would leave hand in hand, and I went down, 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 down. Is everything all right? Keiko asked from my bedroom door. She stood outside of the guest bedroom as if this was her own home. But it was her words that brought me to the world around me, not the one I so often drifted out to. The doctor was sitting on the bed beside me. Her hand was cradling mine. Gone was any trace of the scrubs she wore sometimes or the tools she carried with her. Her hair was pulled back in a loose ponytail, and her pale blue sweater had a horribly stretched neckline. Dark rings circled her eyes. Yes, everything is fine, the doctor assured with a casual shrug. I just wanted to check in with her. That's all. Keiko hovered for a moment longer, her teeth capturing her lower lip. I know that he is. She needs to make her own choice, but it's hard to see her like this. It would be harder to see her dead, knowing that you forced the pill down her throat. The doctor countered. She had a name. I knew she did, but I could never remember it. The queen took a low breath, then nodded once. Let me know if you need anything. I'll be downstairs with Clem until my conference call starts. The doctor waited for a few seconds before she straightened her shoulders, her posture perfect and stable. She turned her body towards me and gave my hand one squeeze. Georgia, I'm hoping that you're here with me right now. We need to talk. She studied me briefly, as if hoping for an encouraging nod before continuing on. I cannot and will not force you to take any medication, and I will be here to help support and take care of you no matter what you choose. I just know that Ryder is scared. H.E.S. terrified. Of course he is. H.E.S. your mate. But this is your decision to make. She began with telling me about the cinnamon bun and what was found within it. Beyond gooey, buttery goodness, I knew about the baked good. I had had several over my lifetime. Something was nagging at me, though. Something was telling me that this was important, lacing with me farther back than I knew now. But she carried on, telling me about the strange compound in the dough, using words that I didn't understand and words that shouldn't have gone together like magic and carbohydrates. I know that this is all complicated, but bear with me. I made an elixir for Ajax to counteract the fragments of magic that were in the buns, whatever they were. Like I explained before, Compounda in the solution was designed to protect any own magic within him, any magic that his body generated itself. Compound B was designed to pull any of the magic that was not owned out. I won't lie to you. Ajax was violently ill while this process was happening, but I am certain that he would have remained ill otherwise. Similar to you, I am assuming there would be the initial deterioration and he not taken the medication. He would still be on the couch, not getting worse, but not getting better. She reached out and tightened her sagging ponytail before taking my hand again. This all must be a confusing info dump for you, but I will try and keep it simple. You are obviously not a werewolf. We are assuming that you have the same toxin in your body, but we have no way of knowing for sure. I cannot make any assumptions about what this will or will not do for you. There are too many differences between your case and Ajax's case for me to even have the smallest idea of what might happen if you were to take this. And am not a human doctor. Even if I was, I wouldn't be able to understand how this magic works in your body. But I just wanted to tell you that this is an option for you. if you are willing to try it. I cannot promise a single damn thing, but I can't imagine what it must be like being trapped in that head. This is the only glimmer of hope that I can give you right now." Her fingers tightened around mine before she laid her palm flat open, my fingers resting within the center of her hand. "You don't have to answer right now, and I'm not even sure if you can answer right now. But if you would like to try the elixir that I made for Ajax, I want you to tap your middle finger once in my palm. And if you don't want it, tap your index finger. And if you can't move right now, don't worry. I will not give you anything." She sat perfectly still, her hand not even trembling or shaking beneath mine. At least, I didn't think it was. I probably should have thought about this. I probably should have considered the risks for longer than I did, because I could very well die from this. We had seen what a small amount of magic had done to me wherever it came from. What would a larger quantity do? Even if it healed me, what would happen after? How much of me would be left? Was I too far gone already? But all I really could think was that there was a way out, and that if I didn't answer now, I might not have the chance again. I focused every ounce of my brain power into my motor function, and with every ounce of focus came 10 pounds of dreaming that tugged and tugged at my mind. I was alone in the woods. No, this was wrong. This was all terribly wrong. I was never alone here. I was never supposed to be alone here. I started running, but it felt like my feet were made out of cement. Each step took enough effort to make me grit my teeth. But even when I took 10 steps, 20, 30, the forest around me did not change, because it never changed. This is the forest where I saw the wolf with the red eyes. This was the forest where I danced with the handsome man. His smile could melt my heart into a puddle on this mossy floor. But where was he? Where was the vengeful wolf? Where was my brother? I screamed. I ran and screamed. I jerked back into my body, and the first thing that I saw did make me want to scream. A low-roofed, oversized garden shed. I couldn't remember it, but the reaction that I immediately had told me otherwise. I wanted to wail and shriek and squirm my way out of the thick arms that were carrying me. My steps couldn't move me through the forest of my dreams, but these steps were pulling me closer and closer to the shed no matter how much I resisted. I was shifted around in the strong arms, being moved about like I weighed nothing. As I was shuffled, I caught a glimpse of brown hair that burned like fire in the sun. Ajax. Then, the shed door swung open and I couldn't to care about who was holding me. "What are you doing here?" Ryder rumbled immediately. He spun to face us and his gaze caught mine. But even the eyes that I loved so much were not enough to distract me from the way that he swiped his hand over the thigh of his jeans. A rust-colored streak was left behind. "She asked to see you." Well, she said your name. It's not like she's particularly chatty, so when she gives me anything to go off of, I'm not going to deny her," Ajax replied flatly. I was shuffled around in his arms once more as he snapped open a camping chair with one hand. "I don't want her here. I don't want her to see this," Ryder stated. "I don't care if you want her to see this side of you or not," she asked. I delivered. The king argued as he settled me on the chair. "Ajax, are you even getting anywhere?" No HES saying he'd osn't know anything. And that was when I realized that there was a third person in the shed. Icy blue eyes now ringed in black. A busted lip that I had seldom seen smile. Lean pale arms pulled behind his back. Strung up in a way that made my body ache with knowing. Milo. Chapter 65. When Ajax left, Ryder opted to pull up a chair beside me. He didn't reach out for me, but I was still able to see the swelling around his knuckles, some of them cracked and bleeding, and I could see the little knife sitting on a reel of wire, looking mercifully clean. But the smell was the same in here. The feel of the air on my skin was enough to make me want to be sick. I knew this place so well, even if my mind wouldn't trick all how. "You're lucky that she's here," Ryder rumbled, his voice a dangerous timbre I had never heard before. "I'm not about to believe any of this bullshit about you not knowing what's really going on." Milo limply swayed from the ropes. His head was dangling forward, but I could see the occasional drop of something that splattered red over the cement floor. He let out a hacking cough before he lifted his head, moving as if his bones were made of concrete. I wanted to gasp in horror all over again, blood streaming out of a clearly broken nose, eyes so swollen they could hardly open, teeth coated in blood when he grimaced. And you are so unlucky that Shess here. Now she gets to see you like you for what you really are, coward. Strong words for someone who looked like a summer's breeze would kill him. Ryder snorted from beside me, but I caught the way that his hand twitched. Right. In the coward. You're either one hiding behind all your little hunters, perching in trees so I can wait for a werewolf to stroll by and shoot them when they aren't looking. This isn't about hunting, Milo corrected. His legs gave out from under him, his arms jerking hard behind his back. A strangled noise left his mouth before he could right himself again. This is about her. It's about Georgia. Leave her out of this. Ryder snarled. Shess already in this. You idiot. My gaze followed the lines of Milo's body. With every angle I took in, I felt more and more ill. I could feel the phantom pain spinning up my arms, squeezing between my shoulder blades. I didn't know how long he had been like this, but I knew that even 2 seconds was too long. His legs must have been screaming for a break, but if his knees buckled even an inch, his arms were jerked behind him hard enough to make him dizzy. But the pain and discomfort that must have been ripping through him was enough to keep him quiet. You are pathetic, and you are afraid, no matter what you say. You can look me in the face and tell me that you're doing this for her, but we both know that it's not true, because you dumped her on my driveway. And where did you go? I left to keep her safe. You left her because you were fucking scared. If you cared about keeping her safe, you would have left her as soon as you understood a single thing about Werewolf Drain. I didn't want her to get worse. We thought that she would be safe since we are mates. You left her alone, Ryder. And you didn't go off to research labs. You didn't spend your nights in a library trying to find answers. Did you? I'm not going to argue with you, Ryder hissed. I went through something awful. I won't apologize for how I acted through it. You don't understand because you're human and you don't want a mate. But when I lost her, I lost everything, right? Of course. So it's completely fine that you left Georgia, your mate, on my driveway. She lost everything too. You fucking Luke. And when she was able to speak for herself, you turned around and ran into the woods to lick your wounds. I fed her every day. I bathed her. I brushed her hair and her teeth and washed her face. I was the one who took her to her parents' funeral. And when the staff at the care facility reported her missing, I turned over every rock that I could to find her, until I figured that she was here, with the very people who have hurt her in the first place. You shut your fucking mouth. Leaping to his feet, his fingers snatched up the small, clean knife from the top of the reel. Or what? Milo screamed back. Cut me up like you keep threatening to. It won't change what you have done to her. It won't fix the fact that you hid when she needed you most. But if it makes you feel better, go ahead. Tell me what was in the fucking food from that place or I'm just going to kill you. The knife glimmered in his hand as he twirled it, looking almost casual with the gesture. I'm done playing your games. I was lying to you. I told you that I haven't talked to Dawn or Armin in months. Dawn reached out to me before you two left for the Yukon. She wanted to talk to Georgia, so I gave Georgia her number. That was the end of it. You cutting into me isn't going to change the truth. Georgia would have told me if anything like that happened. The blade stayed as side, but his grip remained tight. Would she? Because when I asked to see the guest list at the care facility, Dawn's name was on there the same day and the same time that Georgia signed in. Maybe your little mate had her own secrets. A cruel grin twisted up his features, revealing the blood-coated teeth again. I would tell you to ask her yourself, but you've ruined her, so badly shut your fucking mouth. Ryder roared, the blade in his hand raising to Milo's throat. Down. It took me a moment to realize that I had spoken, and I might not have even noticed if both men hadn't still. Ryder whirling around to face me. Down. He repeated, Milo entirely forgotten. Christ. I seldom was able to get responses afterwards on something that could be misinterpreted. He needed more if he was to understand what I wanted, and I knew that I only had a short amount of time before Milo started badgering him again. And if Milo was at the end of his rope like I had been, he would push Ryder until a blade across the throat was guaranteed. Untie and I croaked. Georgia. He stepped towards me on wobbly legs, slowly sinking down to his knees. Sweetheart, can you hear me? Of course. I could hear him, but he wasn't listening to me. She told you to untie me, Milo said hotly. But how? His hands gently settling on top of my thighs. The knife had been set aside. With her fucking words. Now let me down. I don't understand. I've never heard of her saying more than a word a day. If she spoke to Ajax already. The little knife was used to cut down Milo, who immediately slumped to the ground with a dull thump. I wanted to rush to him and ask him if he was okay. Maybe get him some water and some food, because that was what I had needed then. But I was swept up into Ryder's strong arms that felt much safer and more comfortable than Ajax's, and we were off to the main home. I was settled on the armchair that I spent so many days on. Ryder kneeling in front of me again. How many times would this man go to his knees for me? George, can you talk to me? What's going on? Ajax asked from the top of the stairs, judging by the foam sword in his hand and his daughter with a bucket upon her head. They were doing some very important work. Georgia was talking. Like, more than usual. Ajax paused for a moment then. Would you mind playing in your room by yourself for a little while? My little orange, he asked Clementine, when his daughter nodded eagerly. The king descended the natural wood stairs. Perfect. It seems like the medication is finally working then. We were worried that she wasn't showing any signs after 3 days. What medication? Ryder asked. Then the realization slapped him. Hard. Fuck. You guys didn't give her that mixture without her say-so. Did you? As if you haven't done enough. She said she wanted it. How can she say? Ryder cut himself off. His eyes widened for a second. A bruised and swollen hand laying on his chest. A shuddering breath left him. Ryder, are you okay? Ajax breathed. My lips parted. I had taken the elixir. I was saying more words. It was working. It had to be. I could tell them what I needed. Tell them that Milo had no part in any of this. But as pain ripped through me, the only thing that left my mouth was a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 66. I couldn't figure out where the pain was coming from. It was everywhere and nowhere. But every time I searched my body for the starting point, it seemed vague and blurred. Everything was on fire. Everything was freezing. Everything was screaming. Maybe I just couldn't think that hard right now. All I knew was that I was still wailing, and the agony was beyond anything I could comprehend. Black dots danced over my vision. Georgia. Ryder cried. He was here. I had almost forgotten about him. I had almost forgotten everything in the face of the hurt tearing me apart. But he was in front of me, one hand still gripping at his chest, the other reaching towards me. Georgia. Vampire Deception. By Drake Mason and Eli Drant. By the undocumented changeling, and forced to code at a low-level witch. It was Ajax rushing to his side. An arm was thrown around him just as Ryder's legs released beneath him. He would have tumbled to the floor if Ajax hadn't been there to catch him. Ryder, what's going on? Can you tell me what you're feeling? Ryder just groaned out my name. His eyes were now jammed shut and he teetered onto all fours. A violent noise crawled out of his throat. Ryder, please, talk to me. Ajax begged. Did that hunter do something to you? Keiko plowed through the front door a second later. Her dark hair was strewn all over her face, mouth falling open at the scene in front of her. A girl screaming in her living room. Her mate holding on to Ryder, who could only say my name. What is going? I don't know. Call Claudette. Tell her to get here as fast as she can. Keiko vanished, and I was pulled back into the dreams that haunted me. I was still screaming here. This was a place I had come to when the world felt like it was too much. This is what I felt until when I couldn't bear it any longer. There shouldn't have been pain here. Only numbness and a man who wanted to hold me, even though his eyes didn't twinkle the way I needed them to. He was here. "You're leaving me," he accused. Venom was in every word that was spat from his lips. Its tongue as if it really were acid on my skin. "No, I managed. I'm not leaving you. I'm going back to you. The real you," I pleaded. Tears were gushing down my cheeks. I felt like my entire body had been plunged into boiling water, then right over the hot coals of an ancient fire. Relief. I needed relief however it came. Even unconsciousness would be a blessing. "Don't you understand what you have done? Don't you know what you have sacrificed?" "I haven't sacrificed anything," I protested. "Oh, but you have," he murmured. Thumb traced the shape of my jawline. "You have given up everything." When he drew away, I spotted the knife in his hand. I was shrieking well before he raised it to his own throat. Then there was nothing but blood. "Georgia," Ryder croaked. He was in front of me, still on all fours, still had Ajax at his side. No blood. There was no blood here. It had all been a dream. He was still alive. "Fuck, what is that?" Ajax whispered, gawking at me. It was then that I realized a redness was circling me. It was alive and shifting, flames lapping and falling. It was sheer for me and clear enough that I could see the men in front of me entered the house, her cell phone still clutched in her hand. They all rippled as if they were a mirage. Maybe this was the final stage of Wolf Drain. Maybe this is how my parents died. In so much pain that the end would be a blessing. Ryder gave out a strangled sob, his back straining as he moved, one hand in front of the other, one knee sliding on carpet. Georgia. It had always been so lovely when he said my name. A balm over a wound. Now it was gasoline on the fire, salt in a gaping wound that was sure to kill me. Ryder reached out a single hand. I watched his entire body tremble with the effort, sweat beading on his forehead. He leaned forward, looking like he was on the brink of collapse. Fingers touched the shimmering redness before me. He only had time to let out a startled bark before he was thrown across the room. I wailed. The tears streaming down my cheeks were bleach, tearing through my skin. Each sound out my mouth was corrosive, shredding my throat. My tongue. What the hell was that? Keiko screamed. "Just stay over there, sweetheart," Ajax commanded, steady as he went to Ryder's curled up form. Ryder, are you okay? Can you hear me?" The redness around me gave a final shake. Then it fell. My screaming ceased immediately, but my body pitched forward with exhaustion. My clammy forehead rested on my knees, each breath cooling the scorching from within. Every part of me was shaking. Every part of me was too cold and too hot at once. Ryder. I had done something to him. "Georgia," he moaned, his head lifting from the floor. I thrust my body off the chair, falling flat on my stomach. I only let out a little wheeze in acknowledgement. My fingers clawed the hardwood flooring for purchase. "Ryder, oh my God." Just moving by herself, Keiko gasped. She was at my side in an instant despite Ajax's repeated protests. Her hands were on my shoulders. She pulled me away from my pursuit gently but firmly until I was on my knees, looking at her worried face. "Georgia, are you okay? Can you talk?" "Honey, Ryder," I choked, my throat raw. "Ryder is right there. Claudette is coming. She'll make sure both of you are okay. All right? For now. I just want you to talk to me. Tell me what happened. What are you feeling?" She moved as if she were about to help me to my feet, then stopped. "Are you feeling like you can stand?" I couldn't feel anything right now aside from a whirling in my head and the rough pants in my lungs. I just needed to get to Ryder. Whatever I had done to him needed to be fixed. I focused on Ryder, and it was like seeing him for the first time. A scar on his cheek that I had never noticed. traces of acne from his teen years, eyes that seemed less alive than before, a nose that was crooked from one too many breaks, hair that didn't seem to lay quite right. Something was wrong. I knew it before I saw the way he looked at me. I whined with horror, tears welling in them. "No," he whispered. "No, please." It was like an axe was swinging towards him and he was powerless to stop it. "You're all right, my friend. We're going to get you taken care of," Ajax assured, squeezing Ryder's bicep. "Ajax, what if Keiko's cool fingers brushed the side of my throat?" A gasp choked her. "Ajax, she doesn't have a mark anymore." A rough through Ryder. The mate bond has been destroyed. Chapter 67, and nothing happened for a while. The word seemed frozen aside from minor movements. Keiko gasped and stumbled backwards. Ajax was there to hold her immediately, an arm around her waist, the other over her chest. Ryder stayed on his knees, just staring. Something in his expression kept me from going to him. He watched me. I watched him. His face was pale with horror and the aftermath of pain. I could feel tears slipping off my jaw. "It's going to be all right," Keiko whispered. Then again, stronger. "You are going to be all right. The bond is gone. We can fix this. We can get through this. We always do," Keiko rambled. There was a certain intensity to her now. Her lips were set into a hard line, gears in her mind grinding. Ajax stroked a hand down her arm. Her lower lip quivered then. The crack. Claudette, the sweet doctor who had been taking care of me all this time, materialized in the house. Much like Keiko, she had a strong, determined energy. There was no room for franticness or rushed ideas. "What happened?" she demanded. "The fucking medication you gave Keiko swept in, cutting Ryder off. The mate bond has been destroyed. Georgia is able to move and talk again, but it came with the loss. Ryder, are you feeling ill? Is anything hurting you right now?" Ajax asked. I watched the man with dark hair straighten a little. His hand settled over his heart, rubbing a vacant spot. He was different now. So different. I felt like I couldn't even be sure that it was Ryder. "No, I don't think him sick or anything. Not physically. Whatever happened, whatever was hurting me, has passed, I think. Then let's start with Georgia." Claudette adjusted. "And we can do that by getting you off the floor and somewhere comfortable. Ajax, can you carry her up to her bedroom, please? Keiko, I want you to stay here with Ryder. Get him some water. See if he can keep it down. Yell if anything changes. But I'll come and look at him as soon as I'm done with Georgia. I can walk myself," I said immediately. To prove my point. I pulled myself onto my knees, one movement at a time. I could do this. I was a werewolf hunter, for God's sake. I could climb trees, hike for hours, sprint until my lungs gave out. I pushed myself to my feet. I could feel each muscle strain under the pressure, feeling almost gritty from lack of use. There was a slight wobble, but I remained standing. Her sets of eyes watched me closely. "I can do it." Claudette led the way, striding purposefully. I trickled behind, my teeth clenched hard. My thighs quivered beneath my weight, my calves screaming with every step. This wasn't possible. That was not who I had become. It was not who I was meant to be. My hand grabbed the railing of the stairs that suddenly seemed much longer and much higher than I ever remembered. I took my first step, then my second. It was on the third step that my legs buckled. My body screamed 1,000 reaction protocols at me. My body was too sluggish to respond. But Ajax was there, just a step behind. His quick reaction saved my knees from the hard wood. Both arms were tied around my body, holding me up for a brief second before he swept me off my feet. I let out a strangled noise of surprise, but otherwise stayed still. "Thanks for not putting up a fight," he stage whispered. It would have hurt my fragile masculinity. I would have laughed if I could have. Claudette had me settled on my bed, the bed I was borrowing from Keiko in a house that was not my own, and ran me through a series of tests. She shone a light in my eyes. She listened to my heart rate and guided me through a series of motions. She asked me questions about my memory. I recalled little, which seemed to displease her. She asked me about my pain levels, if I felt dizzy or nauseous. What had it felt like when the bond was removed? What had Ryder done? Did I feel like there was anything left in me? Was I still fighting to stay alert? I answered everything as honestly as I could. I wished she was a human doctor. I wanted to be hooked up to machines. I wanted her to see all of the things I couldn't tell her, all the things I didn't know about. I wanted the certainty of modern medicine, though she was doing her best. I knew that her education and skill had limits when it came to my situation. Then again, so would a human doctor. Do you think that this could have affected my vision? Like, do werewolves have bad eyesight or something? I asked. She paused for a moment. Wolves are known to have excellent eyesight. Why do you ask? Well, some things look different now. Clearer, like Ive put on glasses. Like the details on this lamp. Claudette asked. I glanced at the lamp. The painting on the base seemed to be hand-painted and traditionally Chinese. I had never noticed it before, but I still shook my head. Like you can read the title of those books now, that you couldn't before, she suggested, gesturing to the small shelf of children's books at the far end of the room. I shook my head again. It's people. Well, it's a person, I clarified. Ah, you're seeing flaws on Ryder. I wouldn't have called them flaws myself, they were just things that made him human, but I still nodded. That's the mate bond being gone. That red thing that came out of you. That was the magic leaving your body, even though you aren't a werewolf yourself. The moon goddess put a little bit of magic in you when she bonded you to Ryder. Now that it's gone, you see him like the rest of us duo. It felt like a heavy rock had been tied to my heart, pulling it down, 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 deep below sea level. I didn't want to see him like everyone else. Not when I saw him as a god before. Claudette sensed that I was done, that my spiraling had begun. Listen, take some time and do what is best for you. You've been through a lot. Too much. We will all respect any choice you make right now. Okay? The only thing I want to advise you on is that you shouldn't be alone. Your body is weak and tired. Your strength will come back, but it needs time. If you have a fall when you're alone, it could be too much. I swallowed hard. Right. My body was completely useless. The thing that I had trained into a weapon was now pathetic and flimsy. It'll make sure I have someone. Listen, Ryder was trying to get some answers out of someone in the shed. I know you aren't a human doctor, but would you mind having a look at him? I think he might be in rough shape. He will probably want to get the hell out of here as soon as he can. But can you tell me HES okay when you're done? Of course. Georgia. Anything you need, she assured. You take some time now and rest up, but I want you to call someone for help. Those stairs won't be so friendly on the way down. I laid in that bed for hours. A bed that I had laid in hundreds of nights before, but Cal didn't really remember. A bed that still didn't feel like mine. Ajax had carried me up and down those stairs dozens of times. Keiko had washed my hair and scrubbed my body in all of her luxurious product. I had spent hours in front of television with their daughter, but none of this felt like mine. None of this was something I wanted to lay claim to. And then there was Ryder. At the thought of him, I heard his screams ringing in my ears. I saw him dragging himself towards me, and I saw the sickness that came after when he realized what had happened. No longer mates. We weren't tied together. No draw between us. Just a people. The female protagonist has a crush on the male lead but never confessed. Meanwhile, the male lead has a wealthy girl by his side who is devoted to him. Later, the male lead had an accident and lost his memory. The female protagonist took the opportunity to approach him, and they began to interact. However, The wealthy girlfriend suddenly appeared, claiming to be the male lead's fiancée. The female protagonist was shocked and also found that the male lead's memory was slowly returning. She didn't know whether the male lead still remembered her feelings for him and didn't know how to deal with this sudden situation. Chapter 68. I remained in Keiko's house overnight. My mind a tempest of conflicting emotions. Exhaustion had permeated every fiber of my being, leaving me feeling as delicate as spun glass, ready to shatter at the slightest provocation. In this fragile state, decision-making seemed an insurmountable task. Had I allowed myself, I might have succumbed to the urge to flee, abandoning everything in a moment of weakness. Keiko, true to her nurturing nature, checked on me periodically. Her soft footsteps in the hallway became a comforting rhythm. I yearned to ask about Ryder, to understand his absence, but the words remained lodged in my throat like jagged shards. Instead, I inquired about Milo, my voice barely audible in the stillness of the room. "HES all right, HES all right," Keiko replied, her tone measured and watchful. "We're going to let him recuperate in the holding cell nearby, the one you and Ryder occupied. It may seem harsh, but HES in no condition to drive, and I can't have him in my house like this. Not with my daughter here. Once HES sufficiently healed and we're certain he can manage on his own, we'll drive him home." I nodded slowly, comprehending her logic perfectly. "How are you feeling?" she probed, her eyes scrutinizing my face with motherly concern. "Desolate. Hollow. Hopeless. Adrift. I'm doing fine," I lied, the falsehood evident even to my own ears. Keiko's expression betrayed her disbelief, but she refrained from pressing further. Instead, she offered to bring me food when supper was ready and promised to check on me in the morning. I consumed the soup Ajax had prepared in solitude, perched on the edge of the bed in my temporary sanctuary, when my arm quivered with the effort of lifting the spoon to my lips. I was grateful for the privacy that concealed my weakness. Once a formidable predator, a hunter that struck fear into the hearts of others, now reduced to the shell of my former self. The stark juxtaposition between my past strength and current frailty only intensified the creeping tendrils of what I suspected might be depression. I slept restlessly in the unfamiliar bed, my dreams haunted by shadows of my former self. When I awoke, a sense of resignation settled over me. It was time to go, to face whatever lay ahead, regardless of how ill-prepared I felt. My legs wobbled and complained when I crossed the hall to use the washroom. Sitting on the toilet was almost a relief. My arms protested when I brushed my teeth and my core swayed a little. After being propped up with bedding and blankets for months, I suppose that I should have expected this. I should have been able to look in the mirror and see what I had overcome. Instead, I saw sunken cheeks, hair that frizzed, eyes that were tired, skin hung off my bones with no muscle to support it. I had been a powerhouse. I could have stood in front of a mirror for hours and admired the hard lines of my muscles, the curve of strength when I flexed. When I used to look in the mirror, I saw hours of hard work in the gym, a relentless diet that I seldom stray from, and purpose. Now I was this. My legs cowled and hold me up for long, so I was forced to take my thoughts elsewhere, mostly on just staying upright and moving. The duffel bag that had been used to move my belongings out of the assisted living community was in the corner of the room I was occupying. Judging by the hand-painted lamps and the art on the wall, they wouldn't miss it much. If they could afford to have originals in the guest bedrooms, I knew they could replace the bag. I had to take a couple breaks while packing my simple belongings, but I managed to get most things wrapped up quickly. "Ajax," I shouted while leaning against the doorframe. He had carted me around for months already. What was one more trip down the stairs? "Ajax." But the person who appeared at the top of the steps did not have auburn hair or cunning eyes paired with that knowing, arrogant smile, when the warmth that I expected didn't sweep into my system. I doubted my eyes. I couldn't be Ryder if it didn't feel like him. Then I remembered that the mate Bond was gone. Ajax and Keiko are driving Milo home. They wanted to make sure he got home safe, Ryder said gently. He met my eyes for a brief second and glanced away. Is there anything I can help with? I want to leave, I stated. I already packed my bag. I just don't have a car here and I don't even know if I'm capable of driving if I don't trust myself to make it down one flight of stairs, right? Yeah. Okay. He rambled. There was a pinch of awkwardness as he slipped past me to grab my bag. It was an odd feeling. I didn't know this man. I knew the one who pulled my hair when I asked, who rode mountain bikes and made terrible jokes and ate fabulous food. I didn't know this hair that was a little too wild. The irises not glowing like I thought they should. How are you? I asked when his back was turned to me. His shoulders jerked together with tension, but he grabbed the duffel bag and hoisted it over his shoulder. When he turned back to me, there was a smile on his face. Plastic. Fine. You're free now. You aren't suffering from wolf drain or whatever that was, and you aren't mated to the thing you hate anymore. We are free to go our separate ways and life goes on. You don't have to make me feel better. George. Sorry, Georgia. This is just how things go sometimes. He strode towards me and extended his arms towards me, moving almost aggressively. Indeed, this is just how things go for a man who felt like the world had turned its back on him already. His parents were dead. He didn't have a peck and would never have one again. So of course, his mate would also be taken away from him as well. And I would be going home to an empty house. I would wake up alone, with no one to smile at me, to smooth my hair back from my face. Which made sense. The girl who lost her parents, who was estranged from her own brother, who couldn't carry out a simple task of murder, should wake alone as well. It was the balance of the universe. I had gotten used to having him around, though. I had gotten used to hunting for ways to make him smile, to trying out strange food on the off chance that I might be able to introduce him to something. So the mate bond is completely gone for you. I wondered when he scooped me up into his arms. There was no magic left, no zing that warmed my soul, but it still felt nice. Safe. Yup, nothing left. His voice was robotic. Do I look different to you? He shifted me as we descended the stairs. I never noticed that your hair was frizzy. I never saw this scar. I murmured, reaching up and tracing the pink line with the tip of my finger. Right? He grunted. It's not bad. I added quickly. It's not like you're not handsome to me anymore. It's just different. More real. I guess. I was plumped in the car. Our hands met briefly when we both reached for the seatbelt. Sorry. He jerked back as if I had shocked him. I've just gotten so used to. It's all right. We've had sex. I think it's all right if we hold hands by accident. Right now. I really wanted to hold his hand. I wanted him to give it a little squeeze when he sensed me panicking. Or maybe he could just wrap me in a hug and I could breathe in the smell of his detergent. But his face flamed red and he drew away so he could sit on the driver's side. There were leaves on the trees. They were turning orange now. I had been out of myself so long. A spring hunting. A summer falling in love. And now a fall to break apart in. My neck cowled and support my head, so I let it fall against the window. The sobs started slow. A single tear slipping without my permission. Then another. And another. I held my breath through the first few quakes. Then, it got stronger and I let a few loose by accident. Georgia. The sound of my name on his lips was a knife. My feeble hands were clasped together and pulled over my heart, as if they would protect me from the agony, as if it could turn time back, as if I could see my parents again, as if I could have spoken at their funeral, as if I could have stopped Milo from being hurt, stopped myself from taking the medication. Maybe if I gave Claudette more time, maybe if I had convinced Strider not to go to Valemount. The car stopped moving, pulled over on the gravel. My sobs got louder. The shaking intensified. Oh, Georgia, come here. The click of the seatbelt being undone. The warmth of arms pulling me against a chest. I crumpled into him. My parents are dead. I choked out. My parents are dead and I couldn't even speak at their funeral. And my brother was there. My fucking brother showed up as if he had a right to be there, and I couldn't say anything. I couldn't say anything when you dumped me at Milo's. Couldn't say anything when Keiko took me from the home. It's the fall now. It's fucking autumn. I lost all this time. I lost so many people. And now I'm losing you too. Fingers tangled in my hair, pressing my cheek to his shoulder. Georgia, come on now. Being together was good for you. Look at how it ended. We're lucky that the medication didn't kill you. Now you get to move back to your house. You can have whatever job you want. Date whoever you want. This whole werewolf thing can be behind you. You never have to think about us again. He was trying to be comforting. I knew that. But it tore me in half. How can I stop? I cried. I know this isn't what either of us wanted, but you've been a part of my life for months now. I loved going out to little local restaurants with you. I loved playing video games with you even though you always lost. I loved waking up to your snores and being frozen because you stole the blanket. Hey now, you're the one who snores and steals the blankets. He teased. I love you. I confessed. I think I loved you before I even thought I could. The mate bond is gone and there's nothing we can do about it. But it doesn't change how I feel. Maybe we wouldn't have gotten together if there was no bond. Maybe we would have killed each other on sight. But that's not what happened. And even without the mate bond, when I look at you now, I see the guy who wanted to teach me how to mountain bike and cuddle kittens. My gut clenched at the action. Even more so when I saw the frown on his face. I had just dumped my feelings into his lap. I had told him I loved him and he was frowning. His thumb sweeping tears up my cheeks gave me a little hope. Look at what happened. You couldn't move. Georgia. You couldn't fucking move. You couldn't talk. You couldn't feed yourself. I can't do that to you again. I can't even think of waking up to you like that again. It makes me feel sick. The medication worked. It almost killed me. When the bond came out of you, I thought I was going to die. My heart, my chest, I can't even explain it. And what was worse was knowing that you were going through the same thing and there was nothing I can do to stop it. The bond is gone, I stated. We won't have to experience anything like that again. If I get wolf drain again, Claudette will give me her medication. That's it. Georgia, you know I can't ask you to do that for me. I'm telling you that I want to. I pressed. But I also understand if. Well, my past is too much. I know that it's been a hard reality for you to come to terms with. Now it was hard for me to come to terms with as well. Ryder paused then. Gray eyes flickered over my face, taking in the determined set of my gaze and mouth. I couldn't change what had happened. But no matter what occurred after this, at least I could know that I had tried. I'm scared, George, Ryder admitted in a whisper. Seeing you like that. It broke me, and when the mate bond was pulled out, it was awful. I'm terrified that normal attraction and human love won't be enough. It is enough, I vowed. And right now, it's all I have. Chapter 16. Ryder moved into my rental house. It was an awkward conversation with my landlord, trying to explain that I had gotten some insane illness that completely incapacitated me, then miraculously healed. He seemed too stunned to ask too many questions and a little wary, like whatever I had was going to leap off my skin and into his system over the phone. Still, I was grateful that he was kind enough to take a few months off my rent and to allow me to move back in, though with how run down the place was, it was surprising that he hadn't found a new tenant. Ryder set my duffel bag and his own down in the entryway of my home. Listen, I'm not opposed to staying in a hotel. If you want space, I completely understand. This is a lot. Ryder, I want you in my house, I announced. Even if I was able to move around properly, I would still want you here. You have been my partner for a long time. It wouldn't feel right to be here, alone. It was poetry, but it was the direct delivery Ryder needed. He studied my face for a moment, looking for the lie. After that, he didn't ask me again. There were dozens of questions to be answered and hard conversations to be had, but we released those responsibilities for the time being. We started with a shower in my own home, with my own products, but with my shaking legs and poor balance. I needed help. With the mate bond gone, it felt sticky and unusual to ask Ryder for help, and the first moments were strange. He was gentle as always and constantly asked if every movement was okay. Boundaries were more complicated now, and he needed all the green lights I could give him. There was no overwhelming spark when he touched my bearskin. I didn't want to scream with the intensity when his naked chest pressed against my back, an arm around my waist as he maneuvered me into the shower with him. But there was a steadiness to his touch, and there was still a level of comfort when he held me up or when he soaked up his hands and ran them over my body, down my stomach, over my thighs and ankles, under the small swell of my breasts, along the lines of my arms. I feel pathetic, I whispered into the steamy air. Ryder kept his body close by, but released me when I lathered my shampoo into my hair. I can't shower on my own. I can't walk around a grocery store. I don't know if I have the strength to drive my car, or get out of it for that matter. You can look at it that way, if you want, Ryder murmured. Slow fingers dripped down the line of my spine. Or you can consider the fact that your muscles have been out of use for months and you are still able to stand on your own. You can still feed yourself. You could get yourself a glass of water. That's incredible, Dornge. So I didn't complain about my lack of function after that. I told myself that I was grateful for my weak, skinny legs when they carried me to the bathroom. I was lovely arms that could lift an apple to my mouth. I appreciated the core that engaged when I felt my body begin to stumble. This body was fighting for me every step of the way, and my body needed to recover from the quarter year that passed just as much as my mind did. Ryder would cook in my kitchen. I would sit at the bar and watch. Sometimes I would cry out of frustration. Sometimes I would ask him questions about everything I had missed. Where had he gone? What had he been through? What was it like coming back to the royal lands and seeing me there? And things got better slowly. Sometimes I was able to stand for long enough that I could cook a meal. I started finishing my basic exercises without being completely exhausted. I could stay awake for more than a few hours at a time. The smallest things became milestones: going to a grocery store, taking a walk around the block, be able to bench press my little 5-pound dumbbells. At each one was a victory. It became easier to accept what we were now, day by day, just like everything else. At first, it was easy to consider the relationship dead in the water. We were only together out of convenience and ease, but he would shoot me his secret smiles. I would laugh at a joke that wouldn't have been funny from anyone else's mouth. I would sing along to songs he introduced me to. He would plan out my meals so I would have enough protein and carbs to recover. It was the soul-altering mate bond, but the love I had in my heart was strong. He was my comfort. He was my solace. And, at the end of the day, he was the only home I wanted to return to. He was the person I wanted by my side when I finally made the decision to visit my parents' grave. The cemetery was on the edge of town, a quiet place with large old trees now bearing orange leaves. The plots where my parents had been buried were still fresh, the grass not grown in yet. The flowers that had been placed by the headstones were all very dead, though. I don't know when I started crying, but Ryder was there immediately to pull me into him, tucking my head against his shoulder. It had all felt like a bad dream. I knew in my head that they were gone, but my heart refused to believe it. Until now. Until I looked at the headstones with their names on them. We stayed there for what might have been hours. At some point the tears slowed and I was able to get words out. I should have been there. I should have been with them. What if they were scared? What if they were in pain and they didn't even know the people around them? I sobbed. You weren't able to be there. That's not your fault, Georgia. And my brother Craig was at the funeral. I spat, wiping my nose with my sleeve. He showed up with his pretty little wife and acted like he cared, like he was there for any part of it. And when I was there with Milo, he even came up and tried to talk to me. The second he found out that I had wolf drain, he acted like I was contagious. Georgia, Modern medicine can't explain what happened to your parents. You have every right to be angry. But maybe he deserves a little slack. What was he supposed to think? He should have been there from the beginning. I was willing to put myself at risk for them. Why wasn't he? I defended. My parents were hundreds of kilometers away from me when they died. There is no correlation. As soon as the words left my mouth, they felt wrong. Because my parents died when I started to show signs of wolf drain. When my wolf drain plateaued at Milo's place, they were dead. Ryder sensed the shift, staying silent beside me. What made Ajax sick when I went into heat? I asked. George, we don't need to talk about this right now. This never has to be your problem again. You have helped Ajax and Keiko so much already. And with the mate Vaughn gone, with everything you have went through, this isn't your fight anymore. What made Ajax sick? I repeated. A cookie or something. From where? From your fridge or freezer? I think. They said they took it with them when they cleaned the house out. He explained. Please, just let this go. You need to rest up and heal. We need to heal. He sighed. His heavy head settled on my shoulder. Was it a cinnamon bun? Like the one that had been fed to my parents the last time I saw them? Like the one Dawn gave me? I think so. Why, I think we should stop by Milo's house. Chapter 70. Ryder was rightfully hesitant to stop by Milo's house, but I was as persistent as ever. I could have taken the opportunity to walk away from everything. I had no more tethers to their world. I was free of wolf drain and no longer had a werewolf mate. No one would hold me accountable if I moved on with my life and didn't look back. It would have been easier to release it all. But something was nagging at me, and I had never been one to leave loose ends untied. The little mountain home was just like I remembered, the only difference being the autumn chill in the air now. I froze for a brief moment outside, the memories bombarding me like a slap in the face. I had just been slumped in a seated position while the two of them had fought. The stillness, the inability to move a limb, not being able to call after Ryder when he sped away. The helplessness struck me with a violence that I didn't expect in Cowldant Label. His hand slipped into mine now and gave me a comforting squeeze. "I'm so sorry, George," he said. "I'm not making excuses, but I was terrified. I was scared and angry at myself. I didn't know what to do when I made a bad judgment call. I understand." And I did. He had gone through something awful, just like I had. There might have been safer and healthier ways to deal with it, but it was too late for that now. There's a lot to think about with coming back here, but I don't blame you for any of it. I promised. We walked to the front door together and rang the doorbell. Milo appeared a moment later. The rage was instant. "Did you bring Georgia as a buffer?" Milo snarled, but leaned his body against the threshold. Even with all the time between the assault, his face still revealed what had happened in that shed. Dimple and scarred skin, and boiling anger. "Have you not learned that I can take you on single-handedly?" It was a peculiar thing to think about, that this was his element. The moment in the shed, with a blade gleaming in his hand, was his natural habitat. I experienced the part of him that he hid from the world, the one that had vulnerabilities and fears, happiness and highs. But now was not the time for these things. "We need to talk," I said. "That's absolutely delightful, and I'm really happy that you're actually able to speak for yourself this time. But maybe you remember the fact that your mate here kidnapped me, tortured me, and threatened to kill me." Milo bit back, ticking each item off on his fingers. "Don't worry though. I'm sure he'll dump you here when you get Wolf Drain again." The door would have been slammed in my face had I not wedged my foot in the threshold. I repressed a wince and met Milo's irritated gaze. I don't have Wolf Drain anymore, and I can't remember everything that happened, but I need to figure this out, I admitted. He was completely unimpressed, and my little speech did nothing to pull on the heartstrings. "Then figure it out with your mate and his royals. I left the hunters, and when you came crawling back to me, you dragged me right back under. I just want to have my own life again. Georgia, you want to throw your own away. Fine, but stay out of mine." We aren't mates anymore, I blurted. It was a stupid thing to say, but it was enough to make Milo pause. The pressure on my foot eased ever so slightly. Mates are permanent, he said dumbly. Not if you're given medication that rips it out of you. That was what allowed us to enter his home, though there wasn't much of an invitation. More of a stumble backwards and my shoving my way and opportunistic. It was clear in the way Milo constantly watched Ryder that he was expecting the worst. But for a man who had been tortured, he was doing remarkably well. No drinks were offered and we all sat on the edge of our seats at his kitchen table. So now you two are together because we love each other. You picked a real winner here, Georgia, Milo said sarcastically. Ryder tensed at my side, but kept his mouth shut when I settled my hand on his thigh. We aren't here to talk about this right now. You shouldn't be here at all. Milo, which Milo? Do you know why I brought you into the royal lands? I felt like I was steering this conversation like a car in a snowstorm. So he could blame me for poisoning you or the king, while I was with Keiko and Ajax. Ajax ate something that came from the freezer while I was in the care facility, I explained. And Ryder thought it was me that put it there. He might have, but he doesn't now and I certainly don't. But I did think it was odd that the last time I saw it on, she brought cinnamon buns with her. And I found it strange that I started to show signs of wolf drain right around the time that my parents passed away. You took Ryder to see your parents, didn't you? Milo countered. You might have gotten wolf drain around the same time as your parents passing because you were spending time with a werewolf. Then you decided to bring the wolf around your already damaged family members. The thought made my throat tight. No, I couldn't have. I couldn't be the reason that my parents. Right. I hear what you are saying, though I dearly wished I hadn't. However, Ajax had a severe reaction to consuming the leftovers that were taken from my freezer. If I were an organization against werewolves, I would probably spike my food with something that could kill them. Q, Milo said, folding his arms over his chest. Who knows? Maybe that's why they started a CAF. Maybe every single piece of food we sold at the shop was poison on the off chance that a werewolf would eat it and then we wouldn't have to go out there and hunt them ourselves. Which makes sense, I guess. But when I took the medication that had been made to cure King Ajax, it also cured me of my wolf drain. And what exactly did this medication do? Well, I don't really know. The doctor tried explaining it to me, but I didn't understand a lot of it. I don't really know anything about the medical field, and I don't really have a lot of experience with magic, so it kind of went over my head, I admitted. But the main function was to pull out non-owned magic. Any magic that I was not born with should have been pulled out of my body, which is why we are not longer mates, because it destroyed the mate bond. Milo pondered this for a moment, but ended up simply shrugging. If wolf drain is the affect of wolf, magic mingling with human energy, then wouldn't it make sense that it would cure you anyway? Yeah, I think it's a little that Ajax had that reaction. But he did eat something that was probably prepared by hunters. Sure, the timing of things is weird. But why would Armin and Dawn intentionally hurt your parents? Why would they hurt you if you were their best hunter? And what would be the point of killing werewolves? If wolf, what makes you think it was just werewolf magic being pulled out of you? He pressed. Oh no. I confessed. I couldn't very well explain that it was a woman with plum skin and black eyes that made me believe that it was something else. I hadn't even told Ryder about the visions. They had felt so real at the time. But even now, months later, I was still trying to figure out what had been a dream and what had been reality. A woman with constellations for freckles didn't seem to fit into the real category. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Armand and Dawn are saints. I left because I felt like they weren't telling us the whole truth and that they weren't taking our safety as seriously as they should have been. But I have seen too many people get wolf drained to not think it's real. And I can't think of a single reason why they would lie about something like that. He stated. Milo, I didn't know what I could say. He was right. And I knew it. I think it would be best if you were on your way, he said flatly. As someone who is thoroughly aware of the risks, I would appreciate it if you took your little pet out of my home. I felt like I didn't have a choice. Chapter 71. My brain was spinning while Ryder drove me to my house. I couldn't blame my love for his hostility. If anything, he was being unreasonable with how calm he was. I certainly felt like I wouldn't have handled the situation as well if they'd been reversed. Maybe it would have been a different conversation if Ryder hadn't been there, and it was doubtful that there would have been any conversation should Ryder have gone alone. But all that aside, it didn't make sense. I had tried to connect the dots, yet nothing added up. Milo made great points. Coincidences didn't mean anything. Sometimes things just overlapped. And the alternative timing was also fair. That it was Ryder that had an effect on my parents and not some food that they consumed. Did you ever eat anything from the bakery? I blurted. Ryder didn't even raise an eyebrow in surprise. No, just coffees. And I only ever had coffees that you made for me. Well, that scratched my idea then. Unless there was another way to find a werewolf who had consumed something out of the CF. It did seem odd to put in the effort of sending out fragile humans into the woods to maybe kill a single wolf if you had the means to poison an entire population slowly. And it seemed strange that they would be poisoning food and couldn't be bothered to tell the people who were selling it. Then again, Arm and was a particularly chatty type. The thought of him hiding something from his team seemed entirely feasible. Ryder helped me get out of the car when we arrived home. I was getting stronger, but days like this still took everything I had to offer. If I hadn't been buzzing from the altercation, my eyelids probably would have been drooping by now. With a steady arm around my waist, Ryder helped me up the path to my home and boosted me up the crumbling stairs when I faltered a little. I was deposited on the couch and left to my own thoughts. It just didn't make sense. There was something I was missing. There had to be, but I didn't know where to find it. I didn't know who to ask. Ryder reappeared with a bowl of oatmeal, fresh apple cubes and maple syrup on top. I noticed how he winced when our fingers touched. "Do you miss it?" I asked quietly. He offered me a weak smile as he sat down beside me. I immediately noticed that he kept a little distance between us. Of course I miss it. Every time I touch you, I'm reminded of what I had, and also how I lost it. I feel like I've forgotten that we aren't bonded sometimes. Then, I touch you and am surprised. Then I have to remember it all over again. I could understand. There were moments when I missed the fire, the heat, knowing exactly what to do and say without having to think about it. And there were nights when I woke up panting, my mind filled with images of him screaming for me. The magic being torn from both of us. "Do you miss it?" he questioned. Naughty answer was instant and steady. Really? I never expected to have a mate. It was something that I was looking forward to or that I would just get. And when I had to make choices like when the Purple Princess demanded to know if Ryder was the one for me, I wondered how much of it was my choice and how much of it was just the bond. Of course, you're wonderful. But sometimes, it felt like the choices were not my own. Like some primal part of my brain overrode the reason. Sure, the intensity was amazing. I won't deny that. But this is good. Too, I insisted, reaching out to take his hand. This is steady and strong. This is slow and patient. There is no franticness to this. No rush. This is just love. Maybe it's human love, but it's everything Ivy ever wanted. It's more than I ever hoped for. Ryder was silent for a moment. He stared straight ahead at the shut-off television. Then, he nodded once. "Yeah, you're right. Just because it's not what I expected doesn't mean it's bad. You're still here." He squeezed my hand gently. "I'm always going to be here," I vowed. He sucked in a breath and averted his eyes once more. And I knew a Grand Rider announcement was coming in that blunt, abrupt way of his. I think you should let this whole wolf, drain thing go. I didn't let the word leave my mouth right away, because that wouldn't be fair. I took in his words. I could just release it all. Let go of the leash that was attached to the ugly black dog that I dragged with me. I could get a real job. I could move out of this mountain town and start over. I could stress over spreadsheets and emails instead of life and death situations. My answer remained the same. No, Georgia. Come on. Wolf Drain is still out there. Whatever it is, however it works, it's still out there. And figuring out what the hell it is going on might not bring my parents back, but it might help others. If we could get medication to Cassie, it was a one-time experimental drug. He protested. Would you let this go? I shot back. Would you let this go after there was a pinch of hope given to you? Would you let this go when you can see things that don't make sense? Georgia, we had the mate bond ripped out of ourselves. You didn't move. You didn't talk. What more do you need? It was true, and I still had nightmares about it. I would wake up feeling like my lips had been glued shut, and sometimes it took hours for me to convince myself that this was real life, not a dream. It was awful. It was horrifying, but my answers were still out there. I could feel it. Would you let this go? I repeated. Ryder sighed heavily. No, exactly. There is something out there, and there is going to be no one better suited to figure it out than a girl who hunted werewolves for a living, a werewolf. I faltered then, realizing that I had overstepped. Well, if this is something that you want, I won't sign you up for this if you don't feel like it's for you. I'm sure Ajax and Keiko have dozens of if you're in this. I'm in this. And despite the bleakness that surrounded us, despite what we had lost, I smiled a little. Chapter 70. To time passed gently. Some days were better than others. Sometimes I saw my scrawny arms and I cried. Sometimes I thought about my parents and I cowed and forced myself out of bed. Sometimes Ryder had to remind me to eat. But things were progressing, and I always tried to remind myself that healing would never be linear. My body was getting stronger, my mind more resilient. The nightmares came less often. I learned to embrace the tears for the release that they were when they came over me. And finally, I felt ready. I told Ryder that I wanted to see Ajax and Keiko again. Ryder was quiet on the drive over, unbuttoning and Ray buttoning the top of his plaid over HSIRT. Something was on his mind, but we had been together long enough that I knew not to push. I drove my old beat-up Subaru, humming along to my own music. Waiting, halfway to the Royal Lands, he finally said, I know that you said that you wouldn't let this go, but I think we need to re-evaluate that idea. I said nothing, letting him sort out his thoughts while I guided my car onto the gravel. Ryder had offered to drive like he always did. But it felt good to be in control. It felt good to be capable of something again, even if my arms wobbled when I gripped the steering wheel too tight. I understand your need to solve this. I understand that this has affected you beyond anything that anyone else could really grasp, and I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to invalidate that. But I also want to know that there will be an end to this, spending the rest of your life searching for answers you might never find. It sounds like its own kind of hell. I nodded along, but kept my gaze focused on the road ahead. And what would you think that the end would look like? Well, ideally, all of this gets resolved. We find the cause of Wolf Drain, and those with Wolf Drain will have access to a cure. But I'm worried about the unideal side of things. I want to give this an honest try. But what are we going to do if it's dead in the water? Then we're both too old to enjoy the life we could have had, or even just miss out a few good years. I knew where he was coming from. So much time had been dedicated already. We had both taken on so much risk, and there was always a chance that I could get Wolf to drain again, that the elixir couldn't be replicated, or that it wouldn't be as effective the second time around. This was a studied topic. There were so many unknowns, and life was knocking at my door. Ryder was still earning a paycheck from Ajax and Keiko, but I no longer had any income. The expensive education that my parents had paid for could finally be used for something. Groceries needs to be bought. Rent needed to be paid. And I wanted to enjoy life. Even if this never got resolved, I deserved to live too. Let's give it 2 months, I offered. If we don't see significant progress in 2 months, we walk away. Silence for a moment. What does walking away mean to you? I didn't have to think about it. Kamloops sounds nice. It was a little city hundreds of kilometers away. When I thought of it, I thought of a fresh start. There is tons of wilderness around, so you could still do all your mountain biking and skiing and such. But there is enough population that I could find a job in my field without having to really settle, I think. How does that sound to you? Ryder smiled a little, tipping his head to one side. I've been out there a couple times to help packs. It's a nice area. The packs there are friendly. Could you consider settling down like that? Is that a thing you can do if you don't actually have a pack? I'm sure we could figure it out, he assured, settling his hand on my leg. And with a deadline looming over me, also a light at the end of the tunnel, I was even more driven to get this solved. I felt a little ill pulling up to the royal lands. Despite how well I had been taken care of here for the most part, the dark memories bled through. The shed, the hours in front of the television, listening to conversations but never being able to speak, the bond being yanked out of my fragile heart. But all of that was pushed out of my mind when I got out of the car. A dark shadow leapt out of the tree line on the other side of the house. My hunter instincts told me that it was a wolf before my eyes did. I hadn't even felt myself shift into a defensive stance or the wrath of the knife until Ryder wrapped a hand around my wrist, bringing me back to the moment. It's just Keiko. And look, there's Ajax. Sure enough, a second wolf followed her through the opening, significantly larger and a blend of white and auburn. His legs flew as he moved, but he was too heavy and too bulky to keep up with her. I watched as there was a shift of pace. She slowed, swinging her midnight body around, teeth bared. Ajax dug his paws into the soft earth and rolled onto his back. It was a peculiar thing. I had killed creatures like those two. I had killed them and hadn't blinked, only to go home and want to tear my hair out just to feel something. But now, I glanced up towards Ryder and his gaze was trained on them, on the two of them playing on the fallen leaves, and there was pure longing on his features, longing for what he could have had, what he should have been given. Come on, he murmured, pulling his gaze away. Let's go inside and make ourselves some coffee or something. In the home, suitcases were spread all over the main floor. Some were cracked open, others were not. I tried to keep my eyes off the mess, but it was difficult. Everything from shimmering dresses to expensive lingerie was put on display. Passports were on the counter where Ryder was boiling water and prepping to mugs. Carry-on bags were sitting on the bar stools. I tried not to glance at the TV where my brain melted for hours when Ryder handed me a steaming mug of black coffee. Hey, sorry. I know you texted that you were coming over, but we got carried away, Keiko announced when she burst into the home. Her cheeks were flesh red, her black hair as wild as I had ever seen it. But she was blissfully human, even if her shirt was half tucked into her grass-stained pants. You'll have to excuse the mess, Ajax added when he entered after her. Years of being a royal seemed to have trained him how to hide his feelings a little better. A grin was still tucked in the corner of his mouth, but he was calm and sure while she was giddy. Now that Georgia is no longer here all the time, we were able to go back home to Denver. How was everything there? Ryder wondered. Oh, you know, the usual, but Hades is handling everything discreetly, Ajax said with a casual shrug. And how are you guys? Georgia, look at you. You're up and walking and looking absolutely wonderful. His words were a distraction as he went to clean up the sprawling suitcases. But as he wheeled a designer bag away, it cracked open like a fragile little egg, all of the contents spilling onto the flooring. A book tumbled onto the floor. A blue leather cover, the perfect shade of a dark sky, a soothing sea. Silver streaks crossed it, and I realized that I had seen this book before, in a place that was far from this earth. Chapter 73, it didn't make sense. It had been a dream. No matter how real it seemed, no matter how much hope it had given me then, and that couldn't be the same book, because all of that had been the figment of my imagination, just like visions of dancing in a forest with Ryder, just like being stabbed and hunted by various members of the family. My mind had been in a state. It couldn't be trusted. You guys are still together, even with the mate bond broken? Keiko asked, her voice soft despite the rigidity of her question. Yeah, we are, Ryder answered. It's different, but not bad. And it's a choice now. Not fate or something like that. Now we're just kind of learning each other all over again. Interesting. Ajax muttered under his breath. Maybe that's something I could bring up to council next week. We always get a lot of flack for the fact that we are paired off by the moon goddess. The others think that we wouldn't have the balance that we do if we were mated. If people weren't forced to tolerate each other for the mate bond. I wanted to watch Ajax, but my gaze flickered to the book repeatedly. It couldn't be. It wasn't possible. There was no way. Well, we would have killed each other without it. Even with the mate bond. I asked you to pull in Hades, and she definitely eyeballed at a few knives while I was in the room. Well, wet. I'm still going to take it to council. If they're going to make supernatural beings feel corporate, I might as well try and contribute something. Ajax explained. The rest of the items that had spilled from the suitcase had already been tucked away safely back inside, reached for the final item. It was like his very breath rattled him as he extended for the blue-dyed leather. What is that? I blurted. Ajax got a hold of himself, his fingers pulling the book off the floor as Keiko answered, salt coating each word. A waste of space and luggage. It was perfectly safe back in Denver. I have no idea why you felt like you needed to bring it here with you. I've been with you for years now, and I've never seen it leave the library once. For extra effect. She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. I was hoping to bring more of my own clothes up here since we're obviously going to be staying for a while. If her annoyed gaze and Ryder's casual motions were any indication, neither of them were particularly influenced by this book. But when Ajax moved to close the suitcase, running his fingers over the cover, I yelped. Don't. The idea of it being locked away, being taken away from me before I was even able to glance through, made my gut tighten. It's pretty old, but not so old and so damaged that it's going to fall apart if it stays here. I don't know why you brought it anyway. Keiko pressed hotly. Ajax took a moment to glance at the ceiling then, his throat working as he swallowed. I was surprised to see blush coating his cheeks. He didn't even blush during those times when he thought I was in a dream state, and he let Keiko press him against the wall, kissing his neck. I already told you. I just felt like I needed to bring it. I'm surprised you haven't memorized it. It's still taught to pack schools, isn't it? I know every word in there. I memorized it early on. Then why is it here? You said it yourself. It's old. It should stay in the climate and humidity controlled library. Keiko insisted. I want to read it, I announced. Ajax stiffened. Keiko raised a single dark eyebrow. It's not exactly a thrilling read, my love. I know, but I want to read it. Ajax hadn't loosened yet, his eyes narrowing on me. It's not just some book you can buy at a big box store. This book is said to be an original. It's incredibly valuable to the werewolf community. Oh, for fuck's sake, Ajax. You brought it all the way over here. If Georgia wants to read that dry toast, then let her read it. Keiko snapped. I was sure if Ajax would protest when his thunderous wife was demanding, but I cowed and risked it. I think I need to read it. The king was unyielding when he met my gaze. His jaw set, mouth pressed into a line. Long gone was the playful wolf who had tumbled around in the leaves. Can you tell me why? I didn't want to. The thought of explaining my dreams to someone not only made me feel silly, but also made me defensive. What I had seen had been just for me. I didn't know if others could see her, or if any of it had even been real. But the book was here, because Ajax felt compelled to bring it, beyond something that he could understand. I think I spoke with the moon goddess. Well, that's impossible. Keiko snorted. Ajax held up a single hand, the gesture more automatic than intentional, not allowing his eyes to even flicker from me. That's a pretty bold claim to make, Georgia, especially for someone who was a werewolf hunter not that long ago. Our goddess has never appeared before anyone before, and I doubt that if she could show herself, she would do it for someone who slaughtered us. Ryder's lips curled in a snarl, but I ignored him. This was about us right now. I can't say for sure. It's not like I was in a great state of mind. I dreamt about a lot of things like Keiko killing me, like Ryder leaving me, like Hades hunting me down, but this dream felt different. I was dreaming about something I already known or people I had met, but with her, it was all new, and it was something that I felt like I could dream up. There was too much detail and it felt so. Tell me about her, Ajax ordered. I hesitated then. It would sound foolish. All of it. There was no way they could believe it. But I had spent months unable to speak and I had been screaming to tell them all these things then. Even in my haze, I had thought that the kind, sweet woman would be the salvation. Her skin was purple. I began. Keiko winced like it was confirmation that I had gone insane. Ryder let out a little breath. But I didn't look over to see his expression, because Ajax was transfixed with me, and it was the king's intensity that gave me strength. He felt compelled to bring the book. I felt compelled to tell him my truth, and I think she had these little constellations on her cheeks, like freckles. Her hair was the perfect shade of silver. It was like. I cast a glance towards the man who had once been my mate, the man who was still my partner despite everything. Her hair was the color of Ryder's eyes when I was mated to him, though still steely and strong. They didn't glow like they used to. It was crazy. I knew all of it was utterly unimaginable and saying it out loud just made it worse. Hearing my voice echo of the walls of the cabin. But my past self would never forgive me if I became a coward now. I did not overcome all of this to back down from a little embarrassment. I just needed confirmation. I needed something to validate what I had seen. There was a werewolf king, I said, letting my head fall into my hands as I thought Andrew. No, I don't think it was Andrew. Maybe it was Angus. That didn't seem right either, but the name eluded me. It doesn't matter, I guess. He had dark hair, almost black, and his wife or mate was a little blonde woman. The moon goddess told me that they had a human friend. The human never had wolf drain in the years they were together. And the friend's wife. She was something too. A mermaid. Maybe. Ryder was silent, just gawking at me. Keiko, who had looked mightily unimpressed with everything before, suddenly engaged with me. Are you talking about King Archer and Queen Willow? Maybe. I just remember that she was beautiful and that he held her so possessive lie to him. Ajax swallowed hard. I think you need to tell us everything you can remember. Chapter 74. There was an intensity in the room that hadn't been there before. Ajax fought the seriousness like he always did, coming back to his normal self as a defense mechanism. An easy smile was the best way to keep his cards hidden. The easiest thing to help him process the words I had just thrown at him. But even without the mate bond, I could read Ryder well enough to know that I had confirmed my own words. I had seen the moon goddess. I had met the woman who created werewolves, and I was even a werewolf. How many times did you talk to her? Can you talk to her now? Keiko wondered. The moment for eye rolls and sassy comments long gone. I didn't think she cared one single bit about the clothes she left behind anymore. I don't think I can reach her anymore. Or maybe she was coming to me. I don't know. She said it had something to do with magic. Now that I have no magic in me, I don't think I could reach her, even if I knew how. The admission felt like a letdown. I was their hope, and so quickly it was shattered. What did she say to you? Ajax wondered. It was hard to remember now. There had been so much that she said, all of it weighing so heavily. And now that I could speak, I could remember so little of it, and trying to decide which bits were important was even harder. We talked about mates. She told me that she picks the mates for the werewolves, which was a dumb thing to say because they obviously knew that already. But it felt like each word I was getting out helped me remember a little bit more. She talked to me about the king and queen from back then, and they had a siren friend, I think. Not a mermaid. Is that a real thing? Sirens. Keiko stilled, becoming little more than a statue. Ajax grimaced, unable to cover it for once. They were on this earth once. Their existence is questionable now. I wanted to dig into the answer but knew better than to distract myself when my memory was so fickle. She had this mirror, she could show me things through it. Or at least, she could show me people through it. I think it was her connection to the world because once, Ajax came forward then, taking my hand gently in his own. His touch was affectionate or something that I would even describe as kind. It just felt urgent. But kept his mouth shut while Ajax said, "Listen, you might feel crazy saying some of the things, but not a single soul here is going to judge you. What we are all facing right now is beyond anything we could have ever imagined. Just say it all, whether you think it's important or not. Wild or not, we are in this together now. Together indeed. Right now, it felt like we were the lone crew of a sinking ship. Well, when Ajax was choking, she was there, or she could see it. She called me to her then, and I told her that Ajax was going to die and she knew that he was. She said chest tightly bound to him, that she would know if he was dying. I explained. Ajax blinked, jerking away just a little too quickly to be casual. Well, he cleared his throat roughly. That's something. And I saw her. I saw her here, in this living room, when Ryder marked me. I couldn't meet his gaze then, staring at the king instead. She was right behind you. I could see her as if I were looking through a window at her. You knew. You sensed her. You said something about it. I just thought I was losing my mind. I mean, I was very sick before that. I didn't think. Fuck, that's crazy. When I marked you, Ryder croaked. She was here when I marked you without your consent. Something he would never forgive himself for. A burden he would shoulder for the rest of his life. And now, the goddess of his entirety had witnessed his crimes against his mate. I agreed to it. I said softly. That was the second time she came to me. She asked me if I would have picked you for myself if there had been no mate bond between us. I obviously said yes, which was when she put me through the heat that brought you here. She even told me that you were going to tear up my pretty little neck. It was her last effort together to try and combat the wolf. Drain, I think. Ryder took a shaky breath. So you were okay with me marking you? Yes, of course I was. You're my mate. It was the wrong thing to say. I could see him visibly crumple from my words, but he just nodded his head once. It's comforting to know, though. The guilt was beyond anything I could conceive. I never thought that I would be capable of doing anything like that, and then you were there, and nothing got better in the end. It got better. I corrected gently. It just took more time. I don't mean to be rude, but can you tell us anything else about the book or the moon goddess? Keiko prompted. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and Eri Gray. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to pose at a low-level rate. I wanted to pull Ryder into my arms and let his head rest on my shoulder until all those unbearable feelings poured out of him. But now was not the time for that. I just remembered seeing the book when I was talking to her the first time. It stuck out to me, like it was calling to me or something. I mean, I was in a room with a literal goddess who looked completely unhuman and I was still drawn to it. So what exactly is in the book? The origin story of the werewolves. How we split from the other magic realms. How we were created. It's pretty common knowledge among kids. Let me read it. I demanded. She wanted you to bring it here. You obviously know it cover to cover. There is no other reason for this. There wasn't even an ounce of hesitation from Ajax. It is yours. The thick volume was taken out of its place and plunked into my hands. It was heavy in my grip. The yellowed pages were heavier than I anticipated, and I could smell the old paper already. The leather was soft and worn, almost feeling homey in my hands. And just for a brief second, I ignored all of people in the room that were watching me steadily, and I just felt the book. I listened for the sounds of magic, waited for the pressure in my palms to tell me what page to flip to, for a flash of a gorgeous woman beyond this earth. And nothing. Absolutely nothing. Well, Ajax prompted after a second of silence. I guess I better be a fast reader. I muttered. It's about a character who is trying to uncover the truth behind some ancient prophecies. But the more she digs, the more she realizes that the people around her might not be who they seem. There's a lot of suspense and mystery involved, and the relationships between the characters are full of surprises. It's a story that will keep you guessing and make you question everything you thought you knew. Chapter 75. Our sessions with the royals became a daily ritual, each lasting at least an hour. They would gather around me, their presence a constant reminder of the weight of my task as the central figure in their quest. Ryder, my attentive and supportive assistant, would bring me an assortment of teas and snacks, their caring nature evident in each thoughtfully prepared offering. The others, including the knowledgeable Ajax, maintained a facade of normalcy, engaging in casual conversation, but their eager glances betrayed their true focus. Each time I sighed or looked up from the weathered pages, their chatter would cease, and all eyes would turn to me expectantly. I'd resume my search in silence, the pressure of their hopes palpable in the air, intensifying my already determined and focused demeanor. I scoured the book with diligence, reading snippets here and there, desperately seeking any clue that might leap out at me. The tome was a treasure trove of history and lore, containing everything from ancient royal lineages to intricate family trees spanning countless generations. Ajax's words about the historically significant figures Archer and Willow found confirmation within its pages, bringing their importance into sharper focus. Hand-drawn illustrations of long, forgotten castles and epic battles from ages past captivated my imagination, offering glimpses into a world that existed before my ancestors' time. The sheer scope of the book's contents was both awe-inspiring and overwhelming, a testament to the passage of time and the rich tapestry of our shared history. Yet, despite the wealth of information at my fingertips, nothing resonated with me on a deeper level. The frustration of fruitless searching gnawed at my resolve, adding to the pressure I already felt as the protagonist in the folding drama. On the 7th day of my relentless pursuit, I made a pivotal decision. Abandoning the random approach, I turned resolutely to the first page, my determination unwavering. I was resolved to uncover the book's secrets through methodical study, channeling all my focus and diligence into this new strategy. As I began this new phase of my search, I could feel the weight of the royals' expectations, but I steeled myself, knowing that my role as the central figure in their quest demanded nothing less than my utmost effort. The opening lines greeted me, their simplicity belying the profound truths they held. In the beginning, there were three, to create balance. The powers could not be given to one, so the shapeshifters, the spellcaster, and the nature bender all thrived, spreading and growing. Powers were given from the originals to the secondaries, who then gave it those they called their children, humans deemed worthy enough to receive them. Through acts of bravery, through sacrifice, through seduction, gifts were dispersed among the humans. Slowly, the power drained from the originals, given until no more could be gave. As I read these words, a sense of anticipation stirred within me. Perhaps, in this systematic approach, I would finally unlock the mysteries that had eluded me for so long. Humans named the powers, named those who gave them without ever understanding the magic that was bestowed upon them. Some were frightened of the very blessing that had been bestowed upon. The magic that threads the very universe together is not for every human. Werewolves, the children of the shapeshifters, have many purposes in this world, designed to be wild and ruthless in the face of fear. They are great protectors, protectors of the humans, protectors of the natural world, protectors of each other. Through the wolf, they find their roots in family, in togetherness. A rogue wolf is a dead and dangerous wolf. The words continued, started to blur under my intense gaze. I felt my head bob. Oh George, Ryder sighed softly. I was tucked in an overstuffed armchair in Ajax Susothan had been for some time, judging by the numbness in my legs and the lurching nods that my head kept dipping into. Fine. The slight slur in my words said otherwise. You need to rest. You don't have all your strength back and it's getting late. I should have taken you home hours ago. What was I thinking? He mumbled, talking more to himself than me. Wait, I think him onto something. It was a lie. It was a lie. But I said it anyway, as if I could put any more pieces of this puzzle together right now. Ryder, maybe you should stay a little longer, Jack suggested from behind his desk, leaping to his feet while Ryder scooped me into his arms. I lolled my head against the chest of the man who had once been my mate, the man who had done his best to romance me, who loved me, and marked me as his own. My brow furrowed. The marking. There was something there. Something that I had missed. Look at her. Look at her. Ajax. She needs to go home. Maybe you two can just stay in one of the guest bedrooms here. Get an early start tomorrow. I didn't have to say anything for Ryder to know what I was thinking. She spent enough time here to hate the sight of this place. Been taking her home and making sure she gets the rest that she needs. He said sharply, "Does she have siblings?" I mumbled into the soft t-shirt. Who the goddess? Ajax cleared his throat. A little awkward. I mean, she wasn't exactly born from what I understand. It's hard to have siblings if the universe created you. Unless. Good night. Ajax, Ryder said briskly. I didn't remember much of the drive back to the house, but I did remember curling up on Ryder's thighs when he sat on my couch. And I could remember the little chunks of watermelon that he fed me when I complained that I was feeling snack-y. That waking up was not nearly as gentle as falling asleep, though I remembered dozing off on the couch. I woke up in my own bed. Ryder was beside me, bare chest with an arm covering his eyes from the morning sun. I tried to shut my eyes. It couldn't have been past 8 in the morning, and with the late night we had, I needed all the sleep I could get. I closed my eyes. I tried to dream. I thought warm, fuzzy thoughts, but there was an urgency in my belly that I couldn't ignore. I slipped out of bed quietly, putting on a pair of leggings and a t-shirt. Though the leggings were stretchy enough to hide some of the weight that I was still trying to gain back and stayed up well enough, I could still feel the bagginess under my butt. It was incentive to sit back down at the kitchen table and make myself eat a breakfast while my blood rushed through me. I was getting better every day. Stronger. The weight would come back. And if it didn't, that was okay because I would still be doing my best. But after I stirred Greek yogurt and frozened my oatmeal, I felt like I couldn't sit still. I needed to be at the place that made me ill to visit it. After being trapped at the Royals' vacation cabin and resisting nausea when Ryder drove me up their driveway, I wanted to go there. Now I left Ryder a brief note, ending it with a smiley face. I didn't have the heart to wake him if he was only going to sit there and stare at a wall vacantly or try and make small talk with the Queen again. Noah, the royal guard and Ajax's right-hand man, didn't blink at my arrival until he saw me get out of the driver's side. Feeling strong. He wondered. So it would seem. The drive here was okay, but if I stayed as long as I had yesterday, Ajax would be driving me home. I let myself in and went straight to his office. Only part of me was aware that it was these people who pulled out my fingernails. But after all this time together, after sharing hurried lunches, laughing over their daughters' made-up scenarios, they were family now. Ugly and broken some days, but close and loving. And when I saw Ajax sitting behind his desk, staring at the map on his wall, eyes glassy, I could feel his emotions crashing into me: frustration, desperation, hopelessness, guilt. "You're here early," he mumbled, tiredness in his voice. I couldn't sleep. I admitted. He gave me a tiny smile. "Same, but Ryder is right. This is taking a lot out of you. You need to rest, and I need to remember that this isn't your war anymore. I can't let it go." He let out a little breath, his smile softening into something real. "Good, because I did some thinking and you might be able to confirm some things for me." Chapter 76. And so began the long morning. We moved from Ajax's office into what he called his workroom. There were no elegant leather chairs, no pretty little mats that hung from walls, no stately signs of glamour. It was a plain space with a heavy door that could be closed with a satisfying thud. Bare walls aside from the ones with the whiteboards and a small desk that looked like it had been inherited and lovingly abused over its years. "This is where I do all of my best thinking," he explained, almost looking a little shy, like he was letting me into some small private world. The office isn't good enough for you. I teased back. Sometimes, image is more important than function in this role. I find my office distracting some days, he explained, more serious than I expected. But it turned out that the whiteboards were handier than I could have imagined, because magic was many wonderful things, but it was certainly confusing. So there are the original 3, and there is almost nothing known about them other than the fact that they were created to make balance and that they are all dead. Well, we don't know for sure that they are all dead, but we have to assume as much based on what happens next, Ajax explained, writing words on the board. Shapishitters, spellcasters, nature benders. The original 3 then became the secondary 9. Each category got 3 words under their title. Shapeshifts, vampire, werewolf, workat, spellcaster, wizard, witch, alchemist, nature bender, fairy, siren, wind howler. These things are real, I said, my voice flat and dead to my own ears. These were the things I read about in mythology books. These were no the things of real life. They couldn't be. Blood-sucking humans. Women singing sailors to their deaths. Ho. I didn't even know what some of these things were, much less the lore surrounding them. And they had been living around me. Of course they're real. Or at least, they were. The origin stories range dramatically, similar to religion. One small tick hundreds of thousands of years ago makes a big difference now. You know, sirens like to believe more of a Greek root. Vampires are something like atheists, not really caring where they come from. Workats were believed to have come from Egypt, following Bastet. But with you seeing the moon goddess, I'm starting to think that some of our theories may be right. All right. I resisted the urge to scrub my face and show any sign that this might be too much. I could have a mental breakdown about all of this later. Through creating the secondary lines, the original 3 made the choice to destroy themselves. Giving power was their gift. Staying alive without magic within them after they had given it all away was not something they could master. So, the secondary 9 evolved to be able to drain a power, source the magic they gave to others, and as long as their children survived, they survived. Can we just? The words died in my mouth. This was unreal. And it was messy. Can you just tell me what each of them does? I asked. Like each species. Sure. Of course. Sorry. This must be a lot. He had no idea, but I was still thankful when he scrawled on the board in front of him. When the marker squeaked on the board, I gave myself the opportunity to suck in a couple deep breaths. Then, I read. Wizards, restoration and conjuration. Witches, destruction and enchanting. Alchemists, potions and poisons. Extinct. Fairies, protectors of woodland areas, glamorous and seduction. Sirens, protectors of the sea, takes power from water. Can compel. Wind howler, protectors of the sky, can change weather patterns. He made no changes to Shapishitters, obviously thinking that it was all self-explanatory. Though, as a witch, though. Beside workat. He did write the word extinct. Extinct? I whispered. It's a damn shame. Ajax sighed. The workats were predominantly from South America and the Middle East. Fierce things. If you think facing down a shifted werewolf is scary, you haven't seen a shifted cat. Bloody massive. All teeth. Just pure predators. When we lost the last of them, it was a great loss, even if it was a gain. How could something like that be a gain? I demanded. Well. It was awful. Obviously. It was a great tragedy and we felt powerless to stop it with all of the hunting that was happening. Humans were too scared to know any better. But when a species dies and the secondary of the group is no longer able to survive, there is a transfer of power. And that comes to the rest of us in the class. So vampires and werewolves got a little boost. I pressed the heels of my hands against the side of my head, digging into my temples to fend off the headache. I can't even fathom that vampires are a thing right now. I confessed. A thing, for sure. And kind of assholes. If you ask me, Ajax said. Regardless, if the moon goddess mentioned her siblings, I think this would be the easiest connection to draw. She blamed it on her siblings. Yeah, I added. What would happen if something happened to the last werewolf? The power would go to the vampires, and I can see how that might be the obvious option. But vampires and werewolves have a treaty. We are not able to attack each other, and if we did, an outside species would be allowed to come in and slaughter us all in an effort to force the balance. Realistically, that wouldn't happen, but some species are crazy enough, so it makes the threat pretty real. Fairies would have killed us all by now if King Archer and King Leo hadn't shoved a treaty down their throats all those years ago. This is so political. I groaned. You have no idea, he said. Then a pause when he heard a pair of little feet on the floor above us. Clem is up. I'm going to check on her and cook her some breakfast. Would you like to have breakfast with us, or do you want to stay in here? He wondered. Ajax was kind and his daughter was adorable. My stomach was grumbling, but it was too reminiscent of the earlier days. You'll stay here, thanks. And so while he sang to his daughter and fried up some eggs, I stared at the whiteboard and tried to connect dots that I didn't understand. It was a sibling. The obvious choice were the vampires. The transfer of power was a clear motive, but Ajax seemed certain that it couldn't be them. I raised my hand for a moment, holding it still. If the moon goddess could just reach out to me, even for just a second, and point me in the right direction. But I stayed completely still and felt like an utter idiot. Ajax returned to a small plate of food for me and for himself. Can you show me who has treaties with who? I asked. Lines were drawn. Werewolves had a treaty with fairies. Fairies had a treaty with sirens. Vampires and witches and wizards were all linked together. Round and round it went, seeming like everyone was protecting each other. There was not a single line of magical creatures that was tied down by some law, aside from the extinct species, of course. So you guys are all fighting on the same side, or they are dead already, I said flatly. Jesus Christ. My thoughts exactly. Ajax agreed. He was grinning at me like he always did, but I could see the exhaustion in his features. For a man who cared so much about presentation. His was slipping. So, someone is coming after us. But we have no idea who. This is a nightmare. Indeed. But if you're willing to keep going, how would you feel about a conference? There is a massive meeting coming up soon. You can see all of these creatures firsthand. At the very least, it would be a cool experience for you. And maybe we can find out something. It felt like another dead end, but what choice did we have? I nodded my head. Chapter 77. Ryder studied me for a moment when I told him the plan that Ajax and I had concocted. There was a little sighing and even a couple of eye rolls, but he eventually shrugged. If you want to go through with this, then we're going, he said. It was then that I saw the dark circles beneath his eyes, the paleness of his skin. Despite the fact that we had several days together, despite the fact that I let him sleep in most days, the things we had gone through had taken their toll, and the battle felt like it was just beginning. Listen, I can go. You stay home. Play some video games. Go biking. Whatever you want to do, I suggested gently, taking his hands in mine. We can go grocery shopping before and make sure you have a fridge full of snacks. Georgia, if you're going, I'm going, he stated. I couldn't lie and say I didn't appreciate the offer. But this is my battle now. You gave me an out. You've given me 100 outs. This is something that neither of us necessarily anticipates. It's not fair that I'm pulling you down with me. I can do this with Ajax just fine. He and I will go to this conference and we will see if there is anything that stands out to us. More realistically, nothing is going to happen. We're going to go out. Then we are going to be in the same spot that we started at. It was depressing and awful to say out loud, but there was no denying the possibility. We were clinging to an ancient book and vague dreams that I had when my mind was not performing the way it should have been. For all of the years I had spent fighting against werewolf train, I knew absolutely nothing about it, and I wished every day that I had asked just a few more questions. Georgia, you going to a meeting of some of the most powerful creatures on this planet. They are going to be able to smell the human on you for a mile away. Even if I didn't care about this wolf, drain thing at all. There's no way that I would want you to go to that kind of an event without me. I'm going with Ajax and Keiko. I pointed out softly. A muscle in his jaw flickered. They made it pretty clear that they wouldn't protect you. I knew that arguing against him was useless. His mind had been made up, and I was entirely unhappy with the result in truth. So we prepared for the day together, and when it finally came, I couldn't help but stare at Ryder a little longer than usual. What? He wondered, peering down at his own chestnut brown suit jacket, searching for lint or an imperfection. I cleared my throat awkwardly and turned away, feeling my cheeks flame. I had seen this man naked, in a mountain bike jersey, in basketball shorts while lying on the couch eating pizza. But this was something else. The color of the suit made his hair seem browner, his eyes warmer despite their chilly hue. Clean-shaven and sharp, but smooth. You look really good, I said, staring in the bathroom mirror as I pushed a simple dime and stud through my earlobe. I was still trying to get comfortable in my cable knit gray dress. I had never really been much of a fashion gal behind high school and college trends, though I had always envied those who could pair items seamlessly, and I was still getting used to this version of my body. Warm hands curled around my waist. I watched the mirror, seeing him grin down at me. Gaze settled on my face. Our clothes clashed, the cold gray and the warm brown, but his grip was steady and his eyes were kind. The fire of my hair, the steadiness of his strength. I wanted to melt into him. I'm glad that you still like me, he murmured, tucking me up under his armor. Because the mate bond is gone. You thought I wouldn't find you to be a 10 anymore, because you've been hanging around with Ajax. I still remember all those Wolf magazines calling him a heartthrob before he found Keiko and took his role as king. Without the mate bond, you might be inclined to sway. I snorted, a little surprised that werewolves would have their own publications. Though, all things considered, it was the wildest thing I had learned recently. Ajax can be whatever he wants. HES, not you. And I don't like you. I love you. Ryder looked mighty pleased with himself when he undid the top button on his shirt, leaving a delicious triangle of exposed skin to tease me, right at the base of his throat. Ajax and Keiko picked us up in a vehicle that must have cost more than the average starter home. Both of them look incredible. Ajax was in a traditional black suit, looking as menacing as I had ever seen, and Keiko was wearing a suit as well, though hers was a stunning burnt orange. A white lacy camisole peeking underneath. It made her hair darker than obsidian. She was completely thunderous, and somehow, when she flashed me a smile, it didn't soften her at all. A queen through and through. Over the long drive, there was idle chatter. At least, I deemed it idle. Ajax and Ryder talked about werewolves threatening weaker packlands. Keiko was the one who brought up the political side of things, seeming to know exactly who hated who and pushed other issues like cash flow. I just kept my eyes closed for the most part, resting my head against the cool glass, and tried not to think about the fact that I was going into a building filled with creatures that I didn't understand. But Ryder's hand settled on my bare knee, and something restless within me settled. The confrontation is held in a city about 2 hours away from our quiet mountain town. I was almost startled by the hustle and bustle of city life all over again. It was bizarre to think that this had once been my life. I used to hang out at malls just like the ones I drove by, with crammed parking lots. My parents used to have one of those mega houses that rose up from the ground with a laughable yard. I used to wear luxury brands while side, eyeing the homeless on the city bus. Now I could hardly stand the kitten heels on my feet, and seeing all the people milling around unsettled me. We arrived at some luxury hotel, and Ajax walked to the lobby with Keiko's arm looped through his. He dropped the name of some fake company at the front desk attendant, and we were swept off. I don't know what I expected, but it was not this. The room was filled with people, just normal people, well-dressed, For sure. But this definitely could have just been a tech company conference. Something must have shown on my face because Ryder squeezed my hand in his own, tugging me along into the thick of it. There were dozens of people here. From what Ajax had said, each species was allowed to bring up to 6 representatives. So even though it seemed like I was in a room with lovely men and women, the people brushing past me could have been sirens, vampires, wind howlers. We moved to the snack table. Ajax and the lead, though he tensed when I saw the sweet treats. Keiko sensed this immediately and stroked a hand down his back, nudging a spinach and cheese scone into his hand. Ryder greedily piled a paper plate full of food, acting like I never fed him. My stomach was too knotted to even consider eating. King Ajax, a man greeted. He was absurdly tall, and when he shook Ajax's hand, I saw long pale fingers that were more bone than flesh. Something about him immediately put me on high alert, though there was nothing distinctly off-putting about him. Ajax grinned and shook his hand. "Max, how are you?" "Seeming to be better than you." The man leered, sucking in a deep breath through his nose. His pale blue eyes narrowed on me. "Last time you came to this, you announced that you might have an unkillable werewolf in your arsenal. Now you bring a sweet, fragile human along for the ride." A pink tongue darted out to wet his lips. She wouldn't happen to be a peace offering. Ajax's smile remained easy, and I wouldn't have read any danger from the king had Ryder not stiffened beside me. "You have your dealings with humans and we have ours," Ajax said firmly, but still friendly. "So you haven't discovered what a delicious snack they can be. Come on now. You know the laws. We aren't allowed to kill, but a little taste never hurt anyone. She would be a fine addition to my herd. She wouldn't even know. She has made it to a werewolf. So tread lightly," Ajax warned. Max jerked back as if smelling something foul. His leer came back a moment later, his fixation turning back to the king. "It's not often you trouble yourself with these trivial things, especially when they are so far away from Denver. I'm assuming you've heard the news then." "I hear a lot of things," Ajax sighed. "So maybe you haven't heard about the alchemist that will be joining us today," Max murmured, and like he knew that he had just dropped a bomb upon us. He sauntered away. Chapter 78. Ryder was immediately on alert, like he was on a swivel. He'd been back and forth around the room. Just a little while ago, I had been admiring how refined he looked, wrapped up in that suit. He was a businessman with control. But now, he looked positively feral, coming apart at the seams. "I don't see anyone new," he said through clenched teeth. "We can split up and look separately, then out around the room. I can remember most people from last year, and someone here would have loose enough lips to let a name slip. They always do." Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and Eli Drant. At the undocumented changeling, and forced to pose at a low-level ridge. It was Keiko who spoke, her voice quiet, but sharp. "We are not slitting up and putting our noses to the ground. Some of these people already think that we are godless dogs. We are not going to prove them right. But if you think we don't want to solve this, you are out of your mind. But Ryder, please consider the other factors at play here. This is not a hunt. This is not something we can accuse someone of lightly. Is it suspicious? Yes, absolutely. Does that mean that anything? No, listen. The meeting is about to start. We will sit through it quietly and use our ears instead of our teeth." Ryder looked like he was fighting his demons, but Mick stepped up to a small podium and picked up a wireless microphone. When Ryder grabbed my hand, I wasn't sure if it was more grounding for me or him. On the brink of going utterly feral, he sought me out to keep him in his true self, to keep him mindful. And he was my anchor in a sea of creatures that shouldn't have existed, and quite frankly could have probably killed me with about as much as the snap of 2 fingers. Ajax and Keiko sat down, marking off for seat at the end of a row. Vaguely, in the back of my mind, I thought that this room and these chairs had probably been used for someone's upper-middle-class wedding. And now I was here, feeling like I was teetering on the edge of madness. The beautiful woman backing for the day smiled out at the small crowd, going through the agenda for the day while I struggled to grasp reality. Sirens, commanders of the sea, wind howlers, controllers of the sky. What was that man, Max? Was he a vampire like I suspected? What did Ajax mean when he said their own dealings with humans? Could they really have them housed like cattle? Are there any sirens here today? The woman on stage asked. Her question was met with a silence so strong and so loaded that it pulled me out of my downward spiral. Eyes moved around the room, looking at each other for guidance, or perhaps something less wholesome, like they were having their own suspicions confirmed. The anxiety brewing in my belly turned to a full boil when I saw Ajax and Keiko staring straight ahead. Mouth flat, features trained into a neutral expression. I turned to look at Ryder, but he squeezed my hand gently before our gazes connected and I forced myself to stop. Whatever this was, it was bigger than us right now. No sirens in attendance. The woman asked again. More silence, growing heavier by the second. The woman squared her shoulders and turned her attention to the werewolf king and queen. I'm going to assume that you are aware of the rumors. Are you able to confirm or deny anything at this time? We are unable to provide any information at this time, Keiko said, her voice final. How could an entire species go missing and no one knows anything? Someone demanded from the crowd. The rumors are all we have and they are pointing to the werewolves. We have been looking into it and have not been able to find anything tangible at this time. That doesn't mean that we don't spend every day looking for more information. That doesn't mean that we aren't trying to get to the bottom of this. I have some questions about that. Another person interjected. Last year, you come in with this man that you claim is not only unkillable but can also help you keep balance and order in your realm. Why are you not using him to help you? Didn't you claim that this man was able to have visions? Shouldn't he be able to confirm whether or not a werewolf is to cause for this? Where is he now? Did he die? The only glimpse of panic was Keiko's bouncing foot, but it would have been out of sight for most of the others. He is alive and well and he is still earning the extent of his powers. Like we said at our last meeting, a werewolf is only given this curse once every 200 years or so. Because of that, the documentation is incredibly limited. We are learning as we go. So you admit that there is a chance that something could be happening right under your noses. Ajax took over then, something in his chair like they were arguing over college football. There's a chance with every single one of us. There's a chance that humans have turned on us. I cannot say that a werewolf is not involved. I can say that werewolves have had an alliance with sirens since King Archer and Queen Ember fought in the war together. We have no reason and no desire to go against the sirens and certainly would not break at Reedy. Little bubbles of conversations rumbled through the crowd. I sat tense, waiting, but each side conversation dissolved and the woman at the podium plastered a smile on, turning the conversation to vampires. I went entirely rigid when the vampires admitted that they were still purchasing desperate humans, but claimed it was all according to parameters that had been set. In fact, they seemed to think that they were doing desperate humans a favor, especially a certain group, helping them pay for costly surgeries of loved ones. They just had to sell themselves for a few years. I resisted the urge to jam the heels of my hands into my eyes. The wind howlers came next. It was a wild conversation. The group saying they were doing as much as they possibly could to combat climate change and ease weather patterns. My head span a little and I started to feel a little dizzy. Then came the alchemist, and everyone perked immediately, though everyone else had given their updates from their seats. The alchemist rose to his feet. He was a short man with hair so white it was almost strange to look at. His clothing was a testament to his age, fashioned years before my time or even my parents' time. Even still, his face was devoid of any wrinkles, eyes sparkling with clarity. But there was something off, something strange about him. He seemed to waver under my gaze. We thought you were gone. Max, the vampire, gasped. For a man who sucked the blood of innocent humans. He seemed utterly startled. Obviously, he hadn't believed the rumor. You haven't come to any conferences in years. You were said to be extinct. Yet here you are. Very much alive. The Mick said, a little barb to her words. Is there anything you would like to tell us now that you have returned? Well, as you can see, it is only me from my group. I cannot reveal much about my counterparts. You will understand later why I do not wish to say too much. Though we are not extinct, our numbers are severely lower than they have ever been. We have been hunted. The room sucked in a unanimous breath of astonishment. I didn't know much about this world. In fact, I was certain that I had barely scratched the surface, but even I understood the strength of the alliances and treaties. With the way Ajax and Keiko were acting, it was clear that even microaggression were not tolerated. Hunted, someone repeated. Yes, hunted down like dogs, which is quite ironic. Ajax finally showed a glimpse of humanity, flinching hard as if he had been slapped. Keiko stilled. You aren't implying. No, I am not implying. I'm telling you that werewolves slaughtered my people and those that survived barely made it out with their lives. Chapter 79, that is a massive accusation. Ajax stated, his body tightening. What proof do you have? What evidence is there? These people had become my family in their own disastrous way. But now, when I looked at the poised Keiko, all I saw was the bloodthirsty woman who had my nails pulled out one by one. Could they have really done that? Could they have exterminated an entire species off the face of the earth? When she had wanted to hurt me, her people had let her. No, not Ajax and not Keiko. Even Hades with his crimson eyes and deadly powers was not violent and vengeful at his core. Defensive and occasionally impulsive, as I believe they could be. They would never do something like that. I protested, my voice filling the room before I could decide against it. All eyes turned to me then, the kings and queens included. Had I known back then that all these creatures existed, I might have wanted to hunt them all down like trophies to keep, just on the off chance that they could hurt humans. That what happened to my parents happened to someone else. But with every pair of eyes on me now, I didn't feel so brave. And who are you? Dear human, the alchemist asked, cocking his head to one side with a simple curiosity, like he hadn't just accused someone of genocide. She's a werewolf hunter. Or was, until she found out that she was mated to one. But even with the mate bond destroyed, she has chosen to remain sided with us. Ajax rambled. If the king was angling for distraction, it didn't work. The pretty Mick whatever she was regrouped and rerouted the conversation. She is no concern right now. Nigel, please explain what has happened to your people. Please tell us how you know that it was the werewolves that are responsible for this. The man seemed to flicker once just as I blinked. My throat constricted. Was I about to pass out? Is that what this was? I placed my hand on Ryder's thigh, an anchor keeping me whole. His hand came on top of mine, steadying me. Nigel, the accusing alchemist, met Ajax's cool gaze and began. We were never strong in numbers. As we all know, my breed has trouble reproducing as many of us do. We are able to give potions of fertility and love, but seldom allowed to have such things in our life. It didn't take the werewolves long to slaughter us, one by one, like the sirens, rounded up like cattle. And why would we do such a thing? Keiko demanded, a hitch in her voice. Why has any war been waged? Sweet Keiko, Nigel prompted. Cower. That is absurd, Keiko protested. Her hands were clasped together in her lap, knuckles white. Stephanie, Quentin, grab them, and be quartered. Two massive beings appeared out of seemingly nowhere. Stephanie was a stunning woman, so tall with broad shoulders that I was certain she intimidated most men. Quentin was equally massive with hands that seemed large enough to wrap around my skull and crush it with one single squeeze. I didn't need to know what they were to know that I needed to be frightened of them. All right. Ajax rose from his chair, though he was doing his best to maintain normalcy. There was certain jerkiness to his movements as he stepped around a couple guests, moving towards the hulks that were acting as security. This is a huge misunderstanding at best and a blatant lie at worst. But I am perfectly fine with being locked up for a couple days while this is sorted out. He turned his back to the two enforcers, clasping his hands behind his back. His chin was held high, something that could have been read as amusement in his eyes. "And you, Queen Keiko, will you come willingly?" Quentin asked. Ajax whirled around, eyes alight with something I had never seen in him before. "I have tens of thousands of community members that rely on our leadership. I have given myself up. You can hold me in a cell all you like, but we cannot leave the community without leaders. I go. Keiko stays." He ground out. "Now I am sorry, King Ajax, but that's not how this is going to work. You rule together. You work together. We can't risk having her free at a time like this. She will be coming with us, one way or another. We have a child. We can't just leave our kid." Ajax snarled. The regal ity was lost. In its place was the primal need to protect loved ones. "Well, we'd be more than happy to take the child into custody as well until a more permanent solution can be found." Ryder leapt to his feet and went to his king before the werewolf could dig himself deeper. "Don't worry about Clem. She's with your mother-in-law now. They'll give her a call and explain everything. Just don't make this worse than it already is." Ajax melted for a moment. Defeated. I had seen this man 1,000 days, seen him ride out 100 emotions, but this was an unfamiliar to see. Keiko came to stand by his side, head up, eyes wild. She was doing the respectable thing, but even with her mouth clamped shut, she would not go quietly. I watched Ajax's head tip towards her. "Keiko, please, I don't. We rule together," she said sternly, not glancing at him. The two of them were led out of the conference room. No cuffs, no rope, no threats, not even a hand wrapped around the biceps. The less the humans outside suspected, the better, I assumed. Ryder didn't return to the seat beside me, just stared at the doors open and stayed long after they closed. I fear there is not much more that can be said at this time. Whatever is left of the meeting will not be productive after that. The fairies are not in attendance anyway. I do not want to dismiss you all on such negative terms, but we will reschedule for a few weeks down the road. Hopefully when we are able to reveal more information. Werewolf bastards, someone hissed. But is anyone even surprised? Another responded. Then everyone rose from their chairs, some for the snack table. Others circled in tight groups to whisper. Ryder just stared, and I just sat. It wasn't possible. I knew that Ajax and Keiko would never order something like that. I had seen and heard the grief and fear when they wondered if they truly were the cause for Wolf. But would they have to answer for the crimes if one of their own had committed them? Someone had to be accountable. But why on earth would anyone go after alchemists? Weren't all these species more beneficial alive than dead? "Mutt," Max blurted, moving like a liquid as he came to Ryder's side. "Watch your mouth. Bloodsucker." A glimpse of the knife, twirling man from the shed peeking through. Max immediately put his hands up at a surrendering position. "I meant no disrespect. Habit, what do you want? Come to tell me that werewolves are attacking vampires as well. I came to offer you help," Max hissed, stepping closer to Ryder as he lowered his voice. "You might not be aware, but your royals were just taken out of here to be held in a prison." "I am very well aware. Then you understand that they will need you. On the outside. To help them. How am I supposed to help them if I don't even understand the case against them in the first place?" Ryder snarled. "You're heated and I understand that. But between the sirens and this, things are getting out of control. I have known the wolves for centuries. I cannot say they are free of charge, but I knew prejudices run deep. These creatures will not believe a wolf trying to prove an other's innocence. When you need someone to verify your story, I will stand with you." Max slipped away into the crowd. I watched others side-eye Ryder, saw them turn away and hurl verbal accusation at one another. The werewolves, the damned, the greedy, the violent. Too much animal in them, just like the work ats. Though thankfully those were taken care of by the humans. We have to get them out. Ryder managed when I finally collected myself enough to go to him. I took his hand and led him over to the refreshment stable where I poured him a glass of mint and cucumber-infused water. I put it in his trembling hand and watched him as he sucked it down. We have to get out of here. Then we can help them. Right now, I think everyone in this room wants to eat us alive. Ajax gave me his keys. We can take his car. He croaked. I gripped his hand hard again and pulled him along with me. I felt like every step I made was on crumbling earth. I was dizzy. My ears were pounding. My eyes watered randomly, blurring my vision. I bumped right into the alchemist himself. Eyes studied me for a moment. Then I had to zen. In a voice that was softer, different from B, said, "What a shame to lose the bond when you could have been cured otherwise." Chapter 80. What the fuck did he even mean when he said that? Ryder hissed through clenched teeth. We were back at the Royals' cabin after frantically fleeing the building, our hands shaking as we tore out of the parking lot. Thankfully, Ryder was a more level-headed driver in these situations and he got us home safely. It had been 2 hours of numb silence. Then I owed a zen. Everything came crashing down when Noah Ajax us right. Handman spotted us tearing down the driveway. He greeted us chipper-lie, then remembered that we had left as a group of 4. And he saw how pale and shaken we were. Ryder dumped out the entire happenings of the conference in one go. Awkwardly, wheeling backwards, surging forwards as he recalled details. I had never been so grateful for Noah in my life. Not when he carried me around the house. Not when he kept Keiko in check and kept her from straight up killing me in the beginning. As Ryder vomited more information onto the poor man, he grew more and more serious. When Ryder finished talking and slumped against the porch, Noah had absorbed everything he needed. He called Keiko's mother to sort out the situation with Clementine. He contacted Hades. He booked a flight to get himself to Denver so he could get on top of logistics. He made time to hug us both tightly, though, promising that we would be okay. His reasoning was that we would be okay because we always were. Ryder looked like he wanted to melt into the earth and never resurface after that. But I grabbed his hand and tugged him inside the home, away from prying eyes. The anxious energy refused to let me be still. I tried to calm myself down by brewing us 2 cups of tea, but neither of us touched them once they were steeped, both of us pacing around the office. Now it was just me and Ryder replaying everything all over again. I don't know what he meant. I admitted. It might have been an offhand comment. It might have been nothing at all. Or it could have been an admission of guilt. And there was a chance. A chance that the mate bond that we had lost could have been kept intact. Do you think that we were on to something? Do you think that the alchemists have something to do with this? It's a little hard to discount it now. He sighed. I don't know what he was looking for, but I didn't stop him when he riffled deep through the drawers of Ajax's stately desk. All I could really focus on was the lines of exhaustion bracketing his mouth, the dark rings under his eyes. We shouldn't have left. We shouldn't have ran out of there like we did. We could have cornered him and demanded answers. We did the right thing, Ryder countered. We were in a room filled with people who were doubting our integrity. Even if we did last more than a few minutes without everyone tearing us limb from limb, there was much more we could do. No one would believe us if we started accusing the people who accused us. We get framed for slaughter, then we turn around and point a finger at them. It sounds suspicious. The whole thing is suspicious, I said. I felt like I was getting hysterical. And they didn't even give Ajax or Keiko a chance to defend themselves. How could they? If I called the police and said that you killed dozens of people, I'd like to think that they would want to hold you and question you for at least a couple hours. He slapped a desk drawer shut, but stress and shock transitioning into something darker. And honestly, who fucking knows? The werewolf community is huge. If one of them made the choice to go after alchemists and sirens, we would never know. I fell into one of the massive armchairs, all energy leaving my body in one big push. I was defeated. I just wanted this to be over. I just wanted to wake up in my own bed and to live a life that didn't involve beings that defied science, illnesses that couldn't be explained, mate bonds that could be broken. Are you okay? Ryder asked gently when I scrubbed my eyes with the backs of my hands. Fine. I think the stress is getting to me. My eyes are hurting and doing weird things. I felt like when I was looking at Nigel, the alchemist, it was like he was shaking or something. Ryder stilled immediately, his head jerking up from whatever he was searching for. What do you mean? I tipped my head over the backrest and stared at the ceiling. He was just uncomfortable to look at sometimes. That's all. But it was probably just the stress or something. I'm fine. Really? He stared hard at me for a moment, those mercury eyes alight with something ugly and danger, a mix between concern and rage. Then, in a blink, it vanished. No, that's not possible. There were no fairies at the meeting. You're right. It must have just been something stress-related. You didn't sleep good last night, and we've both had a fair amount of screen time recently. We both melted a little after that. It was done. Whatever was in motion was already happening. There was nothing we could do about it. We picked up the teas we had forgotten about. They were long cold now, but it was the least of our concerns. Ryder sat in the king's seat. I sat across. Numbness crept into our bodies, always waiting to take the front seat. I couldn't understand how this was getting more tangled. I couldn't understand how the alchemist could appear and cause such a great stir. When I heard that there had been an alchemist at the event, I had been almost certain that our prayers would be answered. Everyone had been. Keiko reeled us all back in. Ryder let out a heavy sigh, flipping through whichever book lay on Ajax's desk. I just crossed my arms on the desk, resting my head in the crook. The clock on the wall ticked on and on. I closed my eyes, wishing that the world would stop spinning, just for a second, just so I could get my legs under me. Ryder flipped the page. I wished my life was different for the 1000th time. A slurp of tea, cup on coaster, flip of a page. Something wafted into my hair. I lifted my head and blinked my blurry eyes. The photograph lay before me. Oh, sorry. It must have slipped out. I jerked my hand up to stop him when he reached out to retrieve it, because I knew these people. Some of them I had met only just today. Max was in the photo, so worse ever a leather creatures, all of them impeccably dressed. There was Ajax and Keiko. His arm was wrapped around his queen, who looked as stone, cold as she had today, and on Ajax's left was a couple I knew well. I just didn't know her with gazelle, like horns poking from her hair, and I didn't know him with pointed ears. Ryder, I croaked out, slowly turning the photograph so it faced him. My index finger was jammed down on Armand's throat. These are the people that I used to work for when I was at the CAF. These are the people who led the werewolf hunters. You're sure? He whispered yes. Where are they now? Georgia? I don't know. That Lila will. Chapter 81. There was no time for questions. I darted over to the printer that Ajax had, making dozens of copies of the photo. I left a scribbled note, stating that if we did not return, Noah was to call whoever he could and tell them that the people in the photo were the same people who orchestrated hundreds of werewolf murders. Then I tucked two original back in the book, collected my copies, and followed Ryder out the front door. We clambered back into Ajax's vehicle and were off. Why does Armand have ears like that? And why the fuck does Dawn have horns? I demanded. Ryder's grip was so tight on the steering wheel it was a miracle that he didn't break it. Fairies. They're the leaders of the fairies. The High Rulers is what they call themselves. Fucking bastards. They didn't even show up to the meeting. How could IVE never have seen them like that? I saw them once a week for years. I should know what they look like. And I did. I could pick Dawn's posture out of a crowd. I could pinpoint Armand just by hearing his voice. But whatever these creatures were, it was the people I had come to know. The ones I had trusted. Fairies are masters at manipulation. They can use glamour on humans and sometimes beings like us, without even touching you or uttering a spell. They can control how you see them. For beings as powerful as they are, it would take almost no effort to convince your human mind that the ears are normal, that the horns were never there. That's crazy. That's insane. Come on, Georgia. After everything that you've seen today, this cannot be the peak of it. And I suppose it was. I just never thought that the kind woman who swept in and comforted me when my parents could be anything other than human. We fought together. We raised our weapons together and went after werewolves as one. Well, not together. Never really together. Because Dawn and Armin would never get their hands dirty. Always giving orders, but always on the sidelines. Jesus Christ. I knew that I had begun connecting the dots. There were small lines to follow like the cinnamon buns. I consumed it. I was driven right into wolf drain. My parents ate them. They died. I hadn't wanted to believe it. I would let myself. Because those were the people who had become my family when I had nothing. I'm going to fucking kill them. I whispered. No, absolutely not. Are you out of your mind? They took everything from me. And they destroyed your community. I shrieked. Blood was only fair. In fact, it didn't seem like enough. I wanted to kill their children and make them watch. I wanted to do awful, horrible things that no sane person should have been able to conjure up. Do you think that I don't know that? The vehicle revved under his heavy foot, but he sucked in a deep breath and the speed eased. Georgia, I don't know what's going to come of this. I'm just asking you to keep a level head. You're going to want to fucking strangle them, and I get that. But if a werewolf and his once mate just slaughter the leaders of another species, wars will be started, especially when our leaders are already being held for other crimes. Fuck, wars have been started for less. Well, what do you suggest we do then? I demanded. Let them walk free. Oh, we're going to get them. And we'll drag them before a council by their throats if we have to. You can do whatever you need to. Just don't kill them. They can admit to what they've done, but I will not let you stoop to their level. And right now, we just need to find out where they are. It was getting dark outside by the time we pulled up to Milo's house. The little makeup I had on this morning was long gone now, and Ryder's suit was rumpled and stained. I'm sure that I would have been exhausted if I had the chance to be. Instead, I stomped up to Milo's front door and pounded my fist against the metal. I went again and again, slamming harder into it, slapping my palms down, kicking with the toe of my shoe. Finally, it creaked open. Georgia. Ryder had said I cowled and killed on an Armand, but for a moment, I was all right with that. My hand went right to Milo's pale throat, shoving him back into his own home while I thundered. Where the fuck are they? Milo had been trained just as well as I had, if not better. Surprise might have been on my side, but rationality was on his. I was fed by rage. He was fed by survival. One swift punch to the gut had me doubling over. Oh fuck, Ryder said from behind me before wrapping his arms around me. I wasn't entirely sure if it was to protect me as I wheezed in a breath or if it was to keep me from lunging at Milo. What the hell is going on with you? Milo demanded. Then his eyes narrowed at Ryder. He moved towards the two swords that had been mounted on the way, so decorative to the unassuming. What have you done to her? Tell me where Dawn and Armand are. I yelled, clawing at Ryder's arms. I was going to end this. I was going to get to those fuckers if it killed me. Or someone else. Georgia, please. HES not going to help us if you're acting like this. It was a fair point, and I knew in my core that Milo was not the one I wanted. And even though my parents were dead, even though I wanted someone to pay, Milo did not deserve it. My teeth remained gritted tightly. My body coiled to strike. But I hissed out, Dawn and Armand are not human. And I think that they created Wolf, Drain as a reason for humans to go after werewolves, to do their dirty work. Georgia, you're talking crazy, Milo said, wariness creeping into his voice. Show him the picture, I ordered. Ryder was nervous to let me go, but did as I said. He unfolded a paper copy of the damning photo, handing it off to Milo. I've never met them in person, but I would know them anywhere. He said, these two are fairies. High-powered fairies that could easily cover up any features that would make them stand out to human eyes. But here, you see them in their true form. Milo said nothing. He just stared at the photo hard, His gaze came up to meet mine once, then back down at the photograph. There is no way. This photo must be doctored. It's not, Ryder said flatly. You didn't trust them. I pointed out, feeling like mine was clearing. You left. You knew something was wrong, even if you couldn't pinpoint what. They wouldn't. Wolf Drain can't be a lie. Wolf Drain can't be something made up. We've seen it time and time again. We know it's not fake. But fairies are. They're from children's books and myths. They aren't real. Orns coming out of people's heads like that aren't real. This is a sad excuse for Photoshop. Milo, come on. Ryder can turn into a wolf in the blink of an eye. Horns are nothing compared to that. Nothing. And I was fine being around Ryder all the time before I met with Dawn. She fed me food. My parents died. I got wolf drain. I didn't want to see it then, but I see it now. I cannot tell you how or why, but I know that they are behind this. Tell me, did they ever once go in the field and all the time you spent with the hunters? Milo glanced away, swallowed hard. No, but that doesn't immediately mean that they created wolf drain. Everyone has treaties with everyone in the supernatural world. Fairies cannot cross werewolves without risking slaughter of their own people. But if they put humans in the middle, they kept their own hands clean. And how are you going to prove this? And who the hell would listen? The council would. Ryder interjected. I narrowed my eyes on Milo. And Armand and Dawn are going to be the ones to confess what they've done right to the council. So you're either going to tell us where they are or we are going to go to Vale Mount and tear that whole goddamn town up until we find some answers. What's it going to be? Milo. I thought uncovering the truth would bring redemption, but the truth turned out crueler than the lie. When the so-called blood was a hoax, and it already plunged my blade into my own kind. Could I bear the truth? Chapter 82. The unnamed narrator gripped the steering wheel of the massive SUV, her anxious eyes scanning the inky darkness of British Columbian night. Ryder, usually the one in charge, had relinquished his role as driver, opting to occupy the passenger seat instead. She encouraged him to rest, acutely aware that their impending confrontation would demand every ounce of their energy and focus. The GPS display glowed ominously, a stark reminder of the gravity of their mission. Ryder fiddled with his phone for a while before crossing his arms and closing his eyes, his face etched with worry even in repose. A part of her yearned for this to be nothing more than an impulsive road trip, a spontaneous adventure born from a late night at work. She imagined them as just another young couple, embarking on a romantic getaway filled with fine dining and carefree laughter. But reality weighed heavily on her shoulders, crushing such fleeting fantasies. Her detail-oriented mind couldn't help but catalog every potential danger lurking in the shadows. 7 hours stretched before them, a daunting expanse of time filled with both dread and anticipation. This journey would bring an end to their ordeal, one way or another. The narrator clung to the hope that once this was over, perhaps her dreams of normalcy could finally materialize. Her cautious nature, however, reminded her of the countless obstacles they still faced, but between now and then lay hundreds of kilometers of treacherous terrain. The nighttime landscape was unforgiving, especially along these isolated stretches of highway. Towering mountains loomed on either side, their silhouettes barely visible against the star-studded sky. Thick forests pressed close to the road, concealing potential dangers. A moment's distraction could send them careening off a cliff, into a rocky outcropping, or into the path of a wandering moose. The narrator forced her eyes to focus on the yellow and white lines guiding their path, but her mind refused to be tamed. Thoughts of their impending confrontation with Ajax and Keiko's whirled relentlessly. They were hurtling towards incredibly powerful beings, entities capable of manipulating reality itself. The very people she once thought she was fighting for had deceived her, shattering her perception of the world. As she drove on, the weight of her role as the female protagonist in this unfolding drama pressed down upon her. reminding her of the responsibility she carried not just for herself, but for Ryder and potentially many others. Unanswered questions plagued me. Was I truly poisoned by an alchemist, if Ajax and Keiko weren't responsible for the alchemist's disappearance? What had become of these masters of potions? The weight of our decision to leave a note for Noah and entrust copies of the evidence to Milo pressed upon me. We were taking an enormous risk, and the potential consequences loomed large in the darkness surrounding us. And what would have happened to me if they had found the alchemist before I had drank the elixir? Was there a chance? Could I have still been mated to Ryder if I had said so and just waited a while longer? The man in question jerked awake when I slammed on the brakes, catching the movement of a deer just before she decided to bound across the highway. "You good," he said groggily, rubbing his eye with the back of his fist. I was falling apart. I was tearing at the seams and felt like I had been for some time. "Yeah, I'm good. You should go back to sleep if you can." Ryder attempted this for a little while, eyed closing then opening again when he felt the car shift with a turn or slow for a stop sign. Eventually, he gave up. "This is insane. I can't believe that." "You know what? I can believe it. I can believe that fairies would have their fucking fingers in this. They've always been pieces of shit and they've always hated werewolves. We don't know anything for sure." I pointed out, which was true. There were a lot of arrows pointing to the people I had trusted for so long, but the connections didn't make sense. "They'll tell us," Ryder said flatly. "They are incapable of lying if you aren't under their glamour. Even then, it's difficult for them, especially to other magical creatures." I cleared my throat, feeling a little cowardly, but my self-preservation refused to let me remain silent. "What do you realistically think our chances of walking away from this alive are?" "They are at the top of their power levels, however. Fairies are not known for being outrageously dangerous. Clearly, they are more fond of using others to do their dirty work." We pulled into the only gas station that was thankfully open in the middle of the night and switched spots. I was able to doze in and out of a light sleep. I think the exhaustion came a little easier now that I didn't think I was walking straight into my death. Ryder wouldn't lie to me about something like that. And though our bond was gone, there was no denying that we cared deeply for each other. Once, when I woke up in a groggy state, I stared at his fingers wrapped around the wheel and wondered what it would look like if he wore a wedding band. Perhaps it was werewolf tradition, but the idea sure seemed nice. All of the warm and fuzzy feelings left me when I saw the sign for Vale Mount in the early morning sun. The mood in the car shifted. I sat up straighter. Ryder shut off the radio to listen to the GPS instructions. Weight fell onto both of us, heavy and thick. This little town held some beautiful memories. The high right before the crash. B section. I started showing signs of wolf, drain, so slight I had thought nothing of it. And here they were. I had given them years of my life. We pulled into a long, gravel driveway that wove up a hillside. "I want to go in alone," I announced. I expected Ryder to argue, but he just shrugged and put the car in park. We sat at the base of a turn, only able to see a little of the white siding between the branches of the trees. He would be close enough to hear me scream if I needed him. But I wanted to confront them myself. Maybe we had gotten it wrong. Maybe they would tell me the truth if Ryder wased with me. I had seen his temper flare. I knew he was the most inviting when he had violence on his mind. He handed me a small knife. "It won't do much good if they try to use their glamour on you, but at least you won't be going in empty-handed. It'll be right here if you need me." I swallowed and took the knife, putting it into a pant pocket before slipping out of the car. The long walk up the driveway seemed to take forever. The home inched closer, looking so much like the home they had in my little mountain town. Did they host meetings out of this one, too? Did they hold up pictures of dead werewolf hunters here as well? I knocked on the door. This could be nothing. This could be some massive misunderstanding. Dawn opened the door, but it was not the Dawn I knew. Her cheeks were free of wrinkles, smooth and youthful. Her hair was perfectly sleek and luminous, though still very gray. Eyes young and sparkling with life. and poking from her silvery hair were two tall, pointed gazelle horns. "Georgia," she whispered. There was a blink. Then she opened her arms as if to welcome me. I stumbled back a step. "So it is true," I gasped, unable to tear my eyes away from the towering horns. She jerked back as if I had slapped her. "Georgia, sweetheart." Her voice was soothing and melodic. Then I understand. Her horns disappeared. Her cheeks sagged with age, crow's feet lining her eyes. "My dear, are you all right? Where have you been? We've been so worried about you." She stepped forward again, moving to embrace me again, now that her cover was restored. Lies. It had all been lies. And I was just being slapped in the face with all of it. "You have not been worried about me," I hissed. "You have never cared about me or Milo or anyone else. Have you? Georgia, what are you talking about?" She murmured. "Are you quite all right? Are you experiencing wolf drain? Wolf drain doesn't come from wolves." I snarled. My words were venomous, but my gestures were cowardly. I kept slipping further and further backwards as she inched forward. This was the person I trusted. This was the person I had given up my life for. I had believed every lie that had come out of her mouth. Her husband's words were law. She was the warm comfort that came after the whip. And now she had horns. "Georgia, you're talking crazy," she soothed. "What's going on?" Arm and burst out of the home. "Jesus, is that Georgia?" He didn't have his glamour on. His ears were pointed at the ends. "Get the gun," Dawn said flatly. "What?" Arm and sputtered. "She knows. We have to put her down, like a fucking dog." They were talking about me like I was a farm animal, used and now needing to be disposed of. Arm and moved fast, faster than I had ever seen. He was gone before I even had the knife in my hand. But Dawn was right there, staring at me. She had hugged me when I cried. She smoothed my hair and convinced me everything would be all right when I feared that everything was crumbling beneath my feet. And now, she was ordering that I be shot. The knife was flung from my hand, not my first choice of weapon, or even my second. If I had been Milo, it would have landed square in her eye. But I was not Milo, and I was not at my peak hunting form. The knife was embedded in her thigh. A scream tore through the air just as Arm and reappeared. "What are you waiting for?" Dawn screamed, ripping the knife out of her thigh. "Shoot her." A rumbling snarl answered from behind me. I didn't know when he had gotten out of the car. I didn't know how he knew I needed him so soon. But I was grateful. Grateful and horrified and completely useless with no weapons left to defend myself. "We will void the treaty." Arm and choked out. "She is a hunter. No one will come for her, and they will just assume that she killed the wolf. We will not be tied to it. Shoot them both." "Fuck, shoot them, you fool." Ryder lunged while I was frozen in fear. He was a flash of teeth and sharp claws, moving for Dawn. His jaws dove for her side, going for the vital organs. Armin swung the barrel of the gun from me to Ryder. There was a noise from behind me, a flap like a thick blanket being caught in the wind. Now. Let's not be hasty. We don't know just who is watching. Now do we?" A silky voice purred. And behind me, there was Max, the tall vampire. And behind him, looking like hundreds of little leaves, were bats, all of them hanging upside down, their little eyes focused on the scene before their leader. Chapter 83. I wanted to ask 1,000 things on the drive. I didn't even know where we were going or who Ryder had called just after he bound and gagged the two fairies. I pretended not to notice the way Ryder snarled in Dawn's face when she whispered something under her breath. There was an edge to him that I seldom saw, and I hated that I liked it right now. I hated that I envisioned him shifting back into his wolf and ripping at her throat. But I was numb, beyond numb. And sometimes, when I allowed myself a second of clarity and realized that I was in a vehicle with not only a werewolf, but also a vampire who indeed could turn into a baton to fairies who had once been people I trusted with my life, then I would stab my fingers into my temples and will the numbness to return to me. The only thing that mattered was the next step. and the one after that. Max the Bat, shifting vampire, also rode in the vehicle with us. At one point, I asked him if his companions would be okay without a ride, and he simply stared at me so hard that I worried he was going to burn a hole through my skin. Maybe that was a vampire trait I wasn't aware of yet. Max said something about it smelling like Dawn was bleeding a lot. When I glanced over at Ryder, he didn't pull his gaze away from the road. I don't give a fuck if she bleeds out. I will not be held accountable. A werewolf hunter, someone from their own organization, found out the truth and acted out of self-defense when they threatened her with a gun. You were witness to that. No treaties had been crossed. If she dies like this, then she dies by her own hand. Max didn't argue. So we drove and drove. No music. No chatter. The mountain range that seemed to last forever and touch the sky shifted and changed. Sometimes it would become more rigid snow-covered peaks dominating the scene, other times it softened. And when a winding river came into view, I knew where we were. Kamploops. Adrienne lives here. She runs something that would be close to a human prison. Sensing that I had no idea who he was talking about, he added, she was the person leading the conference. Just a wind howler by birth, but wasn't born with traditional powers. She nominated herself as something of a jailor. I swallowed hard, nodding my head. Adrienne was as lovely as I remember her being. She was all legs with that easy elegance that I thought only supermodels could possess. Even though it looked like she had just returned from a mid-day workout, she was as stunning as ever. Hello, she greeted, descending the front steps of a massive building with fluidity. I couldn't quite call the building a complex, just like I couldn't quite call it a home. Daunting and large, but not quite corporate. Far from anything I would call a prison. We spoke on the phone, and you made some great accusations for being a werewolf outside of the royal family, she stated, though it was on an unfriendly tone. There was something sharp to it. As pretty as she wasn't afraid of using verbal daggers, or maybe real ones. Who knew? When accusations were made against my royals, they were taken into custody until further notice. I don't believe that this should be any different, Ryder stated flatly, while Max stood and stretched, and I tried to wrap my brain around how this very human-looking man could turn into something so small. Ryder grabbed a hold of Armin's arm and yanked him out of the back seat. The powerful fairy fell into the dirt face down. But as soon as he was out in the open air and saw that he had an audience, he started yelling, "This is absurd. This goes against all of our laws and agreements. How can you treat a fellow supernatural like this? Do you know that I am the highest among the fairies? I know exactly who you are. And sure, this will go to court." His gaze turned to Adrienne, unlike I had ever seen it. Dead. Certain. I wondered if this was the man who killed my fellow hunters. I wondered if this distant, an amused face was the last one they saw. There was certainly something terrifying about it. You making this accusation does not mean that your beloved royals will be set free. Ryder, I hope you can understand that. And though I was not born with powers for my kind, do not think that I cannot make you beg for death. Adrienne warned. Ajax and Keiko are not my concern. He was a little gentler, get Dawn out of the SUV, but not much, though he helped her out and onto her feet. Her injured leg could not support her. Ryder let her crumple to the ground. Adrienne winced at the sight of all the blood, then glanced at Max. "Only human blood for me." "Thank you," the vampire said, turning up his nose. "And can I ask what involvement you have in all of this?" Adrienne demanded. Max grinned as if delighted by her question. A slender hand gestured to me. Ryder called me to bear witness to a little werewolf hunter almost losing her life. And when Ryder came to defend her, they were willing to kill him too. Not terribly conducive to all those laws. "Dear Armand," Max purred. The vampire was still smiling when he returned his attention to the jailor. "And if you don't believe me, feel free to ask the 100 other vampires I brought with me to witness it." Adrienne stilled for a moment. It must have been quite a sight. A vacant girl who was reeling, two powerful fairies groaning and rolling about, A vampire, a werewolf, all standing before her, claiming that the very fabric that kept the peace was being torn apart. A werewolf hunter. She finally managed. That's me. I piped up. My voice felt like it was not my own, crawling out of my throat. You hunt werewolves, yet ended up at a fairy's home, and they wanted to kill you. Are you aware that Ryder is a werewolf? She wondered. I'm very aware of what Ryder is. I promised. We were mated, which is how I came to understand the werewolf culture. But that was after we tried to kill each other a couple of times. Because I was groomed to be a hunter, and these two are the people who created an entire army of humans who were so angry and so hurt that they wanted to eradicate all werewolves. Adrienne stared at me for a moment. Hard. Then, she sighed. Let's get these two inside and cleaned up. Once they are taken care of. I think I need you guys to go back a few dozen steps. And maybe after that, I'll need a few stiff drinks. Chapter 84. We told Adrienne everything once Armand and Dawn were tucked away and wrapped in gauze and bandages. Ryder let out a little noise of disapproval when he saw how nice the accommodations were for the vile pair. Despite the locks on the door and windows and the supposed magic suppressant pumped into the air in said rooms, it looked nice. Not a luxury hotel, but maybe a mid-tier one. The two bastards still screamed and cried about their unfair treatment the entire time, even after they were looked over by an staff medic for a second time. 2 hours of talking later, and we finally left to head to a department store. I had no idea what I truly expected out of this escapade, but it clearly hadn't been an overnight stay. I purchased a cheap pair of leggings, a thick hoodie, and a toothbrush. I had never been so grateful to return to a 3-star hotel in my life. No magic, no knives, no guns, no screaming. I think I'm going to take the longest shower of my life. I stated. Can I join you? I quirked an eyebrow, too tired for more words. He just whispered, please. We both stripped out of our dirty, dusty clothes and climbed into the small shower tub combo. I hogged the water as gentle fingers started at my neck, tracing their way down my arms, over my hands, settling on my hips. The sickly, soul-sucking feeling that had kept me vacant for the majority of the day ebbed away when I watched his bare chest shudder with a breath. You're okay, right? He whispered. I told you I was okay before. I assured. I know what you said. He murmured into the humid air. But you had a gun pointed at you today. If I had been a second later, I had. And not only that, but the man holding it had been someone I cared for, someone I looked up to, a person that I had trusted with my life, was prepared to put me down. I would have been shot if Ryder hadn't stepped in. I would have let myself be shot if Ryder hadn't stepped in because I had spent my life being a killer. But I had never imagined this. I'm okay. I'm not the one who ended up with a knife in her leg and almost bleeding out in the back of a car. I stated, trying to sound confident as I ran my fingers through Ryder's dark. So Care, I shouldn't have let you get out of the car by yourself. I didn't really know what I expected, but I thought that you guys were close. I thought you worked for them for years. How could you kill someone that you knew that closely, regardless of what they have done to werewolves? How could they hurt someone who was so loyal to them? It was odd to think about now, but it was true. I was loyal to them, obviously to a fault. When the gun had been pulled on me, I had just stared. I had been frozen, because I thought that there was no way he could have pulled the trigger, even though they lied to me about who they were, even though I knew in my soul that they were responsible. There was no way. I'm all right. I promise. Look at me, I said. His silver eyes met mine as his lower lip trembled. I thought I was going to lose you, George. I thought I was going to lose you all over again. I held him while he shook. And when I started to shake as well, his grip around my waist was tight and reassuring. I don't know who started crying first. It didn't matter. I was there for him, he was there for me. He shampooed my hair for me. I laughed when he got suds in my eye despite how much it stung. He closed his eyes and leaned into my touch when I stretched up on my toes to run conditioner through his hair. He gave me a shaky grin while we towel it off. We ordered room service, Ryder insisting that using Ajax's card was not fraud. I didn't care enough to argue, nor did I really think that the king would give a damn. My soggy nachos and his greasy burger were left mostly untouched, but the food helped add some normalcy to the disaster. When we began drifting off to sleep, he stroked my hair gently. I don't know if I'm dreading facing them tomorrow or if I'm excited to finally get some answers. I don't know either, I confessed, nestling into his chest a little more. But this is nice, and I want to focus on this right now. It didn't matter how much either of us wanted to stay in this limbo. Tomorrow came anyway. Adrienne was impossible to read when we let ourselves into her domain. I couldn't tell if she was off-put by my badly fitting clothing or if it was the entire situation at hand. Her slender arms were folded over her chest. Her eyes narrowed on us. How was your evening? Busy, thanks to you. Interview after interview. Follow-up after follow-up. She complained. And how did it all go? X validated every detail of your claims. I also selected a few of his bats at random to interview as well. They all lined up almost perfectly. I'm waiting on a report from my men on the girl you claim to have this wolf, Drain, and that boy that you told me about as well. Milo will really only know about Dawn and as werewolf hunters. I chimed in. He'll be a good contact, but he might be a little unwilling to talk. I was exactly gentle with him when I was trying to figure out Dawn and Armand's location. Adrienne studied me for a moment. A weaker version of me might have squirmed under her gaze. But now, a strong woman glancing me over was nothing. I still cannot believe that you used to hunt werewolves. I cannot believe that you were convinced that those creatures were capable of harming humans. They're too busy fighting amongst themselves to go after anyone else. If it is the role that I had to play for this awful mess to come to light, then so be it, I said, but my stomach twisted with unease. I was responsible for enough blood to drown myself in it. She lifted her chin ever so slightly and I thought the corner of her mouth rose just a pinch. Well then, that's mighty noble of you. And you're right. Whatever is going on has certainly been pulled out of the shadows. But with the magic suppressants in the air, the fairies aren't able to use their glamour as readily and therefore aren't able to lie. You say it like it's a bad thing, Ryder said warily. Adrienne hummed to herself, squeezing out the juice of her lemon slice into her steaming cup of tea. If they are unable to lie, they have simply decided that it's best not to speak at all. We have a fair amount of evidence against him, but they aren't defending themselves or damning themselves at this point. So, this is getting stagnant now, Ryder ground out. A single night is hardly long enough for anything to go stale. She huffed, but it was enough time for the council to decide that there is enough against them to take more extreme measures. I've heard through the grapevine that you have a lovely enforcer. Noah, I believe. Noah won't do it. Noah won't do it, I blurted. I thought of the way his face twisted when Keiko ordered him to do certain vile things. He had done it. He followed the order, but he had been on the verge of vomiting the entire time. He hated every second of it, but I was the one he tortured. I'm not going to say that in practice or anything, but if you need someone to get their hands dirty, I can do it. Georgia Ryder began. These people might have had a role in killing my parents, I said firmly, and dozens of others. Even those who had ended up dead would be haunted for the rest of their lives. Hunters like Milo and I would see dead, vacant eyes staring us in our darkest nightmares. Then there were others like Cassie. I can do it. Ryder nodded his head once. I want the alchemist brought in too. We won't put our hands on him, but I have some suspicions. Chapter 85. I knew what I wanted done to Dawn and Armand immediately. Ryder blinked once when I told him, and some part of me wanted to be concerned about what he would think of me after this. That these people, these creatures, could have had a role in killing my parents. In fact, I was almost certain that they did. And if they did something to my parents, then they ruined the lives of countless others. They did not deserve mercy, and if I was the one strong enough and angry enough to deliver violence, Then so be it. So I watched silently while Ryder stood on a chair, looping a thick rope through a hoop in the ceiling. For how pretty the rest of the building was. This room had no pretense about what it was. No windows, poor lighting, cement floors with a drain, so you could pressure wash the entire space and scrub out any evidence. I was sure. Armin slunk into the room, Adrian gripping his arm. He didn't protest too much when Ryder took over, pulling the man's arms behind his back. I knew the position well, and just seeing it was enough to make the pain pulse down the length of my arms. If it worked on me and Milo, it would work on them. A protest crawled up my throat. I was being cruel. I was being unjust. I had no right to do this. Then Dawn came into the room. Her hair was dirty and covering a portion of her face. She snarled insults at Adrienne. Thankfully, the wind howler looked entirely unbothered and dumped the fairy in the room. And I saw the horns that were sprouting from her head. Horns that hadn't been visible to me when she wrapped her arms around me, comforting me in the assisted living facility. And she had been the one who sent us to hunt the werewolves while being a magical creature herself. Wolf drain aside. She had blood on her hands. Now what? Sit down. Dawn, I ordered. Her chin ticked up, tipping those elegant horns back. You think that you can order me about? She hissed. I think me giving you simple instructions is the least of your problems. I murmured. The words coated in a softness that I didn't feel. If Ryder could tie Armand up, I could handle Dawn. She sat down on a chair that looked like it had served more than its time at a kitchen table decades ago, when it didn't crack under her weight. I took the remaining cord from Ryder and wound it around her wrists. She glared fiercely at me, but didn't protest otherwise. How do you want to start? Ryder prompted again. My attention settled heavily on Armand. The cold bastard. When I whispered, Shift. What? Shift. I want you in your wolf form. I repeated, a quick scan of my features as if looking for doubt. Then just then. He bowed his head in a brief nod. He discarded his shirt and shoes to save them from being shredded, but sacrificed his pants. A quick roll of the shoulders and a sucked-in breath. Then, the man I loved was a brilliant black wolf. I turned to the woman I had trusted with my entire world. Tell me how awful the wolves are. Tell me how they destroy human beings. I snarled. She said nothing. She wouldn't even look at me, watching her partner instead. So, without tearing my gaze from her, I said to Ryder, Start slowly. We want this to take a while. It was hard to know if Ryder followed my instructions. I think the first scream from Armin was the loudest. Even I cowed and helped but flinch while Dawn remained perfectly unbothered before me. Regardless of what I felt and what I wanted to be, pain was pain, and there was humanity in that. She watched on, though not an ounce of expression on her features. Her eyes were focused, not glazed, but there was nothing in her. Keep going, I said to Ryder, and I kept watching Dawn. So one little bite or scratch from a werewolf on her partner's body wouldn't make her crack. I supposed it was only fair. From what little I knew about fairies, I doubted that this woman was as young as she appeared. Was she hundreds of years old? If so, I was going to find out just how many screams it would take to make her crack. I didn't know how long we went for. It would be a snarl from Ryder followed by a shout or cry from Armand. I would let the cycle repeat about 5 times before I would glance over my shoulder. The first glance I saw at Orm close. The second glance was when I saw blood on the fairy man. The third is when the blood now coated Ryder's mouth. His head low, long tail stiff. How long would it take for the blood to trickle down into the drain? Want to keep going? I whispered to Dawn, grinning a little. And not afraid of you, human. You can't kill us. She murmured back, her voice almost sweet. We aren't fickle like humans. Our rulers are treasured and valued. If you kill us, they'll come after you, and they will do much worse than whatever silly game this is. They might think they can come after me, but I don't think they'll want to come after an army of animals like him. I nodded my head towards Ryder. I felt the manic smile on my lips grow a little bit with every second that passed. Besides, killing you would be no fun, would it? A scream tore through the air, punctuating my question beautifully. They went back and forth for a long time. I became in tune with it. A growl from Ryder, a shriek from Armand, a threat from Dawn. I just stared at her, smiling a little. It was when the screaming stopped that I turned my attention around again. Blood was everywhere. In Ryder's fur, on the floor, inching towards the drain, soaking what was left of Armand's clothes. Vile bite marks covered his body, the punctures from the teeth deep bleeding. An entire chunk of flesh was missing from the fairy's side. He must have been in unbearable pain, but I wondered if we had gone too far. His eyes rolling back in his head, his body swaying until he pulled against the ropes holding him upright. I think we're done with him now, I said to Ryder, regardless of whether the human within him had come to the same conclusion. The outer wolf snarled, silver eyes flashing. I knew that he would listen. I didn't doubt that there would be hell to pay if we accidentally killed one of them. We might have been justified, but the less consequences that came out of it, the better. There was no visible change in Dawn after the announcement. No relief like I expected. I still couldn't decide if she was impeccable at hiding any sliver of feeling or if she really was just this heartless. Regardless of their relationship. Regardless if they were together romantically or just ruled together. She watching him be tortured, torn apart truly, and hadn't batted an eye so far. Your nails are so pretty, I stated, cocking my head a little to get a better look at her long fingers. The nails were coated in a pearly pink polish that was so subtle. I almost didn't notice it was there. Ryder, I think it's time that we let poor Arm and sit down and have a little chat with dearest Dawn. Ryder stayed in his wolf form, which meant that I had to get involved. I knew that I should have been feeling some kind of aversion. I should have been fighting while trying to claw its way out of my throat. I should have felt nauseous, should have been concerned about all of the blood and gore that I was seeing. But I had a purpose in my mind, was only filled with the next step in the process, and I, Armand, wiped the blood off my hands on my pants. And I, Dawn, tied her back up where Armand was strung up, but I just found her in front of her. Such a brave little wolf hunter. Dawn purred in my face. Do you want to tell him how you killed all those wolves? Do you want to tell your wolf how you looked in the face of his brothers and sisters and struck them down? Come on, Huntress. You were so proud of your kill ratio. Why not share it? I didn't allow my gaze to even flicker towards Ryder. He knew. I told him everything he needed to know, and he had seen me in action. Her tactic wouldn't make me falter. I couldn't. Do you want to tell him how you trained me so damn well? Do you want to tell him how you found me outside of a hospital? I countered. She said nothing. I let her stew in the moment, leaving for a brief second to gather some supplies, namely a pair of pliers. I saw dear Audrey and briefly and asked her if the small cameras in the room were indeed hooked up and functional. She assured me they were. If she was worried about the instrument hands, she said nothing. Ryder was pacing when I returned to the room, his gaze focused on Armand. When he saw the pliers in my hand, he paused for a brief second. My focus didn't let me consider what he was thinking. I would get this done one way or another. Dawn tipped her chin up as she watched me approach. Are you and your partner behind this wolf drain bullshit? I asked. Her lips stayed pressed together stubbornly. The first nail was pulled out, nightmarish and messy. The phantom pain coiled around me, but I pulled and pulled, never letting my grip loosen, until it gave way. She wailed, Tell me why you wanted us to hunt the werewolves. I demanded. Tears were gleaming in her eyes. Her skin had grown pale immediately, but she said nothing. The second nail was cleaner, but still violent and awful. The noise that came out of her was even worse. It started with King Archer. It took me a moment to place the voice because it certainly hadn't come from Dawn. She was panting hard and sweat was starting to show on her forehead. Shut up. You idiot. She hissed through clenched teeth. Arm didn't listen. The treaty prevented us from ever touching the wolves. We needed the humans in between. We couldn't do it ourselves. Shut up. Dawn screamed. I ignored her. So where did the wolf, Drain, come from? His partner's rough barks had gotten to him. His eyes flickered to her. Stalling. I gripped Dawn's hand hard, getting a hold of her third nail. I stared at Armand, unwavering. Where did wolf, Drain, come from? I repeated. Chapter I Texas. It was a lie. It was all a lie. I had fought. Many had died. Dozens more had been taken advantage of. And for nothing. Because none of it was true. I stared at the blood on the floor for a moment, my mind quiet and racing all at once. Did I curl up on the floor and weep? Did I find a blade and slit their throats now? What did you say? I whispered to Armand, slowly turning around to face him. There was no denying that he was looking sickly. The way he was slumped forward made it seem like he was on the verge of vomiting. Was it because of the pain? The blood loss? The vision of seeing his partner have her fingernails torn from her hands? Listening to her screams? His chest rose and fell with a weak breath. I moved quickly, whirling around to grab Dawn's hand again. I would make him fucking squeal. I didn't care what it took. I didn't care what I turned into. Wolf Drain was a joint effort. Arm and wheezed again. I didn't glance at him or give up my grip on Dawn's hand. The plier lifted. A joint effort between who? You two. I pressed. Us fairies and the alchemists. The alchemists that have almost gone extinct. Aside from one. I clarified. Dawn's mouth quirked up at that like I had said something hilarious. I wondered if punching her solidly in the stomach would be enough to get the smile off her face. But if having her like this was going to get Armand talking, I was going to change what I was doing. Yes, us and them. Arm and croaked. I want you to tell me exactly what is going on. I ordered. If you stop talking at any point, I'm going to start ripping out nails. We don't have too many left. Maybe after that, it'll just start taking off the fingers. Don't fucking say anything. Dawn howled. How noble of you, I murmured, smiling at her. All these years, I thought you were the kind one. But now, I get to see you for what you really are. You weren't ever so kind. You never really cared. You just wanted to win. No matter what, no matter what. No matter who you stepped out. It was just easier to bend us all to your wishes when you were nice and sweet. Armand, get talking. And he did. He explained everything. It started with King Archer and King Leo. When they won the war, the fairies were furious but had no choice but to agree to sign the treaty with them. That treaty still stands. We are not to kill a single wolf. But it was unfair. It always has been. The shifters are overpowered, with destined mates, heightened sense, and the ability to transform into animals. Their power was not as old tales would make it seem. After we exterminate the work gets Armand. Dawn shrieked. I watched the fairy's features falter for a second. His partner had struck doubt in him. I didn't dare allow it to bloom. I grabbed hold of a nail and pulled, and pulled, and pulled. Then it released. Dawn screamed. Armand shuddered. You killed the work ants, I asked. It was almost impossible to keep the snarl from my voice. The humans killed the work ants. Dawn hissed through bloody teeth. She must have bit her cheek or tongue in an effort to stop her shouts, just like the humans killed the werewolves. I summarized. And all you had to do was give the humans a cause. A reason to go kill werewolves. To be honest, humans are so afraid of what they don't understand. I'm surprised you had to do more than tell them about werewolves just existing. But, of course, you went further. You created Wolf, Drain. What I want to know is how. I turned to Armand, lowering my brows. Talk. The alchemists did it. They came to us and claimed they had a potion that would hurt humans with magic that looked similar to that of the werewolf. Not that it mattered. The scared humans cowled and see the magic patterns, but they went after the werewolves anyway. Just like I had. I had been sobbing over my parents, and when I had been given a cause to rally against, I hadn't questioned it. I took up arrow after arrow, assignment after assignment. How did you pick which humans to target? at random, as long as they had young and strong family members. Fuck. I hadn't even mattered. They hadn't chosen me because of anything in particular. In fact, they might have been hoping for Craig to be the one who took up the axe. Not me. They might have drugged a dozen individuals, and I was just the one that was dumb enough to fall for it. Dumb enough to throw my life away. Dumb enough to carry that bout into the woods with me. Something brushed against my leg. Ryder's wolf nudged against me, silver eyes shone up at me. Unwavering strength against the side of my shaking leg. It might have never been about me in the beginning. I might have just started out as one of the unlucky ones. But they had brought their war to the wrong woman. And I was here to end it. So you sent me on to the royals' land in the hopes that I could kill them. You'd keep your hands clean. And a civil war would start as the battle for new royalty, so you could reduce their numbers. I summarized. Did you cook your wolf? Drain potion into every single item at the CF? Have you secretly been poisoning entire towns every time you set up shop? No, the potion is effective, but incredibly expensive to produce. We can't waste it. So it hadn't been an accident that some cinnamon buns with the poison had ended up in my freezer or in my stomach. And it hadn't been an accident that killed my parents. It had all been intentional. And I might have never known if Ajax hadn't eaten them. Hell, witch. Hell, if I hadn't been mated to a werewolf. I probably would have been dead already or living out the rest of my days as a zombie. When the trembling in my body got worse, Ryder leaned against me a little more. I set one hand down on the top of his head, ignoring the stickinces of the leftover blood. We're done here, I said, my voice softening with weakness. There were still questions that needed to be answered. Dozens, audiobook, and with every new answer would come a rabbit hole of queries. But I couldn't do this to myself anymore. I couldn't let myself become a person who tortured beyond reason, even if there was something to gain. I couldn't be like them. We had gotten enough evidence. I was sure of it. I left the two of them bound and called for Adrienne. She appeared in a matter of seconds, her lips pressed into a grim line. Distribute the tapes to whoever you need to, and you're probably going to want someone with a medical background looking them over. Adrienne didn't protest. Just told me that there were change rooms on the main floor and that she had found some clothes for me to use. I didn't have to ask why, and I didn't allow myself to look down either. I had become what I needed to be out of necessity. I would not be ashamed, and I would not be horrified, but that also meant that I wouldn't think too hard about it right now. I showered numbly, telling myself that I was in a local gym and had just completed a grueling workout. That was all. I tossed my old clothes in a garbage can and pulled on the clothes that had been provided for me. The pants were too large, hanging off my hips and needing to be pulled up after a few steps. The shirt was too small, digging into my armpits and almost becoming sheer over my small breasts. But they were clean. Ryder was waiting for me in the hallway, his hair wet from the shower and his clothes obviously borrowed as well. Neither of us said anything. His arms wound around my frame, pulling me tight. I clung to his back, nestling my head against his shoulder. It was all going to be okay. It was all going to be all right. Even if it didn't feel that way right now. Even if it didn't feel that way for a long time. Are you okay? Ryder asked shakily. He eased me back so he could cup my face in his hands. I think so. Are you? He nodded and pulled me back and against his chest. Chapter 87. The fallout of our discoveries was immense. I didn't know much about the supernatural world as I had barely dipped my toes in, but when we returned to the Royals' vacation cabin, the phone calls didn't stop. Ryder was on his phone often, and though he would leave the room to take the calls, he never withheld information when I asked. The alchemist had confessed. In fact, they had never gone extinct at all. Ryder explained to me that reproduction was incredibly hard on them and most supernatural species, while the Shapeshitters had been given predetermined mates and had relative ease reproducing with humans. The same could not be said for the others. So, the alchemist saged and passed away without having children rather often. The gene pool was getting smaller. It had been easy enough to make the last handful of them seemingly disappear for a few years while they worked on their potion and poisons. Just another ploy to point a finger at the werewolves. They wanted to kill out all the Shapeshedders. Workus had been the first victim. Werewolves the second. Lord only knew if they had progressed to working on the killing of vampires. Once the vampires were gone, the power would have gone back into the remaining species. The ability to shift. The chance at predestined mates might have been given to the remaining species. And even if it didn't, at least those that they had been envious of would be long dead. The little alchemist that seemed so frail and damaged had been none of those things. And the shimmering that I had seen was no reaction to stress. I had avoided the refreshment table. Others had not. They had not seen the glamour that the fairies had placed around Nigel in an effort to make his statement more believable. Anyone who had consumed food or drink at the event had been subjected to a potion of sorts. When they heard the sweet man talk, they hadn't been in control of their emotions. They believed when they should have questioned. Their hearts ached when they should have been doubtful. Ajax and Keiko had not fought as hard as they should have, under the spell like everyone else. But they couldn't have put up more of a fight in a room filled with glamour-ed individuals. They would have been suffocated by accusations. The ripple in the supernatural world was tangible, with two species working together. Things that should have been impossible became reality. Glamoring other species should have been inconceivable. But there it was. A consumable potion made with fairy magic and alchemists know how. Max the vampire stopped by once or twice. I can admit to being so stricken that I didn't really process his visits too much. But I knew that he was on our side, and knew that he had made statement after statement to help push our case. I do recall the way he looked at me, though. He cocked his head to one side and asked. I was astonished to hear that they survived. How did you not kill them? I shrugged absently. Didn't seem worth it at the time. Really? I would have gladly spent a few hundred years in a jail cell if it meant killing someone like that. When I went back to give a few statements to Adrienne, I debated doing it myself. It seemed easier to give up hundreds of years when one actually had the opportunity. I had given up so much of my life. I had dedicated day after day to them through everyday tasks. I hadn't eaten a meal without thinking about the effect on a hunt. I hadn't skipped the gym without berating myself. I hadn't gone to bed at night without thinking of my parents. You can live in anger forever, if you let yourself. I mused. I guess. For me, I just needed to move on. Another knock at the door paused the conversation. Whatever the vampire was going to say next died in his mouth. I just sank into the overstuffed chair and listened to Ryder at the door. Milo. Hey. Can I come in? The hunter asked. I jerked upright immediately, watching the man who trained me slink into the room. Eyes down. Then, in a flurry of movement, Max rose to his feet. His eyes were wide, lips parted. Well, the hell. The vampire cleared his throat. Best be on my way. Seems like you two still have a lot going on. He rushed out the door, leaving Milo to gawk after him. Do I even want to know what he is? The hunter asked in a hushed whisper. Probably not. I sighed. I should have gotten up to hug him. We had gone through this together, even though it was separate. I had been through the process every step of the way. He got thrown in the deep end at the finale, but regardless, what we had dedicated our entire beings to had turned out to be nothing but a sham. Still, I remained seating, my body feeling so heavy. I feel like I should apologize, but I also feel like you two need to apologize, Milo said, brow furrowed. In fairness, mild confusion in this scenario was entirely fair. What are we apologizing for? I held up a hand to quiet him, still so defensive, still so deep in all of it. Not that I could blame him. We had seen each other do awful things. We had been through awful things. It was only natural at this point, but Milo was not at the head of all of this. I'm sorry that I tried to choke you. I'm sorry that you were my contact point in all this. You didn't deserve a lot of the things that happened to you, and that's not fair. I could have handled many moments a lot better. But I'm also really grateful that this is all done, and part of me doesn't really care how we got here. Milo blinked at me, then nodded once. Right? Well, that about covers it then. I'm not going to say that any of it was okay, but I'm sorry too. You've always been a fabulous hunter, and I would have trusted you with my life in the field. But when I really needed to show you that trust, I didn't. How could you? I said around a yawn. Everything you believed was a lie. I fought it like hell at the beginning too. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Right? Well, where are your beloved royals? On their way. Ryder gritted out. I wish that I could wrap my arms around him. Let him lay his head against me like all those times when the mate bond was still intact. I could have soothed so much away. I could have sped up his healing. But now, neither of us could accelerate anything. We had to work through this disaster on our own time. Ajax and Keiko are coming from the facility they were held at. Keiko West's mom is flying up their daughter Clementine. But you got a little while before the big family reunion. Milo relaxed a little after that. He settled himself on a couch for a little while and even cracked a joke at Ryder's expense. Ryder didn't seem to notice, the glare on his features remaining the same. There's a cure, I blurted a moment later, almost an afterthought, or perhaps something more repressed, because there was a cure, but I had been too early for it. The cure that could have taken away my wolf, Drain, and left me mated to Ryder. And now, I was just a human, helplessly in love with a werewolf. For wolf, Drain? Milo asked. Yes, the alchemist said as much when we were at the conference together, but so much happened that I kind of let it go. I explained. Milo dropped his head into his hands, pressing his fingers into his temples. After he completed the circles, he said, Jesus Christ, this is all so much to take in. I feel like I don't even understand the words you're saying. Like, how can an alchemist even be a real thing? Or those other things, night howlers, like what is that? Wind howlers. I corrected automatically. But there is a cure. Milo, we can still save so many people. We can go to Cassie and treat her. Your family can be treated. Armand and Dawn aren't talking now that they aren't being actively tortured, but the alchemist is squealing. He told the council a list of names he believes were targets to their potions. We can help everyone. No more feeling helpless. Unless it was feeling helpless about those who couldn't be helped. Those that it was already too late for. But just because I cowled and get my parents back didn't mean that life stopped for everyone. Chapter 88, I was the one to give Sassy the cure. Everyone was as optimistic as they were wary. The cure had been provided by the alchemist who had been taken to a detention facility. Unlike the fairies who had little idea of what their leaders were doing, almost all the alchemists had been compliant with Dawn and Armand's wishes. The greed was strong enough for them to throw away an eternity, and it might have been so strong that this was not the end of the war. Milo had announced that he would be the first to take a dose of the wolf drain cure. Ajax just rolled his eyes and pointed out that we would never know if it even worked. The risk he would be taking had no reward. I suggested Cassie. And though Ryder had been worried about what her family would think, I knew better. I knew the desperation. I knew the grief and the exhaustion. And I knew what a little bit of hope could do. When I showed up at their door after days of driving, they didn't hesitate to invite me in. I explained that we worked together and that I couldn't guarantee anything, but I might have had something to help their daughter. It was all eager nods and little gasps of hope. I did my best not to wince at the sight of Cassie before administering a dose, while I held her head back to help her swallow. I wondered if she knew me. I wondered if she was frightened. How much of her days she could actually remember. I stayed with her family while we waited. I had never met either of them before, and I didn't know if they were parents or relatives or just people who loved her enough to care for her. But just a pinch of hope was enough prompting to get them to feed me a mountain of cookies and fill my mug up with acidic coffee over and over again. I was there for hours. I witnessed some trembling tears, heard awful tales, nodded along sympathetically when needed. Everything I was hearing from them was the same story I had heard over and over again. One day she was fine. Then slowly, things started to slip away from her. Just like the first ones in her family to be affected by the wolf drain. They feared that it was genetic, that they were next door, that someone else would also become a burden to them. I'm too scared to go check. The woman croaked. The risk of the hope fracturing was too much. I knew that pain so well. But what they didn't know is that we had a light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe this treatment hadn't worked. Maybe it was the alchemist's last stunt. But there would be a cure. Even if it had to be ripped out of someone. I can go look, I offered, already standing. I navigated my way through the home slowly. As much as I knew there was still hope on the horizon, I faltered just outside of her room. I had already lost so much. Even if we weren't close, I was sure I could bear losing her too. How many bodies could I see before I snapped? How many souls did I have to witness leaving this earth? But this was the start. Good, bad, or ugly, I had to cross this hurdle. I went into her room, and there was Cassie, turning her head to look at me. "Huntress," she whispered, her voice so hoarse from the months of silence. Tears welled in my eyes. "It's just Georgia now," I corrected gently. Then I stepped back into the hallway and said, "Come see her." I left shortly after that, giving her time to reconnect. I would have to explain everything to her, like all of the other hunters. She would be taken in and the royals would relay all the information. Ajax was a little too robust for the situation, so Keiko off and did most of the talking. Then, at the end, I would be called in so they could see me. I would tell them my entire truth. After that, we could only hope that they made the right decision. So far, we had been lucky. It was the alchemists and fairies who were not so lucky. The council would not be kind. Dawn and Armin might have thought that their war was worth it. They might have thought that giving their species destined mates and shapeshiftish abilities was worth every risk. But I wondered if being a cold, underground cell for the rest of their days was what they had envisioned. The greedy little alchemists who were dying out anyway rotted alongside them, only being granted special privileges when they released information or made antidotes for the abomination they created. At first, I had been angry. They didn't even have the courage to hunt wolves themselves. We had killed on their behalf. I had watched innocent wolves die all because I thought I was doing the right thing. But Ajax had seemed pleased with the outcome. When I grilled him about it, he just shrugged. "I think an eternity of suffering is worse. Dawn and Armin are the rulers that took over immediately after the ones that fought with King Archer and King Leo centuries ago. They've been around for at least 100 years. And I think spending their last 100 in a cell while my people thrive is quite the punishment. They wanted more power, but all they got was more time to think about their actions. They'll know when new royals are elected in their place. They'll know just how discontent their people were." After that, I felt a little bit better. Chapter 89, I carried the Subaru with me through so many things. When my parents could no longer drive themselves, I had been relieved to have a vehicle at my disposal. It helped me care for them in some of the only ways I could at the time. Then, when I had started hunting and gained my own income, I kept the car. I kept it in the hopes that I could show my dad how well I had taken care of it when he got better. Then, I kept it so that I could think of the way my mom sat in the passenger seat with her hair fluttering in the wind. I remembered my dad replaying the same 6-seat ease on road trips. It was the thread that I clung to. The shirt that was stuffed in a closet. If I closed my eyes tight enough, I could make myself believe it still smelled like them. Now I was handing off the keys to some teen with acne and braces. He seemed delighted with the entire purchase and was unbothered by the ripped upholstery and the old stereo. I watched my old car slink away down a hill, out of my neighborhood. I expected to feel more. I expected tears to well in my eyes, and I told myself that I wouldn't be upset with my weakness if I cowed and let my keys go to someone else. Grief and loss were ugly and twisted. They were unpredictable in a way that occasionally made me want to sob in a grocery store when I saw a kind father smoothing his daughter's hair. But I just watched my car go and breathed a sigh of relief. It was done. My parents were dead. My life had been turned upside down and shaken about. The people I had trusted betrayed in a way I couldn't even fathom half the time. And since we moved away, the car was the last thing that I clung to from my old life. Releasing it was a breath of fresh air. I would have a hard time trusting anyone for a long time. I would doubt and question each and every word out of anyone's mouth for years to come. I would never live in my small mountain town again. I wouldn't be able to look at a cinnamon bun without becoming violently ill. I wouldn't have the relationship with my brother that I deserved to have. And my parents would stay dead regardless of how messed up my grieving period had been. Those were things I could not control, even though I desperately wanted to. But I didn't need a card to keep them close. They stayed with me and would sing little reminders in wafts of perfume. In a loud booming laugh. They would live on with me, long after the Subaru was in a scrapyard. I just didn't need to be weighed down anymore. How did it go? My love, Ryder asked when I came back into the house. Our house. He stood over the stove, a platinum band glinting on his finger while he stirred a pot of tomato sauce. It went all right, I answered, sipping onto a bar stool. Is the car gone? It is. And you're doing okay with that? I gave him a crook smile. For now. Who knows what I will feel tomorrow or the day after. But it was the right thing to do. Especially since Ajax bought me that new car. I had tried to refuse the king. A Volvo sedan was not a gift of gratitude that I expected. Then again, I hadn't expected the cute little bungalow that he purchased for us or the pack position he offered to Ryder. I had protested a little bit, but Ryder had silenced me gently. He reminded me that I had saved a community. I had fought for a species that was not my own, even when it meant turning against everything that I thought to be true. Ryder and I deserved this and so much more. We had lost what could never be replaced. Besides, if Milo could take a few grand towards his education and a trendy flat in a city center, then I could accept this. We can always sell it and get you a Forester or maybe an Impreza, Ryder suggested. I shrugged my shoulders, offering him a truer smile now. You know what? I think I might become a Volvo girl just yet. I complimented Ryder's tomato sauce every second that there was a spoon in my mouth.
He would never admit it.
But he liked the fawning. Now that he had a home to call his own, he had taken to domestic tasks. Something as simple as sweeping was thrilling to him because this was finally his. No housekeepers coming at checkout. No more living out of a duffel bag and eating food that only required a microwave. He had his home now, and my home was wherever he went. I couldn't lie and say that everything had gotten better, but I could rely on him to be there when I woke up from nightmares. I could trust him to stand besides that I wrestled with the life that I had taken. He held my hand proudly when we were formally introduced to the pack, even when Ajax slipped that I was a former hunter. Even then, no one judged, though some asked general questions. This my reality now, and since the council had distributed press about the matter, it was quiet. Everyone knew what they needed to. Werewolves were no longer being hunted. Hunters were to be reported so they could be captured and educated if possible. Anyone with wolfed drain was to be treated quickly. New rulers had swept in for the fairy community and, even though they seemed lovely, they were being monitored heavily. The alchemists were working off their sentences slowly. I would be dead for decades before a single one of them was released. And I spent every night sleeping beside the man that I loved. Georgia, someone whispered, the voice feminine and fluid. I blinked my eyes, and panic clenched my chest. No. I could not be back here. That meant, no, don't worry. She hushed, tucking my pale hands into her own purple ones. Dear child, I didn't mean to frighten you. I have it again. Don't I? I choked out. Oh no, never again. But this is the only way I can reach you, and even then, it's taken several dozen attempts. I hope you aren't angry with me. Her black eyes shone with concern. Why am I here? I gasped. Because I called you to me. And finally, it worked. Do you know how much energy I have spent on you? She demanded, placing her hands on her hips. I said nothing, feeling like my heart was in my throat. Right. Well, now that you're here, I want to give you a gift. She whirled away from me, the low clouds that covered the floor swirling around her as she moved. There, on a small table, she picked up 2 marbles. I was devastated when you two work one apart. Take this as a representation of my gratitude for all that you sacrificed. Slowly, She pressed the two marbles back together. I can't keep you here for long, but know that you have done my children a great service and that I am forever indebted to you. You and Ryder will always have my blessing. I jerked upright in the bed, gasping, his features barely visible in the early morning light, and when he looked at me, his eyes swam like mercury.